Shop just like I don't know. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he's doing. It's like he still doesn't get it. He still don't get it. Stupid. He doesn't want to do the podcast with you anymore. He tried moving to Texas. He's done absolutely nothing in any way, or in any way, shape or possible to help you out, to give input, to do anything. And the second you actually get down to Texas, get everything set up, he shows up. He's on someone told me this in the comments. A mezzanine, that second tier thing in the warehouse. He's trying to talk, the air conditioner is going off, it's extra loud, the lights are flickering on and off. He's looking around going, alright, I moved to Texas to avoid this joke here, I'm looking at it. Now I'm sitting here. No one can hear me because of the air conditioner. I can't hear myself talk. The lights are going off. This podcast is dead. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go do a cruise that I do every year. The first year I ever did it. I gotta go see my dad. He's 86. You know that? Yeah, I gotta go see him. I know I saw him last month, but I gotta go see him again. So I'm gonna do a cruise. Don't worry, I'm just gonna be on a cruise, even though I'm gonna be continuous dropping content while I'm on the cruise and doing stand-up. But I'm not gonna be doing a podcast with you. And Sean still hasn't figured this out. Because Sean is an extremely dumb person. So, I mean, he sits there and he just keeps getting more and more upset. God forbid Callan, like, because he's supposed to be back, I guess, next week. God forbid Callan's like, you know what? I got another stand-up gig, or I'm not going to be able to make it in. Sean will lose it. Chris Benoit is family at that point, probably. I don't know. But, I mean, this is a sad state of affairs. And now he's adding on to the Trump giveaway with giving away $10,000 cash now, too.
Many rabbis
So he's giving away a truck and $10,000 cash. Nobody's buying the merch, but you can still enter. All you have to do is give up your email. That's the scam, so you can sell emails, and then the winners, shockingly, going to be someone from Colorado or Florida. It's all a scam with this freaking guy. And he's wondering why Callan isn't showing up to do this god-awful trash podcast. I mean, it's like Chop. Bubba. It's kind of close to time to wrap it up here, dude. You're done doing stand-up. You're fired from stand-up because you couldn't sell tickets. Your podcast is dead. Someone else asked me in the comments, based on the amount of views Fighter and the Kid podcast gets today, shouldn't money still be being made? I explained to him, and I replied back and commented, if Shaw was just a dude in his house, yeah, by the way, not that much, but yeah, some money, but that's not the situation. He rents studio space from a warehouse. He pays employees. I'm sure practically nothing, but he still pays them. All that costs money to whatever little money he is making. Brendan Chop spends money to do this. Now, whether it's his dad's money or he made enough money before and he's just earning through that money, which is probably the case too. Because there was a point in time Shop was making a boatload of dough doing this. Shop, they were making money doing this podcast. for quite a while too.
Smallpox.
They got in early, and they were buddies with Joe Rogan until Shah, destroyed his own career, his ego, narcissism, and insaneness. Everything was going great. I mean, they even survived the allegation thing. When Colin had to leave the podcast because of the allegations, and then came back. They couldn't even survive that. The shop just didn't go insane. He released the Gringo Poppy, and it got such a negative response. Went insane. He accused Bobby Lee of starting the Fighter Kid subreddit. He sued me and lost. We're still in the appeals process though. This all happened in like a month. In 1 month all this happened. And this guy tanked his career by doing that. You have to remember something. Sean is trying to be a YouTuber, right? That's what he's trying to do. He's a YouTuber.
Hurwitz himself was.
He broke the golden rule. You don't sue other YouTubers for false copyright. He broke golden rule and wondering why his YouTube career is dead. Once you break the golden rules of YouTube, you don't come back from that. Ask Monday back. And so the dude's wondering why his career is dead, his podcast is dead. That is the reason why. And that's the reason why Callan wants nothing to do with you and tried ditching you already. But you just don't get it, stupid. Hey, you're doing great, you got money, all that. Well, then go enjoy your money. Don't bother everyone with your stupid podcast. I'm threatening people, throwing around Joe Rogan's name. You stink, and nobody likes you. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
This, along with 7 rabbinic invasions, made it so popular. So many Jewish ones. I'd like to say everyone.
What? Yeah, what? So tell us. I knew you went. I knew you fucking left us hides out of here.
You didn't know me and Brian did.
No, I did.
I didn't tell anybody.
So there you go then. But I did know. So go ahead. I felt it. I feel it.
On the weekends, I'm always on the lake, man. Like, the lake's right behind our house. We're on the boats and shit. It's great for the kiddos.
Yeah, but how long is that? I mean, that's okay, because it's like cool now. You're like, oh, there's a lake and we have a boat. But how long is that going to be?
True. But it's literally right behind our house. No, but I'm saying it's there. It's like going.
If it is there, though. I mean,
It's there. It's there.
all right. So it's
They put
nice.
our toes in it.
And then
The lake's cool. And then Tiger, the big thing is Tiger has tryouts tomorrow.
Lake tryouts.
The big baseball team out there.
Lake tryouts.
Lake tryouts. To see if he
It's going to be the new
goes in the
Jason.
water.
Is it going to be? Oh, wow. I bet you can't wait for that, huh?
It's, there's 12 spots. There's probably like 60 kids trying out. We'll see how he does.
I'd be ashamed if those kids had diarrhea that day, wouldn't it? Oh, that's So how far do you live from Brian Cowan?
I have no clue where he's at.
Now that's a friend. Do you understand?
I get it.
That is what a good friend is.
No, the good friend's right here. Okay? That's what that is right there. You don't know where Brian lives? So has Brian been on the lake with you guys?
Brian hasn't been on the podcast. He's in fucking Italy looking at statues with dicks.
Yeah, fucking right on the lake. We should get on the
Yeah.
You didn't even bank episodes? You just took off?
Yeah, they're like, they gotta call
like a 2-day notice.
Kennedy or whatever.
Yeah, Tim Kennedy.
He did it, right?
Well, I've been hanging with him.
He seems cool.
Tim's the best.
Cool.
Yeah, he's great.
I don't know. I never met him. I want to know him.
You'd love him.
Really?
He's great.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, great.
He seems like a cool dude. I like the way he works out. I like the way he works out. I know. See what I'm saying?
Tim almost works out too hard for me. I was training with him all last week. It's a lot.
Works out. How old is he?
He's
already
40 up. Yeah, 42, 43.
So he
43.
So yeah, that's awesome, bro. I fucking love that shit.
I like to do stuff just to look at all that. Like the warm up the other day was 45 minutes long. Like fucking 100 burpees. I'm like, what are we getting ready for?
Right.
But he actually kills people.
But when you say he actually kills people, what do you mean?
He's in Israel right now getting Americans out.
Oh, now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought he was like retired from that shit.
No, I think you're definitely active.
It's like the table with John Wick. You just
Whoa.
Yeah, like even it'd be too much. Like, why the fuck are we doing this, man? Let's go, chill. But he's doing it.
So your workout, Brendan, you have a limit of where you go. Yeah, I'm not trying to fight anymore. This is enough, right? Is there?
If it's jiu-jitsu or boxing, I'm down to do whatever. But when it's just like burpee, pull-ups over and over, I'm just like, for what?
That stuff. Because I tell you why. Because that's one of the only times I'm thinking of absolutely. There are 3 times I'm thinking of absolutely nothing, and I would say maybe only 2.
So this podcast,
when I'm on stage and when I'm really killing it on Go Hour. And I mean when I'm in it. No. Yeah, when I'm on stage or working out, those are the only times really.
Yeah. So you need to maybe do harder workouts, Chris.
What?
You need to do harder workouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just to your point. What's the point of harder workouts? At a certain point, unless you really enjoy working out, this is your jam. Those people that I do 25 miles a day. They've got a motherfucker. Right? Yeah. But like, let's say I get your point where it's like, and that's the hard part for a casual person. You start going, and you're like, I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So your guy's like, all right, today we're gonna start with 200 burpees. We're gonna do this. I'm like, yo, dude, I'm not trying to storm the beaches of Normandy, bro. Right. I just want to put my belly down and be able to run after my kid. What the fuck are you talking about?
I would say, I'm not a professional fitness fighter or anything like that. So I guess I'm a casual.
That's what I'm saying. That's your jam. Yeah, that's your jam. I remember back in the day, I tried P90X and those things. Yeah. I actually enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah.
The problem with it was you were in your living room,
right.
Yeah.
Chris D'Elia calls out and then roasts Brendan Schaub over Brian Callen not being on the podcast. So, and the funniest thing, Brendan doesn't even know where Brian Callen lives. And I love how D'Elia brings up that Callen doesn't even do the podcast. And Schaub is sitting there angry, upset, still doesn't even realize that Callen doesn't want to do the podcast with him. And the thing is, you gotta understand, behind the scenes, all these guys talk. D'Elia text Callen. D'Elia's been like, hey, why haven't you done your podcast? And Callen's like, and D'Elia can tell that Callen is blowing off Schaub to go on a cruise and do stand-up. Again, Brian Callen's channel keeps dropping content. Now, obviously, he's paying into something, but he won't zoom in and do a podcast. And the fact that they moved to Austin and Brendan Schaub has been begging people to hang out with him, and he doesn't even know where Callen lives. And even Callen doesn't even want weirdo knowing where he lives. And why would he? And Callen told Papa, hey, I'm focusing on stand-up. I'm moving to Austin.
Welcome.
Residency at Joe Rogan.
What up, Too Many Puppy? How you living, pimp? Hey, how do I get in touch? Take your time, big dog.
I would move to Texas too. They think Callen's like, okay, I told this guy I'm moving to Texas. Just follow me. Let me not tell him where I live. I'll never get rid of him. Schaub will be like Kramer, just popping in every day. Truly, that everyone around him see that, dude, Callen does not want to do a podcast with you. But I mean, and dummy shop, like he's mad at Callan and pissed over it. And he really just doesn't realize that. Callan doesn't want to do it anymore. He's done with you. Your career is going down and going down. And every time someone leaves you, they do better. So Callan's trying to do that. But I love how the fact that Dalia and Montanez and even Cheddar Bob, they're all just laughing at y'all the fact that Callan has completely given up on this podcast. At the critical time, too. I mean, I'm rooting for it moving down to Austin, Texas. One would think, all right, we're really doing this. We're going to put all our effort into the podcast. We all just changed up our lives and moved to Austin. Challenge it. I think I'm going to go take off. Shop is just fuming. Because he said it, Brian doesn't help with anything. But the fact that he doesn't even know where Brian lives, wow, that is really, really sad. And then Callan should just like be a man, call Shop up and be like, it's over. But he won't. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So he takes a macro time and essentially places science within a theoretical perspective that allows us to appreciate it.
Brendan Schaub is getting sued by a former business associate, a guy named Bell, who was the CEO of Pure Spectrum, and he is alleging fraud, false tax filings, and a whole host of other issues against Schaub. He's selling for millions, and now we have all this great material. And so he leaked some of the text messages from Brendan Schaub. So let's go through them. Mr. Schaub asking Mr. Bell for help to use Pure Spectrum's customer base to combat poor ratings on Showtime and IMDb. So this might be even back to the first special, other than the Gringo Poppy. This might be You'd Be Surprised. So Schaub puts, hey boss, you're deaf, one of the smarter people I know, so I'm reaching out to you. Please keep this between us. So, with my special coming out, brings out a new reason for haters to jump on me. Well, it's been brought to my attention, these idiots created a campaign to shit on the special. They're not creating a fake account and leaving awful reviews and one-star reviews on IMDb. It's IMDb, but this idiot doesn't know that. Spoke with IMDb. Oh my God. They said same thing happened to Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart. Only way to combat this is by having positive reviews and rankings. We can't shut the smear campaign down, even though it's just on IMDb. But still, I hate feeling like these fucking schmucks are ready. So, damn. IMDb. Did he just compare himself to Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart? So amazing. This guy puts, good morning, Brendan. Thank you for watching out and trusting me. First off, you are on top of a very high mountain, and the sheeple below will always be yelling at who's on top. Let me develop a strategy and plan while I'm finishing this leg workout. Is it okay to call you today to discuss? If so, what time? Yes, sir. I'm going to go on a long run around 8 a.m. We'll have service where I'm running to. So, damn. Can we talk after around 11? Perfect. Call me. even confess it affects me. I couldn't sleep. Figured you would have an idea and not judge me. Weird position to be in. My other friends who are on comedy or TV just say don't pay attention to any of it, which I understand. But when it's a smear campaign against something I worked my ass off for and it's a good product, the competitive side comes out. Yeah, that's not it though. So I'm thinking this is, you'd be surprised. But here's the thing about that. If so many people are giving it negative reviews, but it was good, then why are all the people who think it's good giving good reviews? But it continues. So, yikes. Email plan backfired, my man. Showtime just called me, not happy. Said we can't pay for positive reviews in any facet. This thing is full of shopping. Dev don't send or respond to anymore. Had to tell them that you guys were just trying to have my back. I wasn't aware of positive reviews. Thought it was to drive traffic to actual special cool. This guy for a while asked people to leave positive reviews. And then Shop puts, all good, man. I really appreciate you going. The links you went through to try and help me. I should have just ignored these haters. I really appreciate you. Great hands. So, I mean, this is him getting a team together to try and leave positive reviews. And this is him admitting he watches and listens to everything. The haters being the haters. So in this lawsuit, this is an exhibit that this guy is using to show that these tactics. And this guy is claiming that Brendan Schaub tried to get him, thrown off of the board. Freaking the hostile takeover beat. And like I said, filing false tax info. And what this guy is trying to do is get Brendan Schaub thrown out, because I would assume during the discovery process, this guy's going to give everything to the IRS. Be like, hey, this guy's probably false tax papers. Bring it up that way, and it's probably a tactic to get a settlement out of Papa. But we have something to look forward to. If this lawsuit proceeds, we will get a video of a 6-hour deposition of Brendan Schaub sitting there, speaking about all the Schaub-isms and Schaub-isms. It will be glorious. Do you think he settles? This guy's asking for millions. Will Schaub ever even bring this up? But I'm wondering if now Callan is going to use this as an excuse to never return to the Fighter Naked podcast. Remember, Callan's already blowing them off. I wonder if Callan's going to call him up and be like, sorry, Bubba, but I mean, you're getting sued that you can't go on the podcast now. Remember when I had my troubles and I had to leave the podcast? Well, we have to leave again because you're getting sued for fraud. And by the way, this is just one lawsuit. Don't forget that BGL is still out there with his evidence and everything. And everybody thought the person went on a podcast and cringe was like somebody's going to be suing Brendan Schaub. A lot of people thought, oh, this is just BGL following up on that thing because Brendan Schaub didn't pay him, and BGL brought it to some board in California for labor practices. So this might be the first of many. Baba might end up in a prison jumpsuit. It is karma, though. This dude sued me. Hey, I wonder if I should counter-sue him. I don't get enough donations to hire a lawyer to do that, but yeah, so we've got messages. Well, let me know your thoughts.
All right, we're at war. And then also, are we? Dude, I didn't even know have like little missile interceptors. There you go. There you go. There you go.
I would have to look at 95 out of 100.
There you go.
Commentators on that passage.
Trump tweeted, "Congratulations, world. It's time for peace." I'll tell you what, bro. That was the working title of this podcast was "Congratulations, world." We changed it to "Congratulations, 11th hour." So Trump's obviously a listener. So congratulations, it's time for peace. Congratulations, now we bomb the shit out of you. It's time for peace. I do not know what's going on in the world. It's getting worse, I guess. But then people are like, yeah, but it's you know.
What does it mean to love your fellow as yourself? To the sense of saying,
one thing's for sure, bro. If you're a comic, don't move to Austin, all right? Now, if you did, okay, but don't go now. Motherfuckers are thinking of moving to Austin now?
That's not to say
they got it already. They got the place already. Now, visit, right?
Other sources.
You know how pissed off they are? You know how pissed off you get? I'm in LA. People fucking coming every year. By the way, Hollywood's done. Hollywood's done. Hollywood is the automotive industry. Bye! There's going to be 2 fucking... Warner Brothers is already... They're done, dude. They brought you the Matrix. Bye.
But this particular
dude, remember the Matrix? Bye. Dude.
So
stream it and save it. That's what it's going to be. Hey, I thought of this shit. I'm going to tell the algorithm that's what I want. They're going to show me a movie now with Willem Dafoe, playing Joker, because that's what I always wanted. Bye.
A level of social harmony that can only be the result of this.
I saw this thing, and this is interesting. And does this mean I'm a sociopath? This is. Does this make?
Chris D'Elia is a bit of a odd duck. Some would say completely insane. And he decided to give Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen a trashing for moving to Austin. And you have to know he was talking about them because for some reason he was talking about Trump in World War II. Then he was like, some people said. And then a look at disgust came over his face. And out of nowhere, he just started hinting about comics moving to Austin and they shouldn't do it. Because I know what happened in his mind. He was thinking about Trump, and then he thought about something stupid Brendan Schaub said about politics. And then Schaub just entered his mind, and he's like, yeah, don't move to Texas. It's been done. And like, he's right. By the way, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen always missing the boat. The time to move to Austin was when Rogan first did it. That was the time to do it. However, they couldn't at the time. Because remember when Rogan first moved to Austin and the whole crew was going to go, remember Callen, Schaub, Diaz, Callen got canceled, D'Elia got canceled, Diaz, not as much as these guys, but remember, they tried canceling Joey Diaz too. I'm like, Joe Rogan kind of just moved to Austin, Texas by himself because all of his boys got canceled, and I guess Shab out of some sort of royalty, although he was dealing with everything else, trying to sue people and stuff, stayed. But
I will go out there and save.
so I get why they didn't move to Austin at the time, but that was the time to do the big quote-unquote Austin move, was when Rogan first initially went down.
Tragedy.
Because remember, that was Rogan's thing. I'm going to go to Austin. I'm going to open a comedy club. All my buddies from the comedy store are going to follow me. We're going to do the same thing there. What happened? Rogan moved down there. I think the only one who followed him was Tim Dillon for a month. And then Tim Dillon got out of there and started trashing Austin ever since. But Baba and Callan, they're doing it too late. I mean, Callan got himself a little residency there. But Shab, got fired from stand-up. And when he was doing stand-up, Joe Rogan would not let Shab at the comedy mothership. And by the way, that's not me. That's not conjecture. That's not my opinion. That is a fact confirmed by Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub on the Legion of Stinks podcast confirmed that Joe Rogan said Schaub cannot perform at the comedy mothership because Schaub was not good enough to perform at the comedy mothership. And by the way, Schaub had already been doing stand-up for like a decade and had 2 specials, and he wasn't good enough to even be an opener. He would do 5 minutes. Joe Rogan is not letting Schaub touch that stage. So, I mean, D'Elia going off about it, I bet you he's pissed, mainly at Schaub, obviously. Because now for the Golden Hour podcast, he's on Zoom. So that's probably where that whole rant came from, was just like, you know, it was hard enough with this idiot Schaub interrupting every 2 seconds. Now he's doing it, but there's a slight delay because he's on Zoom from his stupid car warehouse in Austin, Texas. And he won't do a proper studio. And someone brought up a great point in my comments, because Schaub, he rented out a car warehouse and uses the second floor as his someone called it, to do his show. And someone in my comments brought up a great point. He brought up the fact, you know, those car warehouses all have little offices in there. Why do he need little offices to use as a studio instead of the open warehouse where you can't block out the air conditioning sound and everything? Because the open warehouse wasn't made to do podcasting. But if you went to one of the little offices, that's where you can do it. Like, that's where Adam Carolla does it. But Schaub, of course, too stupid to figure that out. And it sent Chris D'Elia on a rant on his podcast about comics who shouldn't be moving to Austin, Texas. I mean, aside from that, though, I mean, in Austin, you get to see those bats, right?
He published his first issue.
He moved to Austin, Texas, and then Callan just took off on him. Now Schaub is getting sued.
Sold very well right away.
We might get a Mama in Jail arc, and it will be hilarious. It'll be the funniest thing ever. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Rabbi Hurwitz was shocked to discover that someone printed a pirated edition of his book. Yes,
About parents. Oh no, kids like what is it called? Emancipating them. Yeah. They're leaving it. Yeah, I'm saying, my God, man.
They're 9.
Yeah.
And they're out. They're like, I'm an adult. I'm emancipated. Because shit my pants.
Yeah, because my parents are like not treating me well, or whatever.
You eat Pringles for lunch. Yeah, I'm emancipated, dude. You're fucking 7.
Well, I just, you know what? You don't know what people's story of the situation is, but listen, I was the only child, single parent, and my mom had to go to work, of course, doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, I was by myself a lot. So all I'm saying is this, it's like, as a parent now, I think, man, you never want no sleepovers. Make sure
It is a different
eyes on, all eyes on me. You know what I mean?
It is a different world now, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have access to anything at your fingertips now. You know what I mean? So if you're 12, you can literally get fentanyl right now at your mom's house.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't even know it's there.
Back then, you didn't even know where the fucking store
didn't have those options. Like with a kid, if it was like times like now, like there's so many single households.
I know.
There's a mom and one kid, and that kid has way more access to shit than you do.
I know, but I'm thinking about this too. When I was a kid, if I came home from school, right, at whatever time it was, then it was like, yeah, I'm gonna go outside. Okay. I was gone till like 8.
Gone till November. I was gone till November.
I'm just saying,
I'm going outside. I'll be gone till November.
Even in the weekends.
It's great.
Even in the weekends, you go outside and play. I'm going over to whatever, and we'd be on our bikes riding wherever we want. There was no cell phones. There was nothing.
There's no cell phones. I'll be gone till November.
But you know what's crazier? It was more dangerous back then when you were doing that shit than it is now. It's safer now for kids than it was when you were a kid. You're out there with your short shorts and snacks and shit.
How?
It's just stats. These are stats. It's safer now for kids.
Okay, stats how, dude? You're telling me it was more dangerous for him to go outside back in 90? No, it was a 60.
Yeah, no, too late. It's too late.
88, whatever. 88. Then
Probably in the 70s, late 70s, Eric? I'm for real. Late 70s.
Late 70s.
Yeah, it was in the 80s.
Yeah.
But it could have been late 70s because I was born in 72.
You get crime and kidnapping in the early 80s. It's way higher than it is now.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know if that's true. Look it up.
AI. Hit the AI.
I just don't have computers.
Is crime worse now than the 80s? Is that the question?
Yeah, it's crime versus children. Worse than, Did you see that thing? Wait. Did you just see this thing in Texas that just happened? They just arrested so many people and they had rescued over 100 kids. Oh, yeah, this just happened in Texas. They just rescued 100 kids from sex trafficking or whatever it was, and it was like multiple agencies. Just it just happened.
Saying that
109 children rescued, 240 arrested.
That was Nickelodeon's fault.
Yeah, basically they all worked. What they all were on Nickelodeon shows?
Yeah, they were all on Nickelodeon. Look, Amanda finds pictures in there.
250 people were arrested.
Oh my God! See, this is the kind of shit that I kind of don't. I just can't. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. I know exactly. When I saw this, I was like, the thing to me too is like, so this is the thing. This ain't the only one going on.
Right.
So like, it took like how many people? Like I was reading the article and it said like brought together over 70 agencies across the state of. Wait, listen. 70 agencies across the state of Texas to arrest 250 people. So that was going on. So these people are like, oh, we got this. We're not gonna get caught. This is cool. We can keep going. Nothing's happening. And they finally caught them. Where else is this happening?
Well, my thing is like with all this pedophile shit and all this pedophilia. How many people out there into fucking kids? Like Epstein's Island and all that shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on? How is this a thing? What's wrong with people? There's that many fucked up people.
And for 250 of these people, and not one of them is like, guys. You saw what happened in the box. You know what I mean? I know. I suppose I know it happens. I cannot. You know what? It's what every now and then you see like you see something like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing or whatever, you know it happened because of the facts, but you can't feel like it happened.
Yeah,
that's what it's like.
Well, it's like, I think because you're protecting yourself. I don't think you want to. You know when they say like there's this rarely happens now, but sometimes they put an alert out. They'll be like, there's a serial killer in here, and it's like your area. You know, there's a part of you that has a moment of like you being like, oh, yeah, is that gonna?
It's
But my thing back with all those 250 dudes getting caught, or men and women, I don't know. No one looks around and goes, man, why don't we go for hot chicks?
well, that's just, I guess that's not what they're into. I guess I don't know, but
No one's just like, man, how about we get some really hot chicks next time?
yeah, but it's because they're all losers.
Right? You just said that's like saying like like this. Oh man, people like sushi, and you're like, dude, why don't you just get a turkey sandwich?
Why not, dude? Mix it up.
They're like, I don't like turkey sandwiches. I like sushi. But look at this right here. See that sentence right there? Online exploitation of children is one of the most insidious crimes we are facing as a society.
Keep your kid offline.
Having kids is like, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Not put them on Nickelodeon Studios.
Well, apparently,
Don't start there.
I'm saying put them on anything. Look,
I don't want to watch this. I don't even want my kid to watch fucking Blippi. Blippi's for sure catching a case.
Do you ever watch? You ever look at
Miss Rachel? Miss Rachel gonna catch a case?
I don't think so. Come on, my kid.
Well, she's a woman, so maybe not.
You never know.
But if
That would just be. Do you know how horrible that would be? Like
any dude, but any dude that's like, hey guys, come on over here. Who's gonna catch a case?
No, but if like I can't have Miss Rachel me doing anything bad.
Okay.
I just can't have it.
I understand.
You know, I'm sorry.
I get it.
Miss Rachel comes on, my kid goes crazy.
I get it.
I can't have it.
Is Miss Rachel
I'll be
the big
furious.
Yeah, she's the big thing. Yeah, would you be able to separate the art from the artist though? If something did happen.
Yeah, I would be like, I believe I can fly.
Yeah. You think Wolf will be able to separate the art from the artist?
Oh man, that would suck.
Let's take a little break.
The stupidity of Shab never ceases to amaze me, first and foremost. Ooh, what a subject for Chris D'Elia to even talk about. But Shab, once again, just interrupting, saying stupid stuff. What are you doing, hot chicks? Whoa. He talks like Bill and Ted. Like, what is he? And he just leaned over the chemistry on this. So completely ruined because he's zooming in from Texas. So he moved to Austin, Texas to do the podcast for Brian Callen. Callen blows him off. And he's still doing Golden Hour. Like, he should have just stayed in LA and did the Zoom with Callen. But, no. He had to move to Austin, now he's getting sued. And all D'Elia and Montez can do is just make fun of Shab for being stupid and interrupting. I mean, the only thing Shab adds, and it's not really a bad thing to add, is being made fun of for his stupidity. The man is dumb, he's an idiot, and nobody likes him. And he's getting sued. So I wonder if he's ever going to address any of the lawsuit stuff. Maybe not. I can't wait to see. That should be dope. But let me know your thoughts and comments.
Wear a white suit. I mean, I wouldn't wear a white suit on tour nowadays. But it's true. Back in 1992, I did wear a white suit. And I wore a white
hat. Working out the kinks here at the new Golden Hour studio, the D'Elia Bear Punch Studios.
Oh wow, Bear Punch Studios. I have it in my Google Maps as Golden Hour Studios. I will change it to Bear Punch Studios.
Yeah, Bear Punch Studio. Still working out the kinks. If I would just come here on an off day, but home is so much better.
We started on how much better home is. What'd you say, Mark? Yeah.
To do all this and not be flustered in the morning. Even though I wasn't really flustered, I was real slow, smooth as fast. But I don't know. I'm just worried this thing's gonna. What did you guys do? You laughed. I'm worried this thing's gonna buzz again in their ear, and they handled it well last time.
Yeah, it's if you don't upgrade stuff, it's gonna buzz. Number one, number two. I thought all things considered, that first episode that was half remote, Brendan and Austin and the guys here, that went very well.
It ended up looking great too. One thing I was worried about the audio, because on the Zoom, once I talked to cut the other person off, but then you don't realize it right away. So I was worried within the audio when I mastered, because we use the native audio for both sides, that there'd be a lot of talking over each other, but that wasn't that bad either. What are you laughing at?
And I was able to, as the comment section is calling it, hologram Star Wars Brendan into this spot.
What did the comment section think of that?
I think for the most part it was very positive. I think they liked it and even want more of it, even when they're not just looking at the screen. I think it fits best when they're just looking at the screen.
I'm almost I kind of want to put him in the studio.
Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. Cold knife shade, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. Wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. Totally a Friday. Another Friday.
I'm not going in.
All right, man. We'll see you tomorrow, buddy. All right, be good. Yeah, but no, get a little behind the scenes here. Final Cut Pro 11 recently, as of 6 months ago, launched that masking tool. So it's actually very to put anyone anywhere, and so it's really not that much of a hassle to put right in here in this spot during the wide shot. So that was a nice little touch that Final Cut did, kind of just in time for this entire operation. So shout out to Final Cut Pro 11. I know everybody's on Premiere, but I hung tough with Final Cut, and I feel as though it's paying dividends here and now.
I haven't investigated, but I'm sure Premiere Pro has a similar but even better feature.
Probably, but here we are.
Software fights.
Race war.
Control.
I want to put him in the studio the whole time, and honestly, you doing that, I was like, fucking Zoom sucks. This is annoying, but it thing sucks. It sucks.
I think it's fine.
Super bad.
I'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Is that okay?
Yeah. We'll do it live.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna count.
Do it live. I can always do it live.
I'm putting him in the studio the whole time. We could certainly experiment with it. In doing the last episode, I thought it made the most sense when they were all looking at the screen because you get the reactions.
Yeah, and I think I wonder if we should have them look.
They could, if they want to do a bit with it, I'm happy to, yeah. Like Eric can pet his head, and Chris can pretend to be jerking him off.
Yeah, all that stuff. When Theo was in Nashville, he would zoom in remotely. He would do fun stuff on camera because we'd usually have a TV where he was sitting, and he would use it, and we'd have Brian on the couch next to him, shit like that. Fun stuff.
Yeah, those times. Fun stuff.
When you zoomed in for the first time, was Theo still on the show? No, this keeps going on our Patreon.
Yeah. You were on the show?
I was.
As one of the Zoom or Patreon people that zoom in. Yeah, so
I need to watch that. I need to find that episode.
We should watch that.
So, here's a fun little tidbit. That camera's not rolling.
Classic man.
So I'm rolling on my phone.
There you go. What do you mean?
I'm rolling on my phone. No, it's not rolling.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. Hey, figured it out.
I got distracted. We were missing things.
What does it need? A card or something?
A cord.
Don't worry about it.
You got it off your phone?
I got it right here.
Oh, wow, these guys. I think that they think if you're just talking, you're creating content, when they are the worst, most unfunny, uninteresting, no personality having people I've ever heard speak. My God, are they terrible. That black guy, whoa, dude. Cheddar Bob, whoa, dude. And the guy with the beard, he might be even orders. Like cheddar bomb. But so these guys talking, complaining that Brendan is zooming in. Of course, I knew that was going to be a complaint. And complaining about the current podcast in general. Do you see how much they miss Theo Ron? Did you see that little thing when they were like, oh, Theo was here? It was so much better. It's so much more popular. Last week, that Cheddar Bob guy talked about every clip that he cuts for Theo Ron goes viral. That doesn't happen anymore. But a bunch with all the technical issues. The way things stand now, Schaub should have just let Calvin move to Texas, not follow him, and just stayed in LA and did the podcast with Chris and Eric instead of zooming in. Once again, Baba made the wrong decision. And now he's in Texas, zooming in, making it harder for his very underpaid staff here. And like Brendan Schaub's annoying enough with his interruptions and dumbness, but now he's interrupting an extra dumb on a delay. From Texas, because he had to move there, because he was afraid that Ron Callen was going to ditch him like the Obama did. So now he moved to Texas, and he's been ditched by Brian Callen, who now after this lawsuit, I don't know if Callen is going to return, but these guys, they stink. They're terrible. My God. Ooh. Just because you're talking doesn't mean content is being created. Though you're not talented or funny or interesting. I get the idea of an afterthought. Get anybody else to do it. You guys stink and you're not funny. But let me know your thoughts. Comments.
Are you telling me?
It does.
So you can crawl
It
up.
does, yeah. It does. Whatever. But I think that's a thing that is I think that's good that you work on your legs. Because I think that's a thing, like men think, strength is all up there. I mean, there's a lot of muscles in your legs, right, Brendan? Bro, your freaking thighs and all that shit.
Mostly legs. I want to be in my trunk crazy, dude. I want my back, my ass to be fucking shelf. A shelf, bro. Fuck. I want that so badly. I want a bubble butt like a fucking shelf. Fatty, dude. Yeah, I do. And I only shit out of it.
Yeah, that's all you
That's it. That's all I do is shit out of it.
Just an exit.
I just shit and fart. Bro, but it's bad, bro. And guys look at me and they go, man, that's too bad. I go, it is, but it's only shit fart time.
Speaking of things we do with our ass.
Give Chris a wagon.
I want a wagon, bro. Get my shit look like an RS6.
So Rachel says, that's how they get him to go pee. So we're trying to potty train this kid, but she's saying, like, I need you to sit down to pee now because because there's too much pee, some of the pee sprinkles onto the ground, and then it's like she has to be there with the kid, and she's like, I'm tired of that. But this is my problem when I sit down to pee. I always end up having to shit.
I'm that way too.
So I like that. Sometimes that shit is just there for later.
Yeah, I get it.
And then
I say you can't just be sitting down every time.
I know, I don't want to do that.
The shit you're calling is like, yo,
Brendan,
like it or not, we're up.
They're like, oh, we gotta go, emergency exit. Let's go.
Sat down again.
Let's go. Brendan's like one of those basketball players that can't shoot free throws, and if he underhands, he'll be able to. But he's like, nah, man, that's that bitch shit. I ain't gonna do that. Even if the doctor told Brendan, it's gonna be better for you if you have to pee, he's gonna be like, nah.
Nah, man.
I don't even want to get up to pee. I always dive in right. You're talking to a guy who had to dive.
He pissed hard. He pissed
I
the
want
bed.
to put a urinal in my place. I'm tired of like, why don't homes come with urinals?
That's a good point.
That's not a good point.
I like it.
Yes, it is.
But I want the long one where I piss down.
None of it is good point. Just go outside and piss. Who cares?
Oh my God.
Dude, I love that. I love that. I love it.
Two monsters.
This guy wants the fucking Dodger Stadium urinal in his. I'm not saying about that too bad.
I like that trough.
Trough.
It's 5 bedrooms. Thank you. One of those bathrooms I wanted to have a urinal. I just want the whole bathroom. Wait, yeah.
Dude, fuck all that shit.
I just want the whole bathroom to be.
He wants to wait in line for his own bathroom.
The toilet. I want the whole bathroom.
Come on, guys.
Where you just walk in and you can just pee anywhere and it's like a big shower.
It's a shower,
Yeah,
boy.
dude. Take
Not a showers.
Not showering showers, bro.
Oh my God.
Completely.
Eric looks like a bath guy.
No, I shower.
I was thinking about this last night, though.
I got a great new shower.
Back to the video game. I was thinking about this last night when I was going to sleep. What do you bring on the road?
Oh, I bring well. You know what? I actually have it in the trunk of my car. I can actually show it to you right now. Should I do that?
Well, what I want to know is, it would be fine. It would be fine. It would be good.
I like it.
But you have.
What do you mean? What's he bring? Like his fucking PlayStation?
You bring a PlayStation, but he can't just on my PlayStation. He has to bring a fucking monitor and shit.
Oh, I'll show it to you.
I got to see this.
Sometimes I wait. My car's not. I don't know why my car's not loading up. It's coming.
It's like a cyberpunk. You can just call your car to you.
Just go near the car with this, and then there's a trunk button in the back of the trunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's ready to go.
If someone found your phone, could they steal your car?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to unlock the phone, though, right?
Yeah, you have to. No, actually, no. Actually, wow. Phone's just near the car to open it. But you know what? When you get in the car, if it doesn't recognize me,
What?
Yeah.
They have facial recognition
yeah,
in the car?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you like that. Look at his face.
don't like that.
Nick, look at his face. Nick.
I don't like that.
You had a moment like this.
I don't like that. Because they can cut you off and you won't be able to drive your own car, bro. Drive fast, no gas. Right?
No fat, no
No
gas.
fat, no gas.
No,
Chris,
I'm over
did
enough.
they give you a ticket for texting?
Bro, I have a cop that's out to get me. I don't like this cop. He keeps pulling me over and giving me
Same
gas.
guy?
Yeah, bro.
No, that's on you. Because he's like this. He's probably like, I'm this idiot and take it twice. I'm just going to wait.
Your learning curve is obviously very flat. Why do cops have to be dicks, dude?
Chris,
I'm not gonna like this, bro.
No. I'm with you 1,000%. Here's my thing.
Oh, God.
If you pull me over and you're going to give me a ticket, we're done.
Yeah.
I don't need to talk to you anymore. If I can't talk myself out of the ticket, you're still going to give it to me now. The conversation is like, you know what I mean? I'm done. I just get the ticket. You know what I mean?
No, you just go up. You have it come down, put the ticket in there, keep the ticket in there like that, and then drive away. I got it.
Dude, with the ticket going like this, 5 minutes.
What did he say to you? He was mean to you?
He was like, I pulled you over for this before. And by the way, I was like, I actually wasn't texting. I was looking where to go because I was putting in this fucking shit. And he was like, I saw it too. And I was like, bullshit. I'm not going to text it like this when I drive, you know? Even if I wasn't doing like that. So I was like, all right, you know, I can argue with the cop. So, okay. And then, so he gave me the ticket, and then he said, your learning curve is obviously very flat. I've given you a ticket before. And I know the other cop there, he's pulled me over and he's been like, Chris D'Elia, what's up, bro? He's like, dude, the other guy will give you a ticket, but I won't.
We just outed him.
Whatever, I'm not saying names.
Thank you, sir.
So,
I love how everyone around shop is sick of this stupid gearhead grift bullshit, and everyone around him keeps purposefully not saying drive fast, all gas, right? You roasted over here like drive fast, no gas, like your stupid thing. Like, no, but why is see now the reason why he's putting more into the car grift than he is, and of the other attempts at like the Big Boy Fight Club, the whiskey, the trying to be an animal guy, the trying to be a fashion guy, is he's found the scam. You have to remember, he does those giveaways in which he collects your emails and then has an email and can sell that off to other companies for money and sponsorships. And all this has come out. And so far, the filings of the lawsuit against him, and he even references it in the lead text of hit up that email list. The email list is a very, very, very valuable thing to have. If you ever watch Shark Tank, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary talks about, well, you got an email list of 100,000 people. It's a very valuable thing, so that's what he does with that Trump giveaway scam. Remember, you don't have to buy merch. You just have to enter. You're going to enter with your email. That's what he was doing. Remember, for like 5 weeks straight, him and Callan did a fake AMA where they had snobs read fake questions. But they're like, write into us and ask us your questions. You have to use your email to do that. They weren't doing, and I was like, wait, they're going to do Ask Me Anything. Why not just go live and read from chat? Or do it on, I know you're not going to go to the Fighter and Get Supper and we'll go do another one. No, that was his scam to collect emails. So that's why I put so much work into that. But I like how Billy, and by the way, he is ruining this podcast with this Zoom in thing. I mean, he's as trash as Bob is. It's 10 times worse for him and Austin, and even his staff have come out and talked about how they hate it and they miss Theo Vaughn. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. We've got more text messages, and Brendan Shaw is in a lot of trouble here. So Brendan writes, yeah, have an idea. Tell me what you think. Just took a bad the hate we got from the Showtime special. Maybe we can blast out to the entire email list by Comedy Central piece on YouTube. No offer or discount, but just so it shows the support in a way. Does that make sense? 100%. Let me send this to Seth, and I will be back in touch with some ideas. Does that work? The child puts. Yeah, perfect. Nothing crazy. Just like, hey, Team Fire Spectrum, it's on Comedy Central. This is not happening. Check it out. This guy goes, I just spoke with Beth finally. We're going to send the link of your special out to the email list on Monday. No discount, no asking for a rating, just an email or support with a direct link. That will work for you. I will have you proofread before we send it out. The chocolates, that works. Now this came after he had already told them the offer of the deal. And then Showtime bitched at him. He got in trouble for it, and then tried to have them do it another way. But here are some of the reviews at the time. Special, the comedian is trying to buy good reviews. Damn, this from June 14th, 2019. It has been reviewed negatively on this site. I got an email from some company he owns part of, offering 50% off its product in return for good reviews. I wasn't going to review it until I saw this underhanded behavior everyone should know. I love Pure Spectrum products. Unfortunately, this special sucked. Do I get my 50% off coupon that you promised us, CEO, visionary, Brad, Brittany Bell? So, this is how desperate you are to try and get good reviews on that special. that conspired with the Pure Spectrum guy to get good reviews. And the Pure Spectrum guy is admitting because he's going after Baba for a lot of other things. And I think this is him just putting that out there. Look what Shaw did. But this guy did it too. But Shaw tried to get this guy ousted from the company. And a whole host of other things. We're talking about illegal tax filings, the IRS is going to be involved in this, especially after discovery. And I can't wait. I am salivating. Where do we get the video of Brendan Schaub sitting for that 6-hour deposition? Oh my God, is that going to be? You're going to say every 20 seconds. When I first see that video, I'm just going to be obsessed with what he's wearing. And how stupid that's going to be. But, I mean, the question's going on. Does Shaw address this? He addressed the lawsuit against me with the lawsuit. So I wonder if he addresses this. Is Callan going to come back now? I mean, Callan now has perfect. At first he was just ditching Shaw with the whole cruise thing. But now Brian Callan has a legitimate reason not to return to the podcast. Do they sit there on that second tier of the warehouse of the new studio in Austin and just pretend none of this is happening? Can that even happen? Can they ignore this away? The fact that Obama is getting sued and accused of serious stuff? Wire fraud, tax fraud, buying reviews. I don't know if the buying reviews thing is illegal. I don't think so. But it also just shows how desperate this guy is. It's like he will buy bots. He will pay for followers. All of it is a facade. It's all fake. Like, even what he's doing now. He's doing a dead podcast now. Basically spending money to do it. All because he wants the facade of really being a somebody. The dude had to downgrade from LA to Texas. No one will hang out with him. But he still has dreams. Because he's going to sell the dream to everyone around him. This dude claims he quit stand-up comedy to be more time with his family.
Sorry to go on too much detail. I've talked about religious, geographical, the economic elements, particularly useful in discussing the laws. One of the most fascinating analyses of the early Hasidic movement was written by a scholar named Zeno, who before I was born, his name is Abramson Rule of History. You all remember what is the Abramson Rule of History? Coming to my lecture, something you should know, right? If you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money, right? That's the Abramson Rule of History. All of you out there in the internet, please remember Abramson Rule of History is money. It's usually about money. So that's or a fascinating analysis of the economic origins of the Hasidic conflict. We must bear in mind that many of the town rabbis, particularly the less educated region of Ukraine, were actually appointed by the lords of the non-Jewish individual towns. People could actually buy the rabbis in a particular setting. You could say, hey, this is a business. I'm going to bribe the lord, and the Lord will give me the position of being the town rabbi, and then I can collect various taxes that are applied to kosher meat, to candles, and to all other things. And it was actually a business. It was a lot of discussion talking about whether or not you can inherit a business like this. So, as you might imagine, a lot of the rabbis at the end of the 17th century, they were not necessarily the most caring, passionate, pastoral counselors that you would expect from the rabbis of the period. And the reality is that many simple Jews were not motivated to go to their rabbis and certainly didn't feel that they were going to offer them any spiritual uplift, nothing inspiration. And so the rabbinate was to a period of very decline. Along comes this Hasidic movement, to which both Hillel and the Baal Shem Tov were participants, and in which they were participants. And suddenly, instead of going to the town rabbi, boring services that start exactly on time, but there's no schnapps, there's no chevra, there's no friendship, there's no singing, things like that. There's no a charismatic, non-official rabbi who just has a private prayer group in his house typically, or in a house rented by a more wealthy member, and you can sit and have a glass of lamashka with the Rebbe, discuss Torah concepts, and sing, and sort of feel like part of the community. And these alternate services eventually became so strong that they were supplanting traditional services. And when certain innovations came in place, like Hasidic slaughter of animals, for example, then people began to say, why should I go buy traditional slaughter meat, which has to do with a big controversy over one way and not even sharper. Why should I go buy my meat from this rabbi who is a good enough to make up my candles? I'm going to go to the Hasidic Rebbe, who I happen to like a lot, who I think likes me. And I'm going to buy his shrita, his slaughtering that he does, and he'll get the benefit of it economically. All of a sudden, this poses a great economic threat to the status quo, which was, according to Professor Dienor, major element of backlash against Hasidic that came from. Enough said for today. The last thing that we have to say about the Baal Shem is, so let's go to Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. Can I get a translation of that term, Baal Shem Tov? Master of the good name. What exactly does that mean? Why do you call him the Baal Shem Tov? Master of the good name. Shem is, of course, God. Baal Shem is someone who knows how to manipulate the name of God for various Kabbalistic meanings. Baal Shem Tov, does the word Tov good? Does that modify Shem, which means God, master of good God, or does it modify Baal, master? This is the good Baal Shem, as opposed to the regular Baal Shem. And in fact, Rabbi Rothschild and others would argue that the Baal Shem Tov was so named that it stood in direct contrast to all the other Baal Shems who were not nearly so tough, not nearly so good, were in fact somewhat unscrupulous. So that's what we're going to explore here. Who were these Baal Shems? What did they do? So, Hillel is a great example. This is the best example we have. Again, 760-page manuscript. Tell Shem from the inside. Very much open to lots of fascinating literary criticism, which Dr. does so masterfully. What he describes in this book is, for example, his extensive medical training. He was not a doctor, didn't go to any of the great universities like Padua or elsewhere in West Europe, but he did apprentice under many Jewish doctors, And he lists his apprenticeship pedigree with great pride. He's talking about this doctor stopped playing at golf, this doctor, that doctor, all of this late 17th century medicine from lots of doctors, Jewish doctors. His Talmudic training, however, is evidently evident by its absence. It appears that he did not have significant Talmudic training. He is called by the name rabbi, which is not necessarily a difficult term to acquire, or title to acquire in those days. But he claims no great facility with the Talmud. He studied at no yeshiva for any length of time. He does not feel that that's in any way status as a Baal Shem or the skills that that offer. Discuss exactly what this is. What he does discuss as significant is alongside his medical training, extensive Kabbalistic training. He is very well-known Kabbalist of the early 17th century, early 18th century, talking about how he was personally apprenticed to this Kabbalist or that Kabbalist, and learned all of their secrets, which he then employs in his activities. What are exactly his activities? What does he do for a living? Well, he travels from town to town and performs various services. What kind of services? Almost all of them, as you probably guessed from the fact that his background is medical, almost all of them deal with various ailments. Mutual balance of Western science and traditional Kabbalah in approaching these various ailments. He also treats all kinds of social maladies too. People who want to get a shidduch, they want to get a marriage partner, or they are having difficulty parnasa, having difficulty making money. They'll go to people like Hillel, and they will ask him for various treatments that will deal with their social ills as well. The kinds of treatments that he dispenses are typically amulets. In fact, the term Baal Shem is synonymous with the term amulet maker. And he will produce these handwritten amulets, very often using symbols like the Star of David, which is not especially old at this point, but as we discussed in the David Gad lecture, it's popular because of its symbolism and its parallelism. Often inscribed with the names of angels, perhaps a little strengthening of Sabbatean ideology, which you see into a lot of theurgic Kabbalists. By the way, theurgic Kabbalah, theurgic means practical, actually affecting something. As opposed to theoretical Kabbalah, which is like discussing the nature of the soul, the unfolding of creation and things like that. Theurgic Kabbalah is how to make things happen, how to make this person love me, how to make this person give me their business, and things like that. And he's going around and creating these amulets, which are consumed widely throughout history. And in case you're thinking this sounds so bizarre, it's not at all. I think we've done a little more work with images. But amulets tend to be very popular even in the 20th century, 21st century. Jewish go to any Jewish bookstore and you'll easily find, like by these little laminated things that have names of angels, maybe verses from Psalms that are good for childbirth or for health or for parnasa, for shidduchim. All that goodness, all the same things that we did before for centuries. And we still find people sometimes they're kind of like an identifier of Jewish status, like the the Hamsa with the blue colors, very much associated with avoidance and evil eye. And I'm not sure about this, but I believe the widespread phenomenon is very popular with my people wearing a mezuzah, wearing a little metal cylinder that has the name of God inside it, which is like just off the wall totally, luckily. Something that you can't do with it. Nevertheless, it was like, if you're Jewish, you wear a mezuzah in 1970. So that's what people did. That's all within the same category of these amulets that Bali Shem were making, was something that goes back thousands of years literally in Jewish culture. A lot of discussion of it, even in the Talmud and in the Mishnah, whether or not amulets work, what kinds of amulets work, and so on. So that's basically what he's doing. But he describes in particular one story that is especially instructive, where he performs an exorcism at the village of Moscow. Exorcism in Judaism, although that's a very Catholic term, nevertheless, exorcism has a authority in Jewish thought. There is this idea that other spirits, other consciousnesses may enter a person, either in a positive sense, which is called, if I remember correctly, an extra soul, another soul that can take over a person, like the spirit of Rabbi Akiva can take over a person. And then the negative one is so-called dibuk. Dibuk, which means someone sticks to a person. And there's lots of interesting Jewish anthropological stories about how people are created. Let's discuss the specific one that's described in this story. So Hillel talks about how there was this one woman in the village of Ostrov who was experiencing a whole host of maladies, and she had gone to many doctors, and the Hillel authorities were very worried about her status as well, and they only with great reluctance called upon Hillel, who was traveling through the region at the time, to please treat this woman. The fact that the communal authorities were hesitant to employ his services, I think, says a lot about the way in which Bali Shem may have been approached by the establishment. But nevertheless, with some persuasion, he was eventually brought in to treatment. He described how the diagnosis of the situation was there was a crime that was committed in the community several years prior, and the person was not properly buried as a result, and so that person had a restless spirit, did not want to go on field, resided in a tree, which is typically where these spirits live. Palm trees are a big favorite, that's in Florida. And at any rate, the woman, this woman, the patient, fell asleep under that tree, and the dibuk entered through her right eye and took over her body and gave her various manifestations. Hillel was called in, and Hillel initiates a dialogue with the dibuk, with additional spirit. The dibuk not only goes on, this is the woman speaking, right? This is like speaking in tongues kind of thing, like the dibuk speaking to the women. The dibuk goes on to describe not only the crime that was originally committed many years earlier that gave the dibuk his restless spirit and so on, but also goes on to list a whole pile of dirty laundry about all of the elders in town. By the way, you shouldn't believe what this person did. And it was like a whole national choir of Lashon Hara fest with the dibuk saying all these embarrassing things about the people down. So what ended up happening is the dibuk could not leave, and Hillel was unsuccessful in actually the dibuk, he was fell on the refusal of the town council to own up to prior sins. But despite this failure, he was nevertheless evicted from the community as he was wandering to other communications as well. I imagine he would not be especially popular with this kind of approach to his audiences. What is fascinating is that Dybbuk, nevertheless, is self-reported. Hillel is writing about his own experience. We have no way of knowing what actually happened in that room. But Dybbuk underlines the expertise of Hillel, talks about how, while nobody else can get me to talk except for you, Hillel, you really are a Baal Shem of extraordinary proportions. And even though I'm not leaving this woman, I have a lot of terrible things to say about Hillel. I do have to say a lot of so the fascinating kind of story you get with the field is what's going on in the environment. Now, what is not going on, let me show you a couple of slides here. This is the Baal Shem Tov shul, buried the Baal Shem Tov, not Hillel. The Baal Shem Tov at the same time that Hillel is concentrating in Europe without much success. The Baal Shem Tov significantly established as a legitimate, again, these are essentially the rebels. These are the individuals who are challenging the Hillel is not having success, but the Baal Shem Tov is getting an establishment position. Not only does he get this wonderful building like education, we also know from the magnificent research of Moshe Rothschild, who once again in the collapse of was able to access a lot of archives that he didn't disclose, and found the tax records of the Baal Shem Tov, which is an absolutely amazing thing. He actually found the W-2s of the Baal Shem Tov. This is one document here, you can hold this down, and here it says Baal Shem. Baal Shem Tov. Polish is referred to as a doctor, common for rabbi. And what Moshe Rothschild has absolutely definitively shown in his work in the rest of the Baal Shem Tov, the historical Baal Shem Tov, he was a real person who made significant, he was a real authority. Maybe it's kind of like a countercultural figure, but he actually treated the establishment with a respectable salary, with a home in the welfare part of town, with lots of associates. And by the way, many of the stories that are told about the Baal Shem Tov in the various collections published by the students have characters which Moshe Rothschild actually chased down and found them living in the same neighborhood as the Baal Shem Tov. So there's a huge contrast between Hillel wandering from place to place performing these exorcisms and getting kicked out of town, Baal Shem Tov who's actually making measurable economic success with much of the same message. Why?
The county's chief executive officer said even though the board of supervisors made budget cuts ahead of the new fiscal year, more will be needed. They present a serious threat.
So, what is going on with this? We talked a little bit about the fact that it's not so bizarre that Jews have always had a relationship to what, if you were anthropologists, you might call magic. Attempt to change the world to supernatural is not something foreign to Israel at all. There's a number of stories in Talmud and earlier Midrash texts that will certainly also have what some scholars would call shamanism. The term actually makes bothers me a little bit witch doctrine. But you know what? Some of this stuff is kind of witch doctrine. So I think we understand it, step back anthropological perspective, that it does have, or I should say Jewish culture, does have a place in society for
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu maintains their no widespread famine. California's dairy farmers are finally getting some relief after months
oil,
burning.
hot
Over
water,
$230 million in federal aid has gone to
back
California dairy farms in
of
part by
respect.
Since last August, the virus has affected over 70% of the state's cities, nearly 360
talk about
payments
your
US
school
Federal
and your
Emergency
problem.
Program, averaging $645,000 each. Funds come
Without
from
being
milk
a lot
production, drugs, and infected livestock. Most of the
a
payments
rabbi,
so far are tied to outbreaks that have been
there nevertheless is from a sociological perspective a very old tradition of having such people within the world. The Lithuanian response to this, as you might expect, is one of extreme skepticism, which is not necessarily borne out by literature. Vilna Gaon, for example, was a renowned published, was at the same time the pinnacle of the Lithuanian system. Nevertheless, he was very, very diverse in literature, and he has quite a bit to say about the efficacy of amulets, and he has a kind of skepticism about any particular amulet maker. But the concept of an amulet is certainly not foreign or strange. So this whole enterprise of creating amulets, of treating mental illnesses as spirit possession, things like that, is something that we see much more in the early century. And it's possible that this contributes to the conflict that's happening. Freedom are devalued and seen as superstitious, and seen as very credulous, whereas Lithuanians are very rational, very well dressed. But this kind of like difference in popular culture. Back to Hillel. What was the book called? By the way, the book is called Synchronization. That's what he titled this book. Patient Desire, and it's there are several books actually written to this particular title, Synchronization. At one point he claims that he was not the author, at least of the third-party content that the courts was actually the book of Solomon, but in other places he himself are clear what most likely it's material that he learned from his public. It has, by the way, a tremendous amount of Islamicism as well. It's fascinating that when he describes some of the various spells that all various maladies, there's a lot of borrowing from shamanistic activities around. But why did he write this great book in esoteric knowledge? Why is he sharing? Why is also autobiographical? So, Dr. Petrovsky Stern opines very that essentially this book, Hillel rather desperate attempt to become a job. But this book is kind of like a curriculum in which Hillel demonstrates his bona fides, talks about his past, about his training, and then goes and says, look at these great athletes. Right down here, just for you. Looking at his peregrinations, Dr. Stern opines that Hillel wanted to get permanent position, like the Baal Shem Tov, as a resident Kabbalist. Wanted to be able to minister physical and spiritual needs, not in the context of a traditional rabbi, but he was trying to show that he was quite employable. Look at this amazing exercise by Austria, for example, where even the Dibbas went on and on about how great Baal Shem was. And that this is actually a 760-page job application. Fascinating theory. I think it's quite interesting. What's fascinating about it as well, I'm very interested in the transition from manuscripts of Christian culture. Now remember, we're talking about 1730 now. Printing has been around for almost 2 centuries. Jews for sure have been publishing in the late 15th century. And the manuscript is really losing totally published materials. Show tremendous value in this kind of information that can only be shared in very small numbers. One copy of this book in the entire world, and it's not replaced like a single gem. Wrote it as a one-time, one-off document that perhaps self-serving, but nevertheless not intended to regard popular consumption. It provides at great length those imitation Kabbalistic manuals, of which there were about half a dozen of writing essentially the same kind of thing that Hillel was writing. How to cure depression. This amulet is how to get a better pronunciation. That amulet is quite a cool circulating at the time. It goes on and on. There's no good. You can't rely on them. Only rely on my one. It's obviously a losing battle. It says, I think, a lot about what's happening in our own time with the popularization of the internet. That has changed so many of the ways that we balance information. I have a lot that I think are really interesting that I'm curious to look at my lecture on. There's a lot happening today that is fascinating because of the so much. At any rate, here he is. He's just the losing side of the entire zeitgeist. He is using religiously because the world is really not that interested in change. Well, it is not going to give
and they have extended the flight to the California coast
really making
from the Oregon border to the Pacific border. So far, no reports of any damage.
more reliable way this is going to be edged out by medical records. And of course, he has no real and the very media that he chooses to represent is an immense is definitely. But let's look at one last thing here. Why didn't Hillel? And remember, the Baal Shem Tov is also doing a lot of the same kinds of things. Baal Shem Tov is also involved in spiritual. Why is the Baal Shem Tov here? And Hillel, says fascinating. First of all, he says, maybe we should call Hillel the master of the evil Baal Shem Tov. Why? Because in 760 pages, you can't say much at all about the value of redemption. You can't say much at all about the love of community and fellowship. Positive message that determines everything about Shem Tov, about how love of fellow Jews is so prominent in Baal Shem Tov, but not relevant at all in Hillel's. Hillel is all about, this person's sick, this is how you cure it, this person's depressed, how you cheer them up, this person. There's none of that redemptive message whatsoever. And whereas the Baal Shem Tov spends a lot of time dealing with God, Hillel's best reference comes from the Dibbum, comes from the other side. He thinks the Akra has it. So Dr. Mitzvah starts says maybe we should call him the master of the people. Well, he's putting on a sharper contrast, uplifting and positive message of the Baal Shem Tov, and as a result, you can see the group that respond by his ideas. And Hillel, who was clearly as expansive in his vision, much more narrowly focused on diagnosing with the U.S. government. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Please applaud so it sounds good on the internet. Thank you very much. Someone else.
Once again, clear of the closing doors, please. Tonight's demonstration marked the second night of the world protests. The diner and charging station opened less than a week ago. Organizers say they're outraged over CEO Elon Musk's involvement with the Trump administration.
Back that he would come and pull his company out here, take it to Texas, and
the next stop is Avenue J.
Let's go straight to today's topic. Today's topic is absolutely fascinating. I spent way too much time reading about this, and I have no idea how this lecture is going to go. I'm pretty sure that there is nobody else on the entire internet who has given a lecture on this person, Sarah, the wife of Chuck Dyson. I'm pretty sure this is the first, perhaps the last lecture ever given on the internet about this person. But I think it's such a fascinating discussion. There is actually a book which we'll discuss later that has been written on and the messianic of Chuck Dyson and later figure Jacob Frank. And I think there's a lot of really useful stuff that we can derive from this brief but very eventful life. And I'm hoping that you'll agree with me. This is a fascinating topic. Let's break to the So first we have to background because this is about a woman who is known primarily as the spouse of someone else who doesn't have any specific claim to fame on her own, although she does have a rather checkered and racy past. But she's primarily known through her husband, the infamous Shabtai Tzvi. Let's just spend a little bit of time talking about who this man was, and then we'll discuss Sarah, his wife. Shabtai Tzvi here, this is actually believed to be a rather accurate reproduction of his physiognomy. An actual witness who met Shabtai Tzvi was responsible in creating this piece of art. Not Jewish, as you can see. There's Hebrew writing in the background here, clearly by someone who's Hebrew literate. But we have lots of descriptions of his faith that in particular, he's known for having an exceptionally round beard in every hair of his beard. Not trimmed, but just naturally desirous ovoid shape. That's probably what he wanted. Who was this individual? He was born in Smyrna, Izmir, in 1626. By all accounts, a brilliant individual, tremendous Torah scholar, who knew a phenomenal amount of both written and oral Torah. By the age of 12, he had outgrown all of his teachers, no longer having a teacher. And at a very young age, he was Kabbalah. In particular, two sources that we're going to see later. He was known to be a very beautiful individual with a lovely voice, and he was very charming. Many marriages were proposed to him in his youth. He was actually married 3 times. That's only kept him He was actually married to a sacred poet. Another we'll talk about later. Unfortunately, he probably suffered from what we would call today bipolar personality disorder. In earlier scholarship, it was referred to as manic depressive. He had incredibly powerful mood swings that would sometimes be incredibly elated, phenomenal orator, very charismatic. Many people, as he would speak on Torah topics for hours at a time, and then at other times plunged into the depths of despair. So he would alternate between these periods of tremendous elation and very public, very charismatic, very gregarious. We call these periods illuminations from when he was literally inspired by the Spirit of God. At some points, he claimed that during these illuminations, people, for example, levitate, perform various magical acts, and so on. Obviously, tremendously unstable. And other times, he would sink to the lowest depths of despair, full of self-loathing and hard on himself. Through a rather interesting series of events, near-death experience, he slowly began to imbue himself with a rather exaggerated sense of grandeur, a full-fledged religion that was exacerbated when he ran into this individual, Nathan of Gaza, who became his prophet. He would sort of like in a John the Baptist style form of preaching, travel around Europe discussing Shabbatite schools and his tremendous potential, and ultimately, of course, as I'm sure you're aware, he revealed him as the Messiah, the Mashiach, long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews that would come to collect Jews from all over Europe, the world, in fact, bring them to the land of Israel, where they would reinstitute a temporal Jewish authority, end the world poverty, and really everything would be wonderful after the arrival of Mashiach. The popularity of Shabbatite speaking is a matter of some scholarly debate, but there is no question that the announcement that the Mashiach had come in 1665 totally electrified the Jewish world. There were numerous examples of population of Jews literally selling all of their worldly belongings, their homes, and so on, and packing up and leaving to Constantinople. To be there when Shabbatites presented themselves to the Ottoman Turks, led by Seir, who at that time ruled Israel, and then came to claim Jerusalem the final apocalypse of as you would imagine, the movement ended very badly, and he ended up, the Shabbatites, he ended up converting to Islam. And the vast majority of Jewish followers abandoned, adapted, rejected, returned to their homes, humiliated, abject, depressed, and it had very long-term consequences for the development of heterodoxy. A small number of his followers chose to remain with him, continuing to believe that his conversion to Islam was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic drama. They constituted a Judeo-Muslim sect called the Jinnah, who exist up to the present day in parts of Syria. Here's a prayer book that at the height of his nation shows him seated with a crown on his feet above him, various angels, and here he is with representatives of the 12 tribes, discussing Torah, Buddhist discussion. So he maintained actually a significant underground following, not only of Jinnah, but also of Sabbatean Jews. That is, Jews primarily in Europe at this point, who believed that, this was somehow part of the plan. Shabbatites really was Mashiach. We're not exactly sure what it means, but we definitely close to him. And although they were shunned and really hunted down by the Jewish establishment, they nevertheless did not go completely underground, and right up to the 20th century, there, for example, was the South So it's a fascinating story in itself. I have given a full lecture on Shabbatite that is available on the web. I encourage you to review it if you'd like to see it. We will come back to the last part of the time shortly, but I want to give the overview of it before we sour. So, any arguments, questions, debate? That's a great question. What gave Natan that authority? I think it's a whole confluence of factors. The fact that Shabbatite was really a brilliant individual. We're not talking, most of the modern scholarship It's not that Ray Shoptaitsky is some kind of evil, diabolical person trying to distort Jewish values. He was mentally ill. He was a brilliant individual, deeply learned, journalistic was phenomenal, and his book became charismatic, conservative, and it was easy to see, or at least the question of what he goes to tsunami. We have many interesting stories of how figures much more prominent than Nachman of Gaza went for temporarily. One example, Taz, great Turi Zahab, very well regarded figure. This is one of the commentaries on he was interested enough to shop sites that he sent his son, check it out. Please go examine this guy. Let's see what's up. And the son came back. Came back, and then he gave a detailed report as you saw in Shop Sites report. And the story is that Taz was listening, and then finally at one point said, "Wait a second, what did you say?" Well, he was sitting on the Persian side of the How was he sitting? Well, cross-legged. Oh, that's it. How do you know? We have this. There is a halacha that a dignified person does not sit cross-legged. You wouldn't see the chief rabbi legalists cross-legged. Not sure. That's, I think, an interesting story. I have another cool story to tell. But the fact that he would take it seriously indicates that someone of the authority of the Taz investigated shows you the depth of the other story that I'd like to tell you. I think it involves a stifler guy, but I'm not sure. You know, in Jerusalem, they have this mental illness. It actually has a name called the Jerusalem Syndrome, where people go to Eretz Israel or go to Yerushalayim, it's a spiritual vortex. The air is fraught with religious energy. Not just Jews, Christians carrying life-size crosses, Japanese people with massive cameras, all kinds of things that want to do those things. And so regularly people, have these delusions that they want Jesus, David, Moses. It happens that so they have, I believe, Shari Tzedek, an actual wing for sufferers of these. The story goes, I'm not sure how true it is, but there was one guy in there who said he was a Jewish Mashiach. And he seemed perfectly stable anyway, very normal. Got along with everybody. Gave a shear in the cafeteria. For a while, so the doctor Shiloh's Mashiach. So when I think it was the disciple, they asked the question, is it possible that we have Mashiach? So he sent it back and says, I want the same kind of thing as the Taz said. I want a detailed report. He does the rest. So the doctor did this, he came back, and they gave a really detailed, like reading medical charts. This, this. And at one point, he said, and then he signed the release form, and the disciple said, wait, where did he get the pen? Thought, he said, well, it's the nursing station. He said, oh, that's not Mashiach. No way that Mashiach can steal even the ink from the pen. Anyway, so it really was. I mean, scholars do debate how deep it was. Actually, Shabbat there's no question that it was significant. Go on. Now, what do we know about Sarah? This is the only picture I could find of her, which really does look Jewish because here's Natalie Portman, Adame. See, and the hairstyle is shockingly similar, right? There's no Jewish actress. Anyways, so what do we know about Sarah? She has a mysterious background. It's fairly clear that she was orphaned in an early age. I'll show you the next slide. There are a lot of scandalous rumors about her before she married Rothschild. Some of them may be entirely true. Some of them may be simply salacious rumors that are circulated by enemies of Shabbat's region, especially after the word for Islam. There are many detractors of Shabbat. By the way, I should point out that Shabbat was one of the rare Jewish religious figures whose fame went beyond the boundaries of the Jewish church. Someone was well known for the Christian world. Well, they were very interested in, wait a second, how the Jewish Messiah is here. There's us, right? When it comes to the market sales, so they're very interested. There are a lot of Christian fans at the same time. Also relevant to discuss the scandalous rumors because one of the factors of Shabbat's messiahship was the high degree of reverse and accepted laws. Made a point, especially their census of theology, that since he was here as a Messiah, old prohibitions we now prohibit. Things that may have been prohibited would now be prohibited. Like abolishing fasting. Here, 9 to 11.
All right, well, good podcast. You spend all the time in the world with your family. And according to him, he doesn't make his money from the podcasting and from other stuff. All right. Well, completely. This didn't work out. Now you're being sued. We know you're the biggest piece of shit on earth, and everything that's being alleged against you is true. You're gonna lose the lawsuit. The IRS is probably gonna pick up on the filings from the discovery. You might get screwed legally. I doubt you'll end up in jail, but who knows? But probably I'm gonna have to pay a hefty fine. I mean, at first, this made sense. Rogan talked about fighting. He joined Brian Callen. They were doing a successful podcast. But then he went into stand-up. And the dude couldn't handle criticism. And then he started flipping out. And then within the span of 1 month, he sued me went after Bobby Lee and completely destroyed whatever was left of his career. The dude is melting down. This is a shame if it was happening to anyone else, but it's happening to Joe Campbell. And he deserves all of it. So now he's getting sued by this guy. He's probably going to end up getting sued by Mark Harley, Ryan. By the way, he got away from Bappa and his career immediately took off. Callen's probably looking at that too. Everybody who leaves this guy, their career does a lot better. I don't know what Sean is going to do. All I know is there's receipts for all of this, by the way. All of his stuff has been documented, and stuff's going to pop up from years ago that was said at the time that no one thought was going to affect things going forward, the lawsuit, but it will. Like these reviews. At the time, I bet people didn't know this was going to be brought up in the lawsuit, but even they knew, hey, this guy is paying us, essentially paying us to leave good reviews. I mean, giving them 50% off deals to leave a good review. And then we got the text messages. I wonder if the text messages about me ever leak. Oh, God, I bet you he calls me the N-word and all that. I mentioned that. Oh, what I would do to get a look at and gander at those text messages about me, about the guy he sued. That would truly be hilarious. I would sit there and popcorn going through all of them. No, he's just flipping out on me. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Let's get into it. My man Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire, is here with me in Austin, Texas. Long time coming, my man. I can't thank you enough for coming over. I don't have a lot of people to chat with fights about. Brian Callen, you know what he's talking about. So I need to bring somebody in who you just don't know UFC, but you got your hair to the ground, I do. You know what you're doing when it comes to YouTube. All this shit, you're kind of the mastermind of it. So before we get into UFC 317, it's International Fight Week, solid card, main events off the hook, but I like to call it the Real Housewives of the UFC. There's a lot of fun. We can kick it off with your boy, John Jones, is in the news, not for the right reasons. There's a lot of hearsay going out. Just give me your thoughts on John right now.
So, John Jones is one of those guys that, like, if you build a channel around drama, like, I feel tremendous gratitude to that guy. I would kiss his face because he does nothing but win. He does nothing but create drama that I can make videos on outside of the octagon. And this most recent one, it's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if you agree, but I would say it's nearly a certainty that the instant 180 where, oh yeah, the fight's done, and never mind, I'm retiring, and then the next day a criminal complaint comes out on this incident with the naked chick in the car. Is this what I'm looking at right here? Is this the uncensored?
Yes.
This is the uncensored.
Oh, because they used to cover her.
Because I'd only see it with her. And so I was wondering, if he's going to be rolling around with a naked chick in the car, what's that girl look
Has
like?
anyone found her Instagram? What level are we talking about here? And the thing, if you watch this video, the cop's like, who are you talking to? She goes, John Bones Jones.
John Bones Jones. If he never would have admitted it was him on the phone, honestly, you could kind of go with the defense. He's like, you think I'm banging this girl right here, dude? Yeah.
Aren't John still angry that Brian Callen is not on the podcast and is reduced to having to do his UFC stuff with Cork from Deep Space Nine, Messi on Fire? I love Jesse though. Did I just see him on the Young Turks? At this point, Jesse on Fire is doing Brendan Schaub a favor, and Schaub doesn't even realize it. But I like the little shots that he's taking at Callen because he's so pissed that Callen's not there. I need to talk UFC with someone who knows what they're talking about. Callen has no idea what they're talking about. It's like, dude, haven't you lost every UFC bet with Callen? Aren't all your MMA fight predictions wrong? And he doesn't realize that, but he is just so upset that Callen has completely blown him off. And Callen is still dropping content as he's quote-unquote on vacation. I wonder, though, just behind the scenes, what Callen is thinking about this lawsuit. The fact that Baba has been sued by his former business partner, the CEO of Pure Spectrum. And it's a whole thing too, because they were talking about it on Fighter and the Kids subreddit, that Rogan might even be a little pissed at Schaub, because Schaub met the Pure Spectrum guy through the CEO of Onnit, and Rogan's relationship with the Onnit guy, so Rogan in a way kind of set this all up, and then Schaub allegedly committed wire fraud, tax fraud, trying to ousting this man as the CEO of Pure Spectrum. My God, what did that look like? We're doing a hostile takeover, B. What are we doing here? What do you think? He probably had BGL trying to you dropped up some papers, BGL. Let's watch Wall Street a couple of times. Take over this company. Probably showed up in a CRX outside the offices. What an idiot, yeah. But he screwed that guy because I think that lawsuit for at least $1 million. How much money is Schaub going to be spending on lawsuits? Because he's still technically suing me. And he lost the lawsuit. The lawsuit. But he appealed it, of course, and this appeal is taking forever. And I was told that the second he loses the appeal, he's going to try and take it to the Supreme Court. I wonder if that's going to happen now, though, that he has to now allocate resources and more lawyers to deal with this lawsuit. I mean, Baba has a lot on his plate, and that's why he's so pissed. But is Callan honestly going to come back and deal with this? I mean, what's the speculation? Callan is no longer like a part owner, but he just gets like a $20,000 check to do the Fighter and the King. Pretty good cash. So Schaub is essentially just paying Callan $20,000 a month. Do you think some of Schaub's frustration is, yeah, I'm paying this dude, he's blowing off doing the podcast? That might be one of the things, but one of the dumbest things he did was actually move to Austin to follow Callan down there. Obviously, Schaub should have just stayed in LA and just did the Golden Hour podcast and then did the whole Zoom in thing with Callan. If that was the thing, I know he was afraid of losing Callan because he lost Theo, but as trash as the Golden Hour podcast is dead as the Fighter and the Kid podcast. So just once again, Schaub making the wrong decision. Whatever the right decision is, Brendan Schaub will do the opposite and make the wrong decision. But him just sitting here with Jesse on fire, he's so upset. Not realizing, like I said, Jesse on Fire at this point is doing Schaub a favor. Jesse on Fire is way bigger than Schaub. He gets way more views. And Schaub doesn't even realize that he's being thrown a freaking here. And probably because, you know, I mean, looking at Jesse up close, I mean, it must be horrifying. Just looking at, you know, at Jesse up close, it must be like, oof, this guy really can't be bigger than me on YouTube. But he is. He is. And Schaub just doesn't realize it, but he's just so angry that Callan is there. And then he had D'Elia roasting him about it. Everything. Schaub is just very, very upset. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
At this point,
You found out that perfect time for me, at least. Yeah, dude. Thank God for that, dude. Is it the War Report? Yeah, the War Report. Whatever we're calling it. So, yeah, terrible name, but whatever. I guess we call it the War Report. Is that the Dustin War hat on? Yeah. Which from? Jesse saw the hat, and then you thought, and yeah, stuck with that. Yeah, I was like, but there's so much conflict on the war. Okay, whatever. You know, fighting's on war, but whatever. In tribute to Dustin, we'll name it the War Report. So I did a show with Jesse on Thursday to break down International Fight Week. My thing is, I don't really have anybody. Never have, unless I do the fight campaign with Rogan. Because even Eddie's not privy to like current MMA, so I don't have anybody to verbally go back and forth. I'm not talking about arguing. I'm just talking about discussing the current culture of the UFC. So I've never had that. Brian, he's fun to talk fights with, but you know, I watch TikTok highlights. I'm like, yeah, I watched it. And, you know, he's just, it's not his thing. Don't know what I expect out of it, but it's fun to chat about fights with Brian. And he's right a lot of the time, surprisingly. But I don't have anybody somebody to actually who's balls deep in it, anything about. I've always wanted that. So my idea for a show was to try and find that. There's not a ton of people in Austin when it comes to that stuff. I have a lot of good buddies in space. People know, like, man, I'll fly to Austin, but it's just not realistic. Jesse on Fire is literally up the street. You know, he has his stuff on MMA, so yeah, it was fun. But here's what Jin's talking about. So we shoot that show. I come in Thursday, man, choose my day off. I come in Thursday, and we shoot this shit. One of the cords connected all the way in, and it just shut down the power. All the cameras and TVs. Literally, we're about an hour in. And when the cord came undone, I can see it, and we didn't get any of that. I didn't say it like that, but yeah, we tried. We tried to recover it. Yeah. I mean, how long have you been doing this? Over 10 years with me? You've never messed up. I know, that was the biggest. If you're like a new intern, I would have fired you on the spot. I know, I was so upset. You would have been right for it. But you know what? I got the text that time you made the team. Yeah, right at that moment. I said, oh, kid, dude, God works in mysterious ways. I'll redo the show. You could have called me like, hey man, your dog just died. I'm like, what? Tiger made the team though? I'll be good, baby. I'll be good. I'm fucking stoked, dude. Fucking stoked. Stoked, man. God, it is good. It is good, man. And July 4th, I love July 4th. Man, besides Christmas, probably my favorite holiday. But in California, I mean, there's people that get away with it, but the British fireworks, and unless you're smuggling your anus through Tijuana, you can't really get good fireworks. So I grew up in Denver where we had M80s, we had the big things that would flap in the air, we had the snakes, you know, those. We had all those. We had all those. And my kids only ever had the gay, the sparklers. That's all they've ever had. They're memorized by those. Tough word for me. They're mesmerized by those. They love them. Out here in Texas, though, driving around, it's like fireworks stand. Get them here. Dude, I just peep without the kids. Buddy, it's like old school days. I can't wait. And then our neighborhood, they do a block party. So each house is a theme. So one house has the bouncy castle. Another house has the slip and slide. One house has ice cream. One house has barbecue. I thought it was a little racial. They were like, yeah, you guys make Mexican food. Okay. All right. I'm just going to have to Mexican life. That makes sense. So I don't know what we're going to do. But yeah, I can't wait, man. It's going to be dope. What are you guys doing for the fall? Well, Jin's finally here. Jin's officially here. You can come over with us, Jin.
Well, see, I'm actually going back for just a little bit.
Okay, that's kind of sad. All right.
Just got here.
You just got here.
Oh, hold on. Dude, it's this week. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's this week, man. You're flying the 4th, dude? Nah, come to the crib, man. All right. Meet the neighborhood. Just good people, dude. Just quality people. Where you do, Case, back in North Korea?
Probably barbecue with the homies and the lady.
Yeah, some drinks and shit. That's cool, man. Maybe we'll golf, go rollerblades.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Life's good, man. A lot of lake life. People are like, it's because it's new lake life right now, but bitch, I live behind the lake. It's just, that's awesome. It's insane, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's so cool. I didn't, Denver has its fair share of outdoor activities, but the lake here is fucking dope, man. Boston got a turtle and shit. We're on the tube and stuff. It's so much fun. We're getting fishing, I mean fishing buddies.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Once everything's settled in,
Yeah, dude, it's great.
My favorite thing is doing like wakeboarding. Ever done wakeboarding?
I have wakeboard. It's great, especially on the lake. Your boy blew out his quad running sprints. Show these 9-year-olds that I still got it. So your boy's out for a little bit. Like I couldn't partake in the festivities yesterday. I can't explode right now. That stresses me out, but it's getting better. We'll figure it out. Yeah, can't wait for the 4th. We got new merch at Drive Fast All Gas for the 4th.
Brendan Job, obviously losing his mind. he's being sued. He can't even address that. So, first of all, he threatens to fire Chin, and then he begs Chin to come hang out with him at his house. Just try blowing him off. Just like, I gotta go hang out with my family. And then Sean like basically forced him, like, really? You're gonna hang out with your family? Come hang out with my family. Like, all right. I guess I'll go hang out with you and your family. So pathetic. Still kind of mad at Callan. The lake life, all the shamanism, he's happy. Tiger made a baseball. He's so trying to overcompensate with the whole life is great, life is good. I'm happy shit when it's like, dude, you are being sued for serious allegations. This dude is trying to play it off. And it truly is pathetic. It's sad, man. But the whole begging Chin to come hang out at his house. Wow. That's sad. One real friend that he had. Nobody likes him. I've been checking out his wife's Instagram stories. The only person Sean has to hang out with is his wife's brother. That's it. He's got no friends. They're all in LA. They're all stand-up comedians. They're all successful. They're all not sued for fire fraud and tax fraud. But this fraud is being fired. This is how he has to cope with it. Truly sad state of affairs with shops. They're pathetic. But let me know your thoughts.
Ooh, that curse of autumn, my right, Sean? So
here we are, buddy. You're back, pal. Guys, I want to thank you for. Well, I hear that a lot. Maybe my tan went away. I was in lots of different countries in Europe. A lot of tourism. And a lot of.
You went to the Jersey. So you were on a cruise?
I was on a cruise, Brennan. I was on a cruise with a family called the Explorer 2. Now, cruises are not my thing unless it's the Explorer, because there are 5 restaurants on that boat that are better than any restaurant I've ever eaten in. So you're going to pay for it, but you're going to eat better than anyway.
And one of those all-inclusive?
Yes, it is.
Whatever you want.
Even the coffee is the best I've ever had.
Oh, interesting.
And I'll say it again. And I'll say it again. The coffee is even better than anything.
That's good.
I know. And the pasta is the best I've ever had. And pizza.
So why get off the boat?
That's the
If it's
thing.
the best you've ever had, then you just
Well,
for a
that's
second, right?
the thing, because we go to Sardinia, we go to Florence, we eat at the restaurants nobody eats at, and I go, yeah, well, you know what? I'll take the boat.
Then what do you guys do on the boat? You just fucking play like shuffleboard and shit?
You eat, you walk
Hotel
around.
and water.
It's a hotel water, but it's docked in a place like Sardinia, or where you go swimming. You take a boat, you go swimming in beautiful water. Now, I'm a little too old to. It's about being with my family.
Sure.
Right?
You guys could do that anywhere. Do you have to go through all that? And could you guys?
Wait, so
Could you just go up the street?
you don't want to take a flight? You don't want to fly from Austin to JFK, then to Italy, and then to Barcelona. It's a lot of travel, Brett. I don't know if you know about
Just to be
jet
together.
lag
I don't
for a
get
3-year-old either. That can be a challenge. Yeah. And then your kid shits his pants or whatever it is.
That's what they do, man.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then what's good is when it's 100 degrees. I'm not complaining, but I am complaining. Go to places like Florence or Rome in the summertime. Please understand that you will be in a. You ever been in a parade? You ever walk in a parade? That's how many tourists are in the streets.
That's what you get, though.
That's what you get. So you're doing that. People talk about the food in Italy. You gotta remember that America's caught up with this. Like, you get at a good restaurant in Austin, and it's not like, what? This food in Italy is amazing. It's good. It's possible. Good.
You can find that here.
Okay.
How would you say that?
Yeah.
But this your old man had fun, right?
He had fun.
Did he know? It seems like a lot for him.
He's 85, so what he'll do is stay inside his cabin, read, do everything he does in Utah, but then have dinner with his whole family.
You do that anyway.
Probably.
Wasting everybody's time.
But
That's a lot of money.
But the kids love it. You know,
My
daughter's zipping around.
kids don't know if they're in fucking Italy or fucking Chuck E. Cheese. They don't give a fuck.
Oh, my 3-year-olds, but the teenagers.
Oh, gotcha.
They're all about it. And then, but we were just talking about this. You and I love Austin for 1,000 reasons. I'm doing shit. There's nothing that compares to the hang at the mothership. Or going to Archetype Boxing and hanging out with all those guys afterwards. Like, just the shit that you do. Being with my kids when I wake up. Right. Well, I travel enough.
I know. Good job. Yeah, it's a fun to beat you up. It's a hit like that.
July 5th, Bray Improv Cup scene.
Just one night was that? That's a
Saturday, right after it. Saturday. Yeah, 2 shows.
Dude, you were gone playing grab ass on the cruise when I was literally doing everything making money. But the Liver King.
My boy, the Liver King.
I got your take on it. It's kind of old news now. Yeah. It's the past week, but
my take on it is I never like seeing somebody go through whatever he's going through. I never want to. Yeah, my take on anytime I see a man who he obviously loves his family, loves his wife. I don't think he's a bad person. I think that
he's a bad guy.
No,
something broke.
Something broke. I think something happened where he got.
Someone argues too much liver.
Someone argued that you don't let Netflix just go willy-nilly with you. You know that there's this idea. I'm going to do a documentary.
Did he not have?
Nobody's going to do a documentary and show your good side.
Did he have any creative control over that shit? Did he only watch the whole doc?
You don't have to
make him look bad. You said you watch it all, right?
Yeah, it makes you look bad because they edit what they want. He was very honest about what he did as a young man. So he said, I worked at GNC. I figured out that I could get free product by taking receipts and pretending and then selling that. Then he sold drugs. He was a young guy, and he was trying to make money. I think his father never liked him or something. Ignored him. He was short. He went through a lot as a kid. And so what I see is a man who spent so much time trying to be loved. He fell into the trap of the public embrace, where the public will love you. And if you worship that false idol, they're going to tear you up as well.
Yeah, because the people that put you on the pedestal is just many people that don't want to take you down.
Well, I would have said to him
stop eating.
I would have said, Brian, get off the internet. Don't read any comments and take a minute, take a break. You lied about steroids. Okay, it's not like you and I didn't know. You and I were pretty forgiving about it.
I figured everybody.
Yeah, and also people who said they didn't know, like David Saltino or whatever his name is, who has his business with him. Like, what? I didn't know you're a doctor. Stop it.
That's a full shit.
Yeah, and it is what it is. But
the whole narrative.
I don't care. I also didn't care that he was doing steroids. I thought he was a really funny character. A lot of what he actually had to say
was actually his message was good.
Kind of positive.
Healthy.
And when he came on the show, he was such a sweetheart. He was just a sweet fucking guy. Somehow he decided Rogan was his problem, and was the reason everything went bad, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's
him not just taking accountability for something.
Yeah, that's where I think the break happened, where it was like, what are you doing? You don't want to fight Joe either. That's
it's never happened.
It's never happening, and if it did, see. The other thing about people who say, I go crazy, I'm mental, I'll fight it. Yeah, you do that. Go ahead.
The Liver King just sees red though, bro. You gotta take that into consideration.
Well, whenever I hear any guy who's never, ever done any training, just go and see what happens when a guy grabs you who's done this and speaks this language, and they put their hand over your mouth when you can't breathe.
But I've never heard a guy that's worth his salt say, I just see red.
All that stuff. So
that's a sign.
So Chef Dicey was up to here he is. Take off his cloak. It doesn't show up very well in this picture, but the caption reads that a whole bunch of hard biscuits fall out of his robe. That's the way that he used to practice a lot of fasting, and so they say he actually used to biscuits in his robe to assist. I don't think there's any reason to believe that's true, but that's evidently mindset and then he gets new Muslim clothes. Now he's going to be a good auditor. And Sarah also getting new Muslim clothes. for quite some time. As one of the new Muslim followers of Shabtai. Now, in those final years, we have some fascinating developments with her life. She actually has a son by him. They named him appropriately Ishmael. That name is not very well used among Jews. There was a very famous rabbi named Ishmael in Talmud, and Mordechai after Shabtai Tzvi's father. Later, in 1671, probably in one of these defensive stages, he grows disgusted at Sarah, repudiates her in a very profound and public way, rather than repudiates her. He speaks of getting rid of her as a leper getting rid of her. He divorces her, but shortly thereafter, she gives birth to her daughter. He considers remarries her. You see this kind of pattern common for Shabtai. She dies after 1674, leaving his destiny to age about the first one was 16.
I don't enjoy seeing a man like that go through that.
He seems like he's getting better though, right, Chad? How close do you think? I feel like he's.
Brian Callen returned to the Fighter and the Kid podcast, and Brendan Schaub already arguing with him, already upset, heated, passive aggressive, just so mad that he took off. Did you hear what that little comment? Schaub was stuck in there, you were off, and I was here doing everything, making all the money. That little comment. Just complaining, like, why are you going on vacation? Why this, that? Kind of half not believing you really was on vacation. Because the Shaw was upset that not only did Callen go on vacation, but like Callen wouldn't zoom in and like do a podcast that way. And at the same time, Callen was still dropping content on his YouTube channel and Instagram. And now Brendan Schaub is dealing with getting sued because he allegedly committed fraud, like he did because he did Brendan Schaub. But he's just upset, still mad. I mean, Rick's is finally back and Schaub is sitting there just pissed off, just angry as hell. I bet you, by the way, another reason why he's mad is because Callen just rolled in there, did this show. He rolled out. It's like a Schaub show. And Schaub's probably like, Callen, like chemistry is completely gone between the two. He's like, Callen, back when we used to do a podcast, we'd come, we'd hang out all day in the studio, we'll get dinner afterwards. Now Callen just shows up, takes his feet off, sits in the style, says, give money, and immediately leaves. You have to understand, Brendan Schaub's a lonely guy. He doesn't even know where Callen lives. You just want someone to hang out with. He's forcing Chin to come over his house on July 4th, even though Chin was like, I gotta go back to LA and see my family. Schaub was like, no, hang out with me. I have no friends. Truly sad and pathetic. Well, let me know your thoughts.
Nagging persistence of Sabbath like that.
They had a bunch, so I'm going to jack some of his, but for the first one, have you found any good restaurants out there yet?
Really good sushi.
Yeah, we should get sushi.
Make sure you have all the money. There's a place called Soto that flies their fish in from Japan. You can't be cheap. It's so expensive, but it was so good. I was like, I'd like another plate of that place.
Anything else? You're not a big barbecue guy, are you? Like brisket ribs?
So there's a place called Leroy and Lewis. It's the best barbecue I've ever had in my life by far. I sent that video. It's near the airport. It's so fucking good. I ate with 4 people, right? And all of us said at the same time almost, that's the best pulled pork I've ever had in my life.
I judge every place on brisket. They make it.
It's the best brisket I've ever had in my life. It's the best cornbread I've ever had in my life.
Interesting. This near the airport?
Yeah, I need you to go. I need you to go there.
No, there's too much good barbecue closer.
Well, it's like 20 minutes away from there. I don't know if that's, everything's 20 minutes away, right? See where Leroy and Lewis is from here.
Leroy and Lewis?
It's the best fucking barbecue.
I haven't had bad barbecue here, though.
Interstellar is supposed to be great. Have you eaten there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
Salt Lake, I'll go tomorrow. Leroy and Lewis.
I'm not going to show us the audience.
What's that?
Because I found this new mechanic that had modern diesel. I said, man, what's a good place to eat around here? And he took me to, that's 35 minutes.
Not bad.
Not terrible.
So good.
But I just went to this little hole in the wall called, I think it's Don's Barbecue. Best ribs I've ever had.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be good because there's 3 older black guys.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
And they're eating this. It's going to be fucking tasty.
Yeah.
Best potato salad. Best fucking ribs. They have a dry rub. With my teeth, I can't eat a lot of barbecue sauce. Buddy, I know it doesn't look like much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue yet today.
These are the spots that are always awesome.
That place was
It was
so
from 3 minutes from here.
Diner.
I had Mexican food. These 3 women, some of the best Mexican food I had from a food truck.
interesting.
It took 20 minutes from here.
Avenue J.
I've had good barbecue out there so far. I can eat brisket every fucking day, too. I can eat it right fucking day.
Yeah, there's something about good barbecue.
That's Big Don's right there.
Leroy and Lewis is so good, though.
Today's topic is David.
I pay attention to I'm baby about this, right?
I judge most places off of the barbecue sauce.
So with brisket, they also have a flat iron there, what they call it, and it's a leaner brisket.
No, fuck that. No, lean's for cuts. You eat the lean brisket? Motherfucker.
Hold on.
You eat lean brisket?
Hold on now. It's,
Holy shit.
no, wait.
You're officially... Fucking shit. Edit that shit. Celebrate. Drive a Tesla, and when you go to a barbecue place, you want lean brisket? You want the fat, dude.
I know, everybody says that, and I want lean.
It's so big. Oh my.
No, wait, let me explain.
I hate.
No, wait, let me explain.
Lean brisket is for such
I like the meat. I like the meat.
You know what? Can I get the lean? Hey, get the liberal, the lean. Hey, we got a liberal, get the lean.
No. Listen, please.
It's Texas on. We got like dicks and lean brisket.
I like a little
leans every minute.
It's a flat iron.
And they give you an upcharge of the lean. Because nobody orders it.
No,
It's
listen.
for gays.
No, it doesn't mean I'm gay, dude. It just means
you know what? It just lost all credibility.
No.
What's that place? I'll never go there.
Leroy and Lewis.
No, I'm out. I'm out.
No, listen. It's got blue cornbread.
No, I don't give a fuck. No, it's all over. No, you lost all credibility.
It'll catch it. It's got a burger that'll knock your dick in.
Anyway, go to barbecue, order a burger, also gay. Dude, you order a lean brisket, motherfucker.
It's a flat iron.
Judge a place off their fatty brisket and their fucking
it's a flat iron, and it's got some.
You keep saying flat iron.
Yeah, and it's a.
You say flat iron one more time, dude. Lean brisket, you fucking cock.
No.
Show up in your Tesla, you order lean brisket.
I do. I like a little lean.
Holy shit.
Yeah, sometimes when I go like this, when I eat brisket, I go like this. Oof, big fatty.
Oh, God.
I go, oof, you want my brisket? That's what I do.
Oh, man.
I go, do you have any smoked turkey breast? I'm not a real barbecue guy.
Opie's is good. It's close to here. Close to the crib. Opie's is great.
Yeah.
There's everywhere's fucking good, dude. If you're making barbecue in Texas, dude.
Well, Salt Lake's been there for But it's been there since 1800 or something.
Yeah.
The same thing.
How we balance some of
This man, Brendan Schaub, who's again, flipped out on Ryan Callen so hard that they edit the podcast because he called him the F word. Now, I do ultimately agree with Brendan Schaub's assessment of Ryan Callen's sexuality, but still, this man is dealing with the lawsuit against him. A lawsuit. And Ryan coming back, but he is flipping out. He can't handle it. He can't take the pressure. Because Because the whole time he's doing the podcast, he's just thinking in the back of his mind, he's like, if you barbecue and brisket in the back of his mind is just years. You're getting sued for wire fraud and for tax fraud. You're getting sued. They leaked your DMs. We call reviews for your stupid special. You'd be surprised. You're a fraud. Can't address it. And he's just literally out. This man. He's on the brink. Alex, you better watch yourself, dude. Don't tell this guy where you live. You might show up one day. I see like the scene from American Comedy. Next door neighbor showed up at Kevin Spacey's house. Like, Sean tries to kiss him. Cal was like, no. Shop, that dude did American. Yeah, I can see that happen. Oh my God,
whatever I say that is correct, either my fault or likely, or perhaps the hair's fault because I've relied on more
daddy. Buy a new car.
And I'm also grateful.
My God, he is not happy with Calvin flipping out. Then edit that out, by the way. He called Calvin, but I assume he meant over on Call of Duty for everybody. That's not a good podcast. He blurred out his mouth. Anyway, I know what he was going to say. I also love how in the middle of the day he starts putting that dip crap in his mouth. Yeah, that's what you need, more stuff in your mouth. You can't understand the words you're saying.
So,
dumbass.
This is primarily an intellectual biology.
But yeah, Chubb, not happy, flipping out on Cowan. Hilarious.
Family.
And yeah, man, let me know your thoughts.
Generally not important.
Chubb is
methodology of historians. Know that his father was a lender.
Okay, have you seen this? Can you guys answer this equation? So 2 plus 2 times 2.
Yeah,
that'd be 8.
Final 4 times 2 is 8. No.
2 plus 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. 4 times 2 is 8. Are we there? Yeah.
Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2. 4
times 2.
2 plus 2.
Is it 4? No, that'd be 4 times 4 is 16. Try it on your calculator right now on your phone and see what happens.
Is it 16?
Nope.
Wait, it says 16.
Child, all the way into his old age.
I'm messing up because it's 4 times 2, isn't it? Most people would agree with you, but 6. Yeah. Why is it 6? Because you have to do multiplication before you do addition or subtraction. Oh, so 2 times 2 is 4. Plus 2 is 6.
Oh, wow.
Interesting, yeah?
Yeah.
I totally forgot about this as well. It's just people just getting it wrong. Yeah, I mean, obviously, most people would just be like 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. So. The more you know, man. Yeah, you're welcome. This is horrible. What's up?
I'm just trying to do it with digits. I have 2. I put those together, I have now 4. And I double that would be 8. So I'm so confused.
A terrifying hot air balloon accident kills 8 people in Brazil. Yeah. Fuck those, man. That's the thing I wanted to bring up. Like, have you ever, either of you ever done a hot air balloon?
No, and I right now, when my child was born, my first baby was born, Stella. My wife and I were in Napa, and she said, let's take a hot air balloon ride. And I said, no, because we'll both die, and then nobody will raise our kids. It's not happening. So we'll never catch me in a hot air balloon.
They died from it crashing the ground, or did they die in the air?
I'll tell you what happened.
What'd you say?
It popped. It
catches fire? Oh, that would do it. So they burned to death.
And impacted. 8 survived, though, right?
Yeah. How many died? So 8 people. Oh, so 8 people have died in the hot air balloon. There were 21 people on board.
So we had 2
balloons in the city, blah, blah. 13 people,
That
including.
guy looks like he was in the
He doesn't.
He might be the survivor. Look at his face.
So 13 people, including the pilot, survived.
Yeah, I don't fuck with any of that, man.
That guy looks like he survived.
Yes. He looks
He
like he's so
did.
scared.
Look at his eyes. Let me see what he says. You can tell he just went through hell. Look at his eyes.
I don't think so.
He's not doing well.
The story itself has an interesting drama. Basically,
Yeah, it's crazy. That's terrible.
No, he's not the guy. He just has weird eyes. Now, yeah, I have no interest. I don't want to plummet for this guy.
This is Ilya Taporio's son. So cute.
So cute.
So they look just identical.
Yeah, Elias is to a winner. He's great.
Great dude.
Did you see it? The moment Brendan Shaw realized that his career was over because his producer Chin had the recommended section while they were looking up the video, podcast, cringes video, all the legal text and the lawsuit. And Brendan Shaw saw that too. Did you see his face? He realized, oh, it's over. And he's not going to address it, but we all know. You know, Chin watched that video. Hell, Chin watched it. PC was doing, you know, drops by the fighter to get subreddit, and he was making videos responding with the house tour video. But Shaw realized in that instant his career was over. But not just that, because we also have this. Live One hangs for sale sign. Renewing push to sell podcast one and Slackery. This was the whole Colin Thompson thing. Jim Cornette is suing, where they ripped off a bunch of podcasters. Brendan Shaw and Theo Bonnet, and then they came up with this thing. We're going to move forward, start a new company, and we'll pay you back. So they paid Shaw like a quarter of what they owed him. They gave him the rest in stock. And I think Brendan Shaw took that deal, Adam Carolla took the deal, some other people. Most people didn't take that deal, though. Like Theo Bond didn't, Jim Cornette didn't. But now that of course it is. Because it was all a scam. Shaw only gets like 2,000 views per video. So it's wrapping up here, people. It's about to be done very, very, very soon. I mean, with this happening, no, the only thing I'm shocked by is this didn't happen a lot sooner. What has it been, like a year? All this really went down. That stock, the second they went public with that stock, I don't know where it's at now, but it's probably out there the penny was. Like how the stock has worked, because I see both Wall Street. But all I know is that it's over for this dude. Did you see him as Chin was playing the video and he was looking at the screenshot was and he saw that podcast video? I'm being sued for fraud, for wire fraud, tax evasion, trying to oust the CEO from Pure Spectrum.
Was famous
What
Maharal.
is done to this thing? That's it shit.
Maharal is exactly
Yeah, this whole podcast.
Paul. He is also
I don't
like
think podcast networks
like David Camp.
And to be honest with you, they only made sense like when Gavin did it, and when Kumia first did it. Meaning, it was a place to gather for people who had essentially been kicked off of mainstream internet. So, like, you go to Gavin's thing, you would find atheism is unstoppable, and now Cooney is over there because they couldn't put their stuff on YouTube or any other platform where they could take it down. So that made sense, but just a podcast network, this, of course, that wasn't artificial. And if any podcast had like any salt to make it on their own, they would do it. Unless you got a company throwing you like $100 million. And that's a now, right, this deal with, I believe, is that this company said, we'll take care of all the production. They used Howie Mandel's studio, but they were paying like all the production. And then they would handle the ad for you, supposed to cut you a check. And then that new Colin Kaepernick didn't cut people checks. He was building a house. That's what happened. That's what kicked off the lawsuit. But about the side of the deal, kind of stabbing Theo Vaughn in the back. One of the main reasons, by the way, this never really gets talked about. But one of the main reasons why Theo Vaughn left the King of the Sting and never came back, it was when all this was going down, and they both initially got ripped off. So Theo was just like, I'm going to step away, and then never came back, and then Schaub signed the deal because he wanted to go buy a new truck or something. But the career is almost time to wrap up. But Schaub will continue. Baba. Let me know your thoughts.
This picture, though, you can see was all of hanging on to his left side there.
Back now. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for weighing in on the barbecue comments. I guess the guy from, was it Pose or whatever?
Pose?
No, what was that barbecue place where he said Karen?
The name of barbecue spot. All were like, dude, we don't want to carry anything. It's so gay. And I was like, yeah, dude, it's these California coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on us good Texans.
Yeah. He said,
The guy from Opie said, Callan is the type of guy that eats corn the long ways. Just like that.
People take their barbecue so fucking seriously.
That's just gay shit. But you can't help it. You know, like, you don't mean to be gay. It's just, you know when you see, like, a kid just, like, running, he has a little flare, you just think, oh, you're sure there's thing, dude. He doesn't need to, when he runs, to go like, yes.
I was at Salt Lake.
Like, I saw a kid score a touchdown, he goes, yes. And I went, that's cool. I don't discriminate, dude.
I went to...
a lot of dicks are headed his way as he gets older. You're 58 or whatever. It's just like, come on, bro, I'm good. They don't mean to. Like you were in your head going, man, people are gonna think I'm gay if I get Tesla or lean beef. It's just what you do.
I went to Salt Lake and they said, would you like? Now I got the bison ribs, delicious.
The bisons are nice.
And then I got
big, right?
I got the pulled pork, delicious.
Pulled pork rolls.
And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, of course, unsweet tea. And then no mac and cheese for me. I had a double serving of slaw.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it was delicious.
Because I don't really fuck with any salad. If I'm cheating, I'll go with that potato salad. It's a nice potato salad. That boy's Don's potato salad. Little hole in the wall. Dude, I like a nice potato salad. Slaw, overrated.
Good potato salad. It's so good. I love potato salad.
Dude, a nice cream corn.
Cream corn.
Dude, but the boys yesterday, I bought the boys because Casey's in town shooting content. Right up the road, dude. It's Joe's Smokehouse. It has a reggae theme, which I can't stand, but that's whatever. That's their thing. Dude, for definitely for a food truck, top 3 I've had so far. 6 minutes the street.
Is that right?
Thank you, Brandon. That was very delicious. Yeah, I mean, our morale went.
Oh, it did. Wait, how are you still Texas?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, sorry. It's just,
Who the hell are you talking to right now?
okay, that's all right. Because you live in California and you just come in.
Where am I right now?
Yeah, you're in Texas, right? Yeah, you kind of got in my face a little bit.
About the lean?
Just in general.
You said like, oh, I just had one of those. I'm like, I don't give a shit what you had.
What did he say?
He was like, oh, I just had one of those. I'm like, the fuck do I care?
Yeah, he kind of got in with it. And Casey might be short, but he's a lot to handle. He's feisty. He's an athletic kid, low to the ground, trying to move him around, couldn't do it.
He's feisty.
Yeah.
Dude, how about T? Clearly he's an LA kid. In our neighborhood, it's like Pleasantville. It's insane. And me and T are on the couch watching TV, T and Mousy, and three of his friends come up to we have it's a long walkway through the yard. He sees him and he's like, what the hell? He pops up, he's like, there's Africa. I'm like, all right. And T gets up, he's like, yo, what's going on? You okay? And everything. Yeah, man. You want to come ride your bike with us? And T's like, what? He's like, ride your bike. He's like, you want to ride your bike? And T looks at me, I'm like, go ride your bike. He has no clue. He's like, hey, Rabbi, he goes, when should I come back? I go, whenever you want. When the street lights turn on, dude. Right to your fucking feet hurt. That's what I did as a kid. Yo, amazing. Yo, Bubba.
Hey, you know what? Hey, we're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of? I mean, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
How close are we? Are we close?
Close. Why?
Are we friends, though?
Yeah. Like you're kind of around my neighborhood, if that's what you're referring
Like,
to.
if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right?
Yeah.
And we've been through some shit.
Yeah.
One like this to the world.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck with each other, huh?
Yeah.
I'd say this is a fucking marriage.
I know.
Can I get an invite to your house once? It's unbelievable.
You invited me.
Hey, you know
I've
what?
been there. It's lovely.
I haven't gotten
Thank you again for the invite.
who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten an invite to his house. He invited me, my wife, my kids.
You know, hey, yeah, it is big. It's like in my roots. It's like in my roots. You're welcome.
I live 19 minutes away.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Come when you want, but open the door. You just gotta drive up and buzz the gate.
Unbelievable.
We'll see if we can have the code.
That's actually shocking.
We'll buzz you in. Hey, I'll buzz you in.
I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old.
That's our kids are different ages. That's the problem.
So what?
You know, hey, I'll buzz you in.
So I don't even get I haven't seen your house.
Hey, come on.
You know what?
You know what? But you've been here longer than me. You've never invited me to your house, to be fair.
You have a standing invite, but getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things I do.
I'm gonna start going to the archives. I went to when you worked there, and then Daddy here blew out his quad.
You get a pass on it. Just 20 minutes away from you, so I get it.
But on Thursday, Fridays, tomorrow I can't. I got some stuff going on, but next week I can't. And the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy. Working.
Are you serious?
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. We're kicking, baby. I couldn't do this last week.
That's impressive. You heal rather rapidly.
That's because I'm on peptides, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm
on the
Wolverine.
And on the old testosterone.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah.
It's that BPC 157 and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. Your boy is in shape. I made myself today 244 with shoes on.
Oh my God.
You know what? There might be a Drake ab pick coming. There might be a Drake ab pick coming.
Is that right?
Yeah, dude, they're popping for the summer. I'm telling you, get ready. You ever seen that? Oh yeah.
I've never seen you with abs.
I know.
That's okay.
This is the leanest I've ever been.
So you're actually getting abs? Let's see Drake for a second.
No, go to this ab shot. So
that's impressive as shit.
You know what? It's not see you're old as fuck. Dude, you know what that is?
What?
He got lipo.
No, he did.
Yeah, he did. Everyone's roasting him uncontrollably.
That's
He got lipo and then posted a video of him jogging down the street, like putting in that work. Buddy! Well, ever been lean?
244. That's a big
shoes on, dude.
That's a big kid.
With shoes. Me on, you know me on 270. I like every bit of 260.
Carry 270.
244, buddy.
244. Those are good numbers right there. 6'4", 244. Those are good numbers. Quality numbers. I like those numbers.
And your boys in the pool every day. I'm tan.
It must be exhausting sitting at their desk having Brendan Child. So much happening. First 7-minute show in this clip. First and foremost, the you notice that Chen fixed his YouTube and put it in theater mode? Did you notice all the suggested videos at the side were no longer there? Because last time you had podcast cringes video exposing Brendan Child's repacked lawsuit pop up on the side. So that was it. They tried making a bit out of the fact that Callan just not associated hang out with Shaw. And Callan tried making a bit out of it. They kept doing this throughout the entire episode of Callan. Why can't I get invited to your house? The truth is, Callan refuses to hang out with Shaw, and Shaw doesn't even know where Callan lives. And then Callan is so, disconnected and done. I bet you what happened is, behind the scenes, Shaw invited him to his 4th of July thing that he's forcing Chin to do. Callan, I gotta stand up, Bubba. About Callan just trying to make a bit out of it, but my God, Shaw is being sick, and he won't address it. Now I get that his lawyer said don't do it, but we know ultimately this idiot is going to talk about it, probably by accident. That's just what Shaw does. He just goes. And he's going to say something stupid. You have to sign another affidavit. But the fact that Callan won't tell Shaw where he lives and just refuses to even hang out with him, Callan's just showing up. You're like, where's my 20 grand?
So here's a picture of
that's all Callan's doing, but I love the fact that Chip had to fix it. Do you think Shaw had a little talk with him? Or do you think Chin just did it on his own? And it was just never talked about. Like everyone knew, but it was never talked about. And Chin was just like, let's do this. You're removed from now on, so they can't see my signature. Oh my God, what a clown show. How pathetic. You got Shaw there. Oh, my house is like Pleasantville now. You lived in Calabasas, California. That wasn't like Pleasantville.
They seemed absolutely religion blind. There's a Jewish guy.
That doesn't even make sense. None of this makes any sense. Shaw is a joke. His own people don't even want to hang out with him. He looks like Joe Camel. But let me know your thoughts.
Like, as a man, there should be something where there should be some kind of law where you give a woman, you say, listen, okay, if this continues, I'm going to punch you in the face. Hey, so now that you know that, if you get punched in the face, it's your fault, right?
Probable cause.
But yeah, so
you know where it gets weird is, and your kids are almost at the age, but when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster. So an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl's physically bigger, stronger. When they start trying to bully the boys, I'm like, just fucking hit them. Just fucking sock them.
No. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Should we add that?
When I was in the 6th,
Nick fucking put the thing on. Nick ruined your story by playing the thing, and that's unforgivable.
He wanted it cut out.
All right. Oh, bro, that was. Wait, what was that? That was just. Fuck, I wanted to joke together, and I can't.
just think of it. Can I tell my story? When I'm in the 6th grade, there was a bully girl, you know.
They're the worst.
You know, and I was like, she hit me, you know, and I hit her back. The moment I hit her back, she turned, of course.
Yeah.
And then I was the villain. And I was like, and that's when I learned you don't hit Yeah, that's you know, it's because he was making a bully and shit. It's a good lesson for you. And you know what? And I was like,
but it's also a good lesson for her because if you never did that, she would have kept bullying you.
Maybe, but the thing was, it was funny how I'm talking instantly went from, you know, whatever to like, yeah. And I was like, and everybody was like, oh man, come on, remember what she was just saying? You know what I mean? Y'all
No problem.
I'm pointing like, T had a real problem. Nah, man. And I was like, oh no. I remember that lesson. I feel
T was in summer camp. There's this 12-year-old girl like Kevin Durant with tits, man. I was like, bud, you gotta hit her once, dude. And she you know, you just gotta do it once. She know fuck with you. He was so scared though.
I get it.
I wish when I was younger, my dad told me stuff like that. Because, not that he said don't fight, but there was never a...
You gotta stick up.
Yeah. There was never a... I mean, you know, he would tell me to stick up for myself, but it was words. Like, we were a funny family, you know what I mean? But, like, so... But, like, he was...
Knock your way out.
Oh, yeah. And I learned that real well, but, like... yeah, for sure. But, I wish there was a thing where he was like, this person's fucking with you and he's not stopping. You gotta stand up for yourself and hit him.
I tell my kids that every day, and then Tiger's always, he's different than Bossy. Tiger's always worries he's in trouble. I'm like, but I'll handle that. Don't you worry. I'll do it with the principal or the teacher. Don't worry about that. Like, he's in the summer camp now, and when the dads called me, he's like, yeah, I guess there was this kid bullying. I'm like, what the fuck? My son? He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So I picked Tiger up. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, yeah, there's this 12-year-old boy, and he bullied me, and this is his two friends. I go, hold on, stop. He bullied all three of you? He goes, yeah. I go, at the same time? He goes, yeah. I go, no. Wait. I told him, now I'm upset. There's three of you.
Right. I knew that. That's hilarious.
No one said, let's get this motherfucker. No one. You just all stood there and took him like bullied the three of you one by one. Some old shit, dog. He didn't eat that night.
Wow. Dude, Brandon feels like you should have taken charge. I'm going to go high, you go low.
Yeah. My son is, for some reason, obsessed with being a good boy. It's really adorable, but also heartbreaking because, like, you're like, you are, you know? Yeah, but he's like, he'll be like today, or last night, he was like, I don't need my sleep sack anymore, I'm a big boy. And I'm like, oh, no, you can use your sleep sack as a blanket. He was like, no, but I'm a big boy. And then, it's okay. He starts crying. I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? He's like, I just want to be a good boy. I want you to be, like, I'm like, where do I give you this thought?
If I saw Spider-Man, this is the Green Goblin fucking origin story.
Calvin's just on a surfboard. I'm a good boy.
It breaks your heart, though.
Nick, quickly. It's like, that's my fear. Anything you say, because you hear later, you hear these people talk about later in therapy, like, why are you like this? Well, it's because when I was young, my dad said something, and it's not even like you were being...
No, it's not your dad's fault.
Yeah.
It was a throwaway.
Yeah.
They fucking took it to heart. You got a tattoo on their fucking rib.
Exactly.
They're still young, man. They're so young.
I know. I don't know who they are yet. It's like, I
Parenting advice with Brendan Shaw. Punishing his own son for getting bullied and encouraging his son to get just goes into the character of Brendan Shaw. You have to understand. Brendan Shaw was a psycho, extra involved in his son's life. He's going to try and live vicariously through his son. That's why he's had his son's baseball game bothering him, getting thrown out of the baseball game. It's not just too loud, because when he talked about his son making the baseball team in Texas, it was never my son made the team. It was several hundred years So Sean is one of those guys. His career is over. It failed. It's done.
Start over again.
And he had to quit stand-up because he couldn't sell tickets. So now Kepler is just trying to do his son's life. But I mean, hopefully he doesn't encourage his son to do too much crazy stuff. I mean, the whole, of course, Sean got mad when he found out his son got bullied. He was like, fight back. I was a UFC fighter. I mean, I lost most of my fights.
Riding on a ship.
It just goes into the dichotomy. Once again, zooming in on the golden hour. I don't know why he just doesn't scalp That tells me though that's going to be happening in the very near future, especially with Cal.
Guys didn't like that.
I mean, punishing his own son for getting bullied.
Walking one way,
of course, that's just what Bobbage goes be, and that's just something Brendan Schaub does.
But
let me know your thoughts.
A great teaser that was uniquely Jewish that none of the other scholars can answer. Orcus got himself
Dude,
but once they had
so you're in Texas. You've been there a month now. Right?
Yeah, man. You're a Texan. Are you a Texan yet? What's the most Texas thing you do on a daily basis?
I've had barbecue damn near every day I've been there.
Wow, really? Where? In your house, or you go places? Or
hell no, I don't cook it. What the fuck? No, I don't cook it. No, there's a ton of barbecue. Like there's one, a really good one 5 minutes away, so I picked some up for me and the boys. If you guys were here, I would have hooked you up.
Over to Rogan's to get brown sugar or something like that. Like, hey, or yes, Joe.
He's like 15 minutes away from me. We're both on the lake. He's on a different lake. He's on like the rich lake. My lake's cool. He's on the rich lake.
Brian's on a swamp.
Dude, speaking of, who's this guy that is
Brian lives in Waco.
He's always fighting with Schultz, and then he's like always saying shit about Rogan, some liberal guy.
Oh God, man, I wouldn't. I don't know that.
It just can't sound right. Oh my God, what's his name? He's like a skinny guy. You know what? I'm gonna find it and send it to Nick. Sorry, but he's just some guy that's he's always going in with him and Schultz are always having some battle. And then he was like,
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, and I saw some post. He was talking about Rogan and JFK found. It was like, hey, Rogan. And he's saying some things that I wish I would see him say in front of him. That kind of shit. Oh my God!
No, that's the way the internet works, and he'll get views about Rogan.
Yeah, well, that's a new thing now. One of those super liberal. Oh man, I saw this girl, that girl.
That guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Never heard of him. I actually haven't.
I've never heard of that guy.
I've never heard of Jack
Schlossberg?
No.
Yeah, this guy.
What does he do?
He's just an influencer.
They posted that on your birthday. They posted that on your birthday. Isn't that your birthday? No, Martin.
Oh, that is my birthday. Thank you, Christopher. Dude, that guy looks like he's like Megamind. He has a big brain.
So what? So who is this guy though? What does he do? You don't know. He's just a guy with a podium. That's great. You can literally just be a guy with a podium right now.
Yes,
Yeah, he's probably in his living room, but he's got shorts on.
But the thing is, I always, oh my God, I just don't know if funny jokes. People, this guy is the epitome of, you know, typewriter. What is it? Typewriter warrior. You know, keyboard warrior. No, just how am I? No, remember typewriter?
There were stores. There were
Typewriter bandit. Am I right?
I did a typewriter in.
The only grandson of President John F. Kennedy. Oh wait, this changes things. Motherfuckers relate to JFK. Let's hear him out.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to make the shots. But
we're crashing a plane.
Mine isn't too soon. His was.
This dude might have something to say.
Yeah, but he was going in. But you should look on his Instagram.
I mean, look at him on the bottom picture right there. Hey, what about me? Hey, what about me?
He looks like what's that, Ben Schwartz?
Oh yeah.
He also wrote they
Yeah,
work
a little
with
bit.
astronomy.
Well, he's more a JFK style.
Yeah, version.
Not that
Just too
bendy or not,
Pleasant and
But also, but this guy, if he has a problem, hey bud, take it up with your fucking uncle RFK. He's the one who also co-signed those conspiracy. The fuck, take it up with the family, you little schmuck.
But his Instagram post is like him saying this stuff, and I just think to myself, I don't like it. You should do that. I don't like anyone. I don't like you should talk shit about somebody that can probably
That's the internet, though.
Yeah, but you're being so public about it, you know, it's so crazy.
But he knows nothing's gonna happen to him. He's a fucking Kennedy, dude.
yeah, nothing bad ever happens to Kennedy.
I get the assassination and the plane crashes. No, I get them saying like it's not like someone's gonna seek him out. You can't get to him.
Oh, I see.
Queen of England.
Yeah, you say that, but then there's
I wish you would have had other ones. It's so stupid.
bro, you're acting like I know the ones that happen, dude, and I know the four of them. There's four, okay? So don't talk to me like you know. Just do that with your voice. Oh yeah. Yeah, but then I can't be like Chris and come afterwards. Here we go. Get that one out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, because I hate it because you know it's dumb and it messes with the flow and you know it. Somebody does something, you want it to go, oops, not ding, 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 it's stupid.
No, I don't agree with that.
That went off.
Hey, it just says little baby Rex, an Airbnb owner showing everything behind after the stay in Miami. And then he put that.
Leah must be thinking, what am I doing? But once again, roasting Brendan Chop and me. But we got a little bit of during that. Did Chop say Brian lives in Waco, Texas?
that the world is
And
actually
Rogan lives 15 minutes from
a dual, right?
I think Karen. Everyone's 15 minutes away.
Zohar even goes on to say that
so did he finally find out where Callan lives in Waco, Texas?
when it's dark on one side, light on the
They're
other,
trying to get off.
and then put them
I don't know
all
anything
on
about
the
Texas.
there
Waco,
are
near
parts
Boston.
of the world that are all
By the
dark,
way, if that's the case, then Callan just completely lied to
that's
him.
all light,
Moved to a
which is a
different
pretty
city.
accurate statement.
I don't know, but I mean, yeah, Delia, I mean,
Now, when was
Montez, terrible.
many
Sean,
modern scholars would date Zohar,
Delia's got to be sitting there like, you know,
and there's a certain amount of controversy over how to understand
this side of the
But even if you use that approach of saying that Zohar was actually written, this is the 13th century, this is hundreds of years.
I was going to be the next big actor. I was going to be starring in movies.
And certainly if you take
That I forgot, or I didn't know that you could record Snapchat. And I'm next to Mr. Potato Head and Joe Campbell. This stinks. I mean, and he lost it too. He got all tatted up. Screw it.
that are
The fall
absolutely accurate, you know, at the time they were not.
that happened to.
So there's lots of
He's trying to ease himself back in. I mean, he's expanding more to
so
stand up.
Jewish work, so Jewish contribution,
He's still selling tickets.
primarily this work.
But I mean, he's just got to think to himself, what am I doing? Bob must be cutting every out. And I'm going to do a video a little bit later.
Fascinated with general.
I think I know where the money is coming from, by the way.
That this is something
Where Baba got his money to pay for all of this. But, I mean, Delia roasting shop, shopping dumb
world.
and I mean, Montez.
We are not.
I mean, he's not that bad.
Many other.
I mean, if you figure Delia's being funny, shops and idiots. Montez is sort of a monster of the day.
Right,
Not now, but
lists of things that happen, especially bad things that happen.
Stuff.
Very, very old books.
I know that's where Cheddar Bob is. That guy, God awful.
But we don't really engage.
Yeah, let me know your thoughts.
why they happen, trends, patterns, that's really not something that we did until the 90s. Not quite late compared to so,
just in time for summer.
title is a play on words.
No, but I got
the sleeves off.
I know. Oh yeah. Well, no, I won't. But I have a hat that I didn't wear. That's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still know that grips, we got it going on here. Chrisley.com.
Dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. And camo.
Hot summer.
Can't go wrong with camo.
No. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas.
They wear camo out here. Just it's a Texan tuxedo.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Camo, no concession.
Like out here, it's fashion. But in Texas, it's not fashion.
It's a way of life.
Right.
It's a way of life.
Brendan, how was the tryouts? How was
Tiger made the team, dude.
Tiger tryouts?
Dude, Tiger made the fucking team, number 2 team in the nation. Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. It was a 3-day tryout, and they're like, some people know right away, and then others will let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger tried out on Wednesday, balled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour. Chin, the cord came out, and we lost all the footage. All the footage. After an hour of fucking dropping hot fucking takes, dude. I come in here, work my ass off, dude. She goes, man, we're gonna have to do it again. I went, what? Oh my god. In my head, I'm like, I'm gonna fire it in Texas, even though he just moved here. We'll figure it out. But then I get text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Janet, you're lucky day, buddy. Nothing can mess this up. I was gonna fire you, but you're rehired.
Oh, wow. So that's good. So you're moved. Okay, well, you got that text at a good time. But also, wow, that's did Chin feel bad? Did he mope? I want to know.
He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude. Chin goes, dude, my track record. Come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time.
Yeah. And when did he say my track record right away, or did he wait? You got it.
I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Chin, you serious right now, dude? He goes, I know, I'm sorry. Dude, are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record.
Oh, see, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off, Jim. That is too soon to say that. Jin, give it an hour and a half, and then be like, yo, I really am sorry. I hope my track record speaks for itself. That would have been, I disagree. What?
I disagree. He's been around too long, and he's like, yo, chill. Right? He's like, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. With my track record, you're going to treat me like this? So you think it's okay for him to do that? Yeah.
Right. I think Eric's spot on, and also Chin knows me well. I fly off the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm not like a Sour Patch Kid. Wait, I'm sorry, baby.
Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never going to... That was the take. What was the take?
You get it.
Honestly, Eric, honestly, all 60 minutes.
It was a hot episode.
And it was, you were on fire, and all 60 was fucking fire.
Well, you know what?
Fucking Liver King.
You know what the worst part?
John Jones.
You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with, this is the real issue. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh, yeah. Doing it again is the thing.
No, and then while you're doing it,
passion's gone.
The
passion's gone.
But while you're doing it again, in your head, you're going like this.
It's gone.
I was missing points I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. I was like,
and in the middle of it, you just can't. You said a tape, you didn't say the same. You just look over at Chin.
Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so
the fans were expecting hot lava, and they got lukewarm.
But it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference. Because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching, and she's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's
things
good.
are podcast.
What do you call it?
He's in Texas. They don't. Women can't even vote in Texas, I think.
How you doing out of the kitchen? Am I right?
Okay, guys, I have an
It's a
announcement.
podcast, not a warm-up pie.
Yeah.
Here we go. So,
Yeah.
Can I tell you guys something?
Maybe they're not making podcasts. They're not making warm-up pies.
Oh, I get it now. I'm just not that sexist, you know?
Well,
But I have been sexist in my life. Go ahead.
all right, so this is what happened. So, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have put on a little bit of weight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to,
You don't say.
Okay, go ahead, Ray, go ahead.
You know what? You know what?
Hey, Chris.
No, I
I feel like as if you
no,
were here.
but even I gotta be honest, I haven't looked at Eric since 2015. So
Here we go. Anyway,
I have no idea.
anyways, so
Chris D'Elia calling out Brendan Schaub for threatening to fire Chick first and foremost. The producer, Nick Cheddarbaum looking guy. What was that? Warm apple pie.
The lateral triangle. Look at all of look at that symbol.
Why?
All the
God. You know that guy pays $3,700 a month in rent. Another rich kid, but he has zero talent. And why they allow a microphone in front of him for him to do the after call is beyond me. Back to Schaub's threatening shit. What mistake after 10 years, he was ready to get rid of Zephyr. Because, you know, during that, wasn't a live stream, it was the episode with the On Fire. You know, Schaub is dropping hot takes for 5,000 views. And come on, people. It was his goal. We talked about John Jones retiring early in the 80s. And delivered King.
So, see on the top,
Because Brian Callen wasn't there. Now, I would obviously be pissed too, but if Chip does that, like on accident, doesn't record, just go live. But Schaub's too afraid.
by the way, you went by
And he's too afraid to look at those comments or anything. And so they shot that whole thing, and he had to redo it with Jesse. I bet you Chin was probably drunk. Probably drunk. Rick knows.
So this
But was
star
it creative piss or something? Yeah. They made the video about that they found at the fighter to get subreddit. Their light freedom or something. I don't know, but I understand in order to do a show shop.
So that's basically a quick tour of the life and work of David Fascinating.
Okay, but Shop's still talking about it. Shop's still not happy about it, although Tiger made the T-ball. So, now, he rehired Chin. He was never technically fired him. Yeah, he's redacted. Truly sad. Truly pathetic. Truly one person.
I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really had a great time.
That was during Bob's only time in town wasn't there. So Chin,
live audience.
better watch it, especially after that scroll showing podcast cringes video. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I wanted to just take a moment to talk to you a little bit about a new thing that we're putting in place here. Since I've been here on the mic at DJ Canada School of College for about 6 months now, I've got a sense of the tremendous potential.
It's messed up a little bit.
Also, a sense of some of the challenges that we face. We
How
have
come they,
offended that you asked that.
Here's the other thing.
Here's the other fucking large families.
I'm tired because we ate a bunch of barbecue, and my little body can't handle that amount of salty, fatty meat. So I'm tired, and
fussy. All right, there, I said it.
And you didn't bring his hat today, which you thought he was going to enjoy, but then he regretted it afterwards. Just getting fussy about his head being frizzy.
Because it's hot in the field, and then shit's 70 degrees, and I'm running around like a fucking idiot, and my hair gets all frizzy, and my hair gets to my face, and then I eat a bunch of barbecue, and then I get sleepy, and I gotta make sure the wide is wide enough, it's wider than the Zoom. Guess what? Yeah.
I'll do this in solidarity case. I'll take my hat off.
Okay, that's what I do.
I know. I don't know that helps.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I guess things are turning around.
Maybe this will cheer you up too.
Okay.
It's Mark's birthday tomorrow.
I know that. My good friend.
It'll make it feel like camera.
I could do this.
And for his birthday, I just tried the new Selena Gomez Oreos, and I wanted everybody to try them. That was the only thing I said that I wanted for my burrito was Selena Gomez cookie.
So it's a flavor of the cookie. Does it taste like your skin? Like what's
that was part of the game. You guys are gonna get. That's why I'm gonna eat shit in case you can check out your shares right now.
Oh my god!
That'd be fucking sick if I pulled that off. I just thought of it. I'm gonna do that to him. Next time Casey's in Austin, get somebody. You just like coordinate with Brendan. Yeah,
That's not gonna happen. Don't coordinate with Brendan. It's not gonna happen. It will.
No, I'm just gonna fly down there.
You just told me earlier that's actually right. I didn't hear it before.
Right.
So now I heard it twice.
What are you guys gonna eat tonight?
That's the question of the hour,
We're in a sticky situation where like we wanted to get dinner excited for it, and then Brendan brought barbecue, so we gotta eat the barbecue. The barbecue is like still in our stomachs, like freaking like running around, mushing itself around. I kind of wanted like a little bit of an FPS, to get it.
Well, what we'll do, here's what I think. Feel free to,
Take laxatives and get a not a colonoscopy, colonic.
No, I was just gonna say, look, it's 4 o'clock here. If after we get home and we drink a bunch, we could do a later dinner. We'll just push back dinner.
Guys. Shut up. Listen to me for a second. You're gonna get some soup. You're gonna like it. You're gonna get some soup.
Fuck you.
You know, spicy soup sounds great to me, but
I know. I know you'd be down. I'm a soup big time. I knew Case would be.
I'm not drinking something for dinner. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, but there's stuff in it, and then you get I'm a big flex.
You don't like New England clam chowder, bro?
No, that's not. We're not talking. That's what they call East. That's Coast. That's a chowder. That's different.
It's not soup.
Well, it's a larger category, yeah, but we're talking like maybe like a little broth kind of deal, like a little pho or something.
Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. My Nashville hot chicken was coming from a place called Party Fowl. But fowl.
I can't do it. I can't. It's my job to watch podcasts, comment on it. This is the worst thing that has ever been uploaded. First and foremost, this guy, Cheddar Bob, Nick, he fucking stinks on ice. Is he autistic? I don't think he's autistic, because usually with autism, like, autistic people are mentally challenged, but they look normal. He looks fucking retarded, and I think he is retarded. So, yeah, there's that. They had audio problems, and they said they fixed it, but they really only fixed it in LA, and I got shit still messed up. The Texas end of it. Now I know how, like, this Nick dude makes his money. He still works for CO Mom. Because I was thinking, how the hell is this guy making a living with this? I know Shop is paying that much. Turns out Theo Vaughn is still paying him. So that's how this guy is making his money. But this was, I don't know, why upload this? What is, no, I mean, they need to take this down if they ever want to get a job on camera or be part of a podcast. Take down this episode because all this could do is lose any chance of that happening. They all suck. They're not interesting. They're not funny. They're terrible. I would literally rather listen to anybody else have a conversation. I'd rather listen to little old ladies talk than these dummies. Wow. That was so bad, I don't even know what the hell this video is about. Oh, wait, hold on. They were complaining about Shaw there. Back to mission. Guys bombed so hard they took me out of my zone. My God. So, apparently, Shaw was making these guys shoot a bunch of stuff, work a bunch of hours, force feeding them barbecue. They don't want to eat Shaw's barbecue. They don't want to hang out with him. But Shaw is forcing them to. Shaw doesn't have any friends. Talent won't hang out with him. So he's forcing these poor bastards, bringing in barbecue. His wife posted on Instagram, I'm in 3 out of 4 days, or 3 times a week. And I think she posted pictures of pulled pork because she has no idea what brisket looks like. But if you move to Texas, that doesn't mean you have to do the Texas stereotype every goddamn day. If I moved to Mexico, I would eat tacos every day. But Shaw, no, we get cowboy hats. We really love it. I really love Texas. My career's totally not over. And I totally didn't make the wrong decision. No, I love it here in Texas. I got no friends. I'm forcing my alcoholic producer to barbecue and hang at my house. But aside from that, everything is going great. The black guy, I would say the black guy on this After Hours podcast might be worse than Cheddar Bob, but he's not. Only for the fact of the black guy barely. So I think, here's the thing with the black guy. I think the black guy knows. So he smartly shuts up and hardly ever chimes in. Cheddar Bob over here, freaking MC Bob, always battling, saying nothing. He's terrible. Nobody likes him. His girlfriend cheats on him like that. Sucks. I don't even know why they uploaded it with the audio. Like, you guys suck to begin with. Why you would upload a podcast of you guys sucking and the audio was trash is beyond me. That was a hard listen. And I know a bunch of you in the comments are going to go, why would you make us listen to that? Because I suffer from my soup. How can I expect anything less from myself? Whatever. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Just saw this. The Running Man trailer came out today with that boring guy. What's his name? I heard he's the nicest guy, but of course he's
The Running Man again?
Yeah, but no, Edgar Wright's great, and Glenn Powell's great. But Glenn Powell's in it. Glenn Powell's he's milquetoast. You know what I mean? He's
Arnold's Running Man?
Yeah, but now it's Glenn Powell.
Maybe made
This is the third one.
Whatever it is, like a funny, cute guy now, right?
He's definitely good looking.
Yeah.
I mean,
That guy?
Yeah.
but no, this is an action movie. So it's not fun.
He's not good looking.
No, he is a good looking dude. Maybe not there, but he's good looking.
Not there.
He's charming and shit.
Yeah. That's his thing.
Yeah. So anyway,
This is like in Chris's lane. This is like Chris.
Oh, Chris likes basic looking girls and guys. Got it.
I said he's Melvin. The guy's regular, but he's handsome enough to be a movie star. It's like
That's
Tom Cruise. There you go. He's good looking enough. He's nobody's gonna be like, ew. This is what a movie star. That's what a movie star.
I look at him, I go, that's a guy.
Symmetrical as fuck.
He's symmetrical, and
His eyes are too close together.
all right, bro. Look, Nick, you can Photoshop him wider. Look, here's the thing. Nick, no. What? No. So he has a baby in this movie, and then it shows the wife, and she's black. Okay, and
I'm out.
now listen. That's rude. No. Now listen. It's I realized something in the shower after I saw this trailer. I'm watching it. I go, this smells so much. The fucking Running Man trailer is just black and so fucking stupid. And I'm like, why, man? Why people black people are together? That happens in real life. Yeah. And then I go like this. It doesn't piss me off in real life. I go, that's fucking interesting. I go, that's weird. and I go, but this is what
You'd suck yourself off.
This is what. And I go, I said, but this is why it pisses me off, because you know that in real life you fall in love with you're a white person, you fall in love with a Mexican, you're a Mexican, you fall in love with a black person, you're whatever, a white woman, you fall in love with an Asian man. Just joking. But you know what I mean? That happens. But the point is, when Hollywood does it, they're doing it and it's fair. They're doing it because they feel like it's virtue signaling. You know what I'm saying? Correct. So it doesn't. When I see a white person, black person together, I didn't register that, right? I'm not like mixed race couple. But when I see it, Running Man, I'm like, look what Hollywood's trying to fucking do.
Of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years, because
I understand.
Because before that, if there was nothing about it, and you saw that,
you wouldn't think that.
Like,
of course, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying to do, and that is way worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman and trans woman. Like that, it's like, oh wow, that's balls. That'd be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Bro, take my money.
I can't tell you
Hiding up in the closet.
But let me tell you a story though. So I was on the set of I'm Dying Up Here, and we were all sitting. All the actors were sitting around, and
that's weird. Actors never sit around and wait.
Melissa Leo, she's great. So we were just having a discussion about what's his name? What's the dude from he just died, Louis Anderson. Yeah, he played what's his name's mom. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So we're sitting around like, he won an Emmy, and then here's this woman, Melissa Leo, in her 50s, going, oh, so another role taken away from women in their 50s, as if there's a lot of work for them, played by a man. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
So
no, I get it. I mean, look, a comedy's a comedy, so you can't really. Comedies can do whatever they want, but
I just don't get why they make another Running Man. Because they did Arnold.
Why?
8 years ago, they did one with Colin Farrell and 8.
No. You're thinking of Total Recall.
But that was an Arnold remake.
Total Recall was.
Oh, it's fucking stupid.
Total Recall is one of my favorite movies. Total Recall, the remake, is so bad.
Well, that's what Brendan said.
I know. I'm agreeing. But dude, the way they redid it is so bad. Colin Farrell's great, but like, they took all of the tone out of that movie. That was the tone of
in the original, Sharon Stone. No way. Am I right?
I don't know why they're remaking Running Man. That wasn't even. This is my thing.
Why they're
no. What I'm saying is, I don't know why. That wasn't a great movie. I don't think that movie did. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That's when Arnold was kind of going down, I think.
No, I love that movie.
No, this was a big one.
They need Commando.
They will. They probably wait till Arnold dies. But they will.
They're not waiting now till he dies.
He'll be the Jim. He'll be the Predator. Yeah, he'll be the Predator. Arnold Schwarzenegger's the Predator. Yeah. It's fun. His show's kind of with the fucking bar. Oh, I didn't see it.
Come on, do it. Come on, do it.
Dreads. Yeah, Brandon does a good Arnold. It's good.
It's all I have. It's the only accent I have.
Yeah, but I just thought I was going to hit you out. It's a weird movie, and so yeah, I was busy watching. We were on episode 3 or 4 of Squid Game, the final season.
Oh, I'm out. I fell way off on that show.
Yeah, you know what? Look, it's the number
Everyone
one.
else did too.
It's the number 1 show on Netflix, but
Nah, that's what they tell you. How do you know?
It's Asians, man. But listen,
what I'm saying is nobody's talking about it.
same way why Yao Ming was the all-star.
Shab has to steal Chris D'Elia's bit and then ruin the podcast. Once again, 2 times in that clip, he ripped off D'Elia and just, took the energy out of everything. Montez there was like, but I actually have to agree with Montez Potato Head on something. The Running Man wasn't that good of a movie, to be honest with you. I was much more of a fan of Eraser. The Eraser, isn't that the one where Arnold jumped out of the plane? And did Top Gun Maverick rip off that line when Arnold landed in the junkyard? I was like, where am I? And it was like Earth. Eraser was way better than Running Man. But Shab, as usual, stealing just. I remember when Theo first blew up, and then Shab just copied Theo Von's hairstyle, and now he's on the podcast with D'Elia just stealing his bits right after D'Elia does it, and he's still zooming in, which is annoying. It's like, dude, Callan doesn't even want to do the podcast. Go back to LA and do the podcast with the people who seem to show up every day. And unlike Callan, I'm pretty sure Montez and D'Elia actually have like way more tour dates. So they're actually like traveling and doing stand-up. They can still make it if they do the podcast. Callan keeps blowing you off. He's got his feet up. He's not interested. You took your entire family to Texas just to follow him. Shab is always doing the wrong thing, making the wrong decision. This man is kryptonite. The success and talent. Truly is sad, truly is pathetic. And he just keeps ruining everyone else's bits in the golden hour. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But what I don't get is
You as a Magnum cup.
But what I don't get is it's like when you open the door for somebody and walk through. It feels like it's easier to say thanks than it is. It feels like it's actually harder to not say something. Like you're actively being. This is hard to do. You know what I'm saying?
Like it's easier to do.
No, but
they just leave all their shit there.
I understand that, but getting everything in there is a whole operation. Like
his people probably bring it. It's I understand. Go here, and he's like, fuck it, I'm out. Just what do they charge me?
I understand. I get that. I just insane. This is a fucking.
I can't stand it.
Really? Tell me why.
Because I don't like it's wasteful.
It's wasteful, but bro.
No. But this is a big. Even when I can't stand. You go out to dinner with people, and then they over order or something, and then they don't finish their food in a way that oh man, you're wasting. I can't stand waste like that. I just can't. So when I see this, I go, this is just like it's not going to be this wealthy for his whole life.
Facts, Eric. You know what it is? I look at he's just immature.
Yeah,
that's all. He's immature.
Dude, there's stories that Allen Iverson used to be like this. Like, he'd go on the road and he would never pack. He would just buy new clothes, just leave every city, you know?
Yep.
And now he's broke. But luckily, luckily he had this guy who took care of him, invested in some Reebok stuff, so he's gonna get this money. But I'm saying it's like this guy doesn't watch. They should be 30 for 30 for rappers.
Oh, that's good.
You know what I mean? Watch that.
You know what I mean?
It's called 50 for 50.
Yeah, because where's special ed right now?
Has anyone ever gone like this? I mean, with these exact words. Lil Baby is really talented. Has anyone ever said that like that? I bet. Right,
dude, I'm just saying.
You like, yo, he lit, he fire. Oh, he's fucking killing it. But has anyone? Nobody said that.
You know, because I'm old, right? I think that not even just that. Forget being old. Being a comic. When you're a comic and you grow up poor or whatever, unless you're like, you know, from a rich family like you,
dude, we got money when I was in my teens.
No, I was teasing. But what I'm saying is,
a better example.
But what I'm saying is, you learn how to be frugal because you understand how hard this process is and the value of money. That guy does not value money. He doesn't understand money. Like he's a kind of like
he got famous when he was a baby, a very low baby, to be honest.
If you give somebody, like if you ask somebody, if you give somebody $1 million,
I don't think he didn't grow up rich. I think he just feels entitled now. Like he's probably from the hood, came up with nothing.
That's my
now
whole
he
point.
just has all this shit, and he's just like taking it for granted. He's just immature as fuck.
That's my whole point. I don't think people understand the value, like what it costs to live, what it costs, and then the future. Like, you know what I mean? People go broke easy, like $1 million.
Yeah,
that's not a lot of money. Like
not nowadays.
I'm just being 100. I
mean, you could live off it.
Depending on your lifestyle. I used to like
Peoria.
Yeah, no, even still. But here's what happens to people
in North Hollywood. You
know what happens to people? Like it's like what's your rent, Nick? What's your rent, Kevin? All right, so you're $3,700. If you were given $1 million, would you move? Yeah. Okay, then you're fucked. And that's the thing. That's what happens to people. So what I'm saying, if I gave you $1 million and you stayed at that $3,700, you'd be living fat.
Yeah, you'd be dying in that place.
But what happens is, I know. But what happens is,
I still don't know.
Are you gonna get a better car? You're probably gonna get a better car, bro. You know, you're gonna be like, think about it. Your wife, your girl. Does she want to go to the good Pilates now?
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
That BBL.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, this is what happens. Your lifestyle changes, and this
lifestyle creep.
This lifestyle,
also known as lifestyle inflation, is a phenomenon where your spending increases, your income rises. Facts.
Yeah.
It's gradual and often unconscious. Dude, tendency to spend more on non-essential items and experiences like cool cars and trucks.
My wife in the mirror when we're there. Dude, hey, sweetie, we got that lifestyle creep.
Lifestyle creep, BLC.
Good name for the episode.
Lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's
why I got good Pilates.
No, but you get a better car, you get a better place. Yeah. You start eating it. You're going to Nobu 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens. What I'm saying is, what this guy's doing is 10 times beyond that.
He's the lifestyle jump. Yeah.
He ain't creeping.
Lifestyle jumping.
Yeah, and that's...
Bro, how much you think that Airbnb, that $14 million Airbnb for 30 days?
Lifestyle jumping. Yeah, you need to, we need to trademark that.
Lifestyle jumping.
Yeah.
Dude, I can
lifestyle jumping. That's your spread. Let's look at spread.
LifeRips.com camo out there on ChrisLay.com.
We should make
some homie hopper.
Lifestyle jump.
We should make some merch. Lifestyle jump. That's going. And on the picture, it's like you're in a shack. Then you jump and there's a mansion.
That guy, you're in the tub like Tupac with the gold chains all around him. You know that picture? I love that fucking picture, dude. I gotta get like that. I don't tub though. I'm tall. I'm tall drink of water. I'd be lanky outside the tub, but you have to
walk in there with another dude because gay as fuck, right? We've been over this.
Don't look at me with that. That's your guy. Did I look at you? I didn't look at you with this one.
Here's how you know that it's bullshit. Is Brendan said it's well documented.
Yeah. Anytime he says that.
Okay, Nick, look out.
Hey, stop document creeping.
No, Tupac was raised by his mother, dude. He didn't have a father in his life.
You never seen that part where he's like he's using his hands and stuff?
There is no credible
Evidence besides Brendan Schaub that the rumor speculation about his sexual episode girl serves his youth.
I love how D'Elia, that when he's called out for being a kid, what was his excuse there? We didn't get money till I was in my team. Yeah, whatever, but yeah, sure. But this goes into the whole Rogan sphere. I think I've noticed it. I think it's just the Rogan sphere. I think it's like mainly just the LA comics, but some New York comics as well. They're all just a bunch of rich kids. Now, if you think about it, though, if you know the philosophy that is put out there by many comics of, what's it take 10 years to get good and start making money at stand-up comedy? Who has 10 years to waste not making money doing something other than a rich kid? It's easy to spend all that time doing comedy when mommy and daddy are paying rent. I'll just say it like that. But, I mean, Cheddar Bob is paying $3,700 a month for rent. Another rich kid. Schaub's rich kid. Schaub's dad, the CEO of an internet company that was sold off in the 80s for hundreds of millions of dollars. Talent. Schaub brought up talent. Did he say his dad was the FBI? I think it was the CFR. Because it's really the NWO, right? But, yeah, I mean, Montez is probably a rich kid too. Anyway. But, I mean, a bunch of the LA guys, just rich kids. Charles, rich kid. Whitney Cummings, rich kid. I mean, her dad was an investment banker. Her sister doesn't work but owns a nice house, like, in LA. I mean, her, Segura, all of them. I mean, even dudes I like Mark Norman. I think Mark Norman's a rich kid. I mean, I don't think his parents were huge, like, billionaires or something, but Mark Norman, his family owned a mansion that they used as a bed and breakfast in New Orleans. A bunch of rich kids in the LA comedy scene. So, like, a lot of, like, you see Bob is spending, a lot of it he can just do. That's why he acts so ignorant with money, because at the end of the day, he's got money. So, I mean, you can spend irresponsibly, keep switching careers, because ultimately, when your dad has millions upon millions, that's just something you get to do. And they all hate it. They all try to deny it. I mean, look at D'Elia. Oh my, we didn't make any money until I was in my teens. Really, dude. The day you turn 13. It's like, oh, by the way, what's he counting as money? His dad may not have made his first, like, $50 million, but I'm pretty sure his dad is making hundreds of thousands. It's ridiculous. But let me know. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
He's a real deal. We got one. The issue is everyone's like, oh, he's an ex-Conner. There will never be another Conner. Drop all that. There will never be another Ronda. He's his own thing. His 3-fight run is better than anybody's ever to do it.
He's a classic. He's a very classy man.
But check out these analytics this is from ESPN MMA. So remember the knockout with Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, which is pretty much the best knockout I've ever seen in my life. Look at this analytics.
Bullshit. I'm calling it bullshit.
Yeah, you never know.
You're telling me Max Holloway knocked out Justin Gaethje, got 9 million views in 12 months, and Topure did 11 million in one day? Bullshit. Fuck no. That Max Holloway Justin Gaethje knockout is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viral.
I'm also skeptical about this. And by the way, Casey has called me out on this too. He's like, he thinks I'm the most skeptical person in the world.
Superior has more international.
But I also think people on the higher ups can do this. You know, they can.
Yeah, but the Superior has more.
But they might be saying ESPN posts.
Yeah. They're saying right there YouTube channel, so that's public. We could check that.
But even YouTube, you can buy views. I'm super.
Oh, I don't think they're buying views. I don't think they're doing that shit.
Well,
see, take a look at it. See,
because they'd have no reason to.
You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, but no, we don't need. Yeah,
it's higher. Chin's argument is even at higher, they bought the views. I don't think they're doing that.
I think
internationally, Topiary is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so there might be that. And then Charles Oliveira is beloved by Americans and Brazil
for 1 day versus 1 year.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
So I'm not saying it's 100%.
Oh, and also, what got more attention? UFC 300 or this random card?
But you know about mobile? If I remember, the Superior fight was also free.
Oh, was on a paper?
It was free. I didn't have to pay for it.
That's good illegal.
No, I didn't. I watched it on ESPN.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you, Brian. It was ESPN. It was UFC 317. They are not free.
I did pay for it, but I watched it at my house.
No, you illegally streamed it. No, I didn't.
I really did. I did.
Either way, that thing's not free for the public.
It wasn't free? All right.
No.
My wife just bought it.
Sure as fuck not. Fight nights are free.
I mean, was it free in a different country maybe or
No,
something?
I watched it on ESPN. We went to the main card.
I paid.
What do you mean?
You didn't watch it on ESPN? Maybe your wife ordered it from ESPN Plus and it was a pay.
So that was a pay.
It was a pay. I had to pay for it. Yeah.
But either way, this is the thing. Of course, it's a fucking major UFC pay-per-view. UFC 317. And again, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, UFC 300. That was massive.
Yeah, but I mean, remember, Superior's got this momentum. People want to.
He's incredibly famous right now, especially with the Spanish audience, right? Even like the huge soccer stars are friends with him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So they have that.
See, I'm not in disbelief that it's eventually get more views. My issue is saying that in 1 day it did more than this did in a year.
Hence,
something's going on there. But that can also skew numbers and do shit. But maybe Topiary is actually just so much more massive and relevant than Max Holloway.
It's definitely possible, but this seems crazy to me.
It could be internationally too. Topiary is like even the casuals know Topiary. Here, like Justin Gaethje, gotta be pretty hardcore. You know. So it's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuning into Justin Gaethje fights. So it could be that.
We can watch him now. I'll edit this out, obviously. But
Topiary has the exact same tattoos as Tom. This was the best. This boom, 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 then whap.
And then the fact that it's 1 second.
Oh my God.
1 second left.
That's the best knockout I've ever seen.
Sand.
I did send you screenshots, Chin, of the YouTube to your email. The Topiary one does have 12 million in the max.
No, I'm sure it does.
Like pointing to the fucking.
Wow.
So there you go. Yeah. 12 million views on UFC.
12 fucking million views in 3 days.
I'm bored.
9 million. That is just so shocking to me.
Wait. Go back. Well, and the only argument would be is the Max Holloway Justin Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was in the last second. This video's on, so this is 5 minutes long. Because remember, it happened in the first round.
People tune out.
It's 417. So
yeah,
I mean,
some clips go viral. There's
yeah, it's legit on analytics. I mean, because I know a lot of behind the scenes stuff now these days. That's why I'm kind of like. I don't know.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe Topier's that big of a fucking star internationally.
Yeah.
That's all that makes sense.
It's incredible if that's truly the case.
The UFC's love those analytics.
And it's not hating, just like they're skeptical.
It's not hating.
No.
Sean yelling at Callan. Callan is like completely checked out of the podcast. I find it hilarious. Chin was like, working behind the scenes. I've learned what it's like when they were talking about the UFC possibly buying views. Because you have to remember, that's one of the factors of why their podcast is dead and Brendan Schaub's career is dead. Is the number one reason is he's a terrible, god-awful person. But another reason is he bought a bunch of fake views, especially for that Gringo Poppy special, and that messed him up in the algorithm. So when you buy fake views, that's usually what happens. You get messed up in the algorithm. So that's one reason as to why his podcast is dead. But not the main reason. The audacity to talk about someone else buying ridiculous. But the fact that, he got all extra mad at Callan out of nowhere, Callan's just like, who cares? Red jacket, green jacket, who gives a shit? Callan's just so checked out though. He's just like, how many times do I get to miss, but I still get to collect my 20 grand a month for sitting here with this idiot? Why did he follow me to Texas? Callan's probably like, he didn't follow Theo. Why did he follow me? I'm just trying to go to Texas and perform at the Comedy Mothership. This Alf-looking Joe Camel ass followed me down. That's really sad. Callan's even been dropping more and more content on his own YouTube channel. None of it's really that good. But the fact that he's putting in way more effort on his end, not just with stand-up, but dropping his own content, he's checked out of this podcast completely. Callan is pretty much his devil Baba. But let me thought.
Monday, July 7th. It is a beautiful July 7th. It's Big J Shop's B-Day. It is? Yeah, it is, dude. How old is he? 44. 2 years older than me. 44. Wow. We're Irish twins. 8 years apart. But yeah, he's 44. What's popping, dudes? Happy birthday to Mr. J Shop. Shark Guys All Smile House. He's the best. He's the best. It finally stopped raining here in Austin. Dude, that was crazy. Never seen anything like it. I've been in some rainstorms in Denver. I was in one really bad when I was touring in Baltimore. I've never seen anything like the rain we've got for 4 or 5 days there, ever. And obviously there was the flooding. Just tragic at that Mystic bunker right there on the river. My first reaction was, I was like, what? Like, get them out of there. But it was like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., they had a 30-minute notice, and then it was just filled up like 27 feet. Just took over everything. So yeah, missing kiddos. I can't imagine. I don't want to kick the podcast off with this because it's so negative, but I can't imagine. Can't imagine, man. But the weather's been absolutely insane. It's good now. It's going to be good all week, but it's been crazy. Yeah, crazy. How was your July 4th, Jen? It was cool. Jen was supposed to come. So I haven't invited Brian, right? I want to keep the riffraff out of here. Jen was supposed to come to the block party that my neighborhood had, and then text me the day before and was like, hey, can I bring me? I feel so bad. Can I bring me and 5 friends? I was like, no, dude. No. Dude, that's kind of my, so just to give you a heads up, I know you're not going to be cool. I'm just your way of to make sure I say no. Yeah. I wanted to go, but I had no choice because people are visiting. People in town. I get it. No, I knew what was wrong. I was like, no, we know. Yeah, you know each other. Yeah, you know what's up, dude. It was all good. I'm telling you, man, best July 4th I've ever had. Really? Hands down, not even close. Nice. Yeah, it was fantastic. My kiddo's being born and raised in LA. Out there, there's droughts and shit and fire, so I get it. But with the fireworks, you can't. No fireworks stands. You can smuggle some in through your ass through Mexico, but for fireworks, I'm not doing all that for the kiddos. And out here, went to a fireworks stand literally like a mile from the house, and they had everything. And I was like, yeah, I got to put a performance on. I'm new to the neighborhood. He's like, I got you. And he just loaded up. And dude, I put on a fucking straight up Disneyland experience. Really. I mean, bam, 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 bam. So how do the cops, like, they don't care about it? No, they don't care out here. That's sweet. I mean, it was legit, dude. So legit. The next morning, I think clean up took for a hot second. It was so legit. To see my kids, again, I grew up doing that in Denver. There's the M80s, there's the freaking windy things, there's the snakes, there's all that stuff, the rolling candles. But my kids have never done any of that stuff. They've had some sparklers, you know, which are kind of lame. But to have them like close to it, obviously super dangerous. But have them super close to it, they were freaking out. Like we got home, and everyone, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, Joe, the boys, just sat down and a consensus that like, that's the best holiday we've ever had. Wow, like, yeah, that's our first holiday. It was insane. Awesome. And after, dude, I got a little awkward. It was also really cool. I was just like, oh, okay. Like I fire off all the like. There was like the big boys that you see at Disneyland that shoot it in the air. There's one that was 2 minutes long, 4 minutes long. I had two that were 3 minutes long. So for the finale, I lit two at the same time. And then as it stopped, everyone's cheering. And one of the neighbors are going, USA, USA. And then all the other neighbors will join. I think, you know, they were drinking. They're all, USA, USA. Oh, my God. Dog, we ain't in LA anymore. Holy shit. Turn around, one dude has a U.S. flag draped around his shoulders, like, USA. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, it was good. I don't know if it's that good. But yeah, it was fucking dope, man.
What'd you guys grab on?
One of the neighbors made brisket. He made pulled pork brisket and ribs and chicken. They made the, like, he freaking, like, what I almost say, roast barbecue the night before. Yeah. And we were in charge of chili. So wifey made her fancy chili. But yeah, it was just, and we just bounced, there was like 5 houses. We just bounced around all day, all night. The kids, we went in 5 different pools. We had a slip and slide. And the weather kind of put up with it, especially when during the fireworks. It was crazy, man. And then there's this dude called Mattress Mike. Dude, the Texas people definitely know. His name's Mattress Mike. He's so rich. He's a Scrooge McDuck of mattresses. And whenever the Houston Astros win, I want to say if they win in the World Series, that's his old ass day. He's so rich. Mattress Mike lost 13 million bets after Astros series loss. Yeah, but he gives out mattresses when they win. I think the World Series or maybe it's the playoffs. But he gives anybody that bought a mattress, he refunds them if they win. Holy, he does it every year. I could totally use that, man. Yeah, right? Yeah, you just bought a mattress. So you should have went to Mattress Mike. Mattress Mac. So this dude, his house is not far from it. And on the lake, it's right across from us, but he puts on like a straight up Disneyland fireworks show. Scrooge McDuck style. Not my shit. He hires like professionals in his timing, and it was wild. But Mattress Mac around this Lake Travis area is a straight legend. I hate the Astros, so hopefully he doesn't find that out. And my Dodgers, but whatever, swept them, no big deal. We had 18 to, I think, 1. That's cool. They're hot right now, it's whatever. Our pitching's hurt. We'll see what's up when I'm done pitching the playoffs. We'll see.
All right. Wait a minute. So Chin ditched Shaw, and he ditched that 4th of July party and just didn't go. What a loser. Nobody likes Shaw. Everyone hates him. Nobody wants to hang out with this loser. So, if you remember, Shaw pretty much was forcing Chin to go to his 4th of July party. Chin, when he first moved to Texas, was supposed to go hang out with Shaw. Didn't, blew him off. And then on the show, Shaw was like, "You want to come to my 4th of July party?" And Chin first was like, "I gotta fly home. I gotta go see family. My brother left his oven on. I gotta go turn it off." And then Shaw was like, "No, you know." So Chin like, all right, I'll come to your 4th of July party. Then the day before he calls and goes, I got like 20 people came to visit me. I don't know. I can't go, Papa. And then to see how sad Chop was. What a loser. Not one real friend to be had. He's just moved from LA to Austin. He's got no buddies, and his staff that he pays like nothing to. You can't force them to hang out with him. Calvin wants nothing to do with him. Right? I bet you he hasn't seen Rogan once since he moved down there. This is a sad state of affairs for Baba here. It's closing in all around him. This man is in a sad state, begging 50-year-old drunk Asian men to come hang out with him, and they were there like, kind of good. Don't want to hang out with you. I'm kind of a loser. Want your dad rubbing off on the job. Oh, wow. The chin really did end up ditching him and not going to that party. Of course he did. The chin wants to go to your stupid party. They want you to stand there and be an asshole. You have to deal with that enough at work. You can't do that. You're trying to have him hang out with you in his off time. That dude's like, yeah, I'm kind of all set with that. Job, you're a loser. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. But yeah, this one is too funny.
What's up, pal? Not much, buddy. I am back from Brea. Shout out to Brea. Shout out to... Yep, and very quickly, if you're in the Austin area at all, we're doing Act Off, finding the best and worst actor among the best comics in Austin at the Sunset Strip. Ryan Red Band's room. Come out this Wednesday.
What are they doing? They're going to act?
Yeah, they're going to improv to do, like improv prompt.
And you're just looking for people to fill in for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And
that'd be cool. How was your 4th, pal?
It was good, buddy. I was on a plane.
Flying on the floor.
I was flying the 4th.
Nothing worse.
No, it's not crowded though. Most people are not.
No, I know, but you're not doing anything for the 4th, but flying.
Landed, hung with my kids. Had a good dinner with my kids.
So you're still able to do something.
All good. And then fireworks are fireworks, and I don't LA though shit, but it's all good. Did you have good fireworks?
I had the best 4th of July memory.
What? Yeah. That's okay. Now hold on.
They did.
I love this because I buzzed your house, in a helicopter.
I know, I wasn't there.
And your house is looking good.
Yeah,
very much enjoyed your house from the.
I saw from the bird's eye.
It's looking. It's the kind of house where people go like this. They go. One day when I succeed, that's the house I want. Yeah. So congratulations on that.
Sir. Thank you.
Like it very much.
I did a block party for July 4th, buddy. It's like we're in Pleasantville. I'm waiting for all the foot to drop. Like, what's going on here? And so it was raining, so I figured we couldn't get fireworks, and the rain stopped. And one of the neighbors was like, "Man, you want to get some fireworks?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's go up there." We go up there. They have everything. Everything. Like when I was a kid, everything. And I go, "Dude, I want to put on like a Disneyland performance here. Say less." They bring out like 6 of these huge. One was called like the Trumper. Just all these huge fireworks. I get M80s for the kiddos. M80s. I got all the stuff I had as a kid.
We got to be careful with those.
Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, I put on a show. For the neighborhood. For the neighborhood. But I was telling Jim this. So I lied him for Team Bossy because they're from LA. We can't have fireworks. So, but they've never been around it like I was as a kid. They're freaking out, dude. The last one I did like a big hurrah where it's 2-3 minute big fireworks, so 6 minutes total. Disneyland's going right above us. Team Bossy freak out. It ends, then one starts clapping, and then the neighbors had a little bit to drink. One guy, I was like, oh man. One guy's just going, USA. And the other members are like, USA. And the kids are like, USA. I was like, this is not LA, is it? It's not. I turned around, one guy's wrapped in the American flag going, USA.
Did you see the poll they did where they polled Democrats and then they polled Republicans, and only 34% or 32% of Democrats are proud to be American, and 92% of Republicans are proud to be American. So interesting.
Yeah.
It's like just a different way of looking at the world. Yeah.
I tell you, there's not a lot around me though, dude.
Dude, how much fun is
And all the houses have different, like our thing, we had chili at our house. What do you have, chili and something else?
So people just come over and
it's just, your door's open, the kids go, they pick houses, so they, for like an hour and a half to one house, another house.
there's nothing better than that.
Crazy.
I may be your neighbor. My neighborhood's too quiet, bro.
No, quiet's good. And that's why, like, you see, like, Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon be like, they'll hate on Austin. It's because they don't have family. I can't imagine being there being single. I don't know what the downtown scene's like.
Well, you're also at an age where
it's like suburb.
Yes, that's so funny. Being single without kids now sounds like hell.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? When you're young, you're like, you're now.
But there's this young dude who's in the neighborhood. He moved in like 6 months ago. I think he's put his house for sale. He's like, it's too quiet, man. I'm like, well, you're around families, dude. Like, there's nothing. Yeah, things aren't popping.
When you're an adult with kids, all that you want is to hear your kids playing and laughing. When that's the case, there's nothing better.
If you're a single dude, and that's why Tim or Oh, 4, 3. Oh, well, no. You can't be random. It's a girl and a couple and their daughter, which is like 5 years old. I thought it would be good play pals.
A girl and a couple.
But Jim, no. But me and Brendan knew. I knew by him. The way he set it up was him being like,
I don't want to.
I just can't make it. No, it was like him being like, I know you invited me. This is my way out. Yeah. John invited me and 7 of my friends.
Because, I didn't want to leave them behind.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the advice. I wanted to let you know. I didn't want to bail on you. I told you that straight up.
Yeah, I get it. What did you do instead, Chip?
I bailed on them, and I stayed home. But then I went further shopping afterwards.
Oh, wow. Well, you even bailed on them?
But then I went to hang out with them after the day after for dinner and furniture.
So the 4th, you did nothing?
No. I stayed home.
Would you watch TV and drink? Jesus Christ.
It's all right.
Because it was storm.
It was storm.
Yeah, it was crazy. I've never seen harder rain. Never in my life.
It was billowing.
Yeah. I text you. I was like, Brian, how's Brea? This rain, man, won't stop.
75.
Boy, we need it. Am I right? Dude, I've never seen rain this hard.
Do you know what I realized about? I was in Los Angeles. I spent time in the South Bay, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa, and Venice.
It's great down there.
Amazing. And you know what I realized? When you're down there, you never sweat. You never sweat.
There's no humidity.
None. It was 75 and breezy, 74 and breezy. I was in a t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is why LA will always have people in it.
Always.
Hard argument.
That's why the homeless is crazy, because they're like, dude, the weather's great year-round.
Yeah.
We have benefits.
Did you see it? Did you see the moment Brendan Schaub realized that nobody likes him? So Chip completely bailed on Bob. So the story of this is Chip first moved to Texas. Schaub begged him to hang out with him at his house. Chip blew him off, and then Brendan Schaub invited Chin to his 4th of July party, and Chin tried getting out of it saying, I gotta fly back to LA. But then Schaub sort of forced him, and Chin was like, all right, I'll come to your 4th of July party. Then we found out from the Schaub show, Chin couldn't go to his 4th of July party because Chin had people fly in, and Chin was hanging out with them. Now we find out, and Schaub finds out, Kid didn't even hang out with those people. He just stayed home. So the excuse Chin used to bail on this dude, he didn't even do it. He just legitimately didn't want to hang out with Brenton Shaw. How does that even work? I bet you there wasn't even people. I bet you nobody flew in. Because, what do you say? I'm chilling with a girl, a couple, and their daughter, so they flew in just to see you, and you didn't even hang out with them. You just stayed at home by your. I bet you even that's not true. Chin's just coming up with excuses not to hang out with this loser. Chin's just like, dude, stop inviting me to your house. It's not happening. I'm not going. Catch the hint. The dude can't catch the hint. Like, Callan wants nothing to do with you. Chin wants nothing to do with you. Like, pick up what they're putting down, my guy. Nobody likes you, Sean. You're a terrible person. Your career is over. It's done. It's truly sad and pathetic. He realized that, though, when Chin was like, you see his face? He was just like, what? But I thought you couldn't come because you were hanging out with people. Because even Shab is trying to do a thing of, well, he brought people, so we couldn't come. Well, I bet you Shab was like, oh, bring your friends, bring everybody, just come hang out with me. And Chin was like, nah, I'm just going to hang out with them. They want to go sightseeing in Austin. And then he didn't even chill with them. Sad. Pathetic. Shab truly is pathetic. Callan's hanging out in LA. Like, why did you guys move to LA? I mean, move to Austin if you're just going to hang out in LA. You know why? Because Shab was probably begging Callan, come hang out with me. Callan's like, I got to go back to LA. You know that place we moved from? Well, I'm going back there. Just not to hang out with you. Let me know your thoughts on it.
Came in, your truck got stained with a sticker. You could think of nothing else. So you had a guy in here who's an expert in wraps and not giving it away. I heard what it's going to cost to just put on a white ribbon. I was like, that's nice. But at the same time, and that is that we must rely almost exclusively on internal Jewish sources to analyze the rights.
Yeah, I put a record flag in my truck
a series
drive the kids around the neighborhood.
challenges,
Nothing's so
even
fucking
basic
big.
things such as what was Rabbi Rothschild, who were his intellectual forebears, things like that, can present challenges, and many people in the
classic Hollywood
university
world,
world,
like anytime somebody's selling you. I remember we have a business manager at Hollywood, right? And they would say, so we're going to charge you 6%, all good, of your salary, and you're like, what? And then you like look at it, and you're like, like you're making real money, a lot of money, you know, 60 grand, 100 grand, whatever it is. Just
on the other hand,
hey, this is expensive, they go like this, they go, yeah, but guess what? You're actually saving 50 grand. You're not spending it because we're writing it off. It's a write-off. You're like, but I'm still, well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, save my money, not my guys. Yeah, I got a great.
Consider that there are tens of thousands of people who are cited on the top 3, it's kind of like in the top 10 LinkedIn, which of course,
I just bought a mattress. I don't know how much have you paid for your mattresses.
try to.
I don't know. We buy. You don't spend too much because we'll get. My wife got some mattresses that weren't that expensive. Casper and those kind of mattresses, and what else?
$3,000 for like
a tops.
I spent $3,300.
Yeah, his name is Nehorai, which is
one of those that move and shit. No, but apparently there's like a cooling that happens there. You know,
they get you. They get you with all that horseshit.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's because we're at
We got a mattress from IKEA. That's unbelievable. We got an IKEA mattress. That's fucking. Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody sleeps in it because that's the best thing I've had. Because it's one of those memory foam.
I use those Casper memory foam. It's $1,000, Jim. It's good for your back.
Tops. Put this on the internet. Many people were watching. think that, mattresses you can spend up to $10,000. There's the Rick Van Winkle. I can't remember. It's like it was some crazy.
Let's jump ahead one slide for a second.
You can spend up to $10,000.
This is like really Judaism 101.
Yeah.
This is
How much you sleep? You sleep a lot?
I tried that. I would strongly
I like how honest you are. Never bullshit. I appreciate it. You wake up, you don't sleep well.
You go to bed at what time?
It's such a
I try to go by 10.
evocative,
You're bad, so
film
I'll wake up
that will
with you
change your life. You'll never be able
To pee.
Exodus
To pee
again
or
the same way. I can tell you,
Yeah, you
don't
can't
mind
stop
if I
out
cover
there.
out this out of the
I
internet
must.
version. But I grew up in a
Yeah,
very
really,
small
you do.
town in northern Ontario.
If anything, I should be able to breathe better.
I was the only
Do
Jewish
you think
child in
you'll
town.
take your health seriously or are you going to die?
It's 10 o'clock.
I'm going to take my
And,
health seriously.
1 year,
I want to go to
when I
waste
was
well.
8 years old,
No. It's not ways. We're talking about
They can help you
practicing some self-restriction.
Just alcohol.
Waste
oil, they found
Exercise, alcohol.
No, if they take me and I'll put waste oil, I tell you, it's the junkie right there.
That's why strongly Charlton Heston.
You can't. It's like my friend said, he had so much energy. I was like, well, from what I don't smoke, are you going to quit smoking? He goes, no. I was like, well, then
Never read the Bible again after seeing it. Anyway, this is because
yeah,
the core of traditional Jewish theology is the concept that there are not one but two Torahs, the written Torah and the oral Torah. And you can ask any child in the first, second, third grade primary school getting a Jewish education, they will confirm this. The written Torah is what we refer to as the first 5 books of Moses. The Chumash, which is an abbreviation to be better, the 5/5 of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. And these are considered in traditional Jewish theology to have been given verbatim by God to Moses, not just the 10 Commandments, which shown here in this iconic picture, but the entire text of the 5 books of Moses.
Well, we talked about this last
Did you hear about what he was arrested for?
And a certain
So I was telling him, he would have been heading somebody up, and he would use him as a punching bag.
Torah.
The people at the Fighter and the Kids Celebrated pointed out that
separates
Brian
Judaism quite radically from its daughter religions, Christianity and of course Islam, is called the oral Torah, the Torah about that. This is a body of information which, according to the traditional theology, was given to Moses simultaneously with the written Torah. And these were teachings that were handed down orally from Rebbe to Talmud, teacher to student, for hundreds, thousands of years. Ultimately, they were also codified in writing, and they would be categorized broadly into 3 types of texts that we have today. The first is the Mishnah, which is basically a compilation of Jewish law. What do we need more laws? Filled with laws. That's not entirely the case, because the Torah, the written Torah, only records laws in very skeletal, often fragmentary form. You need to have an elucidation to clarify what exactly the Torah is saying. I'll give you one simple example. On the holiday of Sukkot, the practice is that Jews come to temple, or come to synagogue with 4 species of fruit. I hope I'm not speaking too low. They all look highly intelligent and very slightly bored at this point, so I'll speak very fast. But it says you should bring, the palm frond and the myrtle and the willow and a nice fruit. Technically, the fruit of a nice tree, so me, I happen to like pineapples. But if I were to show up in synagogue holding a pineapple on Sukkot, I would be ridiculed and ostracized and be very embarrassed. Obviously, the correct fruit is Deathstroke. Thank you very much. The actual fruit, the citron. So you have no idea what is the right fruit just from the written Torah, and you have to have the oral Torah to clarify something like that. And many other examples of things that need to be corrected or need to be amplified to be able to understand. Anyway, so the written Torah includes the Mishnah, which is basically all about Jewish law. It also includes the Midrash, not the Midrash. Whoever made this slide spelled this wrong. Midrash is kind of like a poetic take on verses in the Bible. explain them often with an alternate reading that's radically different and so on. And finally, the esoteric teachings, which are eventually recorded in the various mystical texts known as the Kabbalah. So the oral Torah is extremely crucial to Judaism, and it is the oral Torah which fundamentally separates us from later faiths, which depend also on the first five books of Moses. So to go back for a second here, the Tanakh were the experts who were learned in the oral tradition and recorded the Mishnah. Several generations actually of scholars who were responsible for the teachings codified in the Mishnah, basically from about the 2nd century before the Common Era to about the 3rd century of the Common Era, 500 odd years of teachings. Those are called Tanaim. And the Rabbi Meir is one of the most prominent of all the Tanaim. And his role was exceptionally crucial in making these texts available.
What are you going to do? You can't predict the fucking.
It probably would have swerved. Yeah, it probably would have swerved before he did actually.
Yeah, I doubt it. I didn't.
Yeah.
That was a quick theological review.
It is. Happy birthday, Jay Shop. I miss your brother. I love. I always feel like the world is going to answer your brother. Just that was just nothing. It could be the zombie apocalypse. It'll be like, hey, he's just smiling. Always smiling. Yeah, until he's not smiling. Yeah, I'm gonna be careful. That's why we need to train dogs. I want a dog who's independent and big, and he wants a dog that's super like in your grill all the time. My dog's a constantly like fucking girl, I can't shake this fucking grill. And his is like independent and big. I want a big dog. He's like, I love this dog. Like, this train, bro. Catherine has that fucking those Anatolian shepherds. Those dogs are not. They don't come in your house. They stay outside, and they are there to protect all your flocks. And they're an outdoor dog, and they're independent.
And I let Donnie out on the front lawn, and if he sees people walking by, I just sprint towards him, which you can't have. He's harmless. He'll bark. He does nothing.
Well, those German shepherds, if you get the right one, nothing better. But they're serious.
Oh, it's cool. They shed. Yeah. Like I saw one at the grill the other day, 95 pounds. Fucking big. Yeah, the big. The groom was going to squeeze their ass.
We have to empty that land. You smell those lands? It's a disaster. It's cool, baby. My son, he's 3. He missed King. He missed the tournament. He was great.
I think there's a very few
Imagine being that groomer, man. Multiple dogs just squeezing their anus.
Well, sometimes you got a dog who wants to bite the fuck out of you, too. You gotta be like, all right, take it easy.
Before
Fats. I had a badass pit bull, and he had to check for my dogs. He had a thorn in his paw. It was his whole
part of Rabbi Meir becomes extremely important in the aftermath of the failed rebellion, because the Roman backlash under the Emperor Hadrian was absolutely horrific. So-called Adriatic persecution among the Turks in the entire span of history, and they are memorialized very powerfully and pointedly, for example, in the liturgy.
So this just irritated me. This guy went up.
There's a passage known as Ela Estera, referring to the 10 martyrs of the state.
I never did. I have friends who did. He's such a good actor. Just one of those guys who's just highly intelligent.
Punitive period that the Romans imposed after the failed rebellion, including horrific punishments such as being flayed alive, such as being decapitated and having their heads rolled around with
you guys have
absolutely horrific punishments meted out to the leaders of the rabbinic establishment.
You
guys will say it. It's my friend from Retail. Owner of the Atlantic Touch. One of my favorite people, one of my best friends in the world. Knew him for 20 years. Had, I don't know, 1,000 dinners with him. And then just I find out on my way to Vegas. I don't know. I texted him a week before. I was like, I'm worried about it.
One of the many points
I watched his kids grow up. My kids playing with his kids.
Second lecture on the internet, just about the rebellion.
Yeah, you can see the girl took it hard, man. Still is.
Imagery, the rebuilding of the temple, which was promised under the
I fucking miss him so much.
I saw a girl again. I showed him that bread. Still want the bread. Shredded. Nobody more disappointing. Fuck yeah. Hilarious. Awesome.
One of the more fascinating
That's it.
Sort of.
We did it again.
Sort of a passing now. Is a recent discovery in the 1960s of the letters.
I apologize for it being a little bit of a, was it a downer podcast?
This is an amazing archaeological find that was discovered by the great
guys, is if you want to see me and a lot of great comics in Austin, try to be actors this Wednesday at the Sunset Strip. It's great. You'll be there. You'll be there. I'm trying to get on the panel. It's going to be fun. We got some great panels. We got some great comics. They're going to try to put up cut eyes and all that. So that's basically it, man. I'm going to be the helium comic with Alpharetta, Georgia, and that's July 20. That's 25. Yeah, 25 to 27. Charleston, South Carolina, August 1 2. Yes. And San Diego, California, might drop August 22 and 23. We're going to change the world here. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th. Let's go. Right, kids, this is the final kid. Celebrate.
Do you see how miserable Brendan Shaw is? I have to remember, this is the episode where you find out nobody likes him.
Tremendous trove of documents which really describe the social history of women in the Bible.
Well, we found out his brother, XJ.
It's so fascinating, but it's actually outside of the scope of our talk today.
That's probably
I urge you to go on the internet, please have a look at my lecture on the background with his logo, and I will make a little sign on the check out this video. Actually, this little eye that shows up in the right.
I'm pretty sure his brother,
takes you to the section.
his job, other than being a rich kid, job, living off their father.
Any questions or arguments to this point?
Like personal assistant.
Was Gottlieb? Are we okay? Or should we say more on Gottlieb? Okay, very good. So, his family, he was descended from Roman, apparently a very spiritually sensitive Roman who was a relative of the Emperor Nero himself, was obsessed with the Jewish resilience under Roman persecution, and he himself decided to convert to Judaism. Rabbi was one of his descendants. He grew to be a great Torah scholar. He grew actually literally, he was described as a tall man. And he ended up marrying into an extremely prestigious family of Rabbi Hanani ben Teradyon. Rabbi Hanani ben Teradyon mentioned as one of the 10 martyrs of the state that will recall his death. In the Messianic persecution was one of the most poignant and one of the most tragic. He was punished for teaching Torah publicly because under Hadrian, many of the markers of the Jewish practice were forbidden. Circumcision, observance of the Sabbath, and perhaps most seriously, public teaching of the Torah. Hadrian correctly surmised that the Torah was the beating heart of the Jewish people, and so long as Jews were engaged in Torah studies, they would endure. And so he strove to eliminate that aspect of Jewish society unsuccessfully, but he certainly put his best energies into really any attempt to teach Torah properly. Rabbi Hanani ben Teradyon was arrested, and he was sent to the stake with a Torah scroll wrapped around him, and a bundle of wet wool was placed on his heart.
Because you gotta remember, they're sitting here doing a podcast that's dead.
And his students asked him, Rebbe, what do you see as he was running to death? Beautifully, the Torah scroll that was surrounding him. He said, the parchment is burning, but the letters are flying free. Which seems to mean that the physical reality of the Torah, which is ultimately just some landscape with ink on it, that is something that will pass away. But the concepts, the ideas, the holiness of the Torah scroll cannot be consumed in the flame.
Kennedy-style apology.
Rabbi Meir married Rabbi Rothschild's daughter, Julia, who was an exceptional woman by any means. I'll just spend a couple minutes talking about her. But before I do, I'll quickly talk about her sister. The Romans, of course, punished not only Rabbi Hanania ben Zeradia, but his entire family. Both Julia and her sister were kidnapped and were shipped away. Actually, maybe it was just her sister was shipped away to engage as a Roman prostitute, which was something that they often did with younger people. They took them off into slavery and they placed them in that horrible trade.
And people are cool with it. Like you can land in a parking lot.
To go rescue.
On a street.
To go rescue.
Yeah, like we land. Like most times in private places, because they have somebody's private property or it's their store or whatever.
Anyway, so Mayer went to try and rescue Julia's sister, and he brought a big bag of money with him, and his thought was he's going to bribe the jailer. So the jailer said, nothing to do with it. It's nice to give you a lot of money, but what's going to happen
had to get off the plane, though, right, to leave where Lewis.
We're missing one prostitute.
And you're going to get mad at all. I have a hog. They have this right sausage, cowboy sausage.
And then give the other half to the supervisor.
And then they had this tri-tip that they did in a gravy.
Sounds like a reasonable idea.
They barbecued it in gravy. It's like a reddish gravy. It was everybody, like my buddy Nick, my kids, they were all like, what the fuck is this? It was so good. It's so good.
It's like this. All you have
I
to say
need you
is,
to I think I was your buddy. Leroy and Lewis. It's a high-end Michelin star, though. It's like no, it's not bullshit. No, it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit.
No, you just said it's a Michelin
mind, dude.
This is
so good.
Who's associated with the criticism of the Zohar.
It's not that cheap. It's not that little hot fat Michelin, hot fat carb, Bubba. It'll knock your dick into the dirt. Please, you gotta trust me. I know food. You know I love my food. Yeah, but have I ever steered you wrong? They got a crazy person, and they got a crazy flat iron.
How far is it from there?
I don't know. It's about 40 minutes, but from you. Yeah, you know what it is? When you're 12 minutes away from the airport. So when you're from the airport, you go there. And go on an off time.
Lewis is 15 miles away.
Say this phrase, God of Mayor, answer me, and you will see that I'll be trying. In fact, he went over there, and the vicious dogs, immediately calmed down. They were very nice to him. So the jailer said, okay, sounds like a good idea. And the kakava, that's exactly what happened. The supervisor came.
That tri-tip.
The other supervisor came.
So heavy though.
It's not.
Bitch, it is. You're eating all the heavy shit. No, but you've seen you've seen the ribs of brisket too.
They make their cornbread there, and they have this strawberry butter.
One more slide, although I have more to say.
Strawberry.
Mayor.
It's not though. It is though. I know.
I know. Probably shouldn't matter. Does it matter? And there are several very important charities.
I'm telling you, man, that tri-tip is bring up that tri-tip. Just go there. I need to Leroy Lewis. Pictures of you do justice. Like the way they dip it. He's got this tri-tip that's perfectly barbecued, right? Like they smoke and all that. And he goes, "You want this?" And he dips in there, and I was like, "Fuck you."
Important papers and that. So you go to the push charity box, go to Mayor Balanese,
I think
you say, God of the Mayor, answer me, and you close the charity, and then you
there was a long way.
eventually,
But so if you go and you talk hours, you're okay.
It's happened so many times.
They move. It's the sausage. That cowboy sausage.
So this is all based on that story.
What the fuck is this?
Obviously, it's a great marketing tool. You want to start.
They're still talking about it. My friends are still. They went up and they go, "That's fucking part of the trial."
On a Sunday.
All you have to do is. Anyway, let's go back.
And it was crazy.
Just keep it. It's like an hour. Phenomenal woman. Goes around. Might not be as good, but it's
I mean, 20 minutes is like
20-25.
Yeah, that's
By learning a little bit more about how exceptional Bruria is, and we'll reflect on our main topic, which is Mayor, because it takes a phenomenal person to be married to a woman like
supposed to
Bruria.
be known for their
I know, because I am too.
I don't eat breakfast.
Bruria, but
Yeah, breakfast tacos are usually
so Bruria was
breakfast tacos are eggs in a corn tortilla,
very few women
bacon,
salsa.
and One of the best places for breakfast tacos is actually near the Four Seasons, right on Congress, and she's a shop. It's right there. I can't remember what it's called, but it's fucking delicious. You know, and maybe it's maybe home health stores. But it's so good. I might be wrong.
Let's take a little break, because dude, sometimes good sushi.
Could be a little bit
Good sushi spots. Yes, I mean, the sushi wasn't fresh. It seems like Cassie means that woman who is, I guess, the health and human services, like director right now. She was near the nose and throat. Stanford and dropped out her last year. So she was not a practicing doctor. She got her degree, but she's not a practicing doctor. And she was talking about how she eats, she has regenerative olive oil, not canola oil, regenerative olive oil from this farm. And you go to the website, and for a quart of it or less, I think, it costs $48. It's like, hey, most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil. That's why we use canola oil.
Why did you go to her website?
I did this on
which way is it the Lord? That was I get it. Irrelevant. Now, what does that specific phrase mean? I'm not a Talmudic scholar.
It's nutrition for rich white people, for other rich white people.
In a kind of subversive way, even criticizing the teaching itself, saying, you know,
We had a good
don't
steak out
speak
here,
over
Jim.
much of women. I'll show you how to speak over much of women. It's kind of like a criticism where you don't have to say that. Putting him
I think
in
it's
his place.
Jim Smokehouse. I think it's Jim. He said call him
And she does this throughout her
Jim's.
career, so much so that there is an alternate tradition of her death that is probably not supported by the vast majority of sources, but nevertheless is instructive. We'll come back to that towards the end of this lecture. Luria was also famous for collecting her own husband, which is something that has become a tradition among most Jewish wives ever since Luria.
It's just heavy.
It's all about the joke of the story goes like this.
It's heavy. It's maybe because you're down to 19 bears. It's fucking heavy. The onions and the pickles kind of crack that.
See the making fun of him as he was making his way around.
It looks actually really good.
I could eat that every day.
And so, he wanted to pray for their demise.
How far away?
He wanted to pray that they should die.
Is it a real 5 minutes?
Virgil said, what
I'll
are
let
you
you right
doing
now.
there?
Save
Come
time.
on, that's not a Jewish attitude. Does it say, she quotes a verse in Psalm, it says, and sinners should die? No, it says, and sins should cease. Sins should die. So therefore, she says, Mayor, you should pray that they do tshuva, that they repent, and they stop sinning. The people don't need to go away. The acts, the behavior has to change, but not the people. And so Rabbi Meir accepted her correction, and in fact, he changed the nature of his prayers, and that was, it worked out in that way. One more story about Gloria, which also illustrates the kind of tragedy that Rabbi Meir had to go through.
Saw you when I came in.
They had twin sons. And for reasons unknown, they died.
You think of nothing else, so you had a guy in here who's an expert at raps, and
imagine they're very small.
not getting away hard to qualify what's going to cost to just put on a white ribbon.
He was all taken. He came home and said,
it's nice, man.
kids, and
Sean's still upset with his producer Chet for completely blowing off his 4th of July party, snapping at him, passive aggressive the entire episode. I mean, these guys don't want to do this, yet they continue to do it. Shabbos
let me ask you a parable. If someone were to give someone else a picado, deposit, right, collateral or something, and then after a period of time, the owner came back to collect the collateral. Would the depositee have the obligation to return the collateral, or would he allowed to keep it? And the mayor said, well, what kind of question is this figure out? Obviously, if someone deposits something with you as a safeguard, you have to return it when you're required to hand it over. And she says, well, come into the bedroom with me, and she brought her, and she folded back the blanket because she had covered up their sons, and he saw them both lying dead there. She said that God has collected his deposit. And we're required to hand it over. So, referring, of course, to the lives of their two sons. Very powerful story that illuminates something about who Gloria was as an individual, and also the character of Mayo himself. Okay, so that's something about his family background and circumstances. Any questions or arguments to this point?
Let me know.
Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, right? Apion was easy. This is much harder. Okay, so let's go on now. Rabbi Meir.
Let's get a little bit more serious now.
Had two very
friend of the
famous
show.
teachers.
Good friend of the show, Tim Kennedy.
Kiva is the one that is probably
so.
better supported by the sources that we have.
But it's easier to read on this. All right, this is Tim Kennedy referring to, what would you say?
You recall his famous death.
Tim's done, like,
let's not get off track here. Yeah. So Tim is apologizing for elaborating things that.
One of the things he said when he did a podcast, and he was playing with his dog, whatever, and they said, "Hey, you want a Bronze Star with a feet?" And he said, "Yeah," and they said, "What was the story?" And he goes, "Pretty easy. I shot a bad guy, and he shot back, and that was it, or whatever." And then what people have to understand is, after that, people would always say, "You want a Bronze Star with a feet?" On Fox and stuff like that. He would always correct you.
What a Bronze Star with a feet?
Yes, I'll tell you what it is. The military sport, the highest. So congressional. But then there's the Silver Cross. And forgive me, but I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine.
Let's stay on track with what exactly is in trouble. Okay, so a Bronze Star with a feet device award is service members acts of heroism, especially for acts that involve in direct participation in combat with an enemy of the United States. So this signifies that the individual performed acts of valor, demonstrating courage and bravery under fire. The V device is attached to the Bronze Star medal to ribbon to the scholarship from a Bronze Star award.
So let me give you the, can I give it to you? Because I actually, this is pretty.
Others say
a Bronze Star is kind of like, so a lot of people get Bronze Stars. Even lawyers get Bronze Stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like some, I've heard Special Forces guys say it's almost like a participation medal. You get it for good conduct, there's a lot of V's. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. It's a combat medal. One of the things you'll see is that they'll look at like the guy and they go, how many combat medals does he have? Okay. So a V device, sometimes you can be awarded a Silver Star. Look this up, I think. And it'll be demoted as a Bronze Star with a V device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have two corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who are there and saw it. Okay? So the thing about these Special Forces actually said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that. And then we should say that he was introduced as somebody with a V device, I guess, and he did correct the record several times. Okay. So it was a time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has. Because at the end of the day, if you said it, you said it. My thing with this is, first go back to Tim's before you. I want to take full unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misstated aspects of my military service. Most notably, I implied directly or indirectly that I had been awarded the Bronze Star with valor. That is not true, and there is no excuse for it. I never received that honor, and I deeply regret never suggesting otherwise. That kind of recognition is sacred. It represents extraordinary courage under fire, acts that risk or cost lives. To those who truly earned it, and to their families and brothers in arms, I offer my sincere and direct apologies. When I said disrespected your service, and I take full ownership for that. I was young when I stepped into the public eye. I was prepared for the extraordinary pressure that came with it. That doesn't absolve me. I should have known better. Integrity is not situational, and I feel like one of the standards I claim to represent. To the men of the military and veteran community, especially those who serve in combat or lost people they love, I am deeply sorry. I know that I've let many of you down. You had every right to expect more from me, and I did not. This apology is not the end, it's the beginning. I have committed to rebuilding trust through honest reflection, visible accountability, ongoing service to the community. I misrepresented myself too. I will no longer speak about my service in a way that elevates me beyond what I actually did. From now on, my words will be guided by truth, humility, and respect. I understand that words alone don't heal disappointment or restore trust. Only time and action. Thank you for those who helped me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability from this point on.
Now, let me say this real quick. So what's going to happen is the government, the military, are going to look into Tim's actual accomplishments. This is what's going to happen, especially this haters out there. They're going to look into it. And specifically they'll reveal some of it. Hopefully they talk about how things are going to work. And what's going to happen is you're going to find out that he's not Superman, that he's Batman, and he's still a badass. So if you're looking to take down Superman, you're going to find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's going to happen.
And I think that what would be good for us and prudent for you and I as civilians is to not comment on any of get involved in this military stuff.
I'm talking about all dying a hill for Tim Kennedy.
Yeah, me too. I love
Now, when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military, I have to just find out what a fucking disease. I don't know that lingo. I've never experienced any of it. I don't have a background.
That's how I feel. It's like I
talked about this. I'm telling you. You guys are trying to take down Superman, and what they're gonna, what's gonna unfold is you're like, holy shit, he's not Superman. He's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive.
I would say this about Tim is I know Tim is a civilian, and I've known Tim a long time as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim.
I know Tim as a civilian, not a war fighter. I know Tim as a professional athlete for a very long time. So I've seen both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard to pay for Tim because he's my friend, and this is who I am. I've never seen that guy do any. I'm telling you, when the cameras aren't on and nobody's looking, I have personally seen my own eyes and with my own ears heard him go so far out of his way for people, and you'll never hear about it, especially people who are at risk of doing self-harm or abuse. Tim's done. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. 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 But I have to just at least speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. There are a lot of these guys, these Delta guys. This guy Tucker, Brent Tucker. He was an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers have risked their lives. They went through that to their own ecosystem. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend Tim on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this: from what the things that I have seen with his generosity and what he's done for people who are really at risk of taking their own life, I have not only lent my very lame hand at that, whether it was seeing, thing on the suicide, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. It's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his way, including get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of somebody. And nobody knows about it. Nobody just did with the floods. Listen. At the end of the day, we're all complicated as human beings. And I've known Tim as a civilian and large of what I've seen. I love him.
If you think you're taking down a Batman, I hope that they're going to do the investigation. I hope they review what they find. Again, you're going to find out everything.
I would be careful.
They're going for Superman. You're going to find Batman. It's still impressive.
I just think
Tim's a 3M friend. You have about 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3M friend.
That's true.
I could call with anything. I don't blame my kids. Anybody. Oh, we're just going to take them. No, not happening. Because if something happens to those kids, you're fucked. I will kill you. If something happens to those kids, I don't give a fuck mistake or not. Your life and mine are to judge forever. I don't trust anybody. Tim was, hey, I want to take Tiger when you last year. Not even like that.
Accosted with this,
and I have done that with my kids too. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with him as a civilian is nothing but he's one of my favorite people on the planet. But he's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. We all make mistakes, and we all. And this is his mistake to correct. This is his thing to deal with. I'll let the veteran community, and especially when the guy, you're not going to get away with anything.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And then you move on. I'm telling you, this isn't the guy to aim for and create videos and throw hate at. Listen, the internet's wrong on so much shit all the time that you're after good people. I'm telling you on this one, folks, there couldn't be a worse guy to try to tear down. He's going to be held responsible for this. I'm fucking telling you. You wish you had a friend like Tim Kennedy.
So let's take a little break.
I love how Tim Kennedy comes forward.
Several centuries from now.
Admits that he lied. By the way, it's not like he willingly came forward. The chick had been up on Tim Kennedy.
However, he was
finally just had
rather pugnacious.
He got caught. He got busted.
Would not back down.
He comes forward, admits that he lied.
And in one
And
particular
Charlotte and
example,
Canada are still defending. And they're still kind of defending the lies. I swear to God, if Charlotte says that,
specifically a conflict that he had with Shimon
one more
ben
time.
Gamliel. There were three figures of importance in the post-apocalyptic Jewish community.
Enough of it. You really
Specifically
thought he had a
that
good
of
analogy
Nasi,
there. You had to say it 20
the
times.
Chacham,
Now,
the
as
wise
far as
one,
Tim
and the Outbated, who was the head of the court. And these three figures,
As a
although we're not exactly sure
veteran
how they
myself,
divided
yes.
their duties, the names are somewhat indicative of their respective roles. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel was the Nasi, Rabbi Nassan was the Chacham, and Rabbi Meir was the Outbated.
45-inch
Between the three of them, where Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel had indicated that he felt that since he was the primus inter pares,
Home carrier with USS Carl Vinson.
when he walks into the yeshiva, people should stand for him. But they should not stand for Rabbi Meir and for Rabbi Nassan. Because they should show them deference specifically to the Nasi. Rabbi Nassan and Rabbi Meir felt that this was, disparaging to Judaism and disparaging to the idea of some of the learning in general. And therefore they opposed Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel on this. And they staged kind of like a debate in which they told that Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel was betraying his lack of knowledge of esoterica.
So why these guys
happened that Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel got wind of his plot, prepared, performed very well in the debate, and after he emerged victorious from this strange kind of three-way conflict, he punished his erstwhile opponents by banning them from the yeshiva. They had to stand outside the yeshiva, and he said from now on, anyone who quotes Rabbi Meir, anyone who quotes Rabbi Nassan should say, Yesh Omrim.
Al Capone was a nice guy until you looked into the mob stuff he was doing with it. He gave charity and everything.
And anyone who quotes
the doubling down by
say,
I get you, buddy.
Oh, I wrote here,
I'm shocked that you even talked about it at all, but like, it's one of those things
then on,
you kind of had to talk about it, just like he had to come forward.
Not whenever, but quite frequently, is simply quoted as others say. His name is blotted out from the text. There are exceptions to this rule,
the guy was
significant exceptions, but nevertheless,
now
this
he's
gives you an indication of Rabbi Meir's pugnacious nature, and at the same time, the humiliation that he was forced to endure as a result of one conflict that he had with a
trying to take down Superman, you still got Batman.
a little bit further. Nevertheless, Rabbi Meir's voice reverberates throughout the entire Mishnah and the Talmud upon which it is built. Difficult concepts to really tease out in literary archaeology of the Mishnah is this concept of Stam Mishnah Rabbi Meir. An anonymous teaching in the Mishnah should be attributed to Rabbi Meir, which is widely held as a hermeneutic principle in trying to determine the
if you want to make sure your car never gets stolen by a 6-speed,
I should understand, I'm sure
the young generation that steal cars can't drive. I'm serious. You could literally leave it on. Like my Hummer, the Hummer that I just posted on Diesel World magazine. Yeah, congrats on that too. Yeah, it's cool. It's a certain way to start it.
It is rather
The thing
kind of like a transcript.
I just leave it where
Many rabbis on specific
military guys
topics,
do.
in which several
There's some
rabbis'
Hummers,
opinions
but
are quoted,
the young kids,
and then you move on to the next
I never
Mishnah,
worry about it.
usually without getting clear
Also for DC, like when plates in your car stolen, you're bored part of it.
committees are like that.
You never drive by.
I
always drive by shitty stuff. I have to park at the airport. You know,
That's the way we read the Mishnah without without commentary, you often wonder, like, what was this all about? Rabbi Rothschild's opinion was this, Rabbi Rothschild's opinion was that. What did it all mean? So quite actually tremendous structure and meaning to the Mishnah, but it takes years of very careful study and training to be able to decipher it. At any rate, quite often the Mishnah will quote an opinion without any attribution, and that's understood to be the opinion of Rabbi Meir. It's very significant because later it can be compared to other anonymous attributions or to other statements which are explicitly made by Rabbi Meir, and you're able to refine conclusions from those comparisons.
Movie theaters, they know you're
of how your insurance broker cares in the structure of the Mishnah, which is the foundation of the headline 225 law.
Can we show this
teachings are on other topics, and just to choose a couple that are some of my favorites. Do not look at the bottle, but
I did what the guy from bring up the guy from the talent job. Guy from the talent job. There's a mechanic from the talent job that hooked up their Mini Coopers. You look like that soccer player. Sorry. Yeah,
maybe old wine and new bottles.
Type in a talent job.
Just because a person is old and a great year, doesn't mean that automatically they have so much fun either.
I typed in everything you asked. That's what's popping up. Look, that's how nothing like I've seen the movie.
He says, we are born with clenched fists and we die with open hands.
Sultan.
And what he means by this is, when we're born,
I do look like
when we're born, we have this highly acquisitionist instinct. We're very avaricious. We want to grab, we want to snatch, we want to claim things for ourselves. But when we die, our hands are open. And we can take nothing at all with us.
By the way, so Daniel Corey also he also posted this. He's working with some soccer players. But then, do you guys know what this thing is?
Pursuits in life. These are the kinds of things that Rabbi Meir
gayest shirt ever.
It's whether or not that's what
maybe it's like context. I know they're doing students.
Flee Israel.
I bet you think right to anything is gay, but that just seems super. That's a problem.
Several different configurations to his place of death was most likely in contemporary Turkish Empire, where he has to be buried on shores of the Mediterranean Sea, so that the water that is lapped against his grave would also lap against the Holy Land.
Yeah, I mean that's like
probably
weird though. I know that is just so weird. Hey, I don't need to see your midsection.
Which is in Tiberias.
Dude, that brand that comes up with the heartbeat thing,
Galilee or Galilee. It's probably not the grave of Rabbi Meir. That's the picture of the grave of your wrist. It's probably not the actual grave of Rabbi Meir. These are unusual things. Creating or adopting graves as a form of promoting spiritual tourism is something that's going on.
There's other ways you can do that.
They have just the straps. Like wear that. You don't need the extras.
I say yeah, but they come up there and get cool.
My tits get cold. I have decent cold tits.
This poor guy.
I gotta protect my niche.
Shit might fly in Europe. Dude, get a whoop or something else, dude. Wear an Apple Watch.
Don't sleep 12 hours and don't wear a fucking sports bra. Man.
Every single person saying what's expected.
Yeah, because that's important.
So guy goes, I understand it's a heart monitor, but it's up with the weird design.
Yeah.
That company's like, shit.
I know. It's like, but it's what you deserve.
We're the best at tracking it. But get an Apple Watch.
Yeah, get all that stuff.
Just wear the heart monitor like every other fucking person.
Yep.
Okay, let's get a little bit more serious now.
I'm trying to show. Let's get serious.
Get for the show, Tim Henry.
No, Sean got a story, man. Brian Cow for 800 years. So any literary reference also tends to undermine it. But when Rashi says something, everybody has to pay attention. So we can't simply discard it. The story goes that there's this passage in the Talmud that Nashin Yachim Kalov.
Shab is all
are like-minded. which is sometimes misinterpreted to mean women are not very intelligent. Shoshana Pantel Zolti, who wrote a brilliant book based on her dissertation on women's education in Judaism, said that really the best way to interpret this or to translate this phrase, their minds are light, meaning they're easily swayed. Not that they're lacking back intelligence, but she says it's used in the context that women can be convinced of many things. So the story is that someone went to Rabbi Meir and said, how can you treat your wife with so much respect? And she studies Talmud, things like that. Don't you know that women are like-minded? And Rabbi Meir said, not my Gloria. She's someone special. You can't budge her. She is so, firm in her opinions and so on. And so they challenged Rabbi Meir on this point. And they said, you know what? Let's make a deal. Let's see if one of you young Shiva boys can seduce my wife. That will really show you that she will give in to nothing. Now, it's a very strange thing for a rabbi to say about his wife, to his students, and so on. It smacks of the credulity. At any rate, the story goes in Pastor Rashi that they did in fact find a candidate who was treated brilliant, until finally she succumbed. And when Mayor found out about it, she thought about it. She was distraught and she committed suicide. The Mayor, completely devastated by the loss of his wife, decided to go into exile and fled off to Babylon. Again, a strange story, which certainly has a sort of explanatory moral element to it. Virgins now perhaps to not give their wives too much authority, but it's a complete outlier of what we know about Gloria, and what we know about Rabbi Meir, and what we know generally about the Jewish approach to marriage as a whole. But it's hard to take it at face value. Nevertheless, one garners from this story just some sense of perhaps the tragic end of Gloria, and the tragedy is that the Mayor had endured the death of his children, later the death of his wife under mysterious circumstances, and his eventual death in exile. His intellectual and spiritual impact on Judaism is phenomenal because he is able to cull from his phenomenal teachers, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Elisha, and others, and combined with his somewhat feisty personality, a sincere burning love for Torah into the text which we know as the Mishnah today, where he forms an incredibly central role. We are indebted to his thought for the legacy of Judaism today. With that, I'm going to conclude, and I thank you very much for your endurance. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, now I understand what a lot of these Hollywood producers do is shitty, and hey, suck my dick and you can get this job, right? Okay, I get that sucks, all right, and that sucks for women, and that's bullshit. Okay, nobody has come after the women that have actually done that actually sucked dick to get in Mad Max or whatever the
tonight's topic is going to be on Viktor Frankl. Very important thinker that I understand my own children have been exposed to at about the same age that I started reading Viktor Frankl, and I suddenly realized, how much of an impact he had on the formation of my own personality and my emergence about those years, that I thought it would be certainly very appropriate for us to speak about him tonight. He was a Holocaust survivor who developed a form of psychotherapy, which is called now the third school of psychotherapy, based in Vienna, like all great psychotherapies. He flows very nicely, very well after Sigmund Freud, who we spoke about last week. Freud being the first school, his disciple Adler being the second school, and Adler's disciple, really, Frankl, being the third school. He calls this school of psychotherapy logotherapy, from the Greek word logos, which means word. And basically, he argues that unlike many of the great thinkers of the late 19th, early 20th centuries, who like these big monolithic theories that say life is all about X. For Freud, life is all about pleasure.
So what I'm saying is like they can stop.
Nietzsche, life was all about power.
That too is
Well,
like
for
if this
Franco,
happened,
life was all about
meaning.
meaning.
Like if this happened to
And his
Angelina Jolie,
main
this happened to
contribution that he offered to
this happened to these
the world at large,
and then they
beyond
waited
simply the world of
10,
psychotherapy,
15 years,
was the
and now
notion
they're
that
like,
humans desperately crave meaning in their lives. And they could put up with an incredible amount of suffering, as long as that suffering can be translated into a system of meaning. And this was a huge insight that, as I said, had a tremendous impact on my own thinking as a young adult, and I think it's had a great impact on my children as well. So let's look at his life, which spans most of the 20th century. His years are 1905 to 1997, and understand a little bit about the dramatic experiences that he endured and the way in which he transformed them into becoming a tremendous world thinker. Here's a picture of him in his childhood. You see the child on the top there. Can you adjust the image a little bit? I'm scared to turn it on. Just tilt it upwards so we can see his shadow on it. There we go. One in the middle of Victor Franco. When I was a little boy, I thought that my Hebrew name was Shana Funnish for a long time because my grandmother would always call me that. And his family were middle-class Jewish Viennese bureaucrats working primarily in the civil service. He had a fairly strong exposure to traditional Judaism. And he actually had something of a talent as a chazan, as a cantor. And according to the biographies that appeared of Victor Franco, apparently when he was in his early adolescence, he was sought out as a choir member and as someone to lead the services because he had a very beautiful voice. However, he had an adolescent brush with atheism that sort of soured him on the idea of pursuing a professional religious career. Although religion remained very important to Franco's thought throughout his life. In fact, one of the areas of controversy about his legacy is whether or not global therapy constitutes really a religious worldview. He liked to refer to it in an existential sense, but is it something that grows out of Christianity or Judaism? He definitely saw a lot of parallels to both those faiths. He himself, just to jump ahead of the story a little bit, he referred to himself as a very much a believing Jew, and he was very dedicated to the ideals of Judaism, although not necessarily in practice. His second wife was a practicing Catholic, and they believed very much in observing both Hanukkah and Christmas and so on. And his wife later said that she thought her husband was actually a holy man because he was such an inspirational character. But his actual outward representation of Jewish values was not in conformity with Orthodox tradition. Nevertheless, there's no question that his ideas in many ways are in harmony with both Judaism and Christianity. But let's go on to the he became a medical doctor specializing in neurology. Again, very much under the same influence of Sigmund Freud, with whom, as a young man, he had a significant relationship with. Freud was a mentor to him. They corresponded quite a bit, and Freud encouraged him to publish one of his articles, so he had definite direct contact with the father of psychoanalysis. Even more so, he had influence under Freud's disciple, Adler, who argued against the pleasure principle but had a market impact on young Franco. Franco specialized in, like Freud as well, the intersection of mental thoughts, imagination, and so on, and their physical manifestations. And in particular, he was very interested in the phenomenon of suicide. It was a lifelong occupation for him that we see even in his student days. He organized in his youth, still as a student, a free counseling service for students because there was a wave of suicide in the late 20s and 1930 that were usually connected with the awarding of grades. I myself, in the University of Toronto, studying in the 1980s, when you know, we had one particular student housing project that was developed, and it was developed without any windows. And the scuttlebutt on campus, not without a window, so without windows it would not open. And the scuttlebutt on campus, I don't know if it was really true, was because they were worried that kids would jump out of the windows, you know, when they became depressed. We even had, in many schools that had spring break, right at that point when student suicides are at their peak. At any rate, Franco set up a free student counseling service that reduced the suicides in Vienna to zero. Really an impressive achievement. Later, he made quite a career out of it. He would be the head of a program in the hospital he worked at, specifically dealing with people who are at risk of committing suicide. Women, especially. Literally, he served thousands of women who were depressed and liable to commit suicide. Obviously, this connected with his developing ideas of logotherapy, the notion that people desire meaning in their life, and he came to the conclusion that, you know, people can tolerate anything, any kind of depression, any kind of terrible situation, just so long as they have a reason to live, as they all have a meaning with which to frame their suffering. He served in the Great Hospital of Vienna, the Steinhoff Psychiatric Hospital, where he was the head of what they call the Selbstmordpavillon, the suicide pavilion, which is where they would put all the mental patients who were on suicide watches. And again, thousands and thousands of women were treated by the young Franco in this time quite successfully. However, we're talking about a career that is just beginning to blossom at the same time that the Western European nations, in particular Germany, Austria, and so on, are moving towards National Socialism. In terms of Vienna, the great turning point was, of course, the Anschluss, which is the period when Germany overtook Austria, much to the pleasure of the Austrians at the time. Germany and Austria united in 1938, which was part of the domino process that led eventually to World War II. Hitler was following a policy of, basically having temper tantrums, demanding certain concessions from the European nations, and the Allies, afraid of a repeat of World War I with its tremendous casualties, followed a disastrously wrong policy of appeasement, where they basically said, look, we'll just give Hitler this one more thing. Okay, we'll let him remilitarize this region. Okay, we'll let him, take over this part of one territory, and so on and so forth, thinking that once he got that single thing he was upset about at the time, he would eventually stop. Austria was the penultimate of these temper tantrums followed by appeasement. The last one, of course, was the invasion of the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia, a mountainous region that had a lot of German citizens, and Hitler insisted on it. Neville Chamberlain, you recall, the Prime Minister of England, went over there, sat down with Hitler. Hitler promised he would not make any war as long as he got this region. And Chamberlain came back to England. It's all on newsreels, landing on the tarmac and waving a piece of paper saying, we will have peace in our time, because Hitler has, of course, agreed that just with Czechoslovakia, he's going to stop. And, of course, shortly thereafter, he waged war on Poland. So the Anschluss in particular, do you remember the famous movie associated with this? Thank you very much. The Sound of Music, absolutely. That's set in the time of the Anschluss, when the von Trapp family, who are Austrian nationalists, who do not believe that Germany's interests are aligned with Austria's, but nevertheless, Austria is so enthusiastic about the possibility of hooking their train up to Hitler's locomotive, because he's obviously getting everything he wants, and Austria becomes Nazified very rapidly. So what impact this had on Franco is quite significant. He was removed from his post at the Steinhoff Hospital and stripped of his title. He was not allowed to practice as a medical doctor. He was instead classified as a so-called Jewish specialist. And as a Jewish specialist, he was allowed only to treat other Jews. he took a position, therefore, after he left the Steinhoff Hospital at the Rothschild Hospital, which treated Jews, and there he continued his work counseling people at this time as the head of the neurology department. But under these very difficult circumstances, he was dealing with a lot of Jews who were under incredible stresses as the war was progressing and the persecution was increasing. The Jews of Vienna were not immediately deported to the concentration camps. For the Jews of the city of Vienna itself, it took a few years before that would actually come to pass. So they lived these early years under increasing strain. We know a few things about what Frankel did during this brief period. In particular, he took a fairly heroic stance against the Nazi policy known as Operation Euthanasia. This was an absolutely horrific and cruel program in which the Nazis would gas to death children with Down syndrome and other obvious genetic or mental defects. And so many patients were evaluated by people like Dr. Frankel, who insisted that they were totally normal, the chromosomes were perfectly all right, in order to save them from the gassing that the Nazis subjected people with developmental disabilities. It's interesting to note that many of the techniques that the Nazis experimented on, these, by the way, are not just Jewish citizens, these are all Aryan citizens as well. It was part of the Nazi racial ideal to try, thin the herd, to try and weed out all children that had any genetic defects in order to try and purify the race. So in this context, he really stood out and tried to save as many people as possible from the Nazi experiments. And these experiments in gassing human beings will later be applied to the Jews, of course, in the concentration camps after 1941 and 1942. So that basically takes it up to the beginning of the Holocaust per se. Just prior to his deportation to the camps, he married a young Jewish woman named Tilly Grosser. 1941, here is a photograph. Their marriage was short-lived because a few months after their engagement, they were both deported to a concentration camp. But the tragedy is still more poignant because in 1942, Frankel actually received a tremendously rare visa to emigrate to the United States of America. And he had this last-minute opportunity to actually leave Vienna behind, take his young bride, and make it to these shores for safety. And in fact, delighted that was what he was planning to do. And he went home to speak about it with his parents.
One thing's for sure, if you go like
they spoke about it quite a bit. And then Frankel noticed that on the table was a piece of marble.
That's a fair point.
And he asked his father, where did this piece of marble come from? And the father said that, Frankel's father said that after they blew up the great synagogue, he went to the rubble and he found a piece of the Ten Commandments. It only had one Hebrew letter and he brought it home because of the great sadness of the destruction of the house of worship.
Just being silly.
And Frankel asked, you were able to say one of the commandments, which one was it? And his father said it was the commandment to honor your father and mother. Frankel was moved emotionally and he decided the last minute that he would not take advantage of the visa, which ultimately doomed him to deportation to the camps. His father and his mother were both killed in the camps, as was his young bride. But that's really the beginning of Frankel's story as a local therapist. So they were deported shortly after this decision to remain, and Frankel spent time in 4 different camps. It's worth mentioning a little bit about why there were so many different camps and what were the characteristics of these camps. Hitler had 2 basic types of camps. They're so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, death camps. The concentration camps were extremely plentiful, perhaps 100 or so scattered across Europe. They existed from the beginning of Hitler's tenure as a leader. In 1933, one of the first things he started doing was setting up these concentration camps, whereas the Vernichtungslager were only 6 in number, 6 death camps. The Konzentrationslager tended to have mainly non-Jewish populations. These were people who were principally Hitler's political enemies. And as his rule went on and as the war eventually picked up, then it included a lot of people that Hitler simply didn't like, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, a whole list of people, communists, of course. I mean, the list grew and grew and grew, and these concentration camps tended to hold a lot of them. And most of the deaths that occurred in concentration camps tended to be of starvation and abuse. The Vernichtungslager, by contrast, were only set up beginning in late 1941, and they were built with the express purpose of murdering their inmates. They were not built with the idea of, containment like a prison or some kind of rehabilitation. They were built expressly for the purpose of destroying the people who walked through their gates. The most notorious, of course, is Auschwitz, but I'm sure you're familiar with the names Treblinka, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and Dachau. Dachau was actually a little bit of a hybrid camp, because Dachau began as a concentration camp, and then, like several camps, but in Dachau as well, began to evolve towards the Vernichtungslager. What are the characteristics of the death camps? Principally the gas chambers, because the gas chambers are used mainly for processing people as soon as they arrive in the camp. And then following the gas chambers, the crematoria, which were used to get rid of the bodies, which was a constant problem in these death camps because the death rate was so high. So Franco was first sent to Theresienstadt, which was one of the kind of less intense camps, and it was actually considered a model camp that Hitler would frequently open to the Red Cross to visit, to show that the Jews were being treated there humanely and so on. His father died shortly thereafter. And then they were all reported to Auschwitz, where his mother died, and his young wife died, and his brother as well. His sister, by the way, survived the war, and she's the only member of the family besides Franco himself. I tried to track down the source, but I did read in one of the biographical materials that his wife was forced to have an abortion in the camps and then later was killed. It's certainly not beyond a possibility. And then afterwards, he spent, I forgot to mention a very important thing about the Vernichtungslager, though. About 90% of the Jews who arrived at one of these 6 death camps were killed within 24 hours. There was a selection process right at the very beginning when they would disembark from the trains, and there would be someone who would kind of evaluate their state of physical health. Those who were deemed to look like they could do some physical work were indicated they should move to the right. And this also included other prisoners of value, such as identical twins, because they were very useful for medical experimentation and other horrible things. But everyone else was simply sent to the left. And all their personal valuables were removed, everything from the coins they may have sewn into their pant linings, to their gold teeth, prosthetic limbs, glasses, and so on. And then eventually their hair was shorn, used for various purposes. In some extreme cases, their skin was removed, laugh shades, amazing. And there are many stories even of their fats being rendered to make soap, although there's some controversy there as well. And of course, you know that the end of the story is they would then be gassed and their bodies would be burned in the crematorium. The 10% or so that were chose to move to the right were given various tasks that were necessary for the operation of the camp, such as the notorious Dunkel Commando, the special commandos who were Jews who were charged with the terrible task of removing the bodies from the gas chamber and transporting them to the crematoria. In some cases, the capos, the internal enforcers of the camp, and so on. And many of these camps had industries attached to them. Auschwitz, for example, had 5 satellite camps that were involved in producing various things for the war effort. a camp called Puna, for example, just outside Auschwitz.
Yeah, and you know what? I just want to say to everybody, like there's some athletes that are quick studies,
manufacturing process.
and then there are
So
athletes that
this was kind of like an afterthought for the Germans to have this small population in every camp that was actually doing some kind of useful labor. Franco's experience was he was selected to go to the right, and he was made a slave labor. He endured months of this terrible backward starvation diet as a slave labor, and towards the end of the war, his work as a psychological counselor began to be noticed. Even in the camp, he got assigned some slightly easier duties in less demanding camps, sometimes getting special treatment that allowed him to survive the war. But he definitely had the experience of the worst of the camps during these terrible years from 1942 to 1945. So he went through Reichstadt, Auschwitz, Kaufering, later Turkheim, which was a satellite camp from Dachau. Now, in the camps, this is where he made his most sophisticated discoveries. It's important to comment on one particular type of camp inmate that was well known in the literature. We know a lot about this from many people who survived the war. The so-called Musulman, which is a strange term. It basically translates as Muslim, and this was a term that was used to describe prisoners who had reached the end of their rope, and they were, just days, weeks away from death. And other prisoners would look at them. They gave up. They had no more hope whatsoever, and they walked around in a zombie-like trance. They felt no apparent pain, even physical pain. Nothing seemed to bother them. They did not have the will to live in any form, to get more food, or any of the kind of camp squabbles did not affect them anymore. They just kind of shuffled around until finally they expired of the host of illnesses and starvation that could expose them to. We have multiple data points that many survivors report about this psychological phenomenon of a person who gets to such a state that they simply are no-smensch. They're no longer human, as it were. They're just a shell. And people would kind of whisper amongst each other, Franco reports, this one's got maybe a week left, this one's got maybe 2 weeks left, that's it. And they would spot them right away. They could have their shoes stolen from them. That's essentially a key to life for things like shoes in the winter, and it wouldn't bother them. They would simply go on without shoes until eventually they expired from the cold and summer. And it was a distinct phenomenon that we never see in normal society because our nutrition levels and so on, even for the homeless, are so much better than they were in the camps. And this was a phenomenon that Franco thought quite a bit about. I wanted to mention also in this context one last point. The term Musulman, although it seems rather offensive to refer to people like this as Muslims, the camps had a tremendous amount of euphemistic language. For example, I mentioned how all of the possessions of the Jews were taken away, their eyeglasses, prosthetic limbs, false teeth, whatever, and they were stored in a big building that was called Canada. That was, there was a building. There was this building called Canada, which was maybe like it had all these special things in it. So there's all kinds of terminologies like that, and we simply have to accept it. So let's talk a little bit about what Franco observed and what he thought when he saw the phenomenon of the Muslim man. He basically went through the process himself, observed it in himself. Although he never became a Muslim himself, he had a tremendous insight into what was going on. He recalls how when he went into the camp, everything was actually taken away from a person. I should mention in this context the great research of the scholar Terence Press, who was one of the first scholars, American scholars, to really study all of the survivor literature, and he came out with a book called The Survivor in the early 70s, and as soon as he finished it, he committed suicide. He was simply too overwhelmed with what he had learned. But he argued in his book, his thesis was that the Nazi strategy, intentional or not, or conscious or not, the Nazi strategy was to infantilize the prisoners as far as possible by completely removing all of their individuality and regressing them to a point of childishness, really. For example, one of the first things they lost was their personal belongings. Franco tried desperately to hold on to a manuscript of a book he was working on, and it was taken away from him very early in the war, and he lost that book completely. Their clothing is taken away, their hair is taken away, which is, we take pride in our hair while we have it. And we try to, express our individuality with our hair. I thought that was funny. No one seems to laugh. But, the hair is the identifier of who we are. They took away their names, right? It was against the camp rules to refer to a prisoner by their name. You have to refer to them by their numbers. To the point where, as this press argues, and this is like a phenomenal insight, they even fed them a watery rule and gave them extremely limited latrine privileges, such that they would soil themselves, much like children before they were toilet trained. He called this the excremental assault. It was an attack with excrement to try and break the Jews down to the lowest level of their humanity until they got to the point of being a Muslim. And then it was all over. Let me go back to the idea of the Muslim now. So, he sees these people who have absolutely no meaning left in their life whatsoever. And he wonders, what happened to them? How does a person give up so much? And then by contrast, some of the most powerful passages in his memoirs describe how the certain things would suddenly inspire the entire barracks, such as he observed the fervency of prayer. Like when people would organize a minyan and daven, he said it was phenomenal how people would totally pour themselves into their davening, even in this horrible situation. Or a sunset. He remembers a time when someone came into the barracks and said, everyone has to go outside and see this beautiful sunset. And for a moment, they would go outside and they would appreciate nature. When they're traveling in trains between camps, at one point, it said they had a tiny little window that only a few people could actually see out at any time. And when they passed some of the mountains, people were crowding around just to get a glimpse of nature's beauty. And he was surprised, how come people who have given up so much, who have lost so much, still appreciate these things? He also realized that his contemplation of his wife gave him tremendous strength. Like, he didn't know where his wife was at this point. She could be 100 yards away, 1,000 miles away. He had no idea, live or dead. But just thinking about his wife suddenly transported him from his horrible material circumstances and gave him tremendous strength to carry on and abiding strength. He even thought to himself that even if his wife were not to be alive anymore, thinking of her still gave him that strength. And through these kinds of experiences, he began to say that it's meaning that we all pray. It's meaning to what's going on in life. And even in the darkest of circumstances, such as the concentration camp, if one can have meaning, one can find a way to live through it. A tremendous kind of discovery. So let's go now to his creative work after the war, which is extraordinary. And I have a special treat because I have a couple of videos since his 20th century figure. You can actually see and hear him speak in a couple of videos. So first of all, the work that really cemented his reputation, a phenomenal little book with tremendous power, called Man's Search for Meaning. It was originally called
look it up. It was an intro for a TV thing as well, a TV show or something like that.
But nevertheless, I say yes to life. I say yes to life, something like that. And it went through a couple different titles. He was actually encouraged to write this book by Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. You recall we spoke about him many weeks ago. And, he encouraged him to transform his memoirs into a book form, and it took this form. It became an exceptionally popular work. This edition here, which was published, I think, in 2010, says more than 12 million copies in print worldwide. It is an enduring classic. A Japanese newspaper had a vote recently among their readership of, and it was named one of the 10 books that must survive the 20th century. This is a book that is really in the future because it really carries such tremendous message of hope and significance. And basically, this is where he describes the first half he describes his camp experience, and the second half he describes what is logotherapy, how one works with patients to give them meaning in their lives. Let me now give you a chance to hear him briefly talking about logotherapy. I'll hold the microphone over here so that
the housekeeping. No, the housekeeping was that this episode was brought to you by Cheese Balls. Sponsor. Cheese balls in the house. I had so this is the second jug of cheese balls that I'm on. It's just me. Jess isn't partaking in cheese balls, so I'm doing pretty good. Slamming cheese balls. I've now upgraded the serving. I did pour them into like a little salad bowl, like a little bowl.
We're gonna have to be fine.
Oh, speaking of which, we have sponsors, but. You're going to tell them about this? Yeah, we're going to keep it under wraps. Well, I think we should talk about it. I think we should talk about it. Someone reached out to myself and said, would you and Nikolai be willing to do a little bit of like branded thing for this porn, gambling thing? Like, you know how there's those ads that are like a fake podcast ad where it's like
he met in the camp two individuals thinking about suicide. He spoke to them separately and individually, and he asked them, what's the motivation for suicide? Why are you doing this? And they both said, well, we can't expect anything of life anymore. And he said, well, maybe you should consider that life expects something from you. Maybe there are obligations placed on you. The reason for living, the meaning for living, the logos of living.
Yeah, but we're an ensemble, and
so after the war, he formulates these things into this very successful book, Man Search for Meaning, and many other books. He has about 30 publications. He married, as I mentioned earlier, a practicing Catholic that made a rather strange kind of relationship, but nevertheless one that was quite common in Europe at the time. What was uncommon is he decided to remain in Vienna. He decided to establish himself back in a place where there were hardly any Jews anymore, but he felt that this is the right place for him to continue his work on logotherapy. Nevertheless, as you heard from the last interview, he was actually quite well versed in the English language, and he became an internationally known speaker. He has 29 honorary PhDs from many universities, including the University of Haifa and elsewhere. He's a very, very gifted lecturer. Let's just hear one more video. This video I actually really enjoyed. This is him speaking at my alma mater, the University of Toronto, in 1972, and you get a sense of his sense of humor as well as his intellectualism.
And still my mattress, but okay. And of course, if you guys remember the deal that I said, I have to get tax stuff that, so I take 30% off the top, and then we take that 7%, divide that by 5, and so we can all share that 20% of 7% of 2,200 is in the coffers.
Let's go to a billboard, though, right? Let's go straight to the billboard.
Yeah, great memory. I forgot about the billboard, to be honest, and we got to start looking into that.
Look, our priorities might be a little bit upside down. We got billboard first, we'll pay ourselves second.
But I will say, $2,200 we got 3 months on YouTube not able to monetize. And I think I fucked us at offering $1 tier on Patreon. All those people rush to sign up, and they're all in for $1 for a lifetime. But it's also a snowball effect. Like, we pumped 6 months to 200, but then 6 months more, we'll be at like more than that,
purpose in their life.
It will be enough.
So this is where we take a realistic view of that.
More than that, in an accelerated fashion.
You won't believe it.
All you have to say was
I started taking flying lessons recently. You know what my flying instructor told me? If you are starting here, wish to get here,
just pick any number. It has to be more than double.
Heading for this, and you have a cross with,
check. I have
you will drift, and you will land here. So you have to do what we pilots call crabbing. So C-R-A-B, crabbing. You have to head for no one of this area. And you have to fly that way. See? As if you had it in this direction. If you're heading here above this area, then you will actually land here. But if you have for here, you are landing here. This goes also for man, I would say. If we take man as he really is, we make him worse. But if we overestimate him,
Look, you tell me when you want me to start reaching out to.
It's fine. We're gonna get pizza. Also, you can't use that on
limit your growth will soon know why. If we seem to be idealists and are overestimating, overrating man, and looking at him that high here above, you know what happens? We promote him to what he really can be. So we have to be idealists in a way, because then we wind up as the true, the real realist. And you know who has said this? If we take man as he is, we make him worse. But if we take man as he should be, we make him capable of becoming what he can be. This was not my flight instructor, this was not me, this was Goethe. He said this verbally. And now you will understand why one of my writings once said, this is the most apt maxim,
which goes to
the
what I
motto for any psychotherapeutic activity. So if you don't recognize a young man's way to meaning, man's search for meaning, you make him worse, you make him dull, you make him frustrated, you still add and contribute to his frustration. While if you presuppose in this man, if in this so-called criminal or juvenile delinquent or drug abuser and so forth, there must be a spark, search for meaning. Let's recognize this. Let's presuppose it. And then you will elicit it from him, and you will make him become what he principally is capable of becoming.
TV show.
It's a brilliant passage, as you can see, that he's a very gifted speaker and a gifted writer as well. And his ideas are really quite engaging. I want to read you one short passage from Man's Search for Meaning.
All I know
I have a lot of notes in it, even though this is probably the 20th time I've read it. And so it is both strange and remarkable to me that, among some dozens of books I've authored, this is, by the way, in his preface to the 1992 edition, precisely this one, meaning this book, which I intended to be published anonymously so that it could never build up any reputation on the part of the author, did become a success. Yeah, he didn't put his name on the cover, and his friends really begged him he really should have more meaning, so he eventually put it on the title page inside of it and so on. Again and again, I therefore admonish my students both in Europe and America, don't aim at success. The more you aim at it and make it a target, the more you are going to miss it. For success, like happiness, cannot be pursued. It must ensue. And it only does so as the unintended side effect of one's dedication to a cause greater than oneself, or as the byproduct of one's surrender to a person other than oneself. Happiness must happen, and the same holds for success. You have to let it happen by not caring about it. I want you to listen to what your conscience commands you to do and go on to carry it out to the best of your knowledge. Then you will live to see that in the long run, I say, success will follow you precisely because you have forgotten to think about it.
Really? Earn it first by doing a podcast.
It talks about the idea of using the very Jewish ideas, the idea of being the Rothschild, of nullifying yourself before a much greater idea. Whether it is God, certainly consider some of the Jewish tradition, whether it is your family, whatever it is, that if you give yourself over, you give yourself over to another cause and completely sublimate yourself or subjugate yourself to that cause, then happiness and success will ultimately come to you. Whereas if you try to say, I want to be, I want to have, it won't work at all. It's a brilliant
maximizing and optimizing
Let me
your body,
introduce
right?
you. There were some
Is there a
controversies in life, which I shouldn't leave this lecture without
Is there a
mentioning.
philosophy that you
There
sort
were
of
some
like
critics of Franco's
are
work.
able? Did you ever
For
kind of like,
example,
was there a turning point? I'm always curious
some of the
when you
things
go,
that happened in the concentration
oh,
camps.
this is how to live your
I
life,
don't
and I'm
think,
going to
I
apply
mentioned
that to
in passing to my wife, did you hear this about Viktor Frankl?
what is it about
And
muscle growth? What is it
she was
about
like so angry that
this
anyone
field that,
even
that
criticized
drives
a single thing
what's the
that he
end
did
game?
in the concentration camps. She
So
thought that it
many
was
ways
totally
to
off
answer
limits.
answer
But I will tell you what it was. He apparently performed autopsies on the brains of some people who committed suicide, which a charitable view would say, well, he's a neurologist after all, and he is trying to understand something more about the motivations for suicide. And under the extreme conditions of the camps, how can you possibly criticize him for this? Other criticisms are that he maintained fairly cordial relations with a few figures who later became less popular for involvement in the Nazi Party, such as, for example, Kurt Waldheim, the Austrian politician who later had some notoriety with his appointment to the United Nations. So these are comparatively minor criticisms, but nevertheless his life is not totally without controversy. So by way of legacy, let's just look at this last quote of his. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Essentially, the way that we react to stress is what defines us as human beings. Franco's life was one of tremendous import, and I think he's left a legacy that continues to affect people all across the world to the present day and beyond. So with that, I'd like to conclude tonight's lecture. Stick around for a few questions. I want to remind you that we're not going to be meeting until after Passover. So we'll send out notices and initial bulletin when we'll start up here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Having dinner, waking up and looking in the mirror in the morning, in bodies they do not love, for sure, in most cases, like in many cases, and in too many cases, just downright hate. I don't like that at all. I think it's weird. I think you could buy a vacation to a nice place if you save your money. Almost everyone in America has access to an infinite amount of phenomenal education. Many diseases that you get, they can just give you a pill and they don't have them anymore. But then you're like, my body doesn't look like I want, and what are we doing about that? And what I want to do is be some small part of the tidal wave of progress that when it crashes and lands and washes away all the little pebbles on the beach, the result is every human being looks like they want. Period. That is the North Star. And I think that world is going to be a world in which we have like a gazillion other problems. But so many fewer, very core, very easily identifiable problems like low self-esteem, etc. And to me, recently this has expanded not just for the body, but for the face and the hair and everything. Total aesthetic appeal. Now, for those of you listening to this podcast, I am not a representation of the pinnacle of the idea. I'm not even someone to look up to. My body looks ridiculous. I have more body hair than like people have hair on their head, like 3 haircuts in a row.
Almost impossible to tap, though.
Difficult to tap. Yeah, the hair gets in the way. It's gross. You'll just stop rolling with me because of disgust. I just part of the plan. Did that guy shower like I was competing today? Why would he shower? What are you doing here?
In a singlet.
Oh yeah, very hot. One of those like early '80s singlets where like the nipples are hanging out.
Forearm wrestling.
Classic wrestling and weightlifting singlets are everything. What exactly are they trying to cover?
Very interesting development here. So, Callan is moving on from Shaw. I mean, it's obvious he's doing less and less episodes of the Fighter and the Kid podcast, and he's going to be doing less coming up as he's got stand-up gigs to do. But he keeps consistently dropping content on his YouTube channel. By the way, content that gets the same amount or even more views than the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But this is how I know he's moving on. Now that lawsuit has kicked in, he has a perfect excuse not to continue to do the podcast with Shab. But not only that, did you notice in the clip I played for you when he said, The podcast studio. No outside noise. It's in a basement. Meaning, he hates that studio, that shotgun. Especially with the AC going on and the lights and stuff. But Callan has his own studio now, which has never happened before. Every time he did his own little thing, he always did it from Shop Studio. When he did the Conspiracy Social Club show with Sam Tripoli, they were doing that in Shop Studio. He just used one of the things and had his Callan backdrop, but that was still Shop Studio. He has now completely separated himself and has his own studio space. I don't know where it is. I doubt it's his house, though. So Callan has his own studio space and isn't doing it with Shop anymore, which has never happened before. Which is also kind of easier on him. I mean, when they were back in LA, why get your own studio space? You do the podcast with Shop anyway, so if you're going to do another podcast or studio space there, just do it there, which is what he did. He did his own show. What was he doing? A book review show there for a while there? And then the conspiracy show with Tripoli. But now that they moved to Austin, he won't hang out with Shab, and he got his own studio space. He's moving on from Shab. We are witnessing it in real time. Hell, he's mad Shab even followed him to Texas. You're like, look, Bubba, going down to Texas, Rogan offered me a residency at the Comedy Mothership, and Bubba was like, I'm following you, B. Callan's just like, crap, he's following me. Damn. But he is definitely moving on from Shab. Evidenced by he got his own studio. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Over on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, one of the dads on Brendan Schaub's son's baseball team decided to expose Schaub. So I'm going to read this to give you my thoughts. This from Memorabilia Network. Long story short, I'm a baseball dad. My son was on the 9U team here in Calabasas with Brendan's son. In no way will I make this post about his son, but more about how big of a jack-off the poor kid's dad was in the community. I'll give you a little inside baseball, pun intended. Alright, first things first. All of the dads on the team send Reddit links to each other all of the time. Of course. We laugh hysterically at them. We would have a designated number at each game. That number would be the line on how many times Joe Rogan's name would get dropped by Brendan. He couldn't go an entire game or an event that he would always invite himself to his microphone. When we found out he was moving to Austin, we joked how long it would be until a restraining order would be filed. His obsession with him is unreal. He told us over and over that he and Rogan were best friends, and also said nobody has ever been on his podcast more than him. He also told us he needed to move to a community where he was around more conservative people like him, and move to a super liberal city. Oh, and my favorite story to share, and this tells you all you wanted to know. when I put the order in for jerseys, he gave me his number preference first before even giving his son. I explained to him that we let the kids pick their numbers first. Instead of just saying that he agreed and understood, the first thing he did was ask if I knew if any of the boys were 66. I told him I wasn't sure that number would change a lot with the kids, and he looked at me with all sincerity and said, "That's Dad's number." Now all the parents still say, "That's Daddy's number." Oh my God. To each other all the time. It was so cringy. And lastly, don't let his words fool you about how busy he is with traveling ball. On multiple occasions during practice, he would just sit in his truck on his phone. Then come game time, he would be the first parent in the dugout. His wife in there with him to take photos. Anything for the gram, right? Anyways, just thought I'd share some funny moments from America's dad. That's Daddy's number. How is it? Probably gets worse and effing worse. Dude, alright, so first and foremost, we know that this is 100% real. And the reason why we know that is because all of the leaked footage. You have to remember, it wasn't just Shab getting thrown out of his son's baseball game. We also had leaked footage of Shab at practice, and they edited that footage of Shab at the son's practice to show all the worst things Shab was doing. So Shab, in real life, is hated by all the other parents on that baseball team because they recorded the footage, edited it, and then uploaded it to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. So that's how we know this is 100% true. So Shab sits in his truck on his phone until game time, probably looking for the baddies. Let's keep it real. Trying to get some addies and baddies in the truck, on the phone. He talks about Rogan all the time. Of course he does. This is the thing that I've said. He throws around
I have had some requests to
so much.
kind of cut back on the rabbi jokes. Rabbis are getting a really hard time in this class, but I have to tell you one more rabbi joke. So it goes like this. Young rabbi takes over a new position, and the retiring rabbi is on his way out. He meets with the young rabbi and he says, "Listen, very nice, you've got this position, and you'll find it's a wonderful community, and you're going to fit right in, I'm sure. But there will be times when you will experience conflict, in particular with the board of directors. It's hard to be a rabbi when you have a very opinionated board. And so I have, over my many years of experience, compiled a few really basic ideas that I think will help you if you ever experience any conflict of that nature. In my desk, you will find 3 sealed envelopes. Don't open them right away. Wait until you really have a problem. And then go back to the desk, take the first envelope, have a look at what it says there, and I have a feeling that it'll help you in whatever your problem is. I didn't tell you this joke before, did I? No, okay, good. All right. Fred's heard it before, I think. But Fred's heard all my jokes, and he remembers them too, which is really good. Anyways, so the joke goes like this. So he's in the job for a few months, and everything's going fine. And then one Shabbos, he's officiating at a bar mitzvah, and he happens to be a son of one of the board members, and he gets the kid's name wrong. He keeps calling him Mervin, and his name is Morris. And over, he keeps saying Mervin, and everyone in the crowd is wincing and so on. So after the services, the father of the child, a member of the board, says, "That was atrocious. I can't believe you got my son's name on his bar mitzvah. We spent $600,000 in this bar mitzvah. You can't get his name right." And so tomorrow is a board meeting. I want to see you there. So, he doesn't know what to do. He's sweating. He feels terrible. What am I going to do? The board. So he decides, you know what? The envelope. So he goes back. He takes up the first envelope. He opens it up, and he sees 2 words on it. It says, feign ignorance. He's right, feign ignorance. So the next morning when he goes to the board meeting, he says, I'm so sorry, many years ago I taught a person before, I looked just like him, a brilliant boy whose name was Mervyn, and I kept on confusing him, and I'm really sorry, I throw myself to your mercy, it was inexcusable, and I'll apologize to the membership. And so they say, all right, fine, we'll let it go, no problem. A few months later, same kind of thing happens at a funeral where he's officiating a man who passed away, and he keeps on going on and on about the widow, and he doesn't realize that there are two other widows also at the graveside from earlier marriages. He completely forgot about them, and of course, they're very upset, so they say, tomorrow we have another board meeting, and you better come prepared, right? So he goes straight back to the desk, he opens up the second envelope, and it says, feigned illness. He says, So the next morning he says, I wasn't feeling myself. I really shouldn't have done the funeral. I had the flu. I was delirious, whatever. So they say, okay, we understand. Everyone gets sick every now and then, things like that. A few weeks later, again, something else happens. He's in big trouble. They say, we're going to see you tomorrow. He says, no problem. He goes back to his office, opens up the third envelope, which reads, prepare 3 envelopes. That's a fair rabbi joke, right? Tonight's topic is, this is a well-known individual, in fact, one of the great thinkers of the 20th century, who made his impact on the world, perhaps more than perhaps a handful of Jews in the modern period, and in fact a handful of human beings as a whole, because he really was a major influential thinker. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis. I really didn't have to go very far to find material on Sigmund Freud. And I'm sure many of you have all taken Psych 101, and you all have the basic biography and, the whole cigar business and things like that. So we're not going to do a review of Psych 101, except perhaps to talk about his interpretation of dreams. But I'd like to try and focus specifically on the Jewish aspects of his life and how his Judaism affected his work, and perhaps how we are affected as a result of the twin foci of Freud's psychoanalytic brilliance and his Jewish background. So that's the plan for tonight. We're going to try and look at the Jewish side of Freud as much as possible in the context of course, this lecture series on the famous Jewish individuals. So Freud was born in 1856 in Galicia, in Moravia, what would be today the Czech Republic, in a small town. His family was actually quite observant. You can see him here with his father, Jacob. He was named, previous one, Shlomo Freud. The word Freud in German means joy. I know many people's name is Fried. It's the exact same word, just slight vowel shift for Yiddish. Fried is Freud, same name. He later shortened previous one to simply Sigmund. And of course, he dropped the Shlomo because he became a very determined atheist, and at the same time, a very committed Jew. Interesting kind of parallel existence, which became a paradigm for many Jews really in the 20th century, where he was very proud of his Jewish identity, resented any influence to try and have him change his Jewish identity, but at the same time, he had a very negative view of religion as a whole, and Judaism in particular. His father taught him Bible stories, and he went to regular Jewish education. He was a gymnasium education. It was a secular school system, but Jews were exempted from religious studies for Christians and were taking Hebrew Bible stories and Jewish history during those periods. So he had a fairly strong education in what would later become the Czech Republic. It was the Habsburg Empire at that time. And in his youth, he moved to Vienna, which is where he crafted his reputation as a whole. We'll have a lot more to say about that. His family was observant, as I mentioned before. His mother, in particular, here she is, was Freud on the left at 16 years old. And he had imbibed many of these stories from the Bible, really as mythic stories that would later percolate into his thinking and express themselves right up to the very end of his life. His very last written works really dealt with some of the basic themes that are discussed in the Bible, his work Moses and monotheism, that we'll have occasion to speak about shortly. Now, you can't study Freud's biography without coming across, what undergraduates are constantly remarking upon, that Freud's father was, if I remember correctly, some 22 years older than his mother. And Freud grew up kind of like with this fairly distant, authoritarian, powerful father figure, and on the other hand, a very warm, nurturing, younger mother figure. And of course, many undergraduates will go on and say, well, there you go, that's the whole origin of the Oedipus complex, and what Freud would later argue that a child has a great attachment to his mother and resentment for his father because he feels that his father is interfering with his relationship with his mother. It certainly seemed to play out, at least in the basic parameters of the age disparity of Freud's father and mother. But that's something more for the psychology lectures. We're going to concentrate mainly on the Jewish lectures. He fell in love with a very observant woman named Martha Bernays. Her grandfather was the chief rabbi of Hamburg, and he wooed her with tremendous force, with tremendous energy that he had never expended before any other person or really a project in his youth. In fact, he shifted his entire career path in order to attract her, to be able to support her. He went into medicine because he felt that would be the best vocation to attract a good Jewish girl. Although when they married, he insisted they maintain a secular household. And one of their first fights as a married couple was over whether or not she could light Shabbat candles in her own home. So Freud maintained a pretty authoritarian view over exactly how the home should observe their Jewish rituals or not, more precisely. And at the same time, as I mentioned, he never gave up on his Jewish identity. To give you another sense of their relationship, which was a happy one and produced many children, and they found their modus vivendi right to the end of their lives. Freud was always the one who chose the names of their children, and he would always name them after his teachers. This was, just kind of a strange thing to look at, that his children got the names of his teachers. Where is his wife in all of this? But anyway, that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So let's look at his medical and psychological career in particular, because that's going to affect our discussion of his Jewish identity. So Freud was, by all accounts, a brilliant student from his youth. His parents doted on him. They gave him his own special room in the house where, even though they lived in a fairly cramped circumstances, he had a place for his own study and for his own books, and he was really quite brilliant. He was dedicated to a life of research as a whole, a while to decide exactly which field he was really going to specialize in until he met his future wife, and he decided that medicine would be the way to go. He embarked on a pretty ambitious research career, associating himself with many esteemed doctors, and he did a lot of work on neurology. He studied the neurons in lamprey eels and all kinds of things like that. And actually published a fair bit as a medical researcher. But that interest in neurons and neurology slowly shifted to the evolving field of hypnosis, which he found quite fascinating, and especially the idea that physical pains could be generated by thought, meaning that people could have ideas which could then be expressed as a physical symptom, and if you address the mental notion with hypnosis, you could actually heal the physical symptom. He was fascinated with this mind-body problem that, of course, would form the roots of his psychoanalytic practice. In particular, he made the shift over to what would be psychoanalysis under the impression of, or the influence of Jean-Marc Martin Charcot here. One of his children was named Martin after Jean-Martin Charcot. And Charcot was one of these early pioneers in hypnotic theory, and he especially was interested in studying hysterical women. The term hysteria at that time, it's no longer used in this context, but the term hysteria was associated with a complex of symptoms that was believed, Freud later changed this idea, was believed to be associated exclusively with women, where they were excessively, easily agitated, they would faint. They also had a very strong libido that would be expressed inappropriately whenever a gathering of men were present, the desire to be the center of attention, things like this. This whole body of ideas, which was associated since the time of Galen, way back in ancient times, with the womb. In fact, the Greek word for womb is hysteria, and therefore to be hysterical meant, oh, your womb is somehow affecting you. And here's a picture that depicts in Charcot's study where he has a whole bunch of students here, and they're observing a woman who has fallen into a faint, very famous painting, and he's talking about how this is an example of hysteria actually in Freud engaged in, it brought together a lot of these elements of the mind-body problem, the idea of addressing mental symptoms to affect what were believed to be actual physical symptoms and so on, and he was quite heavily impressed by Charcot. He joined forces with Joseph Breuer, one of a whole series of young Jews who were also engaging in this pioneering field of psychological studies, and together they wrote this manuscript, Studies on Hysteria. It was actually quite a well-received book, although one of the things that began to affect the relationship between Breuer and Freud, and also affected Freud's growing reputation as well, was his strong emphasis on the sexual roots of the problem of hysteria. He believed that it had something to do with the oversexed nature of women, and that under these kinds of conditions they could behave in this manner and so on. And this began to make Breuer rather uncomfortable. He ended up abandoning the research with Freud, or Freud went on, of course, sexuality became a central pillar in his thought. They did most of their research, believe it or not, on Jewish women. We're talking about upper middle class Viennese Jewish women. The entire field of psychoanalysis in its infancy and through much of its maturity really deals with Jewish doctors and Jewish patients. The reasons for that is something that we might want to think about. But one of those women was the famous Anna O, as she was described in Freud's writings, whose real name, no doubt, is Bertha Pappenheim, who was actually a very important woman working, creating a network of women's shelters across Europe for runaway girls, a tremendous amount of charitable work. But again, we have these urban Jewish women coming to these doctors seeking medical advice for a series of conditions which people like Freud are beginning to think are somehow psychological in nature. Let's go one more here. This is Big Leap, one of the huge moments in Freud's intellectual career that really cemented his future as one of the pioneering thinkers was what happened shortly after the death of his father, Jacob. A death that he thought originally would not affect him whatsoever, but his mourning was deeper and more profound than he had anticipated. And he found himself really puzzled as to why he felt such a tremendous loss at the loss of his father. And so he decided to engage on a profound self-analysis that began in the last few years of the 19th century and continued in one way or another towards the end of his life. And Freud, it's hard to minimize, it's hard to overemphasize the importance of this self-analysis he went through. Not only did he expose his own personality to a searing searchlight criticism, he published it. He wrote about his own self-analysis. And very few kind of like veils of secrecy to protect himself from his embarrassment. He wrote regularly about his own dreams and what those dreams meant, no matter how embarrassing or how shameful those dreams might have been. And he was able, through the first decade in particular of self-analysis, to uncover all kinds of repressed childhood memories, at least this is the way he understood them, that he had hidden from himself for so many decades, and was now only beginning to work through a lot of the complex of things that formed his personality. What this was expressed in was his magnum opus, the book that he thought was the greatest book he ever wrote, and in fact, of the 23 volumes that have appeared, it is certainly most influential. The interpretation of dreams. Freud himself, to get back to the Jewish idea for a second, he considered himself in many ways a modern Joseph.
Nobody told me
Going back to the biblical Joseph, who was, of course, the great interpreter of dreams. The huge difference, of course, is that when Joseph is asked about, how did he get to be such a great interpreter of dreams, Joseph says, the dreams come from God, the interpretations from God, as the mouthpiece. But Freud, of course, felt that there was a scientific element to dreams, that every element in a dream was like a billiard ball knocked around the table. You could trace back the vectors of that billiard ball's passage and be able to understand exactly what it was that he was talking about. How does this work?
The fight.
Freud believed that you would have during the day some kind of event happen to you that would stick in your mind. You might not notice it at the time, but part of your mind, I'll show you the famous iceberg metaphor in a moment, part of your brain would constantly be chewing over what was that happened when you went to buy a coffee at Starbucks or whatever the Vietnamese equivalent was at the turn of the 19th century. The 20th century, and you'll be thinking about that and thinking about that. And when you went to bed and fell asleep, then your dream would be essentially a wish fulfillment. That you would, whatever it was that bothered you about that wish at the Starbucks, it would be expressed in the dream world where every single detail of your dream was somehow a veiled reference, maybe even a joking reference to something else that actually happened in your life, and you would review these things and you would somehow process them in the dream. Kind of like you're filled with frustrations and desires and all kinds of things that you can't carry through to their conclusion. And in the dream state, you can somehow catharsize. Is that a word? You can be cathartic, and you can get rid of all that extra pressure. And the way that you could figure out dreams is, of course, by going to the office of Dr. Sigmund Freud, who was now treating hundreds of patients. He would lie down on his couch, which was his famous way of treating these patients, and he would engage in free association, where he would repeat some of the words that were in the dream, and you were asked to repeat, and you repeat back the first thing that pops into your head. And then Freud, the Joseph of his time, would then put these words together and try to create a narrative of your dream that would make sense, usually referring to some childhood memory, probably a sexual memory, and that's how Freud put this whole thing together. Notice the Latin aphorism that he put on the title, which reads in English, "If I cannot move heaven, I will raise hell," which is very appropriate, I think, for Freud's intent here, because his totally radical way of interpreting dreams was completely at variance with hundreds of years of dream interpretive technique, in which most societies believe that each individual symbol in a dream had a fixed meaning that crossed cultures and so on. He said that no, dreams are simply the scientifically determined expression of unfulfilled wishes in this dream state. It's an amazingly influential work, very controversial work as well. And in particular, I'm going to look at one last element, then I'm going to go straight to the Jewish stuff. Two more last elements, and we'll talk about the Jewish stuff in particular. Now, one of the critics of Freud once said, and this is a kind of a nasty thing, I wouldn't normally say a nasty thing, but I think it's valuable in this context. He said that what is original in Freud is not good, and what is good in Freud is not original. Kind of a harsh statement. I hope nobody ever says anything like that about me. But in this context, the greatest discovery that he made was something that, as I describe it to you, you may see the great parallel to the Jewish tradition. It's hard to imagine that he did not imbibe some basic Jewish theological concepts and translate them into his psychological work. He argued that most of the mind, what we consider ourselves, is actually not in the conscious sphere. Meaning, it's happening under the water, like an iceberg. Like 90% of an iceberg is under the water. You don't see that part actually moving, but in fact, it is more influential than the part that we do understand. This is all Psych 101. You have the conscious mind, which is also expressed as the ego, which is a Latin word meaning simply I, the I part, the part that's talking, the part that you talk to yourself, you understand as yourself. That's kind of like above the water line, and you see that, you recognize that as yourself, your face in the mirror. But underneath, you have this unconscious, in particular, the id, which is simply the Latin word for it, the
out.
it. And this is where you stuff down through a process called repression all of your, unacceptable thoughts. Your desire to kill your boss, your desire to, rampage and do violence and say terrible things, all that stuff that's socially totally unacceptable, and you don't even like yourself thinking about it, so you cram it down into the unconscious, and it stays there and
you a little bit. It
like,
really was size and his
that the puzzle simply
football.
developed. And how do you get rid of the pressure? Well, that's in the dream
just a
world.
nice guy.
In the dream world, it gets to
kind of
express
cool. We were
itself,
talking about
filter back up,
between 125 and 35.
and eventually
His size
work
were
through these
like,
issues that
you
are
have to
present
take
in your id
different
through
considerations.
analyzing
We
dreams.
get knocked out with a
So I
jab.
also
You
believe
see,
that
Derek Lewis, when he
these
threw
kinds of
that
ideas were
it
at the
looked like
root
nothing. It
of
looked like you just
all
clipped him, and it's like,
religion. That everything from the Greek classics,
you're going to
which
sleep.
we
It's
study
so
with
crazy.
tremendous diligence, are really cultural expressions
a little more
of
introverted
this
than I am.
desire
I see what
to
you're saying.
express
Yeah,
the
I'm not
divinity.
just it's a
He did really
physicality.
want
It's
to do.
just something about
The greatest example, the one that is most
that must be
indelibly
it.
associated with his name, is of course the Oedipus complex,
Safety. Who's
in
quarterback,
which
Makes sense to
the young man Oedipus, shown here on the left,
Yeah, it was
is given a prophecy, actually his parents are given a prophecy, that their child will one day grow up
Because
to
a lot of times
murder
when you write
his father and marry his
I'm
mother.
stressed about worrying
And of
about
course that's what happens in the Greek myth. We won't go into the great details. Later, Oedipus solves the riddle from the Sphinx
on
that's
the
shown
way
in this
there
particular
in the cab to the set,
and
I
goes
found
on to
out that
become
Fabrizio
a great
passed away.
hero of the city of Thebes. So this idea of the desire to murder the father and marry the mother, Freud held that that was a cross-cultural constant. Every child has a desire, boys in particular have a desire to be close to their mother, who they associate as the caregiver and the source of nutrition and the source of affection. And who is this crazy guy who keeps on coming in and like getting, in the way? I know myself from my own experience when my children were very, very young, including my daughter here, that they did not appreciate my presence when they were nursing and things like that. I was like, no, what are you doing here? So this idea is then expressed in Greek myth as a story of Oedipus, or in terms of dreams and things like that. Okay, there you go. That's Freud, the Freud lectures of Psych 101 in 10 minutes. I will take questions now for a few minutes.
It is what it is. How would you leave? I'll leave Thursday. I'll fly. Here's the thing. I'm not going from Texas to Columbia. I'm going to go to Miami first, spend the night, and then go.
Chemicals?
How far
does it from me?
From Miami? Fuck, that ain't bad. Because Miami is what from here? 4?
If you ever want to do, that's to me with vacation. Like, if you want, Belize.
Okay, there's a lot. Freud has tremendous, fans, even today, and tremendous critics as well, including, his own disciples, really. Many of them broke with him quite forcefully. They felt that he was just obsessed with sex. Not everything is about sex. Like the joke is sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. That's one of the undergraduate jokes.
Plane, and then another plane, and then a boat, okay? And a boat. And you'll get, so you enjoy
His daughter, correct.
Please take the day to travel.
She was also
and
a
make sure that the
psychoanalyst.
kids, because the kids love that. That's easy.
And the
What's
kids don't
the
give a
relationship
fuck
to Jews and
because
Judaism?
you're
So here's
if you're in San
a picture of him
if you're in
studying
fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go,
an antiquity. He loved
you're not doing
artifacts.
it
He
for the kids. You
collected
think you're
all
doing it for the
kinds
kids.
of,
They don't give a fuck. We have snacks.
what I
hotel
guess you
room,
would call tchotchkes from the ancient
be
world,
in
wherever he
Ukraine,
put
you're
African
fucking
tribal
kids don't
masks or
Parents are like, oh,
Assyrian
like your kid
bulls
does
or whatever he
not
could
give a
get,
fuck.
idols, things like that. He
All
loved
day
it.
in off the street.
His office was
You're doing it for
crammed
you.
with a lot of these things because he saw them as kind of physical representations of a lot of these deep-seated, id-based ideas that somehow found their way into artistic expression. And this was just another example of how his self-identification as a godless Jew, maybe perhaps in the context of what you were saying earlier, that he did not believe that God existed, but he believed that humans had the power to really elevate themselves to a tremendous height by steering self-analysis. At the same time, even though he completely disassociated from the Jewish religious tradition, except in a literary sense, in which he loved to read about the biblical stories and so on, he was very proud to be a Jew. And in fact, one of the stories that he writes about in his interpretation of dreams, again, you'll recall that as a context of his self-analysis, he's constantly writing about his own dreams, his own fears. He's exposing these things to hundreds of thousands of readers over the last century. He described a conversation he had with his father when he was very young. And his father told him about what anti-Semitism was like when he was young. And once he was walking down the street, that is Jacob Freud, Freud's father, and some anti-Semitic hooligans came along and they knocked his hat off into the mud. And they said to him, "You get off the sidewalk."
You might as well be an Irish.
So Freud, young Freud Sigmund said to his father, "So what did you do?" And Jacob Freud said, "I got off the sidewalk and I picked up my hat." And that deeply disturbed Sigmund. He wanted his father to make a stand. He wanted his father to be a hero, to be tough. He did not like the concept of his father being docile or accepting his fate. Which Jews have been historically quite, it's a survival strategy. Since we're a minority, it's the kind of thing where you don't want to stand out. It's safer sometimes to simply go along with it. I know I experienced that myself as a child because I was the only Jewish child in the town where I grew up. But it reminds me more importantly of a joke that goes like this: two Jews are being led out to a firing squad for execution. And one of them starts screaming, "This is a mistake! I'm innocent! You have the wrong man! You have to call this off!" And everyone says, "Shut up! Don't make trouble."
She's like, well, if he's going to cheat on me, then I'll know.
So Freud was a very proud Jew. In fact, one of his children describes how in the 1930s, when Nazism became prevalent, and they were brown shirts, some Hitler-Jugend types, young people were accosting the children. Freud came running out with his walking stick and forcibly drove away a whole crowd of young guns. That's the kind of Jew he wanted to be. He wanted to be a muscular Jew. He wanted to be a Jew that could stand up for what was important on a physical level, even though he had no interest whatsoever in the religious component of Judaism. He was deeply, he refused any attempt to dissociate himself from Judaism. Like, for example, when he came into the academic world in Vienna in the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century, being Jewish was a tremendous handicap. There's so many examples of Jews who, under pressure of economic circumstances or under the lure of a potential advancement in society, simply converted to one or the Protestant sect, and then were able to get that university post or that position as the composer or conductor of the orchestra and so on. And this is something that was extremely common in the 19th century, and Freud refused to do it, and as a result, he didn't get tenure for 20 years. One of the greatest minds of the 20th century not getting tenure for 20 years simply because he refused to give up his religion in order to receive it. This gives you a sense of his fervent attachment to Jewish identity. Yeah. So again, it's an interesting kind of paradigm in that no interest whatsoever in Judaism, and in fact published quite a bit criticizing Jewish theology and debunking it, as he would put it, but at the same time adamant in his Jewish identity. He really formed a kind of a cultural type. He joined, for example, the B'nai B'rith International, which at that time was a fraternal organization specifically associated with the defense of Jewish rights. It's kind of like an ADL kind of organization, still obviously very active, but he was one of the important members at the turn of the 20th century. He was also a big proponent of Jewish research into Jewish culture as a whole. He was involved in the board of the Yiddish Wissenschaftler Institute, the YIVO Institute, which is currently based in New York, but this is the most famous Yiddish language scientific research institute of its day. He was also a great fan of his contemporary Theodor Herzl, and was definitely a proponent of the idea of Zionism, but he didn't believe that it could really take off. He was not convinced that the idea of settling in the Middle East was really going to work, but nevertheless he was willing to lend a hand and support it. In particular, he was associated with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He was on its original founding board, together with Albert Einstein, another Jew persecuted in this century for his ideas and his identity. And he was a big fan of these kinds of things. So all taken together, he was definitely very, very enthusiastic as a proponent for Jewish identity, although stripped of its religious content. Let's go specifically to his last work now, which is perhaps one of the most fascinating. At the very end of his career, he tackles Judaism head on and he expresses his ideas
Let me start with Brian. This is Texas Brian. Brian
strange manner. Specifically, in his last book, Moses and Monotheism, Freud argues that the biblical story as we have it is incorrect. Freud, not a biblical scholar, although a big enthusiast,
he meant he's going to flower this red shade in a helicopter.
The story of Moses is not that he was sent by God to rescue a slave people. Rather, Moses was an Egyptian. He was Egyptian born and was frustrated in his attempts to become Pharaoh himself. So rather than simply accept a second-class status, Moses chooses a slave people, becomes their leader, and then takes them out of Egypt in order to establish his own kingdom. So Moses, rather than a Jewish hero who lives in the Egyptian world, Freud argued that Moses is actually an Egyptian who led Jews. Now, his evidence to support this thesis is very spotty, and it hasn't got any traction whatsoever in the world of biblical studies, certainly not in the Yeshiva world, but nevertheless, it's relevant specifically for what happens next, because what Freud argued was that once they were out in the desert, the Jews actually balked at Moses' imperious leadership, and they murdered him. So the whole story with being on Mount Nebo and seeing the land of Israel, the Jews couldn't stand it anymore, says Freud, and as a result, they actually took him out. Now, for Freud, this was an extremely significant thing, because he felt that this was another archetype, just like the Oedipus complex refers to the desire to marry one's mother and murder one's father. This represents the desire to become the authority figure oneself. Again, reflect on Freud's own upbringing with that much older father and things like that. Kind of crazy things through. But he felt that by murdering Moses, the Jews, as it were, liberated themselves entirely from the indenture. That's a good word. Is that a good word? Is it a real world? Indenture?
Just to jump on the chopper.
Okay, so the slavery to some authority figure, and then they themselves that authority figure. And they displace the belief in a single human leader, which is what characterizes most of human history, to a mythical God that was really the repository of all true authority. And in that creation of a God, they essentially ascribed all these moral characteristics to monotheism. And this is the part that Freud gets very enthusiastic about. They created an entire ethical culture that followed the death of a human leader. Of course, they engineered the death of the human leader according to Moses and monotheism, but nevertheless, it represents a whole evolution of the Jewish spirit into a new God. You may not have heard any of these ideas before, and I'm not surprised, because they're really crazy ideas that don't have much influence on the world of scholarship as a whole, but they nevertheless say a lot about what Sigmund Freud felt, that although he was a brilliant psychoanalyst, and he was definitely a very proud Jew, he was not necessarily the paradigm of Jewish identity that you want to name as the honoree for the dinner that year. Okay, so let's take it to the 1930s now.
It's not fucking the dark.
Hitler unfortunately comes to power in January of 1933, and the atmosphere for Jews immediately declines. There was a period in the 1920s when Freud, Einstein, a lot of other Jews in Germany actually had sort of a heyday of popularity, and their ideas were celebrated quite widely. This is the period of the so-called Weimar Republic, which was bending over backwards to the
And you know, if you
liberal
handle them, like
in order
if I
to
put my
kind
hand
of
on top, those are little
expiate the
thorns
guilt
in your hand.
that was experienced by the First World
Trey
War.
was like, kill him. I'm like, I like
The
killing him.
victors
Awesome. Give him
had
a name.
blamed
Hopefully comes
Germany
back.
for the onset of the war, which is not an entirely fair assertion. Many of the Allies bore responsibility for the sequence of events that led to the war. And Germany, though, was saddled with a tremendously difficult, as I'm sure you're aware, economic situation where they had the war guilt clause. They had to be, their military was emasculated. They weren't allowed to maintain troops on certain borders and so on. And when Hitler came to power in the 1930s, there was a huge reaction against this liberalism. There are many Germans who felt that they had been humiliated by the Allies unfairly, and it was time for Hitler to really take the country to a new position of pride and strength, which he did admirably, albeit at the expense of the Jews. And one of the things that Hitler emphasized was the idea of the degenerate ideas that have been generated by people like Freud that were overly sexualized, that were
every time he shows a tiny
not
thing,
grounded in what he thought were true German values and so on. So there's a series of
that's why these bitches get so close with the jams,
which were called Einzelaktionen,
by the way, one coyote takes that thing out.
burnings, desecration of property, the occasional beating, raised by brown shirts, kind of like hooligans, wearing swastikas would go around beating up Jews and forcing Jews to clean the streets on their hands and knees, and paint signs on the walls saying "do that," things like that. And there was a whole series of increasingly difficult discriminatory measures that took place, especially after 1935, when Hitler enacted the Nuremberg laws, also known as the Laws of German Blood and Honor.
That's up in the
Under
air
which,
right
for
now, but
example,
we've got 5 right now.
all Jews were to be specifically removed from any civil service. They were removed from any public schools, both as students and as teachers. They were not allowed to have any sort of government jobs, from postal clerks to government ministers and so on. And Jews were feeling the pressure. They really were not welcome in Germany anymore. This culminated in the tremendous massacre of Kristallnacht in November of 1938, when there was a coordinated pogrom that took place across the entire German country, the country of Germany, with about 260 Jews killed and a tremendous degree of property damages, synagogues burned, and so on. And so Jews who had not left by that point really knew that this was it. If they didn't leave by after 1938, after Kristallnacht, the chance that they would not get to leave at all. Maybe I'm overstating the position of Jews at that time, but it was eminently clear that something terrible was brewing. Freud at that time felt that he agreed, and he felt that it was really time for Jews to abandon Germany. Specifically, he addressed the Vienna Psychological Circle, which is shown here, in which just about everybody in the circle is Jewish, and he argued that it should be disbanded and all Jews should really leave Europe. In his final address to the Vienna Psychological Circle, he compared himself to Yochanan ben Zakkai, the great rabbi who was the leader of the Jews at the time of the destruction of the First Temple, who argued that some notice of envy must be struck with the Romans in order to perpetuate Judaism as a whole. It's very ironic that he, the godless Jew, would choose Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai as a model, but again, it gives you a sense of the complexity of Freud's relationship to Judaism and Jewish history. So the society did in fact disband, and Freud moved to England. He had a tremendous command of the English language. He had a long love for the English people and their system of government, and so he moved to England in 1938, and he died a year later after a long and heroic battle with cancer. So when we look at the legacy of Freud as a whole, we can see that it's really tremendously profound in his psychological insights, which many have disagreed with forcefully, but nevertheless the very concept that the mind is a place that is subject to physical powers, that is, that the way we think is not something ethereal and soul-like, but rather something which is mechanical and driven by various influences that occur to us in our lifetime, particularly in our childhoods. This is something that revolutionized the field and ultimately became the germ for many, many scholarly works on psychoanalysis. As a Jew, we can certainly point to his tremendous support of Jewish causes and the lending of his growing reputation to major institutions. I forgot to mention, by the way, that his sons, when they were in university, joined the Kadima
focus on making fucking money
and
in the Middle East and Russia and in China, and you're forgetting who busted their ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo.
But at the same time, while
You
he
did it for
clearly
these
identified
journalists,
himself
like
as
Luke
a
Thomas,
Jew,
like
and
you're a
resented
legit
any
journalist
efforts to
who
minimize
busted
that
their ass and
ethnic
got into
association,
fucking major corporations and started shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at us. These are actual talented athletes. This isn't cockfighting.
tear it down
And you're
to its
forgetting,
roots
you
as he
left
tore
all of
the
them in the
psyche down
fucking
to its
dust.
roots. These
That
are
ain't right,
perhaps
man.
unfortunate
They have the Nut Boys. They
expressions
can't
of
name
his activity,
5
but
fucking
nevertheless they
UFC
represent
fighters.
a true vision of the kind of approach he took to
And we get
Judaism.
this. And this is
That's
where the
about all I
breaking
have to
news
say
and
about
breaking down
Floyd tonight.
fights.
I want to thank you very much for your attention.
This would be,
and I'll hang around
be
for
like the
questions.
fucking MLB announcing their draft on Nickelodeon. There's no difference. And that fan base is going, yes, we like it. If the Nelk think Dana's cool, he has to be cool. It's so short-sighted, it's fucking over the sport. And I'm here for it. But you can do both. I understand you want the views. But you cannot forget, those guys did not build the sport. Those guys didn't make it their
All right,
life
ladies and
fucking
gentlemen,
long
thank you very
quest.
much for your patience.
As journalists,
I'm
they
sorry
could be
we're
in
starting a little late.
any
We
other
had a
category.
small kerfuffle
Eric
with
could be
the
in fucking
office door, which
basketball.
keeps over the
For that.
supplies, and
Luke could be in
just
what,
a little bit with the
politics?
setup, but I
He
think
knows
it's
his
pretty good.
shit,
5
dude.
minutes late is
You're talking
not
about
too bad.
legit journalists. They
The
could be in
joke for
boxing.
tonight,
They could do
I
all
got to
these
take
other
a
sports.
Soviet joke,
They
and I have been
chose
trying to
the
edit my jokes
UFC.
to have less derogatory comments directed at rabbinical leaders. So the joke goes like this.
Because
as
they
I'm sure
might
you're
ask you
all
a question
aware,
you don't like.
for
So
much
you
of the
ban
20th
them
century,
from
the
the
Soviet Union
fucking
was a
press
scourge
conferences?
upon Eastern
Are you
European
out of your
Jewry,
goddamn mind? Are
preventing
you
them
fucking
from,
Putin?
freedom of movement, leaving the country,
Hey,
to go
hold
to Israel, to
Hold
America,
on,
and
let me get this
elsewhere.
straight. The smartest minds in the
refusing
sport
phenomenon that was
can't go
especially
to these
prevalent
fucking
in the
events.
post-war era.
What
So,
the
and there are
fuck
many
are we
jokes that are
doing?
associated with it because Jews have
Again,
an
but you
uncanny
can have
ability to
both.
somehow
Have
turn
them
even
at
the
the press
darkest
conferences going to
moments
hold your feet to the fire.
into
They're not looking
cause
for
for
gotcha moments.
laughter.
They're
So the joke
actually
goes that
asking
a
well
refused
thought out questions
is going to
that
be
a
refused
lot
that
of us
goes
who
to
are in the
the
sport want to
visa
know.
office in Moscow to request an exit visa
you
to
can
leave the
just
country to
continue
go
to
to
do
Israel.
this.
And the
The sport
official,
will die in
in
America.
charge is
And
the
you keep
is very
shoving
upset,
fucking
because
slap fight down
this
our
happens
goddamn
every day. All
throats.
these
You
Jews
can
are
do
trying to leave
that.
the country. It's actually an interesting
Or you
phenomenon
can be
why the
cruise
Soviet Union
control
was so upset
and forget
over
about the
Jews trying
UFC,
to
what
leave,
you
but that
are,
would be for another
and then
class,
go
I think.
promote Canelo.
And so he says to him, you
Crawford.
Jews are all the same.
You could do
You
that
come here with the
and just
same
fuck us.
concern, the same
That's what he's
worry.
doing. You can do
Everyone's
that.
concerned about
Play
one
the
thing. And
shitty
the Jew says, well,
fucking
actually, the
clip.
truth is I'm
I have
concerned about
nothing
two
against
things.
the Nelk Boys.
And he says, well, I know the one thing you're worried about.
You can do
You're
the Nelk
worried
Boys.
that we are
We can
somehow
also do
going to go
actual
back to the
journalists
bourgeois
that are going to
style
hold your
of
feet to the
government
fire.
in which there's
Again, all those guys I
anarchy
mentioned,
let
they're
loose
not
in the
going to give you
streets of
gotcha moments.
violence and attacks upon Jews,
they're not
pogroms.
doing that.
That's what you're worried about, aren't
They
you?
know the
He
sport.
says, yes, I actually am worried
Anyone
about that.
on your
He says, well, you
staff,
don't have to worry about it because
any
the
of these
truth is the
YouTubers, any of these
Soviet workers'
influencers,
paradise
they
will
actually
last
are
forever.
going to ask you
And he says,
questions
that's the other thing
that
I'm worried about.
those of us that know the sport, that love
Right,
it,
so tonight's
actually
talk
want to know,
is
man, and
set
we don't
in
get.
that
So you get these
Soviet
weird
period, and
conspiracies.
it's
That's what's
in
going
many
on.
ways one of the most
You're not asking
enigmatic and
fucking
troublesome periods, the pre-war era, and there's
Play
some
the
fascinating
shitty
elements of
cupcake
Soviet
clip.
Jewish history there that are completely bizarre in terms of the experiment that was perpetrated by Jews on their own society during the 1920s in particular, and then the horrific purges that followed, which will of course be the content and the background of our discussion of Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson.
Really?
So who
What
was
other fight
Rabbi
is he obsessed
Yosef
with?
Yitzchak
Give me one
Schneerson?
other one in the division.
I think the many of you
Give
may
me
know
one
him
other one.
by his Yiddish moniker, He's known as the Freer Dicker Rebbe, which means the earlier rabbi.
Go ahead, play.
And of course, that
Right? That's kind of how you do it, right? It's like they both run through the division,
refers to
and
his
then it's like you're in the position
chronological
where it's like,
relationship
I
with
gotta make this. That's what happened with
most
Islam, right?
famous of the Chabad rabbis, the Rabbi Mendel Schneerson, who we spoke about a few years ago. This is his father-in-law and his immediate predecessor. That's why he's called the Freer Dicker, the earlier rabbi, because the later one was, of course, referred to simply as the Rebbe for most of the 20th century. He's also known by the name of Rayat, which is an acronym of his initials, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak. The Tzadi is like the Yosef. So he's known as the Rebbe Rayat, or the Freer Dicker Rebbe, or simply Rabbi Schneerson. But the term Rabbi Schneerson is very problematic because I think all of the Chabad rabbis have that last name, so you have to find a distinction for each. They have, as it were, nicknames. The Rebbe, Tzedek, after one of the books written by one of the Rebbe's, the Alter Rebbe, the Old Rebbe, things like that. This is their Freer Dicker Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe. His years are a period of tremendous transition for world Jewry. Born in 1880, and so the first half of his life was lived under the Tsarist Empire, and in his person, he emulated what millions of other Jews had done by immigrating to America. In the context of the upheavals of World War II, he came to these shores in 1940, and I think one of the most important elements of his legacy that we'll touch on briefly tonight is this concept that he popularized through this expression, America is nicht anders. America is no different. Now, what does that mean? America is no different. So we have several waves of migration of Jews to these shores. But they can be broadly grouped into two major historical chunks. The first major historical chunk, of course, there's the earlier Sephardic migration, things like that. We're talking about Eastern European Jewry for the main part. The first major chunk came between 1881 and 1928. Somewhere in the neighborhood of just over 2 million Jews left Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire in particular, some of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to come to these shores. It was curtailed by the American government's shift towards a much more nativist policy and a much more exclusionary, insular immigration policy that denied access to less desirable races such as the Italians and the Jews. But the attitude of those generations of Jews from 1881 to 1928, those were primarily immigrants. And I mean that to distinguish them from the later migration, which would be refugees. It's a huge difference in thinking between an immigrant and a refugee. The immigrants, which included my grandparents and probably the grandparents of most of you in this room, maybe the parents of most of you in this room, they came to this country as rebels. They came often disregarding rabbinic advice, which was overwhelmingly in favor of staying in Europe, because America was considered, the Goyish land, the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, noted specifically because of its tremendous lack of good kosher Chinese restaurants in the turn of the 19th century. And so Jews who came here, often single, often, trying to get rid of their lifestyles in Europe, they came to America and with the attitude, I'm going to let America shape me. I'm very excited about this new country, this whole democracy thing, citizenship. They worked very hard to get rid of cultural accretions like the Yiddish language. Certainly Jewish observance was jettisoned, sometimes forcefully, how many Jews had to get fired every Friday afternoon before they finally decided they're going to work on Shabbat. So they came to this country with a kind of attitude of, I'm going to become a new person in this land. I'm going to let America remake me. Which is not the case with those Jews who came in the context of the Holocaust, because they were refugees. They were not coming typically single by choice, by their stage of life. They were coming single because they had lost their families, and they were coming to this country angry and upset at what had happened to their homeland, and they were reluctant would be too soft a word to describe their attitude towards the transformational pressures of these shores. They wanted to retain their identity as it was in Eastern Europe, and in other words, they were going to make America into a new version of the shtetl. And we can see that in certain enclaves, like parts of Brooklyn, parts of Muncie, Rockland County, where you have a sizable critical mass population who are all doing the same thing, and they will transform that region into an American version of Europe over generations. So Rabbi Schneerson is one of that generation who came to this country in 1940 with a very strong
but anyways, so they'll find anything that's baseball adjacent that isn't like Major League Baseball. So like the movie Major League or Sandlot or Ken Griffin, players, stuff like that. So yeah, they just sent me a bunch of stuff because I always wear their crap. Field of Dreams, stuff.
Through his successor, the
They sent me all the stuff you like your boys would love.
fascinating innovations that I'm sure that Rabbi Schneerson could not have envisioned when he passed away in 1950.
Is it more fun or?
Okay, that's it for the introduction. Let's go straight to the material, right?
SoCal baseballs.
What I'd like to do is place him in his biographic context. And this figure is rather different from most of the people we speak about, because most of the biographies that we discuss in this class refer to people who sort of tripped over their destinies. They were children, they did different things, they happened to develop a particular talent, and they went in a particular direction. But their favorite Rebbe was royalty. He was raised from the beginning with a destiny that he was going to be the next Rebbe. And he began this process of training at his father's knee. From a very young age, he was very self-conscious, very well-read. But from the very beginning, he never deviated from his consciousness that in fact he was going to be the next Rebbe. And he mastered himself in his memoirs. We'll talk about them a little. Why don't we talk about right now? One unusual thing that about the Rebbe that truly sets him apart from most of the other Hasidic writers of his era is that he left a very extensive
if your
memoir
player gets
literature.
done wrong by the umpire,
As we discussed a little bit,
that's all baseball is. Fair foul, strike ball, out, safe. That's all it is. So if any of those happen to your guy, you gotta go defend your guy. Because you don't want the player to get ejected, or you don't want him to get mouthy, get suspended, or get fined. You got to go out and do it. So sometimes managers go, I got to get tossed for this. They'll know before they even go out there, like, yeah, I got to go for the team. You got to get it. I got to get tossed, so I'll go make a meal of it. Sometimes they'll even side talk me. You got to throw me, right? Like, they'll know. Yeah, it's always on our rules. So anyways, you came out, you didn't even do anything that egregious.
My God, you know he's saying that. And he's like, you're out.
Actually, even more like,
esoteric, but at the same time, they're also saying things about the cranky old household servant that they used to have in their home, and about various experiences they had as a child. I'll share one with you right now that I found
Also, when he
very
talks to you,
gripping, and I think in many ways describes a lot about the way he grew up. It's a great story.
I was so embarrassed because I'm like, oh my God.
It was very strange.
I was embarrassed. I was like, I mean, I don't want this to be
And he
about
describes
me.
how,
Like, the team really needs
by the way, this doesn't have a happy ending, so I warn you.
Like, I don't know if you
He
grew up in
describes, for
baseball
example, how
programs, but like
his
the dads were
father,
insane.
who would
We
have
had
been the
one guy
fifth
named Luke
Rebbe,
Hetherington. Shout out to him. He could have been the greatest fucking baseball player that's ever lived. He could have like walked on at like high school age for the Mariners. And the reason it didn't work is because Luke lived like a rock star too soon. You know, like he was getting, he had like a photo album of all the girls' tits.
And he eventually
like developed. Yeah, like literally like in high school. And he was just this legend of a guy. He literally, that's him, Luke Hetherington. He was so stinking good. And he was like a legend in our high school. I literally, in high school, asked him to autograph a baseball for me. He was like, that's going to be where it's starting. I mean, to us, he was, there was nobody larger than this kid. Looks like he still went some places.
Because
He was
the
a
watch
beast,
would
dude.
give him the discipline to make sure that he divided his
Oh, no, I don't know. He probably got drafted or whatever, but I don't think he played in whatever.
To make sure he
Maybe
woke up
minor
at this
leagues.
time and went to prayers at this time and learned for this amount of time he saw. And then one day he was in his father's study, And the
Now,
businessman
Luke,
came in,
if you hear
and the
this,
businessman
forgive me.
came
Your
to his
dad
father
was a
and said he needs to
psychopath.
borrow
This
28
dad would
rubles
literally
for
like
his business.
crash out about like
And
all
the
the
father
balls
said,
and
I'm
strikes.
sorry,
He
you know,
it was
the
like
way
a
things
daily
are right
thing
now,
that his dad would get
I
like
can't
tossed
lend
from the
you
game.
this money.
And I
This is
liked it. I was
probably
like, I
around
wish my dad even was
1891,
at this game.
which happened to
The
be
one that hit here on So the fact that you were 10
economic
feet
crisis
away
of
from
the
the
Russian
umpire.
Empire.
And
So,
like, you were really
the
respectful
businessman
about it,
saw
and it
this
was
young
a
boy
bad
sitting
call,
in the
I'm
corner
guessing, right?
playing
Like,
with
you
what
were
he called his
just
toy,
terrible
his
call,
gold
yeah,
coin.
terrible.
And he
So I
said,
thought
well,
that was
that's all right.
strange. It was wild.
That's
Yeah,
only worth 15 rubles, but the gold coin will do.
Is it more
So
serious?
the sixth Rebbe describes how, you know, all the blood rushed out of his brain, and he was terrified because he might have to part with this gold coin. And so the businessman leaves, and he goes up to his father, and he says, am I supposed to give him the coin? And the father says, well, you know, lending money to a fellow Jew is a huge mitzvah, and, you know, you get so much reward for it, things like that. So the young sixth Rebbe, not sure what to do with himself, he goes to the businessman's place of business, and he walks in the door, and he's hoping that by now perhaps he'll find out that the businessman has actually borrowed the money elsewhere. He won't have to part with the gold coin. But he hears the businessman kind of moaning to himself, saying, oh, I have to send out my agents to purchase goods to sell, and I have no money to give them to buy anything. What will be? So the Friedrich Rebbe goes up to the counter and he gives him the coin, and the man looks at it and he says, don't worry, you'll get your money back in a week. And the Friedrich Rebbe says he couldn't control himself, he just burst out in tears, and he ran out of the shop. So a week goes by and no money. 2 weeks go by and no money. This is just before Purim. 3 weeks go by, he goes up to the man and he says, by the way, where's the loan that I gave you? He goes, oh, that loan? That's old news. You won't see that money back until at least Sukkot, and I'll have to sell it 1,000 escrows to give it back to you. And that's the end of the story. So it's like it's a real true story. As you can tell, it has the ring of truth because it's not like satisfying his ending. You can see it made a big impression on him, and that's the character of his memoirs. Very rich, very detailed, very pungent with the kind of realia of 19th century life. But the point is, you know, he grew up, even as a child. He didn't really have a childhood in a normal sense because he had this idea he was always going to be destined to be the sixth of the Chabad rabbis. And reading his memoirs, learning about his life, you can see that he really maintained his trajectory true to that cause. So I want to discuss what those things were. Oh, these are 4 of the previous Chabad rabbis. This is the Alter Rebbe, the first. This is the Tzemach Tzedek, I think he would be the 4th. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the Rashab, which would be his father. And this is the 7th, his son-in-law, who took over. Did I get that right? This is the Rashab, isn't it? That's the 5th Rebbe? Well, let's go on, because I'm not sure. Okay, let's put it in historical context now. The last century of the Russian Empire was absolutely horrific for Jews. It's not surprising that so many of them wanted to leave to get to America because the 1800s in Russia were terrible in so many ways. I'm just going to touch on some of the major policies and events that shaped Jewish consciousness of their status in Russia at that time. Perhaps one of the most significant figures is Nicholas I, shown here. The Tsar Nicholas, who took power in 1825 after his father was assassinated in a rebellion that was unsuccessful. And he was a rather military individual. He had this notion that the military could save Russia not only in terms of foreign policy, but also in terms of domestic policy. That the military has advantages to bring society into a common vector. And in particular, he thought that the military would be a great way to reform the Jews, who you will recall,
comedy is alive and
Jews
well.
are the only non-Christian population of any size in Europe and Russia. They speak a different language, a Germanic language. It's not even a Slavic language like Polish or Ukrainian. They observe a different faith. They regard themselves as citizens of the Russian Empire. Of course, not the Russian Empire is extended citizenship, but they regard themselves as essentially permanent residents of long standing. And he felt that that has to change. They're concentrated in certain economic realms, small commerce, things like that. And he wanted to kind of normalize them. So he put in place this new gift, which is known popularly as the fresh start.
You make new routines, which is exciting. Say, try to take a road less traveled, or
in the
Russian
Russian
take a different
Empire,
route to work, because that is like
army
that makes life very exciting.
A lifestyle choice.
It's a great idea for you.
The period of conscription into the army is 25 years in the mid-19th century. It's not like 3 years like in Israel. It's 25 years. So it was an option of choice for like third sons who had no chance of getting much land, or they didn't want to become priests. So the army was a viable option. But for Jews, to join the army for 25 years was just out of the question. Being totally separated from the safety, no Christian kind of school at all. What are you going to do? Why am I thinking of Chinese school?
Like I'm not in that
Because we're kind of vegetarian. Anyways,
you came
what's
back,
going
that's
on?
the question.
Right. So,
I can't see myself.
what Jews typically did historically is they, instead of serving in the army, they paid a double tax. So we paid an extra tax for the privilege of maintaining our Nicholas I ended that practice, and he said, no, all Jews must serve proportionately within the army for 25 years. So if you were conscripted, that was it. 25 years, you basically lost your business. But he realized that if they were conscripted at the typical age of 18, that would have been a very poor service to the army, because they're already quite socialized in the Jewish world, and they're not accustomed to taking orders and being violent and speaking Russian. So he dropped the minimum age to 12, creating thousands of child soldiers in the Russian army. They were taken away legally as early as age 12, but often at a much earlier age, and they were put for 6 years into a military school called the Canton, where they were trained in basic information they need to be a soldier, including the fundamentals of the Russian Orthodox faith, the Christian faith. And obviously, most of those children simply never returned to the Jewish fold after 6 years of military academy and then 25 years of military service. They were just simply assimilated into the Russian population after, which is exactly what Nicholas I wanted to achieve. I have been working on my own family tree for a while now, because my wife has been telling me I got to do it. And it's amazing to see how many nephews you have living with childless relatives. Because single sons were exempt from conscription. So if one half family had 3 or 4 sons, they would farm them out to live with cousins, so that when the conscriptors came along, they would say, oh, this is the only child.
Will say something
and all kinds of other things. There's a lot more to say about this.
This is in 2008. He's on stage at
one
Giggles
other,
Comedy
but there was another aspect to Nicholas's policy, which was in many ways equally devastating. He set up a crown school system where they imported a lot of
yelling. So whenever I go out to the mailbox, or I go to the trash can,
Western Europe,
I can sense that my neighbors are looking at me.
much more liberal education to Jewish
so I
children.
just go,
And
I'm not
if you
hitting her.
enrolled your child
Which was
in
a
the
punchline
crown
for the
school
thing, and it's
system,
got this
this is
great
Max
box,
Williams, all
interesting
the
little
Jews
story.
from Germany,
And then
very much
someone in the
involved in
audience
setting up the initial
goes, I can help you with
curriculum,
that.
then
And
your child would be exempted from conscription.
Furious.
The only
Like,
problem
what are you
is
gonna
that,
fix me, guy?
as
You know, what are you, a fucking therapist? You want, you
the
can help
crown
me
school
with that?
system was
And
simply
the
a
guy just
front
goes,
for propagandizing the children in Russian Christianity as
and
well.
the whole
They had free
place just
speaking there,
popped to even
trying
Mark
to
Maron,
convince
like
them
in this
to
like
convert to
charming way,
Christianity.
was like,
And so you either
you really
expose
can't
your
help
child
me.
to the
Like,
risk of
install windows,
conscription,
and
which is a horrible thing, or put your child in a school which they would receive a tremendous amount of indoctrination to try to convince them to convert to Christianity. So a horrible thing, and it was extremely toxic within the Jewish community as a whole.
And then
Yeah,
he
add
goes,
to this the fact that there were increasing outbursts of violence among the population directed against Jews, the most notorious of which were the 1881 pogroms, which were remarkably
that's how much I admire
remarkably less devastating than much later attacks on Jews. According to one estimate, only 46 Jews were killed in 3 years of pogrom violence, which is as an incomprehensible number when you place it against the violence of the Holocaust or even the pogroms of 1919 or 1905. But Jews felt that Russia was not protecting them anymore, that there was no way that they could be safe from random acts of anarchic violence. So the way that Jews responded to it were in several ways. I'll get to your question in a second. There were 5 distinct strategies we've spoken about on another occasion, but the 2 most significant were a turn to socialism, like Leon Trotsky here advocated, in which they abandoned Jewish belief and practice in favor of, rushing headlong to Marxist philosophy, in which individual national identities were all allied into one great, human family of peoples. Or they moved towards Zionism, which at this time was also an overwhelmingly secular movement, spearheaded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, but which also meant that there would be a abandoning of traditional Jewish ideologies, all of which was anathema to Chabad. Finally, and perhaps the most significant of the responses was the option of simply leaving Russia, which was incredibly popular. As I mentioned, about 2 million Jews took advantage of this option and tried to transplant their lives here in America with much greater possibilities of economic advancement and also freedom to practice their religion, although it happened that the religion often took a second priority status to the economic advance. Okay, that's kind of like a picture of how awful it was in the 19th century in Russia. These are the formative years of the Friedrich Rebbe. Okay, questions?
I get it. And it was a dumb decision to move to Texas just to follow Callan.
Off the top of my head, the 1897 census records something like 8 million Jews.
Your thing doesn't even make sense.
I think that was about the number.
Down there,
give or take a million.
Down there because Callan was moving down there.
Okay.
So
shall we go on? Everyone's ready? So the Friedrich Rebbe, besides his early years of training at his father's knee, he did not become the Rebbe until, off the top of my head, I believe it was 1920 when his father passed away. But he was quite active in many areas of the Chabad movement's activities. 2 in particular deserve special mention. One is he was an extremely diligent student of his father's teachings and would often then repeat them over in these long talks, which were collected in the memoirs we mentioned earlier, known by the title Likutei Diburim, which means simply the collection of words, collection of teachings, but they occupy 6 large, densely packed volumes in English translation, and they are a tremendous treasure trove of historical data as well for the actual quality of life of Jews in this particular environment. But perhaps more significantly, he was extremely involved in spearheading the first major yeshiva of the Chabad movement, which was known by the term Tomchei Tamimim, those who support the pure one. Means like people who are like earnest and straightforward and without guile. And this is where Chabad really shone in contradistinction to many of the other Hasidic movements of the era. Chabad is actually of Lithuanian origin, northern Belarus, which culturally was much closer to the geographic center of Vilnius, the Vilna Gaon. And even though they had tremendous disputes in the late 18th and early 19th century, culturally, Chabad is much more drawn into the orbit of traditional Talmudic learning than many of the other Hasidic groups who were based, for example, in northern Hungary. So the yeshiva actually was quite well respected across the Jewish spectrum. It was started in 1897, and
here's the thing,
rivaled many of the great yeshivas organized by the Lithuanians at the time. It boasted some extremely
They just cruise right through it.
innovative
And,
practices, such
The
as
craziest thing about the story, though,
room and
is
board
who
for
he sent
students.
those to.
Most
Like,
of
do
the
you know who
earlier
he sent those to?
yeshivas
She's a
before
singer, right?
1897,
Pretty gal.
they
But she's a
students had to find their own
certified
lodgings,
that shit crazy.
and
That girl
more significantly, they had to
live
find their
streamed
own
herself
food.
digging
So
up
the
her
families in
recently
the
dead
given
cat and she
towns,
boiled it
Panovich
on
or
live
whatever, would support the yeshiva
See,
boys
that's what I'm saying.
by
Like,
saying,
she
okay,
apparently,
I'll
like, she
pay
didn't know, like, they didn't know each other.
on Tuesdays, and then Shlomi cats would go to this particular family on Tuesdays, and then Wednesday, Shlomi cats would have to go to another family, which was considered not only undignified, yet demeaning for the student, but it was also a huge waste of his study time. If you have a dormitory with a cafeteria, then you can really effectively focus the learning on in the time provided. It reminds me of my own yeshiva experience. I'll tell you a very quick story. It's funnier when you put it on the board, but I'll just
he's rolling
when I was in yeshiva, I went to lunch in the dormitory in the cafeteria, and there was a real problem. This was 1993 or so, and a lot of Soviet boys were coming to the yeshiva in Jerusalem, and they were a little worried about what was going to happen to the yeshiva. It was precariously funded, and they always, country fall apart, maybe the yeshiva will fall apart as well. So what the Soviet boys in particular were doing is they were taking their lunch, they were going back in line and getting a second helping, and bringing it to their dorms, right? Their rooms, just in case the yeshiva closed up, like the Soviet Union closed up. Who knows? But it was obviously very expensive to provide all that food that would then often go to waste, and it attracted bugs and things like that. So one day, as I'm walking into the lunchroom, there's a sign written out front that says, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand after second portion.
Miami case where he got accused
when I came out from lunch, and I happened to glance back at the sign, someone had added some graffiti to it, just a little bit of punctuation, so that the sign now read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only.
This just objectively added. It's kind of funny. It's like the judge looks at that and goes, Jesus, it's like I didn't think there was any credibility to this case. Walking into that bathroom,
so the whole thing was turned around. They
now that I
just
see
put
the
the
shit
sign
on
down.
the beach, I have to entertain that he might have actually done this.
So his youth was particularly involved with these practices. The Tomcase Community Yeshiva, which of course exists to this day, so as an internationally respected yeshiva, was founded by the Frierdiker Rebbe. But these would be fairly typical accomplishments for the Frierdiker Rebbe. But he happened to live in exceptionally turbulent times. So the turbulence especially was associated with the onset of the Soviet Union. To give you a sense of what's going on, this is a map that basically shows you what the world looked like in the post-war era. Well, actually post-Soviet era. At this time, you had the Russian Empire, which included Ukraine, I put it in here included some of us, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Poland. This was all part of Russia's massive empire right until 1917. These countries also assumed a large single country, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At the end of World War I, it had all fallen apart. Three great empires, the German Empire, the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it all collapsed and it shattered into a whole bunch of tiny little countries that were affirmed by the peace treaties and directed by Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. In terms of Russia, it was especially bloody because all of these countries here, including Poland, felt that they deserved their own political entities. They did not want to be part of a multinational empire like the Russian Empire, and they certainly didn't want to be part of a multinational empire that was communist in political orientation. So therefore, they had a brutal, awful, bloody civil war that extended from 1917 to about 1921. It was 1919 being the most painful of those years for Jews. There were approximately 50 to 60,000 Jews killed in pogroms. The most notorious figure associated with those pogroms and responsible for about 40% of them in one sense or another was Simon Petlura, shown here. Simon Petlura was the leader of the independent Ukrainian forces who wanted to create an independent Ukrainian state. Should sound familiar with regards to today's politics. And although his figure is somewhat controversial, there are many historians who feel he was a Hitler-like architect of the pogroms. Other historians, including myself, feel that he was simply not sufficiently aggressive in trying to stop his troops from committing pogroms. If you like, I wrote a book on this back in 1999. At any rate, a horrible time for Jews. Pedura himself survived the period. He fled to France, where he was assassinated by a Jew named Shalom Schwarzbard, which was a very celebrated event in Parisian history as well. The Jews, however, were, although there was a small minority of Jews who were definitely attracted to socialism and communism, the appeal of communism grew outsized because the communists were much better at controlling their troops. The number of pogroms perpetrated by Red Army soldiers is probably in the range of 5% or less. They were very rare. We're talking about, literally hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities. So Lenin was seen as a kind of mythic hero by many Jews who said Lenin's the only guy who is actually trying to live up to these principles and protect us. This is a great propaganda poster which says Lenin and Gil, Lenin Gil, Lenin Udajit. Lenin lived, Lenin lives, and Lenin will live. Right? That's a very kind of Soviet construction of propaganda. I remember when I lived there, they used to have these apartment buildings, big, tall skyscrapers, and they had these massive 3-story letters of words on the top. And the words were things like bread, peace. It was really a totalitarian kind of propaganda, even on the top of buildings. But anyways, I'm starting to get ahead. So Lenin was seen by many Jews as really a savior, as someone who could actually restore calm and make sure that people didn't attack the Jews. And Lenin and his Jewish advisors took advantage of that to promote the Soviet cause among Jews. Here is a poster from a little bit later in the period that says, "Who is an anti-Semite?" And it shows all these different people from different walks of life in society, meaning anti-Semitism can hide anywhere. We have to root it out. We have to get it out of ourselves. Very, popularizing kind of mission where he actually promoted a very philo-Semitic message. On the other hand, this is a white Russian poster. The whites were pro-Tsarist forces, or at least anti-communist forces who were fighting against the Red. That shows Trotsky as this demonic figure, with his henchmen here sitting on piles of corpses. So definitely the propaganda coming from the Soviets was much more pro-Jewish than the stuff coming from other sides.
Finally noticed.
So in the context of that Civil War period, lots of Jews became very quickly pro-Soviet, with a major exception, of course, being Chabad Jews and other religious Jews, because the Soviets were so desperately anti-religious, and that was a sine qua non for these religious groups. So they were moving against the tide in terms of general Jewish thinking at that time.
I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, rank number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team.
Really good data. We don't have public opinion polls and things like that. We do have kind of this anecdotal data where you can look at, the stories about Jews who, boys with just chaos, strength, falling down, going into battle with Soviet troops to defend their shtetls from pogroms. And you do have certain markers like how many Jews were members of the Communist Party in 1917 and how many were they in 1922. So there's huge surge of popularity. Literary evidence, Benny Creek, other kinds of stories all point towards this. Again, the religious community is different because they were very mistrustful of the Soviet anti-religious approaches, but Jews as a whole felt, we're at the mercy of all these other crazy groups. And only the Soviet Army, the Red Army, is protecting us.
Are kids still vaping? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping.
Option for Jews.
Really?
That's That's a great
I haven't
question.
seen one vape out here.
So what was the Friedrich Rebbe doing at this point?
Fair point.
The
That's a very fair
Soviet
point.
Union goes through a tremendous transformation, a brief period of time. There are several policies that are put in place that affect the Jews very directly. The first is a policy called war communism, which was established at the beginning of that civil war, in which the Soviets said, we are going to push this country rapidly into the theoretical model that Marx laid out and Lenin has kind of fleshed out for our environment. And that meant huge confiscations of land, very brutal treatment of bourgeois peasants, things like that. And it also meant a very harsh treatment of religion in general. I wouldn't say Judaism specific, but religion in general. So massive confiscations of Torah scrolls, massive closures, and even destruction of religious edifices like synagogues, churches, things like that. They're literally blown up to make a point that these are very contrary to Soviet ideology. And that lasted for about 2 years. War communism was too hard for the population to take, because the vast majority of Russians were still religious, and they viewed these urban interlopers with their violence and with their harshness as being foreign to their goals. So Lenin instituted something called a new economic policy, in which they all took kind of a breathing moment and they took a step back, where they didn't persecute these faiths nearly as much, and they in fact allowed a little bit more economic freedom for people to grow their own vegetables and sell them in a local market, things like that, to try and it was a compromise with the ideology. It was not so pure Marxist, but it was saying, okay, this is the reality, we have to recover from the Civil War. And during this time, this is where it gets to you specifically, there was a very brief flourishing of a policy called colonization. This is a strange term, it's hard to translate into English. The word colon in Russian means root, like the root of a tree. Colonization means rootification, or it's sometimes translated in English as indigenization. In other words, the Soviet Union said, okay, look, we can't stamp out all these religions. We can't totally erase all these national cultures. So what we should do is we should look at those things which are acceptable expressions of folk culture, not necessarily contrary to Marxist thought.
I want royalties because you use my body.
So, for example, with the Jews, the Yiddish language, being a folk language, was considered beautiful and should be encouraged. However, the fact is that there are about maybe 10 or 15% of Yiddish words are Hebrew in origin, and Hebrew is a religious language, it is a Zionist language, so they had to get rid of all Hebrew words whenever they could. It's very hard to do that because you can't take 10 or 15% of the language and simply, make it illegal. They did try to make certain things illegal. But, so for example, they said, okay, fine, so we can't get rid of all the Hebrew words, but let's at least spell them in Yiddish. So, for example, a very important word in Russian, in the Soviet context, is comrade, which means comrade. You have to say comrade. So in Hebrew, in Yiddish, the word is chaver. My chaver is my comrade, my tovarish. That's a Hebrew word, spelled Chet Resh. So they say, we can't have that spelling, let's use a phonetic spelling, Chaf Aleph, Vav Vav, Ayin Resh. That's how we're going to spell chaver. And they did that with all kinds of important words. MS was spelled, MS Truth was spelled, Ayin Mem, Ayin Samech, things like that, just trying it. And all of the final forms of letters, like Menatzbach, the letter Mem, the letter Nun, and so on, which are written differently if they're at the end of a word, those are made totally illegal. And if you published anything with those letters in them, it would be sent to the Gulag. Just terrible. Yes, question.
And it's on a delay. So that makes it even more awkward. And Shah.
Yes, that's the Yevsektia. I'm glad you bring me to that. The Yevsektia was, the problem is the Jews did this to themselves. The ardent pro-communist Jews formed an organization which was, duly authorized by the government called Yevsektia. It stands for Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, led by the way, a former Chabad rabbi who was kind of defrauded. They organized all these Jews to go out and root out any kind of religious activity and try to make it more proletarian. And sometimes it was laughable the way they did it. For example, the traditional Haggadah, the Passover Haggadah, was made illegal, and instead Jews were enjoined to use something called a red Haggadah, in which the figure of Moses is represented by Stalin, and that the Jews in Egyptian slavery are like the toiling masses under the Tsar, the Pharaoh, all those kinds of things. And we look at those things and we laugh about it, but it was actually quite scary at the time. The Yevsexia, advanced all kinds of policies that were designed to try and promote a particular kind of Jewish culture that was totally divorced from Judaism, from the religion. Let me show you a couple of pictures. Here's like some Yevsexia propaganda that celebrates how Jews should be healthy, strong, outdoor workers of the land instead of, being yeshiva buffers, pasty-faced, bent over an ancient Talmud, things like that. They promote, this is one of the greatest aspects of it, in order to try and counter Zionist claims that the Jews belong to Israel. They created a Jewish autonomous oblast, a region in the Soviet Union that was supposed to be a Soviet Jewish workers' paradise. Here is Europe. This map, because the Soviet Union is so big, it's kind of curved, and Europe is over here. Here's Scandinavia here. So this is where all the Jews live, and the Jewish autonomous oblast, which is called Birobidzhan, is all the way over here. This is Japan out here. This is China, right? So the argument was they were trying to, protect Israel through their border on the Bijan River, but the only advantage of this location was the proximity to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, that's a whole interesting story in itself. What happened to Birobidzhan? Many Jews did actually move out there, and the Jews who did go there survived the Holocaust, which was terrifying. Okay. At the same time, they had these active campaigns against religion, such as an organization which was called literally the League of Militant Atheists. Militant, meaning they're up there fighting to propagandize atheism. They had this magazine, here's one cover, called the Bench Bolshevik, which means the godless. That's the title of the magazine. This one here ridicules the Last Supper, showing Jesus as some kind of distributor of intoxicating drugs and things like that. And there are all these kinds of things directed at humiliating religious people in the context of trying to build Soviet culture. So this all came to an end, by the way, under Stalin.
So they basically makes it better.
Had no patience whatsoever for the policy of colonization, of indigenization, of promoting Yiddish. He said, this is all garbage. We were going to do away with religion, and we're going to do away with Jewish particularism as well. Jews who will fit the Soviet mold will be fine, and all other Jews, he had no patience for them. And of course, this is the period in which the fear of nuclear revolution was quite active.
And Huntsville, Alabama, and
his main activity under the period of colonization was trying to support and strengthen traditional religious observance. He was a very well-known figure in Eastern Europe and through America. He already had a network of supporters established in this country, and he channeled tremendous numbers of funds to baking matzah, to importing tefillin, to supporting religious functionaries in all kinds of ways. To give you just a sense of the bizarre universe that the Soviet Union was, it was
what a hassle this U-Haul was.
Permitted, technically, according to the Constitution of 1936 in particular, freedom of religion was proclaimed in the Soviet Union. Everyone could be a believer. Whatever you want to, you could believe. However, it was strictly illegal to proselytize. You couldn't try and convince someone else to be a believer. And that included teaching
reservations, and they're like, oh, they send you this text. It's like, okay, it's all electronic.
To teach your child something about Judaism, you and the Malamed would be state criminals.
In your own
child.
You know, and
So
then
it was
they're
a
like,
bizarre universe
I
where
have to do it
there
again.
was double
They
speak
get on
of
the
yes,
phone with
freedom of
people,
religion,
like,
but at the
yo,
same time, there's no way to practice it. Any Jew who was involved in any kind of official function, as a rabbi, as a mohel, as a shofet, tremendous danger was in there. So he spent a lot of time supporting those people physically, monetarily, and spiritually with his resources that he had gathered from across the world. In 1927, the FSEC finally caught up with him, and they arrested him. The first of several arrests, and one that actually was very prominent in the Soviet, I'm sorry, in the history. He was, as typical, the Obsexia came with the secret police late at night, banging on the doors. The whole family was awakened, and he was taken away to a prison, horribly treated, interrogated. His description of the 3-odd weeks that he was held under guard and treated this way is actually a classic of Soviet literature, of Gulag literature. Largely because of the international pressure that was brought to bear in the Soviet Union, he was finally released on the 12th of Tammuz, which is celebrated in the Kabbalah calendar as a great holiday because he was not subject to far worse punishment. But it became clear that his activity on behalf of Jews in the Soviet Union would no longer be possible. He was under too much scrutiny, and he was too prominent a leader in this regard. So he fled to the nearby countries of Latvia and Poland, first in Riga and later in Moskva, where he tried to channel the same kind of resources into the Soviet Union, but it was much more difficult being on the other side of the border. And if that weren't enough, of course, the period got even worse. The 1930s were a period of tremendous anti-Semitism in all of Eastern Europe, and the climate became incredibly difficult. Specifically, they culminated in the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact of 1939, August 39, in which the Poland and the Baltic states were simply divided up by the Nazis and the Soviets, much like had happened in the 18th century. Here's Poland, you can see the map. Has its boundaries over here, and in a secret agreement, the Nazis agreed to invade from the west and take over the western half of Poland. The Russians agreed to invade from the east, take over the eastern half, and they also took over the Baltic states. Lithuania was in a little bit of a back and forth for a few months, but this is where the fear that Rebbe found himself suddenly in the clutches of the Soviet Union again, and tremendous risk to his own person. So in 1940, before, by the way, the Nazis could invade the entire region because they double crossed the Soviets and the Operation Barbarossa went right past the boundaries. That's not for our topic today. In 1940, his American supporters managed to bring him over to these shores. Together with his family members, and this is where he lived the last decade of his life and established an American legacy here. So let me pause for questions, and then I'd like to take some time to talk about how he set the foundations for a remarkably successful Chabad movement afterwards. Yes.
In Europe, it was stand-up gigs. And he's going
correct.
He goes in our podcast. And Shab, as you can tell, is butthurt about it.
He had 3 dogs.
Tried to tell the gods a joke.
No, they were actually related. So Menachem Mendel Schneerson was also part of the royal line, but he was he had broken. His family broke off a couple generations earlier, and he was based in Dnipropetrovsk, which is, by the way, the Soviet name for a town they used to call Yekaterinoslav. The Russians felt that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they changed it to Dnipropetrovsk. Yeah, okay, go ahead. The Friedrich establishes that. Right. So he had, when he came to this country, he had a couple of options as to what he was going to do with his Chabad movement. Was he going to try and settle himself in the Lower East Side, which was still, the place where so many Jews lived in a very traditional way, but he decided to move to more of an upper middle class region where they purchased a large home. Here you can see it here with a whole bunch of shluchim in front of it, which has become an iconic place of pilgrimage for Chabad devotees ever since then. This, you have to imagine that this was kind of like, I wouldn't say it was exactly the Bal Harbor of Brooklyn, but it was definitely like, the surf side of Brooklyn. It was pretty significant to live there. And it was from this vantage point that he began initially to try and target the new American Chabad, not the old world. He looked to the clean-shaven youth who were really quite far in their thinking from traditional Eastern European Chabad modalities, but he felt that ultimately there was a future in those people. That's probably a major reason why he ultimately chose. Well, actually, this is not so clear. He had, we'll just say very quickly now, he had two sons who were very viable candidates for the seventh division. Sons-in-law, two sons-in-law who were very viable candidates. The Rashad, who was the elder, he had married the Rebbe's, Friedrich Rebbe's oldest daughter, was an extremely able administrator, very active in the key project of the yeshiva, Tomchei Tmim, and in many ways he was moving in the same kind of traditional trajectory as his father-in-law. Rabbi Nachman Mendel Schneerson, shown here with the Friedrich Rebbe, the seventh Rebbe is standing, was definitely very close to the Rebbe and had a lot of kind of personal projects, but he was also given a lot of unusual projects that were more associated with publications and outreach. And the reality is that the Friedrich Rebbe, when he passed away, did not leave clear instruction as to who would be his successor. There was an interregnum of approximately 1 year, I should say actually exactly 1 year, because the anniversary, the first anniversary of his death, the Yortzeit, the seventh Rebbe was universally proclaimed to be Rabbi Nachman Mendel Schneerson. That's a whole other discussion that we talked about in the video available online. But in many ways, the seventh Rebbe took some of the core ideas of the Friedrich Rebbe's approach, but applied some rather innovative strategies to implement them. The use of technology, radio broadcasts, later become the internet after the Rebbe, things like that. Fascinating developments, but beyond our scope. What is relevant for us today, however, is that the seventh Rebbe had an incredibly strong devotion to his father-in-law, the sixth Rebbe. And when the sixth Rebbe passed away and was buried in a place known to Chabad Hakim as the Ohel, here you can see his tombstone here, and he's buried here, obviously. They created
I don't get it. I don't get Susan for me.
What's the name of that cemetery? Montefiore, I think is the name of it. Montefiore. They created a kind of an unusual sanctuary, which is bounded by fences in such a way that practice, even a Kohen can enter the sanctuary and walk in these fences directly to this open-air building, which is shown here with men in it entirely. Sometimes it's entirely women, but usually they have a pizza here at the back end, or the top end is populated by women, and the bottom end here is populated by men. The cemetery was regularly goes to the grave of his father-in-law to pray for long periods of time, an hour, 2 hours at a stretch. And later, when he passed away in the 1990s, he was laid to rest immediately to the right of his father-in-law. And one of the fascinating things about this place, I think, from the standpoint of Jewish history, is that, to my mind, I believe this is the only religious pilgrimage site for observant Jews in this country. Is there any site that has that same value as a destination, a spiritual destination? If you're doing spiritual tourism, where do you go? So it's really quite unique. I'll take a second to describe to you. If you've never gone to the Ohel, it is quite an experience. There's a whole body of ritual that
You were like,
surrounds
this
this
dude
Opel. It's not
is
simply
so
going
funny.
to a cemetery.
I seen him on Saturday Night Live.
One is supposed to immerse them in mikvah in the morning before they go. They're supposed to fast that day. And when we get to the Opel, it's this complex outside, which you go in, there's a bookstore, and there's like prayer quorums, and there's groups of videotapes of usually the seventh Rebbe speaking, and then you sit down at a table, and this is my favorite part. You get a little piece of paper and a pencil, and you write a kvitzel. It's kind of like your prayer, what you want to say to God when you're praying. And that's my favorite part, because you're allowed to, you have this one little piece of paper, and you can focus all of your thoughts into 4x6 inch piece of paper. Then when you're ready, you take off your shoes, you put on, they provide you with Crocs and things like that, non-leather shoes. You make your way out to go, you give charity, there's a little charity box there, you light a candle in the kind of anti-room that's behind the wall over here, and then you come out, and this area is completely silent, and all you hear are the whispers of the people who are reading psalms and other prayers.
I want to know how you sleep 14 hours with two kids.
Jammed in there, quite often, people are actually touching you on either side.
Hey, bro, sleeping in the Ferrari in the garage.
And then you finish your prayers, what you do is you take out your kvitzel, and you read it quietly, then you rip it, and you throw it into the open area here. So this, I don't know if you can tell from where you're sitting, but these are all torn ziplocs, the torn petitions of people thrown into the gravesite. You'll see that there are amazing things like wedding invitations. People throw their invitations in there. Maybe that was a waste of time. No, I shouldn't say that. I think it's like a sense of kind of inviting the ancestors. They don't look those. As long as tickets, things like that might be fed. It's too late now, really. But it's really it's an amazing cultural, religious, sociological, anthropological experience that I recommend to you. I found it very spiritually uplifting and cleansing kind of experience, and whenever I'm in that part of the world, I really enjoy doing it.
I had to go to Indianapolis
from 770. So if you get a taxi, it's about 30 minutes. You get a ride.
Talk about
it's in Queens, yeah. So you have to go from Brooklyn to Queens.
About how every woman's dream is to have children.
Anyways, in terms of the history of American Jews, this is a very significant site, because it is really the only pilgrimage site I can think of. In Israel, you've got a lot of sites. You've got, the Kotel, you've got Rabbi Rothschild, all that thing. But in America, this is a brand new pilgrimage site, and it's nice to have something like this now. So to conclude, I'm trying to bring the legacy of the Rayas together. I think the most significant thing that we can take away from these 60 minutes is that his utter conviction that America is nishnabis. America is no different. That even though we live in such a tremendously altered world, when you look at the shtetl of the 19th century, the fact is he felt that the core values of the tradition can be transplanted to these shores, and in fact, through his dynamic and very charismatic successor, we can say that the Free Dick Rebbe's goals and objectives were in many ways realized in our country. Thank you for your attention, and look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. Not this week, because it's Purim coming up. Very looking forward.
And to have that, just in general, to have it on Zoom is even more. Why is he not just, by the way, he's in LA right now. And I bet you the entire time he's in LA, when they could have just done the podcast then while he was there, they're not going to do it. They're just going to zoom in again next week. But this man is ruining the Golden Hour podcast. And then for the past 2 weeks, he just left in the middle of it, which is hilarious. Like, you are gone. I like how they were giving him a little trashing down the way he talks. And of course, you see it in every Will Ferrell movie. Needs stuff to rip off, bits to rip off, because Papa steals everything. Papa just goes. I didn't like the whole Dalia talking about who's funny and who's not funny, especially Montez. But I mean, this podcast is Shab's #1 podcast right now. I don't know why he's not putting He's too busy with the scams. I mean, the number one thing he's putting the most effort towards is that drive fast, no gas channel. And he drops a video on there once every 6 months. All of his time and effort is put into this truck. It's just a scam to get people's emails.
My daughter gave me a little bit of a hard time after last week's lecture. She says I tell too many jokes involving rabbis, usually at their expense. And I love those jokes so much, you know, so I'm not sure if I can let go of them so easily. But I will try at least for the opening joke. It goes like this. I apologize to those of you who heard this joke several times. As you know, I only know about a dozen or so, and I just recycle them. But a joke goes like this. A man goes to his favorite diner, and he's sitting there, and he's ordered his meal and so on, and the waiter delivers his soup, and then the waiter looks up and he sees the man gesturing to him. So the waiter comes over to him and says, is there something wrong, Mr. Goldstein? He says, I thought you should taste the soup. And he says, is there something wrong with the soup? We've had this soup many times, and whatever, and he says, I thought you should taste it. I'll bring you another bowl right away. No question. I thought you should taste the soup. Is there something wrong? And we serve the same soup every day. He says, I thought you should taste the soup. So he says, okay, I'll taste the soup. Where's the soup?
It's a bitch. Hopefully he turns around soon.
No rabbis in that joke, okay? All right, the rabbi jokes are definitely funny. Anyways, tonight's topic is one that's very close to my heart. I hope you will find it as fascinating as I do. I'm wondering if perhaps part of the reason for my fascination is because I share a professional interest with the subject tonight, because we're going to look at Heinrich Gretz, the first encyclopedic Jewish historian of all time. Many of you probably have, at one point in your lives, owned at least 6 copies of Heinrich Gretz's multiple-volume history of the Jews. For about probably close to a century, it was the number 2 bar mitzvah gift of all time, right after Fountain Pen. There was that, and there's Heinrich Gretz. Now you get it on an ebook, give an iPod or an iPhone, and it gets the Gretz on it. But we're going to talk about his life and his work and his impact on the Jewish psyche, which was really quite significant, both in its positive aspects and also, unfortunately, as we shall see, in its negative aspects. A lot of the internet audience has been asking for kind of a statement, why are we doing this? I mean, there are like 200 of these lectures up on the web now. Why are we doing it? I'm not exactly sure. So I spent some time and I put together this short trailer, which I'd like to play for you. It's 1 minute, 25 seconds, but I think it encapsulates my philosophy of Jewish history and the point of this entire exercise, which plays very well into our topic of Heinrich Gretz. So here's a 1.25.
It's not lit.
Oops, I gotta turn that down.
It's a Gulf of Mexico. It's far away, but it's getting sushi out of
see if I can make it louder.
No. Yeah, you're not.
I feel like I made sushi out of real kills freaking other types of sunfish. Anyways, you guys talk. Yeah.
You gotta put the camera on the screen.
Isn't it cool to watch? Isn't it like therapeutic when you see them like slicing it and doing all that stuff, like filleting it? It's pretty cool.
It was fun. I want to do it. I want to cut a tuna.
Do it. Well, let's go fishing. Let's go do it.
How does my microphone sound? I'm doing what I believe to be counterfeit pod. When I was in New York last week, he walked in the market's so on for me. And we were going to go back today. I actually wanted to get a bag or whatever, but both of us have been looking for Gen 1 or Gen 2 AirPods for a while. We stopped selling them in stores, and the new ones don't fit my ears as well. And we're walking past in the sky from the heavens.
That's it. Okay, so basically what that means, just to go over our manifesto very quickly, we believe
in the intrinsic value of the study of Jewish history for Jews and for non-Jews. It just says something about the human condition and the trials and tribulations of life on this planet that I think has value for everyone. We believe that academic Jewish history should be fun. Like, we should enjoy ourselves. It should not be a tirka. It should not be a difficult thing for us to do. We believe very strongly that this should be free. I mean, we're very grateful for the sponsors that we have. This lecture, by the way, was sponsored anonymously this week. Thank you very much. And the idea, and it's wonderful that Young Israel allows us a space to do this in and provides for the students that do the videography and things. But the point is, we have all these people out there in America and beyond who wouldn't have access to it unless we made it free. So we have that as a very strong value. And we believe that the study of Jewish history is one way that people can get to the study of Torah. And that people who study Torah can have their learning enriched by what we do in Jewish history. So that's basically it. That's the manifesto. It's all about identity. It's all trying to build Jewish identity in particular, but, you know, identity of the human condition in general. Okay, I will not take any questions. We better go straight to the material. So we're going to talk tonight about Heinrich Gretz. Here's a great photo of him. His years are 1817 to 1891. And as I mentioned earlier, Gretz was the first encyclopedic Jewish historian. What do I mean by encyclopedic? We live in an era where Gretz has fundamentally transformed our sense of Jewish history, where, of course, you can go to Barnes & Noble or you can go to Amazon and you can find hundreds of Jewish histories, monographs and larger topics and so on. And you know, it's nothing rare, but he was the first one to actually try and put in a modern European language that was accessible to everyone a complete history of the Jews from the beginning until the present day, which at that point would have been, you know, the late 19th century Germany. There were a couple of attempts, one by a Christian, one by a Jew, to write a slim one-volume history of the Jews, but really it was more like a chronology, or more appropriately, a martyrology. Like, you might ask yourself, what are you talking about? How can you say we didn't have history before the 19th century? Well, we really didn't. What we tended to have, for example, was Ibn Daud's work, which is kind of like, you know, this was the person who ruled Israel at this time, and this is the person who ruled after. Long lists of things, a couple of little bits of, and then there was a war, and these people won, and so on, but no real analytical, thematic development of why things changed, why things developed, why things diverged, and why things came together. That's really what modern history is all about. And nobody had done that before Gretz. So he undertook, with very little resources and with prodigious effort, working in multiple languages without archival sources, he was able to essentially create a coherent narrative of Jewish history, meaning a storyline that made sense throughout the ages, that inspired Jews like no other literary work since the Bible or the Talmud ever had. So it's a very, very impressive achievement. And that's why it was the bar mitzvah gift of choice for about a century. So his life, however, was not without significant controversy, not without significant personal defeat and embarrassment. So we're going to look at some of those aspects of his life as well and try to understand, you know, what is the meaning of his contribution and what were the challenges that he faced in so creating. Okay, so his youth. He came from an important and divisive area of Europe, the Posen or Poznan region of northern Germany and Poland. This is a region which, when he was alive, was part of Germany. It was Prussian Germany. You can see it's up here in what would be today northern Poland. The population was kind of mixed. It was culturally dominated by Germany, politically dominated by Germany. The cities tended to be German-speaking, and the Jews, who were Yiddish-speaking, tended to be Germanotropic, meaning that they were drawn towards the titular nationality, the Germans. The population as a whole, however, was Polish, and they were highly distinct from the Germans. They are Catholics, they are Slavs, they speak a different language, and so on. And there was a significant amount of tension that went back and forth over the 19th century and well into the 20th and even the 21st century to a certain degree. The region, of course, was ceded to Poland after World War I, it became an independent country, and it was one of the regions that Nazi Germany especially coveted during the 1930s, and eventually they took it over and annexed it to Germany proper. Well, there's a lot to say about that, but basically this is the region where Gretz grew up. He was born in a fairly small town, and he had a traditional yeshiva education until the age of 19. That yeshiva education, even in Germany at the beginning of the 19th century, meant that there was no formal study of sciences, certainly not of literature, only the very basic mathematics that would be necessary for elements discussed in the Talmud, like the, sometimes complex astronomical calculations, things like that. But basically, he had no access to modern European university studies whatsoever, and he was an autodidact as a result. He taught himself, like many Jews from this part of the world in this era. He essentially read whatever he could in whatever language he could. So by the age of 19, he encountered a figure who would be an incredible influence on him, the incomparable Samson Raphael Hirsch. When I put this on the internet, I'll give you a little link. We spoke about him a couple of years ago. He's an extremely influential thinker who continues to have an impact on the choices that Jews make today. A rabbi very active in central Germany during most of the 19th century, and he's usually associated with the modern Orthodox movement. I'll take a moment in a few slides to explain what exactly that means in the 19th century. At any rate, Rabbi Hirsch, who's shown here as a young man, wrote a very powerful book, which in German, he was quite unique in that he chose not to compose most of his works in the literary rabbinic language of Hebrew. He chose to speak in the vernacular, to speak specifically to people like this young student Gretz, who was so brilliant and so talented in so many languages and so on, but had no outlet for his yearning. And so Hirsch wrote this book called The 19 Letters, which is still very fresh and readable even today. It's basically a series of letters between an older man and a younger man, with the younger man questioning his Jewish identity, wondering, is it worth it? I mean, the outside world has so much to offer. There's so much culture. It's so vibrant. And, why am I focusing all of my personal intellectual energies in this very narrow, scope of human civilization when I could be involved in the whole world? And so this series of fictional letters go back and forth, in which Hirsch takes on the role of the older, I think it's his uncle, who writes to his nephew, if I remember correctly, I think his name was Benjamin, and explains to him, exactly why being immersed in Jewish study is of great value. And of course, the storyline eventually moves the son towards greater and greater involvement, to the younger man's involvement. So Gretz read this book and he said, oh my gosh, it is talking directly to me. These are my questions, these are my issues, and I need to find out these answers. So he wrote to Rabbi Hirsch and he said, I have to learn more from you. And so Hirsch invited him to his home. I think he was in Frankfurt at the time. And Gretz ended up living in his home for 3 years. He was a guest in his home, studying directly from his master for 3 years, and had a huge impact on him. They would later have a painful break in which the teacher would repudiate the young Gretz, but that's getting ahead of the story a little bit. I want to show you something that's kind of like a visual joke. This is kind of fun. You saw this picture here. This is a famous, iconic picture of Hirsch when he was a young man. So I saw a version of this that was kind of in one of those a little bit more right-wing publications, and they did this to it. Here he is. I think they felt that his beard was just a little bit too thin, so they gave him kind of like a little bit heavier beard with a mustache, and so just drew it in. I think I'd like to go to them for it. I could use a touch-up myself, I think, maybe on my forehead or something. But I just found that kind of amusing. Okay, anyways, that's where he received most of his education.
So
okay, questions to this point?
Reference happens,
any arguments, discussions?
100%.
Yes.
That was
it was translated from German to English. The original was written in German.
Said, I'm a homeless cat.
Yes, Ms. Abramson.
In there. So they see everything. They view everything.
No, absolutely. It was extremely popular in his lifetime. it was one of the books that really cement. The question was, how was Hirsch's book received, and was it posthumously famous, or why it was not? It was definitely like an immediate classic. It's hard for us to understand this kind of situation because we live, Art Scroll started in the late 80s, right? And now it's, 40 years later? No, I didn't. Oh my gosh, it's close to 40 years later. So we're so used to having tremendous amount of Jewish literature available in fairly readable English. There it is. You want the Zohar, you want whatever, go pick it up. There's none so the Art Scroll, you'll find it. But back then, in the beginning of the 19th century, in Germany, we should not overestimate the level of cultural illiteracy among Jews in Germany. That they were, as Isaiah says, they were, a lot of them were just following the traditions because their parents did. They did not have deep textual information. They were not inspired by their faith. They just went along with emotions because that's what people did. And, you can only put up with that for a certain amount of time, and then you say, what is this all for? So when people like Hirsch would write in the vernacular, and people pick it up and say, wait a minute, I had no idea how profound Judaism was. It was incredibly popular. Even more popular was his greatest work, which is translated into such a dense, difficult English, and you really need the German to figure out some of the translation. But his great work, Chorev, which was named after Mount Sinai. Chorev is one of the names of Mount Sinai. And he essentially undertook a task that had not been done in 700 years of Jewish literature. Not since the Sefer Achinuch was written in Barcelona by Rabbi Rothschild anonymously. Hirsch went and wrote a philosophy of the mitzvot. Why do we do all these mitzvot, all these commandments? Very, very powerful and influential book, and continues to have an impact there.
The shop is Saturday at now.
Does it?
Did a live stream. Interacted with the chat.
Yeah, what's your question? I just took a long time to answer it. Okay, so anyways, now Hirsch was embroiled at the time in an incredibly difficult controversy that would ultimately resolve itself, at least for the next couple hundred years, in the expression of several Jewish denominations. This is a relatively new thing in Judaism. Judaism has experienced throughout its history several schisms where, for example, a group of Jews would reject the Talmud and they would form another group, let's say, called the Karaites. Before them, you have the Samaritans for different reasons. But by and large, we may have had ethnic divisions and cultural idiosyncrasies that are related to geographic settlement, but we never had doctrinal divisions that split us into very distinct groups. You could perhaps say the Hasidic movement was one such group, although one of the key distinctions, as Rabbi Baron Wine puts it, one of the key distinctions is Jews can argue about almost everything. The only time the debate gets kind of finalized is when they argue about who is a Jew. You can argue about whether or not this is permissible or not permissible on the Sabbath, but that gets the point saying that my children cannot marry your children, then it feels like it's no longer a family argument. So we're in that period right now in the 19th century because ultimately one of the questions that was raised is the issue of matrilineal versus matrilineal descent. What defines a Jew? A Jewish mother, a Jewish father, something else? We won't get into it deeply, but let's look at the major players and see how Hirsch fits in because, of course, this has tremendous impact on Hannah. So the first figure is Abraham Geiger, who is regarded as the figurehead of what was then known as the liberal movement. Later in America in particular, it's known as the reform movement. Contrary to popular opinion, Geiger was not like a philosopher who came up with the idea that eventually formed the movement. He was rather a response to a grassroots movement that spread all over early 19th century Germany. There were many, many Jews who were looking at the possibility of emancipation, that is, of being given equal citizenship with the Germans, as it happened in France in the late 18th century. And they felt that the only way we're going to do this is if we can prove to our non-Jewish
especially in America, we
so
don't
to
see a
speak,
lot of
that we are deserving of citizenship, that we are normal people, that we have the same values, and that they can trust us. They can include us in their vision of the United German people. And so this often was expressed as the jettisoning of Jewish cultural practices which were seen as non-Germanic. So, for example, the synagogue layout was completely changed so that there was no longer a separation between men and women. You had family seating, with men and women in the same areas. The synagogue arrangement was already also shifted around to make it more church-like. Instead of having the shulchan in the center and the prayer leader having his back to much of the rest of the congregation, the prayer leader would stand in front like a priest that faced the congregation for much of the prayers and so on. A lot of changes like that to make, if a Gentile walked into a Reformed synagogue, he would sort of understand what was going on. Of course, one of the big issues was the language of the prayer book, which was proved to be very seminal in creating a split, but I'll get to that in a second. So Abraham Geiger, at any rate, around him, already in the second decade of the 19th century, you have this burgeoning movement that Jews were simply ignoring, abandoning, reforming the Jewish tradition in the interest of a new Judaism that would be more appealing to the Germans around them, and that would hopefully, I mean, looking at the to look at it in a positive light, that will hopefully inspire millions or hundreds of thousands of Jews who are simply not inspired by the tradition. That Orthodox Judaism, the term of course had not been coined at that time, but Orthodox Judaism had failed to inspire the youth, and so this was one response that proved to be the most popular at the time.
Yeah, I was blown away.
This was the case until the 1840s, when at a convention of Reformed rabbis, again the term liberal was used then, one of the discussions revolved around the use of Hebrew in the liturgy, and there was a strong movement to simply change the language of the prayer book completely to German. And most people simply did not understand the Hebrew. And why do you come into synagogue just to repeat words that you have no idea what they mean?
Maybe this is just a level
you can't use a translation. No, it just doesn't work. So therefore, there was a movement to simply remove Hebrew. And Zacharias Frankel, shown here, removed himself. He said, this is too radical a change. We do not approve of such a dramatic split from the traditional liturgy. And so he split from the Reform movement and created what was then called the historical positivist, and later in America, the conservative movement. So it's like a break off from the original Reform. At the same time, just to make it more complicated, there's Moses Sofer, known as the Chacham Sofer in Eastern Europe. The other two figures are primarily in Germany. Moses Sofer is in northern Hungary. He looked at these things with a traditionalist viewpoint and said, this is completely inappropriate, and the modern society that is essentially making available to Jews all of the trappings of university education, non-Jewish culture, music, theater, dance, literature, and so on. It has to be completely walled off from our society. And therefore, he said, we will not have any truck with modernity whatsoever. And so this forms what we would call today the ultra-Orthodox response to modernity, which is kind of to shut it all out and to try not to engage in modernity, even when it doesn't necessarily look like it could be dangerous. So here we have three, if you include Rabbi Hirsch, four distinct approaches to modernity. And let's look at how Heinrich Goetz fits in. So here I'm going to give you a very quick chart here. It looks like this. If you take a spectrum and you put on it on one side openness to outside culture, and you want to measure these various ideologies in terms of what do they believe about the outside world? Is it fundamentally toxic, or is it potentially beneficial for a Jew to be involved in cultural causes that are not necessarily Jewish in origin? And you go to the other side and you say, no, Jews have to remain totally insular. They have to stay away from anything that smacks of non-Jewish origins, and they have to stay totally within the framework of Jewish sources only. So this is your spectrum from left to right. On the left side, we could put Reform. and Abraham Geiger, in terms of the questions of how open to outside sources reform would be, or Jews would be, this would be the most liberal of those approaches. So in other words, the most open to going to the opera, studying foreign philosophies, foreign religions, even in university, things like that. You'll find this on this side of the spectrum. On the other side, you have the so-called Haredim, which is a Hebrew term meaning the tremblers, the ones who tremble. And it's often translated to English as ultra-Orthodox. What that means, it also is there are two major forms, the so-called yeshivish, which is basically Lithuanian Talmudists, the Mitnagim we spoke about a few weeks ago, or the Hasidim. They're both within this camp, and that would be Rabbi Moshe Sofer's approach. And then in the middle here, where you have a large number of Jews, you have what we would call today conservative, that is not as open to outside society as Reform is, and that's Zachariah Frankel's position. And then you have the modern Orthodox, which is not as insular as the extreme ultra-Orthodox, meaning they value a level of engagement in society, but not so much, for example, that they would consider moving the Sabbath to Sunday or violating the laws of kashrut and so on. And that will be Rabbi Samson Hirsch. And basically, Jews in the 19th century, and today as well, had to kind of put themselves somewhere on this spectrum. Choice of this nature was not possible before the 19th century. Before the 19th century, Jews either had to conform to community standards or convert to Christianity. There was no secular Jewish identity. There was no, hybrid Jewish identity. You just did what was around you, or you faced social ostracism that could have, especially in the pre-modern period, it could actually have financial consequences, because the Beit Din could fine you for, let's say, smoking on Saturdays. So, smoking on Saturdays would count. Or the Beit Din could even have you lashed for failure to conform to community sensibilities. So Jews basically, went along with what was the standard. Once you get to the 19th century and the possibility of choice was made available, then Jews did choose, and they put themselves somewhere on this.
So she's fluent in Spanish, but she can speak.
Yes, okay, now a hard one, please.
So I was, because they had a house in Puerto Rico for many, many years, her family, in Vegas. So she helped them. So she navigated, but she's not having a full-blown almost. I was really impressed, actually. Because I couldn't figure out, how do you speak so well? She's like, well, I'm in Vegas. Blah, 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 blah.
I'll restate that for the internet audience. The observation was related to the way a Jew
suffered a great deal of violence, a terrible civil war from 48 to 57.
In terms of shaving the beard and things like that.
Communist insurgency.
The quote about being a man at home, and a Jew at home and a man at street, it's been attributed to many different figures, including Moses Mendelssohn and Amy Gordon and others. I think it would be fair to attribute it to Samson Hirsch, but
they are a very proud, fierce people who speak beautiful Spanish, and they're very classy. It's a very class-conscious country, right?
But then there's also the elite and then dirt poor, right?
They're the elite families.
Hirsch would, for example, approve
and then there's the military. They are pretty aligned. They're very aligned. And then you have the narcotraficas, and you have
to take a straight edge razor to shave your beard.
Have this strange tentative piece. There's a dance between all of these
basically
groups.
considered like scissors
And then you have mostly
to use a straight edge razor is forbidden by the Torah. So before electricity was invented, what did men do? So they either used a straight edge razor, or they used depilatory powder. Like
coffee. If you want to get plastic surgery, go to Colombia.
Those are the only two choices.
Now,
So
you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman because you're born already with the kind of weaponry that Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on.
So most observant Jews,
the natural beauty of the women that don't have nots. The woman who is still, making your coffee.
Come wild,
the woman that is waiting on your table. The woman that is, well, it's not so much the
But Rabbi Hirsch was living in German society in an urban environment that would look unkempt and inappropriate. So he says, take scissors, which is sort of a moderate approach, and you don't trim your beard, so you look like a mensch. And of course, you'll have people like Abraham Geiger, who's clean shaven. I don't know how he did it personally, but that would be perfectly okay, because the whole idea of the razor does not seem to have as much, more authority as it would in the Orthodox tradition.
Great people.
Yes, question.
My wife is friends with them. College.
Oh, God.
Here's the cool thing about her friend. We had no.
That
she
is
had
a
no
very
idea
profound
where she
question,
came from,
which I'll repeat
because
for
he's
the
such a
audience.
class act.
Do I think
I've
that
known
the
him forever. I've
conservative
known
foreign
forever. I
movement
mean, you would never know.
saved
So
many
when you're
Jews from converting to
Colombian from that
Christianity?
family, there's
we
a
don't
discipline
have
to how you behave.
good data.
Your manners are impeccable. The way you dress is impeccable. You don't show it off.
Data
You don't necessarily show that off. It's not like
to look at the actual
you're like a royal. You're like a royal. You're understated. Very
affiliated with the Reform
classy.
synagogue or a synagogue.
Classy wedding,
We don't
classy
have that kind of data.
I mean,
That
dressed
kind of thick
dressed
description
to a
would help
T.
us understand. But there's
I
basically
was
two arguments,
struck
and I
to
won't
wear
take a position on
very
either.
nice black suit with a
One
black
argument
shirt.
is to say that
No
the
tie.
creation of these movements
So all the men were
accelerated
black on
the rush to
and the
conversion,
women
which was
were
rampant in the late 19th century because it had provided a way station. And you can, like, as it were,
now when you have money,
the Torah according to the traditional practice, and you see that nothing happens, no lightning bolts, so therefore you just make the next step. Others would say that no, this was kind of like a safety net, that many Jews, when faced with the choice of convert to Christianity or remaining Orthodox, they would definitely convert to Christianity. So those are the two positions. I'm not prepared to take a stance on it right now. Later on, we can talk about America, where we have the Jew study with a lot of data, where we can ask that question again and wonder what it means. But it's a very different environment, because in the 19th century, everybody's Bobby and Zadie were traditionally Orthodox. So it was like they were moving from something that they actually knew, as opposed to our generation, which doesn't necessarily have that. Anyways, where's Rex and all this? Right over here in the shower. Not in the middle. Okay? He's obviously a huge devotee of Rabbi Hirsch. He lived in his home for 3 years with his personal student, and so you think he would be modern Orthodox, but he happened to agree very strongly with Rabbi Franco of the conservative movement, who argued for adaptations to Jewish religion, but not so fast. They've suffered violence. He strongly supported the conservative movement. He also strongly supported the Judentum, which was a modern scholarly movement that Abraham Geiger was involved with. So his leaning towards these positions on an intellectual level really estranged him from his former teacher. Later, when he came out with his major magnum opus on Jewish history, that's when the break would be final. And Hirsch would say that these are all very nice stories and imaginations, but they're not necessarily true. And he really had nothing more to do with threats at that point. But anyways, this is putting him on the spectrum. He's a former yeshiva boy from Poland. He grew up, spent his emerging adulthood in a modern Orthodox home, modern Orthodox home under Rabbi Hirsch, and then he moved a little bit to the left because the influence of the Reform and conservative movement. Okay, so let's go further on. Now, this is his greatest book, without question. The history of the Jews.
Not a place.
This was a
you don't want to fuck
work
around.
that ended up extending over 10 volumes in the original German.
So in Europe,
and as I mentioned in the introduction, had a phenomenal impact on German Jews. It was like just an earth-shattering book
and understand that if you want to turn the volume up,
he actually started with volume 4, and then he filled in the later volumes and then went back.
Don't go there and think you're going to rule the roost. There's a way of doing things in Colombia.
He wrote the writings on biblical Israel. By the time he was done, it was 10 massive volumes. Phenomenal achievement of scholarship. The section, as I mentioned earlier, was
Ireland, in England, in France, in Germany, they're having a problem with a lot of young Muslim men from war-torn countries that come and are not assimilating in the country and fight extremism and they tend to kind of political students. There's a lot of this that you're losing the culture. There's a strong Muslim
how historians do their job is that we sort of kind of capture all these facts and then we put them all down to quote one 18th century historian, yes, I think that
another culture come in.
The way it actually happened.
Like try to take over a section of a town,
put them in the right order, and then you'll know what actually happened.
Stop
But
to
the
that.
problem is, it's not like that. The world of facts is kind of like the world of
Oh, by the way,
there's like
that wedding,
so many overwhelming.
You're going to go to a full mass, and you're going to take communities. That's a Catholic
You have
country.
to sift through
And
them,
you've got
and you can't
priests up
possibly
there.
look at them all because there are just way
it's part of the culture. It's part of
and you have to try and like tease out of the facts that you're
Stand
able
up
to
and
see
kneel down.
what
You're gonna drink
are
coffee.
likely to be
I drink all
true,
the
and
coffee,
what
sir.
constitute trends, what facts lead to one another,
Because it tastes like
and then
coffee.
at some point
And I
you
can't
have to
tell different.
convict this
I'll get
to
the best
writing.
coffee. Now, my friend owns
Sometimes I like to
coffee
explain this to my
plantations.
students as like, let's say you're
So,
writing the story of your
I
own
could
life.
go out there and stay
So
at
if
one of
you
the
wanted
coffee
to write the
plantations,
story
which
of your
I may
own
do.
life with
Right.
mind-numbing accuracy,
I like that. I got
it
good
would take
coffee,
you
though.
exactly as long
Good
as you have
coffee, good.
lived. Like
You know where I
I'm
can get good
51
coffee?
years old now, so I would have to like put a tape recorder on my life for 51 years.
Eat Italian food in
8 hours of
Florence
sleep
and in
every
Rome.
night, everything.
Brendan Schaub is so angry that
My
Brian
life story.
Callen
But who would watch it? I mean, that's ridiculous. You need a considerably condensed version. Nobody can take more than, let's say, 6 hours of my life.
has no friends, and nobody will hang out with him.
So historians have to like make choices. What facts go in, what facts go out. And as soon as you make those choices, you create a narrative, a coherent story. The word story is right in the word history. You create a story that makes sense. That life sort of seems to have some kind of meaning. There's a trajectory. It's not all one accident after another. It seems to have some kind of flow and build up, and there seems to be like a climax. And the denouement, it seems like a literary work. That's how we like to think. That's how we remember things, and that's how we want our histories to work. So the narrative that Gretz started, and Gretz, you recall, was the pathbreaker here, because no one else had really written anything like this. He wrote what was later called by another encyclopedic historian, Salva Baron, the lachrymose model of Jewish history. He did not mean it as a compliment. Lachrymose means full of tears. And put in a sentence, the lachrymose model that Gretz promoted was that despite overwhelming and consistent persecution, Jews succeeded and contributed to world civilization by dint of their great intellect and superior moral standards. That's in one sentence the lachrymose model of Jewish history. So every time you talk about a period in Jewish history, you'll describe how the Jews were persecuted, and nevertheless they came out surviving and doing something good for society and being like a light unto the nations. This is a really good narrative. I like this narrative. It makes me feel good to be a Jew, right? Because you say, wow, look at all the tremendous suffering and awful, terrible things that happened to us, and yet, no. We're still, 7% of Nobel Prizes and things like that. That's the model. Now, there's a lot of good things to say about that model, and I think there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of truth in it. But it is, nevertheless, very monolithic, and it also ignores anything that contradicts that tangent of the narrative. It contradicts when Jews maybe didn't necessarily live up to their moral standing, the standards that they have depicted in their literature. It ignores the times when Jews simply disappeared through assimilation or conversion to other faiths and never looked back. It ignores the villains of Jewish history and all kinds of things, and it ignores also, by and large, the periods of time where, unfortunately, not that frequent, when Jews were actually very well treated in their society. Certain period of time in Babylon, for example, certainly in Spain, modern America, which he didn't treat very much because of the period. So it is a somewhat limited model. But let's put it in the context. This is the very first model you're going to put out there. And if you are going to start with one narrative, this is a huge narrative to develop
I'm not going to say all about the barbecue. I can't eat barbecue fucking 7 nights. No. I guess the barbecue's very good. But as far as general meals, I can't touch
say, oh my God.
I'm not going to say
like we said last week in German, right? And
very good sushi here that I had. I went to another place.
I'm so fortunate to be a Jew. You read Reds and you say, my gosh, thank you, Buddy and Zadie, for buying me this
They told
book
me how
for
cheap
my
the fish
birthday
was,
present.
what the fish eats.
Actually, the copy I have in my library,
Interrupting my
I have
conversation.
a personal copy of the 1899 book in English, and it's beautiful with leather, covers and binding and stuff like that. And on the front page, it's,
the best steak I've ever had.
It's a present for some boy. I won't mention his name because maybe he's actually should I watch this video
If
one
I
day.
give you now, somebody gives me $100 million.
Has uncut pages.
They come to us and they go, hey, Brian, Brendan, thanks for all the work.
With the pages
Just
actually
check this.
sealed
I
on
can
that
listen to
side.
you
You have
guys
to
for a
take a
long
sharp
time. I
knife
don't think
at
you
the
can.
moment. So obviously he didn't make it to the second volume. But
you know what you and I do without missing a beat?
That's really what this book is about. And it made a huge splash in the Jewish world because it was like, it made everyone so proud to be a Jew. And it was written in German, with properly sourced materials at a very high level. And this is, by the way, for a person who was not allowed to get a PhD at the University of Choice because they simply had a policy.
You can get space out there, but you look at about 35.
Sorry, question at the back.
I'll probably take my
I got a friend who's married to a very famous athlete.
Absolutely.
And,
His religious perspective is essentially like this slide we have over here.
Different
That, he's like Zacharias Frankel, and by the way, both of these guys were historians too.
Yeah, I've been up there.
Not encyclopedic like this. But he takes a critical approach to sources, like, for example, just because the Talmud says something happens, he doesn't automatically believe it did. He wants to look for outside ramifications, he wants to look for literary interpretations, things like that. So he takes the Talmud as a source, but not necessarily as authoritative. And that makes him more of a modern historian who would approach sources with that kind of critical eye. He is religious in the sense that he believes in God, he believes in Jewish destiny, he believes in the value of the Torah, although not necessarily in the literal interpretation of the Torah as received by the Orthodox. He's very Orthodox friendly compared to other historians, but he's not like, a Bible prophet, so to speak.
This is a lot of
She gave us
Yes,
I'm in my 30s.
not that young.
It was published in series. He published the fourth volume first, a couple years later the fifth, sixth, went up to I think the ninth, and then his trip to Israel, I think it was 1872, he went back until volumes 1, 2, 3, and then he came up with the final volume, I think 1877.
And she was
So
so young, and I loved her.
And then it was immediately translated, you can printed several editions of it, things like that. I don't know how many times usually printed, but literally
Check all kinds of rattlesnakes. There's got rattlesnakes in the neighborhood now.
Okay, the last question, and we better go on.
My neighbor caught a rattlesnake.
The one that's most popular in English is it's done by a woman. Her first name was Bella, and her last name was Yo, if I remember correctly.
It's fucking great. Listen,
Published by the Jewish Publication Society, 1899 to 1905. I wish I could remember her last name. I'm sorry. That's a hard question, though. We don't allow hard questions. Easy question. The idiosyncrasies and biases associated with it. There are a few things you can definitely, any work of this size, you're going to find things to criticize. I'm not going to nitpick about, facts, but in terms of his sort of biases. Do you recognize the picture on the title page?
45%.
Moses Mendelssohn.
So now it's like at 70%.
Not a coincidence, because Moses Mendelssohn is exactly the kind of figure that's a hero for Reds, right? Because Mendelssohn, persecuted, not allowed to get into school, not allowed to, but he's so brilliant, he beats Immanuel Kant in an essay competition, so it shows the world what he really can do. So Mendelssohn is definitely his kind of hero. And anything that didn't really fit with the Mendelssohnian view of the world was not necessarily well presented in Reds. So, for example, he thinks Kabbalah is total nonsense. And he says, why are the Jews even talking about this stuff? So Kabbalah is presented as, superstitious nonsense that, it's an unfortunate kind of byproduct of excessive persecution that we retreat to mysticism. Hasidim, he thought they were all wandering idiots, not well educated at all, and expressing themselves in all kinds of Narishkeit. And unfortunately, once again, it's because of the Khmelnytsky rebellion that destroyed the communities. They didn't have proper teachers, never. They couldn't learn German, so he has in general a fairly low opinion of Eastern European Jews. Again, remember where he comes from, in that Poznan region where the Jews are Germanotropic, and he looks at these Jews who can't even speak proper German, that they have so much Polish and Ukrainian, Russian mixed in there. It wants nothing to do with them. So he was also tended to be very weak in social history. Like he was very much a proponent of the so-called great man in history model that believes that history, all of us kind of like to sort of follow great men, usually white men. We follow what they say, and we'll follow along behind them until another great white man says something else, and then all of us will move over and follow that white man. So his history tends to be a lot of disjointed biographies, as opposed to later historians like Shimon Dubno, who really emphasized folk movements and really emphasized the power of the masses, not necessarily the leaders, for shaping Jewish history. So the history as itself has some weaknesses, but again, placing it in context of an incredible achievement for its time. Now, there were some decidedly negative what's the right word? Things that happened. The word in Hebrew, I believe, is putzal, that's the word in English. Consequences, thank you. Great consequences for his work. Most of it came from this man here, Heinrich von Treitschke, who was the leading German encyclopedic historian of the time. The Germans were about 100 years ahead of the Jews when it came to writing books of this nature. And von Treitschke read Gratz's book and was incensed. He said, I can't believe how this Jew is portraying himself in Christian culture and especially in German culture. How dare he present himself as being, the Jews as being persecuted generation after generation. And what chutzpah, he actually didn't use the word chutzpah, but what nerve he has to proclaim the Jews' superior moral standing despite this persecution, that he says that is so false. The Jews, we have tolerated them, he says, in German society, and they are a scourge on our society. They have, ruined our cities. They have infiltrated increasingly our universities. Our economies are torn up by their petty dealings. And von Treitschke just chewed into Gretz as a kind of a national ideologue that didn't write history, he wrote propaganda. So if you remove all of the venom, if you remove all of the hatred and anti-Semitism that von Treitschke was expressing, his historical criticism of Gretz was not so far off. Gretz was writing a national history that was kind of like, like, for example, when you write a national anthem for a country, put it like that, right? Are you going to write, we have America the Beautiful? You have the America the Pretty Good Looking, right? You're not going to write America, but you're going to have America the Beautiful. You're going to use the superlative, right? You're not going to say, God tolerated America. Say, God bless America. That's the point of a national anthem. So, too, he's writing a book that's like a historical version of a national anthem. And it's supposed to be uplifting. It's supposed to make Jews feel good about who they are. It's not trying to write a dry scholarly treatise. There's drama to it. It's a good read today. It really is. And von Treitschke would have none of it. He felt that it was trite. He felt that it was insulting to the Germans who had hosted the Jews for 800 years. And ultimately, he said the opposite. He coined this phrase, which you'll see here in this Nazi rally from the 1930s. The Jews are our misfortune.
It's going to be
this was one of Hitler's favorite slogans, borrowed from von Treitschke, who was criticizing Gretz. He was saying, au contraire, it's not like you say, Mr. Gretz, that the Jews have been such a boon to whatever society they've been in. They have been a cancerous growth that eat away from the society from within. And von Treitschke essentially trotted out this whole diatribe against Jews and how dangerous they are to society that was incredibly influential in the society. But we should
there
also
is
understand
a thing
that
now with me
Fonfrechka was
because I'm
not
so
some
I keep my elbows so tight to my body.
crazy
That
drunken
finding a way
person
to get
muttering
under
in
my
the
arms
street.
is
This was
almost
one of
it's very
Germany's
difficult.
most
It's very
prominent
difficult.
academics.
It's really
Had a
difficult.
very prominent
I
university
don't
late
even know.
in his
It's probably a
career.
fitness thing. Here's
For
the
him
thing.
to stand up and take
Bro,
such a
listen,
strong
No,
stance
you need to
against
shut up for a
threats
second because the elbows
was
are so
perceived
tight
by
right
many
now.
Germans as
Right?
authoritative.
And with your age,
So they had a fight called the Historica Strike,
the thing is, my
historian's
technique.
battle that went on for
fucking 10 years
close to a
I know, but
decade.
in
Back and forth in the press,
In my mind, I'm
people
like,
in
man,
Germany
he's
took
only getting tougher and
sides.
stronger.
People who were
trained
not involved in otherwise,
And the thing is this.
began
I'm a
to
sponge.
engage in
There's
this
quick
dialogue
studies and then there are
of was
sponges.
Jews,
Teach
were
me one
Jews good for
fucking thing,
Germany
one
or not?
fucking time, and I'm
A very,
fucking
very
ready.
sad
And
story that,
that's
of
why I
course,
look.
would
You know what the
come
problem
to
is?
its culmination
It's
with the
your
Holocaust.
brain's a sponge.
Yeah.
Here's another, I'll tell you by the way,
that carries that brain.
I don't know why the Germans like to repeat
I
themselves
know,
because the
but
Jews are on us.
fuckface, you're not getting my
Girls,
fucking.
the women and girls,
Father
the Jews
time,
are on
Father time.
I
Europe.
know,
That's your nickname, no? Father time.
Fuckface McGee, you're not getting my. You're not getting my neck in. It doesn't happen.
I know, but
I
I shot
shot
I
down
got your neck 10
small
years
fight.
ago.
Yeah,
It's
I
a-
know because I wasn't training
My
on the
wife and
level
I
I
were
am.
once in
I'm
Odessa,
getting agitated.
and
It doesn't
the
matter.
And I'm
water
not
was
quite
not
ready
working
to
in the
jump
hotel.
into
And
onto
so
that chair.
there was
I'm
a
not quite
sign
ready.
by the
There's not a lot of
elevator
room.
It's
and
your thing to be
said,
slower.
in
Yeah,
Russian,
no,
the
you're
water
getting
is not
ready, bro.
working.
All right,
I
And it
sent you a
said,
picture of how fast my
Ukrainian
hands
water
are.
is not working.
I
Then
know,
it said
maybe
in
that.
European languages like
Hey,
French,
you're
the water isn't working. It should be on again tomorrow.
You're the guy
Same
from
kind of thing in
There
English.
is.
And then in German,
You're
it said the
I
water
buy
isn't
all the boys'
working.
lunch after.
The plumber
You're
came and
Fox.
said,
I sent
the
that to
pipes, he's
to
going to have
all
to
the
order
guys
them
at
for
our type.
Kiev. It'll
Because,
take till
we get
tomorrow.
this
We
thread,
open
we
up
sent
at
to
like 5
the videos,
o'clock.
and there's that
And
video.
the Germans
He
wanted
can
the whole
take
story.
it
He
down
doesn't have to just
pretty
know
easily.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I said, I look like
Anyways,
that.
here's another slide also from the
You
Nazi
didn't give me
period.
credit for that joke. That's you. That's my
1935
reason
release.
singlet.
This is
What a great
an
actor
outdoor
he is. And
billboard
that's the
for
real deal, that fuck.
anti-Semitic paper
That's
called
a
Der
sad
Stürmer.
story.
Poor guy
And
wanted
here
to
you
be
can
a
see the
wrestler.
phrase, the Jews
Fucking
are
loser.
our misfortune.
That's you.
And that's
It might be
everything that's wrong in Germany is
It's all
because we
good.
have the Jews here in our
Because
society.
this is the thing.
And just to
Again,
make it a little scarier, here is the same slogan. And this is from the
Channing
National
Tatum.
Socialist
Yeah,
Democratic
Channing
Workers'
Tatum.
Party, also known as the Nazi
Channing Tatum.
Party,
Oh, you're a lot bigger.
in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nobody knew that they were there, but they're also quoting that same slogan of Funkreich,
I'm just saying,
which
as far as
was essentially
physically,
an attack on
I'm here.
Higher
You're the guy that did.
So, to think about his legacy, okay, that's the
except for I don't have money.
legacy.
I know. So I know. You look like that, but you don't have his money.
I look like that. I don't have his money. Now,
Oh, dude, hold on. Let me.
They were
Last night,
contemporaries, roughly
last
the
night,
same
I was
age,
asleep, right?
and von Treitschke is a great elder statesman, great
Canada,
historian, well
went
respected
off
across the
on
country,
Shaw.
and
We're
Gretz
interrupting
older
him,
at that
it's like,
time as well, but the author was
Shop.
incredibly well
Stop.
received. They were
Interrupting.
contemporaries. It was a really nasty fight.
Shut
Now,
how dumb is
how
Shop?
did Jews take this fight?
There's a lot of
Unfortunately,
resentment.
Gretz suffered some tremendous humiliation late in his
Shop
life as a result of this fight. You
The
recall
fact
that one of the
Shop's
collective
talent.
projects of German Jewry for most of the 19th century was to desperately try to fit in,
Talent.
to desperately try to demonstrate to Germans that Jews are worthy of citizenship. And to a certain degree, Gretz's project fits within that model. But the huge embarrassment that many Germans felt with the rejection of Gretz by the scholarly community was so intense that in 1885, when a major institution was developed to study German Jewry by a so-called Jewish Historical Commission, they pointedly ignored to invite Gretz to participate, which was like he was the Nobel Prize winning nuclear physicist of the era, and they're not even, sending him an invitation to participate. It was a huge slap in the face for Gretz, but it said a lot about what the Jewish community thought of him. They were, at this point, frankly embarrassed by his achievements because it had caused so much negative attention. His reputation extended internationally. French translations and English translations did not have the same kind of, qualms about his chutzpah and his fight with von Treitschke, because in America and in France, Jews had already earned equal rights, and so his reputation. But, he was humiliated. But that nevertheless does not diminish the tremendous achievement that he made in his great 10-volume history of the Jews. He eventually succumbed to heart disease
and was buried with significant honors in Wrocław, if I remember correctly. And we remember him even today. In fact, just preparing for this lecture tonight, I think I'm going to have to go back and reread my breaths. So even the pages that were not cut in volume 2, maybe I'll cut them myself this time. And I guess that's about it. I thank you very much for watching, thank you very much for participating, and I look forward to seeing you next week when I hope to speak about the Friedrich Rebbe, one of the most important Chabad rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Okay, have a great night.
What did he say? Tanning Tatum? Mix up the T and the C? Yeah, Tanning, of course. Child said Tanning. Oh, what a douche, just sitting there with the wrong thing. Like a calendar. All upset. Sitting there, having
Get started. Thank you all for coming. I apologize that I was a little bit delayed today and had people standing outside. That's kind of unusual. We'll certainly make an effort to be here early in the future. So if you follow the website, if you get the regular mailings from the website, you'll know that I have 2 other series of lectures that I put online at the same time. I have these lectures, which are basically 1-hour biographies, and I have this series which is mainly directed at undergraduate students called the Essential Lecture Series, and they're about 20 to 30 minutes, and then I have these This Week in Jewish History, which are like 3 to 8 minutes. So I just recorded one this week on the origins of modern Jewish humor, and I'm really pleased. In one of the Essential Lectures, I'm really pleased that I got so many responses in the comments. I think within 6 hours, 172 people have viewed this video. It's amazing what the internet can do. And one of the best things is that people started sending jokes in the comments box. So it's like, so here's one from Daniel Nuria, who is actually quite a scholar. He is the first one, if I remember correctly, to point out that the letter cut is not a guttural, it's a voiceless fricative. He didn't know that. But he pointed out this one joke which I enjoyed. It turned out that this is a very old Jewish joke, and just about everyone I told it to already knows it, but somehow I missed it.
Here's my take
so,
on this. This thing went through
a
exhaustively
man in
the courts
a
of the
secular
land.
Jew in Tel Aviv,
The courts of the
who
land
is
after 10 years
very, very far
have
from
deemed
his
the fact
Jewish
that this
origins
money
and Jewish
is
rituals and
legally
traditions.
owned.
That's the way he chooses to live his life. But he's a businessman, and he has a huge deal on the line. And this is a deal that doesn't run into set for retirement. Everything's going to work out just as long as he can just sign this one deal. And he's running a little late, and he's driving down Dizengoff, and he's driving around and around the office building where he's supposed to have his meeting, and he can't get a parking spot. And he realizes there's a huge crisis here. Oh my gosh, what's going on? That's what I do. So finally, in desperation, he raises his eyes heavenward, and he says,
It doesn't make me a bad person. It makes him a good businessman. Just like for Makano in this world of professional sports, you have to be a good businessman. This is why you don't see defensive end from the Bengals Hendricks. There's a reason why he's a reporter camp. Because he knows how much money the Cincinnati Bengals are making. He's going, I'm not reporting to camp. Pay me what I'm worth.
That is an economic consideration in what's called
Tonight's topic is rather unusual. I've thought about doing this particular figure in the past, but since last week we spent so much time talking about Joseph Pearl, who was a very rather venomous critic of the Hasidic movement. And we spoke about Rabbi Nachman of Breslov in that connection because it was the publication of one of Rabbi Nachman's most important and unusual works, the Siburi
Rothschild, which we'll talk about tonight, I thought, well, why don't we talk about Rabbi Nachman tonight? And so we're kind of get the side of where Joseph Pearl was coming from in his critique, and you can evaluate for yourself. We try to avoid moral judgments in this room.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand what he's doing.
We'll try and give you the historical outline of his life, and you can decide exactly how you want to go on that controversy between the two of them. So Rabbi Nachman is definitely one of the most unconventional, creative, seminal thinkers of the Hasidic movement, highly criticized in his lifetime and beyond, and yet, with the possible, probable exception of the Chabad, the Lubavitch movement, undoubtedly the best known of all the Hasidic great leaders. The Breslov movement amazingly has continued to hold its own, and in fact even flourish without a Rebbe. They are known as their detractors in the Hasidic world as their Toiter Hasidim, the dead Hasidim, because they don't follow a living Rebbe. And nevertheless, they show tremendous creativity, effervescence, and novelty that indicate that the trajectory is still on the way up. So we're going to spend a little time thinking about who was this particular individual, what were his contributions, what were some of the reasons for which he was so bitterly criticized during his lifetime, and maybe we'll spend a little bit of time thinking about the specific nature of the spiritual creativity that caused such inspiration in the Jewish world in the early 19th century and the last 200 years. Okay, so he has impeccable Hasidic lineage. His grandfather was the Baal Shem Tov himself, through the Baal Shem Tov's daughter. And on the other side, the grandchild of one of the Baal Shem Tov's primary disciples as well. So he has like really tremendous standing within the movement. And more than that, he was born and raised in Medjugorje. So you a map here. This is going to cover most of his life. So I put all these places here. Medjugorje is the current Ukrainian pronunciation. You may have seen the Polish pronunciation, Medjugorje. This is a small shtetl over here in the Ternopil region of Western Ukraine. This is Eastern Galicia, a region where Jews are exceptionally poor compared to the rest of Europe.
I know I sound like the guy from Shawshank Redemption when he gets that fucking money. He's like, yeah, I get to
this is one of those areas of Europe where Jews were much more involved in manual labor and even in farming, which is highly unusual for Jews than in the rest of Europe. At the time, it was not part of Ukraine as shown here. At the time, it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Later, it would become briefly part of Austrian Galicia and so on. And then after World War I, it would be part of Poland. Well, I don't want to do the history. Anyway, this is Medjugorje over here. He spent some time in the Kiev region, in the city, the region of Podil, and in a neighboring town as well. And then he made his name, his fame, really in the town known as Bratislava, not to be confused with Bratislava, as usually pronounced in Yiddish as Breslov. The term Breslov is just to get, there are many of these, one of the hardest things about figuring out the geography in Eastern Europe, and my own teacher, Professor Paul Robert Magachi of Toronto, he wrote an atlas of Eastern Europe, and he described to me how incredibly difficult it is, because just about whenever a place gets conquered by a people, they change the name of the place, and sometimes the name change is really quite distinct. Like, for example, if you take this town here, which is written in this map as Lviv, that's the Ukrainian pronunciation. This is a map of Ukraine. It would be Lviv in the local dialect. It was known as the Poles and Lemberg as the Germans. And so Jews would choose whichever one they wanted. Lemberg is often used because of the affinity with Germany, but these place names change tremendously. So Bratislava is one of those examples where the Jews would simply elide the terms to say Breslov, and one of the reasons they loved it is because the term Breslov, if you look at the letters in Hebrew, it forms an anagram for Lev Basar, heart of flesh, as opposed to a Lev Even, a heart of stone, which is an allusion to a passage in the Bible and Isaiah where God says, I will take out this heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh, a heart of Lev Basar. So Breslov Lev Basar. That's what we're talking about. Spent a lot of time at Rothschild, that's where he gathered most of his disciples. And then his last days were spent in Uman, where he chose to die and be buried. So the pilgrimages, if you heard of them, are associated with Uman, not with the other locations there. So his Hasidic lineage, to underline the point we started with, not only from his actual family members, which go, he's in the third generation after the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away about 1760. The Rabbi Rothschild was born 12 years later. But he actually grew up in the very heartland of the Hasidic world in Medjugorje, the place where the Baal Shem Tov himself was active. Okay, so you get a sense of where he exists in the panoply of figures. Yeah, typical for the time, very early engagement. Again, he was like Hasidic royalty, so he would have been very sought after. He was engaged at 13. And in kind of like a Talmudic precedent, which was not so unusual in the 19th century or the late 18th century, he was married 1 year later to the daughter of a fairly wealthy man from the Kiev region. He moved in with his father-in-law, and this is incidentally one of the reasons why there's a huge population explosion among Jews in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, far outstripping the non-Jewish population in the area. There's two things. First of all, the development of the smallpox vaccinations, which Catherine the Great began to disseminate in the late 18th century, and secondly, an institution known as KEST, which was a way in which young married couples, and we're talking about really young, we're talking about 14, 13 years old, where they would live for extended periods of time in their in-laws' homes with an extended family that has cousins and sister-in-laws and mother-in-laws and so on, to care for children during these very tender years when the husband and wife are really serving themselves. So he lived in this kind of environment for the first few years of his married life. It turned out later, though, that his father-in-law became a widower, and his second wife and Rabbi Nachman did not get along all that well. So at this point, Rabbi Nachman and his wife and his growing family, he ultimately had 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. The boys arrived in but his 4 daughters did. In this area, though, in these formative years of his early marriage, is when you see some of the characteristic elements of his thought begin to emerge. He followed what he felt was an extremely unique path in Hasidic thought, and certainly when he began his literary career, you can see that he's following completely new fields of Jewish mysticism. At the same time, he was following the traditional path of going out into the forest alone. He became quite an oarsman. He went on the Dnipro River, which is shown here, and he would, row himself up and down the river and set the boat ashore and go off for an afternoon and simply meditate on nature and the existence of the world. And this is the root of a spiritual practice that was associated with Rothschild forever after, called,
you know what it is? It's lazy. It's like wearing sweats on the fucking airport. It's lazy as fuck.
Which means to be alone.
I'm sure as fuck not in my sweats like a
main areas of spiritual exercise is to spend a good chunk of time, some of the literature literally say, take an hour to yourself, that's all it takes, an hour a day. For the rest of us non-restful Hasidim, it's a huge amount of time, especially for a litvak, a whole hour doing this. And basically, be alone, talk to yourself, talk to God, talk to the wall, talk to your future, talk to your past. Just spend an hour in internal meditation. That may be, by the way, jumping at the end of this lecture, one of the reasons why in the 1970s Rothschild Hasidus became so popular is because the whole meditative tradition, which they have been developing for several hundred years, is so well aligned with the age of Aquarius, with EST, all those kinds of unusual new age practices that were popular in America at the time. So definitely there was a kind of a congruity of thought between Buddhist and modern meditative techniques.
And this is Brian Callen. If you go on a plane in sweats and sandals,
and at this
fuck
point,
my
in
face.
his late teens and early 20s,
okay, but
began
Brandon
with
thinks he fucking
cycle.
buttons because he has a button. He's a madman.
Jumping ahead also, you should note that the entire span of his life was only a short 38 years, and yet compressed within this very short lifespan, he managed to create a tremendous body of written work, very creative and unusual and original, and to attract many totally devoted disciples who would remain with him not only during his lifetime, but even after his death, which was shrouded with tremendous controversy and would pursue the development of movement past that.
That's Brian Kelly.
These are all very young people. We're talking about people in their teens and early 20s when they're at their peak of creativity.
Yeah, or the pool, yeah, sure.
The controversy. So
Yeah,
he was, let's put ourselves within the context of the times. And you recall that
And people were in the restaurants. If I'm eating fucking lasagna, you with your feet out,
the Hasidic movement heads into a period which historians might call a thermidor, which is a reference to a month in the brief-lived French Revolutionary calendar. Basically, when you have a revolution of any sort, there's a period of tremendous excitement and exuberance and dramatic change, like the pendulum is pulled all the way in one direction. And then, as people get kind of fed up with the ridiculous pace of change, then the pendulum swings back the other way, but often goes into the opposite direction.
It's peanut
And if
butter
you
and
look
jelly
at any,
sweats.
this is kind of like a well-known pattern cycle of history. If you look at, let's say, the Russian Revolution, they start with all these bright ideas.
Sweats are gym wear. Sweats are for the gym. Are you in the gym? That's what you're now.
And then eventually swings back and falls into high Stalinism, which is the thermidor, as it were, of the Soviet Revolution. So the Hasidic movement had much of the same. The 18th century was a tremendous period of criticism of the old way of doing things, a period of great innovation. And by the time you get to the 19th century, some of the excesses that the Hasidic movement had been created to react against began to reassert themselves and even infiltrate the Hasidic movement itself. For example, one of the aspects of the Hasidic movement that was so powerful in the 18th century was the immensely democratizing element of following a charismatic leader as opposed to an offensive figure that has the approval of the community and the lord of a particular region. The other person, just had a beautiful smile and a beautiful way of expressing things and a kind heart, and he would become the Rebbe, obviously with tremendous talents and learning and pastoral skills and so on. But by the time you get to the mid-19th century, the Hasidic system was criticized for being excessively rigid, of being not just another hierarchy where people gather their courts around them on a hereditary basis and so on. So this is a period when the Hasidic movement is just beginning to kind of lose that popular edge and descend into a dark and reified period, which again they would emerge from at the end of the 20th century, but that's not for us today. So Rabbi Rothschild was at this period when quite a bit of time, it's 40, 50 years after the death of the founder of the movement, and you have established figures, you have Hasidic leaders who have elderly typically and have followed the same kind of pattern of establishing courts and rituals such as the pidyonos of bringing in certain types of donations to Hasidic leaders and so on. And Rabbi Rothschild will just have none of this. He is a huge critic of the existing Admorim, as the leaders of the Hasidim were called. And he openly criticized their mystical pronouncements. So, for example, some of the Admorim, some of the leaders would say that they had gotten a glimpse of Elijah's chariot. That's referred to in the Bible, and it's an allusion to this mystical vision of the Godhead in the universe. And Rabbi Nachman would say, I don't know how these people can say they've seen the chariot and they describe it this way, because I know myself, it looks totally different than the way they're talking about it. So, open criticism of his peers and his seniors. In fact, one of the most what's the right word? One of the most acrimonious disputes he had was with a figure known as the Shpoler Zaidi, the elder of the city of Shpoler. And Rabbi Nachman moved to that city without first getting permission from the Shpoler Zaidi. And originally, the Shpoler Zaidi was open to the idea of Rabbi Nachman, their creative, young Hasidic thinker, but to move your court into the existing region of an authorized and well-known figure was like it's an infringement on his chazakah, it's an infringement on his, his known territory, right? Like salesmen, as it were, you can't go and walk into someone else's territory and take it over. And the Shpoler City was really quite angry with him for simply showing up without, doing the proper petitions and the proper arrangements and things like that. So we had a lot of fights of this nature with the authorized figures. He was known for erratic behavior in a lot of ways. In 1798, he decided to take a trip to Israel, and he decided to take only his closest disciple and to travel in secret, like in disguise, not letting anyone know who he was as a Hasidic leader, the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. And on this trip, he would make fun of the other Hasidim that he met on the boat. He would engage in wild, erratic behavior, dancing, singing, things like this. And in fact, breast lovers today are known for their unusual displays of energy during prayer, clapping, tapping their feet, things like that, which are not typically seen in your regular Orthodox synagogues where the services are mainly limited to cell phone conversations and things like that.
#1 movie star of all time now.
Yeah, so
all time. Monetarily, it was Sam
he ended
Jackson,
up having
and now
to
it's
sort of move to his own space, which he did in 1802. That's when he moved to Breslov. At this point, he had a significant enough following that he could establish a court which he would retain there basically till the end of his life. He would only move to Oman in the last couple of years when he was suffering from tuberculosis. And it's at this time that he began to go on his literary creations in earnest. His literature, some of which were written by his own hand, some of which were recorded by his disciples, were very unusual and highly creative and unique books that had no precedent in the Hasidic canon in so many ways. And I'll give you a couple of examples right now. But prior to that, I'll just say that the corpus of the Breslov literature that we have today is deeply impoverished by the fact that Nachman burned many of his books. He composed quite a few, and after a while he felt, for whatever reason, he never really divulged it, perhaps that they contained too much mystical information. He ordered them burned. This was a tremendous inspiration to a 20th century Jewish writer who read the
Always a little slow for the kids.
None other than Franz Kafka.
I got my kids watching the new It 1 and 2.
Very disturbed Jewish writer who wrote, you may recall,
They're into war like their dad, man. What do you want me to
man who wakes up and discovers he's a massive cockroach, what that means. Another story called The Trial, where a man wakes up and learns that he's on trial in a capital offense, and he has no idea what exactly his crime was, or when the trial is going to take place, or who is his defense attorney, and this whole nightmare situation where he's trying to figure out really the meaning of his life, and there are only hints and clues, and he doesn't see any violation. Kafka also ordered his closest friend to destroy all of his brilliant manuscripts, and then he promptly killed himself. For the benefit of world literature, his friend decided the manuscripts were simply too valuable, and he did not burn them, and they ended up becoming published and becoming lost. But the connection is very clear. Kafka read a lot of Rabbi Nachman, was fascinated with the same kinds of stories that Rabbi Nachman would write, and were deeply influenced by them. Yes. Oh, I want one last point.
At least cars is good. At least you can sit down and watch cars. When it's too kiddie, you're like,
I forgot to mention that perhaps the most
Louis ready. Yeah, Louis is got
controversial aspect of Rabbi Nachman's activity was his messianic pretensions, which are rarely stated in outright fashion. But it's clear that Harvard notions of tremendously exalted status of himself within the end of days. It may have been that he regarded himself as an Elijah-like figure, perhaps the harbinger of the Messiah. He certainly felt that one of his infant sons, in the died in infancy, would be the Messiah, and placed great hopes on him. And these type of things, which are not completely unknown in the Hasidic movement. It's hard to find too many Hasidic movements that have not had a close brush with the idea that their Rebbe may be the Messiah. But Rabbi Nachman was unusually vocal about it and attracted a lot of criticism, like a lightning rod, because of his pronouncements. There was only one Rebbe who was a strong advocate of Rabbi Nachman, and he held to his position right to his very end. He died 1 year before Rabbi Nachman, and that was the great Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. You may have heard of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. He is known as the defense attorney of the Jewish people, the Sneger Shel Yisrael, because he basically finds the good in everyone through his life. In fact, there's a lot to say about Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. There's a famous passage in which he even called God himself to answer for the treatment of the Jewish people. That's a whole episode of them. Alright, so I'm going to go with writing at this time, but I haven't told you too much about what those writings say. As I mentioned 17 times already, highly original writers. To be sure, he wrote a lot of traditional ma'amarim that are comparable to the regular kind of Hasidic discourse with references and with standard scholarly apparatus and so on. And those are perhaps less remarkable. What makes him stand out, and which also perhaps gives him much larger audience to draw from, is his stories. He's Sipuri Masios, and there are two really salient differences between his stories and those that are associated with other Hasidic courts. The first one is that they are original literary creations by Rabbi Nachman himself. In other Hasidic courts, you have lots of Hasidic stories, usually highly hagiographical in nature, meaning, amazing stories about what this Rebbe did or what this Rebbe said, things like that. But they're always created and circulated by the disciples. In this case, we have a Rebbe who himself sets the pen to page. These stories aren't his own. They are like novels, as it were. I mean, they're not structured like novels at all. They're stories. They're short, a few pages long, and they're collected, though he published them all in one volume, and there are a few that are scattered throughout. But that's really an unusual thing for a Rebbe to write stories, as opposed to making these scholarly lectures, and then his followers create the stories about him. That's one unusual factor of Rabbi Nachman. The other among his stories, the other really unusual factor is that the stories hardly ever deal with Jewish topics head on. They read more like fairy tales. Complex parables about kings and princesses and captured princesses and pirates, and you can very easily read them as somewhat twisted children's stories. I mean, they don't have the kind of satisfying endings that you would like to see in a typical bedtime story, but they are highly imaginative, and they spur one's thought to, oh my gosh, what are the possible implications? And they're quite enigmatic. Very Kafka-esque, to use the term anachronistically. He's really writing like Kafka, because Kafka would later be writing like Rabbi Nachman. I'll give you an example, but first I have to tell you a joke, as this one jumped into my head. And I apologize for those of you who come to my lectures every week. I know you've heard this joke before, but it's therapeutic for me to tell you these jokes, so it goes like this. So there are 3 college students in a dorm, and they're talking about their spiritual leaders, but how great they are. And one student says, my guru, he is totally amazing. the powers he has, you can't imagine. Once we were walking in the forest, and there was a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river, there was a little kitten who was like trapped on a floating branch. And so my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked out in the dry riverbed and he rescued the kitten, brought him to safety. The other student says, oh, that's nothing. My Swami, you wouldn't believe what he's like. Once we were walking past a rushing highway, like moving so fast, it was definitely not I-95. It was, the cars were like just going fast at 60, 70 miles an hour. And we saw that in the median, separating the lanes, there was a little puppy. And so my Swami, he got up from the lotus position, and he stretched out his hands, and then for 6 feet around him, the car just stopped moving. And he calmly walked out to the median, he picked up the puppy and brought him to safety. And the Jewish kid says, that's not fair. My rabbi, once we were walking on the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $20 bill, pricked up his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. That's like slightly anti-Semitic. I probably shouldn't have that, you know. But that's like transvaluing. It was Tuesday, right?
But it was fine. You know, it worked out.
I'm sorry to name off, so you had to hear that, but there you go. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Perhaps the most famous of the Sipurim Mafia is the story of the sometimes translated Rooster Prince, sometimes translated Turkey Prince. By the way, also very unusual, he had them published simultaneously in a bilingual edition. The original version of Sipurim Mafia was published with Yiddish on top, which was the vernacular, but the common person could read, men and women, uneducated, whatever. And then on the bottom, there was a rabbinic Hebrew translation of the Yiddish tale, which I once made this a plebeian document that was accessible to everyone, even to a mother reading these stories to her children in bed at night. And at the same time, it was a Hasidic learned discourse in the high language of literary Hebrew. I can't say the high language of literary Hebrew because the Hebrew was not completely accurate. There was one grammatically. That's one of the main criticisms of the form of the Sipurim Mafia that Joseph Pearl would bring up and say, look how foolish these Hasidim are, look how badly they write in Hebrew. But nevertheless, Rabbi Nachman, insisting that his teachings be delivered in both the vernacular, ensured their wide circulation, and by writing them in Hebrew, which unfortunately was prescient, because the vast majority of Yiddish speakers would be killed in the Holocaust.
I watched a movie that's terrible,
his books had an enduring presence that would make them popular with the researchers in Israel after the 6 Day War, which we'll talk about towards the end of this lecture. So the text actually exists in two language edition right from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite stories of the Sipurim Mafia. There was once a king whose son goes mad. Madness figures in quite a few of the stories, by the way. People who lose their sensibility. And the prince insisted that he was in fact the turkey. He took off all of his clothes. He refused to sit at the table and eat like a prince. He insisted the only thing he would eat is crumbs and kernels of corn and things like that were scattered under the table. And so the king was totally out of his wits what to do with his mentally unbalanced son. He went to all of the doctors, all of the sages, the rabbis themselves can't deal with this particular problem. Until finally, from far off, a sage came and said that he had the solution, and that the king, if the king would give him permission, he would cure his son, but he had to tolerate whatever strange measures he would use to cure. The king, of course, would do all this, please.
And I fucking went on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm like, oh shit, 90%. And then that actor, whatever Skarsgård is,
with the prince. The prince says to the sage,
was on
what are you doing?
Dak Shepard's podcast. They're talking about how good it is. So I got a movie for everyone. And then it got done. They're like, you're terrible.
Listen to Dak just like you. He says, why? He says, well, because I'm a turkey, just like you.
All I listen to is podcasts. I listen to no music.
Okay. So they're naked under the table, getting kernels of corn off the floor. And this goes on for a while. And then the sage signals to his attendant, and the attendant throws him in a pair of pants.
He's a big car guy too.
So puts on his pants. And the prince says to him,
Yeah, that's what
Turkeys
it is.
don't wear pants.
I
And the prince says, the sage says, what do you mean turkeys don't wear pants? Look at me, I'm wearing pants. Turkeys can wear pants, no problem. So the prince thinks about it for a little while. He signals and gets a pair of pants. The sage then gets a shirt, and then gets a jacket, then sits on a chair at the table, and incrementally, every time they have this dialogue, the prince is saying, what are you doing? What kind of turkey are you? He says, you think a turkey can't eat at the table? I can eat at the table. And so this goes on until ultimately the prince is cured. And that, enigmatically and characteristically, is the end of the story. And you wonder, like, what was that all about? What is the meaning of that? And much ink has been spilled on these kinds of bizarre and seemingly non-sequitur stories. One of the interpretations that I happen to find appealing is the notion that, and again, I'm not a breast love expert by any means, but this happens to be an approach that I think makes sense in this particular story, is that we live ultimately in a world in which we are deeply uncertain as to our own identity. We're not totally convinced that we are human beings. We may be turkeys. We're not totally convinced that we are angelic in our capabilities. We could be animals, like the fowl of the sky and the fish of the sea. We could be just, walking bits of meat. And the only way that we can be cured of this is by, the only way that we can be cured of this is by imitating a human being, imitating a higher level creature. So in the analogy here, the nimshal to the mashal is that, we may not think of ourselves as highly accomplished spiritual beings, but that is within our nature. If only we, as one of my friends would say, fake it till we make it. We just keep going on, thinking of ourselves as princes, trying to act as princes. We deep down think we're turkeys, but we're still going to try and imitate the prince, and hopefully one day we will be cured. Now that's, I'm giving you kind of like an overarching structure to understand the story, but Rabbi Nachman doesn't. Rabbi Nachman just leaves you with the story, and then you turn the page, there's a new story all of a sudden. And a lot of them are like this. The princess is captured, the whole country that is driven insane by a scourge on the wheat, and the sage decides to eat it himself so that he will still fit in with the insanity of the country. All these kinds of stories really are a spur to the mind, to the imagination, and they carry great literary impact on the Jewish tradition. Okay, another example of his very powerful impact is he either authored or popularized a lot of epigrammatic statements, meaning like one sentence, very pithy encapsulations of Jewish philosophy that continue to have an impact on the Jewish mind today. I'm sure you've heard, I have a picture here, the entire world is but a narrow bridge. And the essential point is, don't be afraid. Right? That's a line of Rabbi Nachman, just this idea that, we're traversing this narrow, scary chasm on a tiny little unbalanced rope bridge, and you got to get to the other side. And the main thing is no fear. Just keep moving forward. And this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that, again, he wrote it in literary Hebrew, which meant that it survived the linguistic challenge of the 20th century. And in Israel, of course, it became a folk song. I think I would sing it for you, but I think you would regret that. Many of his statements, in fact, became folk songs. Mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment to be happy always. I'm not sure there is a commandment to be happy. There is a commandment to be happy on Yom Tov, specifically. Samachta v'chagecha, right? Be happy on holiday. By the way, the Vilna Gaon, he was once asked, this is a typical characteristic difference between Hasidim and Mishnagdim. He was once asked, "What's the most difficult mitzvah for you to perform?" He said, "Definitely to be happy for 8 days in a row." That's tough, right? So, anyways, Rabbi Nachman wrote, "Mitzvah to go to Tani." It's a great mitzvah to be happy always.
They've been around for 40 fucking years. And then he finally went on Rogan, and I was like, "Oh, I can't wait." They talked about bees for 3 hours.
Maybe not. It would be great if you totally forgot, because then I can tell it again. And it goes like, it's a, we were sitting having a Friday night meal, and I usually a bunch of persons to the room. He's kind of disheveled, and he said, "What's wrong with me?" He says, "I was accosted on the way here. They wanted to take my money, and I said, I'm an observant you. I don't have any money, so they let me go." And so then all the guys in the street started singing in Russian. Очень счастливый я.
I'm pretty sure your team sent out my back, and she said they just responded to the email.
Which went straight into in Hebrew, mitzvah gedol liot b'simcha tamid. Those 2 lines in Russian,
dude, I appreciate
so
you using me as my body for the model of it.
It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. We sang that for maybe 40 minutes. It was a really intense spiritual experience. I was terrified, but I can't forget that
You're
moment.
42 and you dye your hair.
Okay, so he wrote a lot of these epigrams. You may have heard the saying, when I saw it associated with Rabbi Nachman, I actually couldn't believe it. I said, no way, this comes from somewhere else. And it may be true, perhaps we have some very, very good men in the room. Some of them have taken a vow of silence because they don't want to ask any too hard questions. But apparently it was Rabbi Nachman who said, God never gives us a challenge that we cannot overcome. You know, that's like, is that really Rabbi Rothschild? That seems so central to Jewish thought, but it's not associated with it. So these kinds of like amazing stories,
fucking Ben Affleck went up and he shaved his head the same way I shaved mine. Now look like I'm sorry, Brad Pitt did it, so I look like I'm copying Brad Pitt.
He also created a wide variety of spiritual practices and exercises called tikkunim, which is a Kabbalistic term meaning repair. If you damage the world or yourself through a particular sin of one type or another, then these are the repairs. This is how you affect the positive change what you've done wrong. The tikkun klali, he has a list of what kinds of things you should do for what kinds of sins. Particularly involved the recitation of certain psalms and things like that. The most famous of the tikkunim, however, was towards the end of his life. He promised his followers that they would come and say a particular tikkun on his grave at Rosh Hashanah, then no matter what they have done in their life, Rabbi Nachman will take them by their peyot, by their forelock, and drag them out of Eretz Yisrael. So these tikkunim have had tremendous popularity, and they continue to inspire tens of thousands of people, even today, who go to Uman to be at the grave of Rabbi Nachman. Many of whom are not at all Hasidim, but are moved by that concept of sequence. Let's move on to the Uman itself. As I mentioned, his main activity was in Breslau.
Did you see his apology? He like blamed other people. Like, you're safe at a concert.
Basically relocated to another building in that city. But for several years, he had a very positive relationship with several notorious masculine in Uman. So, what is going on here? First of all, what is Uman? It's an old city. Jews have been living there for several hundred years. And it is most noted in
is that actually his wife? Because that other picture showed me she was a
terrible massacre in 1768. This was the Gonta massacre, also known as the Heidemann massacre, when peasants revolted and slaughtered Jews as they had done 100 years before. The Heidemann massacre is a whole social, political, economic mess, but the bottom line is that quite a large number of Jews were killed in a very short period of time in that year, and there was a cemetery that was expanded to contain all of the graves. Rabbi Nachman remarked towards the end of his life that this would be a good place to die and be buried, and he was, of course, predicting his own end.
You guys are vibe with this though. I have inside sources that worked for him. They're in Texas here. They worked with him, and they said, "Thank God he's gone." Apparently, he was a 3 years with this. Because he was the CEO, they said if he didn't, he was such an asshole. The employees, all of them celebrated when he got fired. They were stoked.
And there,
piece of shit.
significantly
Apparently, he's just a real piece of shit.
Masculine, you will recall from last week's lecture on Joseph. These
Chris.
are adherents of the Haskalah,
Yeah, but this
Jewish
guy,
enlightenment,
this is
who
if you get
in
with a guy,
Western Europe tended to jettison their
relationship
Jewish
started
practices,
far as
Shabbat, and so on. In Eastern Europe, less so, but they definitely were antinomian, changed their dress usually for upper-class Polish dress at this time. Studied the sciences, studied Polish language, things like that, and were generally considered in the context of that time assimilated Jews. They were certainly not assimilated by Western European standards. Which reminds me of one more joke. I can't help it, but we're almost done. Did I tell you about the guy who wants to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club?
He knows that.
So there's this restricted country club. I'm so glad you remember my joke. He wants to be a member. A Jewish guy wants to become a member of a restricted country club. Where they don't admit Jews, Gentile clientele only. And so he goes to the management offices. Looks like he's very successful in business. Several yachts that are right now lined up the boat show and all kinds of annuities and what have you. And I realized that I can certainly take it to this. In fact, I can sponsor a few other members if you like. And the manager says, I'm very sorry, Mr. Goldstein, but we have a restricted clientele. And we don't accept new members unless, for example, you have a sponsorship from existing members. So he says, oh, that's great. I'll just find a Jew who's already a member. I'll go to him, he'll sponsor me, and I'm in. So he says, can I see your membership list? He says, of course. Shows him the list. Looks down, he sees near Goldfarb. That's it. So he goes to Goldfarb's home, knocks on the door. Goldfarb opens the door. Goldstein says, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. My name is Goldstein, and I was really hoping to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club. Would you please sponsor me? Goldfarb looks him in the eye and says, listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldfarb, is it? Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian. And my father is a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. So, these are the kind of masculine and light, isn't that? Now, there's a lot of discussion because this is, you have to realize, the context for Rabbi Nachman to be associated with heretical Jews was highly controversial. It was like, again, in the thermidor of Hasidic thought at that time, to be messing around with the ordinary people, maybe it's a little bit like the sage who gets under the table naked. That's highly unusual. Some say that perhaps he was trying to be makar of them, to bring them closer to Judaism and so on. It's not clear. We know they played a lot of tests together, things like that. He ultimately passed away at the age of 38 of tuberculosis and was buried in that city. But the story, of course, does not end with his death. His legacy is really very much alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, since he had such strong messianic statements, and he had made such a central figure of himself, and never preparing anything like a successor, with perhaps the exception of his child that died before he was 2 years old, there would be no question that nobody could take Rabbi Nachman's place. And so, unlike all the other Hasidic groups, they simply continued without a Rebbe at the helm. Perhaps there's some thoughts that the Rebbe Nachman would later play a role in the unfolding of the era. It's not clear. Multiple centers of Breslov Hasidus developed, especially after the Second World War. And it's basically two types. There are a few schools that are led by charismatic students of Breslov, mainly around Mea Sharim, highly traditional neighborhood in Jerusalem. And also there are centers in New York City, for example. But the core constituency remains kind of like old Hasidim that can trace their lineage back for decades, even centuries. But the large numbers of followers are really Balei Tshuva, are people who come to Judaism later in life. In fact, many Sephardim are attracted to Breslov or Hasidut. They have no connection ethnically with these teachings. Why is this so? Well, we've already discussed some of the tremendously infectious aspects of Rabbi Nachman's thought and teachings. There's also this resurgence of interest in Judaism as a whole after 1967. If you recall those days, it's hard for me to. I was just a child at that time, but as I'm sure all of you were just children at that time too. But what my elders tell me is that people were just getting used to the idea that we made it through the Holocaust. We survived the Holocaust. We're being put together. We even have a state of our own. And then, look, we're about to lose that state. We're going to be pushed into the sea. And then, almost beyond imagination, the Jews managed, the Israelis managed to turn the tide, not only defend the nation, but to expand the borders beyond belief, completely beyond belief. There's a Russian joke that was popular when I was there that said, Russia was thinking of attacking China, the rival between the two communist nations. And someone in the military academy asked one of the generals, how can we possibly defeat China? China has a massive army, millions of soldiers larger than our army. And the general says, that's no problem. You can always win with a smaller army. The Jews, with 6 million soldiers, or 6 million Jews, were able to take over armies with 40 million Arabs. So we can do it too. And the Russian soldier says, yeah, but where are we going to get 6 million Jews? Somewhat epic. Anyways, some of the Breslov movements, the relations between the movements are sometimes acrimonious. I forgot my train of thought, but we'll go to this here. There's one particular leader who passed away about 20 years ago who was called Baal HaPetek, the master of the note, like the document, because he claimed to have received a note, some kind of mystical note that was Rabbi Nachman communicating with him, saying how to bring him out the Messiah, and it involved the chanting of a particular clause, Nachman Me'uman. It's hard to translate this. The na really is the word in Hebrew. It might be read as please. Nach means rest. Nachma is related to the word for console. Nachman is his name. And Me'uman means from the city of Uman. Meaning you say, please rest, console, Nachman of Uman. And so this is a slogan that's worn by this particular group, a very large group. You may see it's very popular to wear large white knitted yarmulkes with this phrase, handwritten around or crocheted around the side. But there are many of these groups. And as I mentioned earlier, the tikkun associated with Rabbi Nachman in Rosh Hashanah is incredibly popular. You can get, you can book a tour to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, very popular. I have many friends who have done it. And you can participate in this movement, which is 200 years old and still quite vibrant and growing. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your endurance over the last hour, and I hope you have an excellent week.
Easter eggs/pineapple. That YouTube, that guy's doing talk about life and love and art. We just banned him. Oh, you said that? That was a personal decision I didn't try. I danced.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So as I think I mentioned last week, I've been reading, hi Fred, how are you? As I mentioned last week, I've been reading Ruth Weiss's new book on Jewish humor, and it's exceptionally good, but it's not quite as funny as I thought. I thought there would be more jokes in it, but there's really deep analysis. And in fact, tonight's topic comes from her work, as I'll explain. We'll get a little further into the story. So I had to go to an unknown, untested source for humor, and I found something a few minutes ago on my phone, looking on the internet under a website called Jewish Humor. The joke goes like this. I'm not exactly sure it's funny.
That's never stopped me, I guess. So joke goes like this. There's a woman walking with her yingala on the boardwalk. Grandmother and her grandson are walking on the boardwalk. They're holding hands. It's really very nice. Miami Beach, early February. And as they're walking along, there's kind of a rumbling, and they look up, and a massive tsunami comes. And the water just crashes onto the shore and drenches the two of them. And when the grandmother gets up, she sees Rahman al-Islam lo Aleinu, the little yingala has been washed out to sea. So she says, haven't I been a good grandmother? Haven't I sacrificed for my children? Haven't I dedicated so many hours to Hadassah, and haven't I given to the UJA? And I've done everything. Bring me back my yingala. So there's a rumbling again, and once again another massive tsunami comes, dumps all the water on the grandmother, and when she looks up, there he is. She grabs him by the shoulders, and she embraces him, and she makes sure he's okay, and she looks up to God, and she says, he had a hat. All right. So it's I think that's a joke that in many ways is indicative of a certain genre of Jewish humor. I'd like to spend some time thinking about it on an academic level and giving a lecture on the topic, but there's a certain a quality of a relationship with God that is associated with the long-suffering Jewish people that makes that joke especially funny. The first part of it's kind of, dark, and I don't like to think about it, but at any rate, there's a joke. Tonight's topic is, as I mentioned, taken from Ruth Weiss's book. This is a figure that I've come across in some of the research I used to do in 19th century Eastern European studies, but I never spent much attention looking at him until she used him as an exemplar of early 19th century Jewish humor. And she said a fascinating thing. She basically argues that there are three distinct strands of Jewish humor in Eastern Europe that corresponded to the major fissures in intellectual and religious life of the Jews of that time and place. And I thought that was a fascinating thesis, and I'd like to definitely explore it a little more with you tonight, and perhaps on another lecture we'll go into in great detail. But let's understand, who is this man, Joseph Pearl? You may have heard of him perhaps if you took classes in Hebrew literature, because he is often regarded as the first modern Hebrew novelist. He wrote a fairly important book that was a satire, was an epistolary novel in the early 19th century, and so his stylings in Hebrew in many ways set the tone for later Hebrew language satirists and also for essayists. Very important in the history of Hebrew literature. He also made contributions to Yiddish literature because he actually ended up translating his Hebrew novels, which could not be read so easily by most people, into the Yiddish vernacular, and in so doing, providing a very unusual kind of people speaking in vernacular Yiddish, translating into Hebrew, and then translating back once again into Yiddish. A very interesting sort of pathway for expression using these major Jewish languages. And so at that, understanding these things, he plays an interesting and important role in the history of Hebrew literature. That in itself would normally not be enough for time reading more about him. What I found fascinating and somewhat sad in his life is that he was an incredibly critic of the Hasidic movement, publishing often anonymously under critiques of the Hasidic movement, and penning letter after letter to Austrian officials and Russian government officials denouncing the have its leaders controlled and even person. And he was a tremendous enemy of a burgeoning movement of the 19th century, deep dissatisfaction with the intellectual confines of his homeland in Eastern Galicia. He provides a very useful jumping off point for us to discuss themes of why they will remain misnagdim, and I'll more why they would turn to the Haskalah. It's a note that
He died apparently on the holiday of Simchas Torah, quite just before Simchas Torah, which is a holiday, as I'm sure you're aware, of great festivity and rejoicing. And the legend has it that Hasidim went to his grave and literally danced on his grave. Whether that legend or not, I have not actually been able to pin down, but nevertheless, it gives you a sense of the bitter fight between people who Joseph Pearl's camp and the early Hasidic movement that they would such a demonstration of displeasure, demise. So that's basically who we're about. What I'd like to do with today's lecture is on the political context, very exciting and formative time for modern Jewry, and then I'll look at the religious context and try to understand who are they all arguing about. Look at Joseph Pearl's activities specifically, and that's going to wrap us up for tonight. Any questions, objections before we begin? Yes.
So, my God, the internal conversation.
Yeah, he was born basically when the just began to find its legs. Looking at the broader scope of it, in the late 17th and early 16th century, you have kind of itinerant proto-Hasidic figures who are called in the plural Balei Shem, which is maybe we'll get back to that a little later. We'll get to about one particular leader. And they're espousing a very kind of Kabbalistic, perhaps even Sabbatian approach to Judaism, following teachings. You recall he was Messiah of the 17th century. One figure, Baal Shem Tov, who is regarded as the father of the Hasidic movement, and his dates are roughly 98 to 1760. He died, and there was a certain amount for a successor was found. It turned out to be the Maggid of Metrich, who died in 1772, leaving 5 disciples. And of course, Joseph Pearl was born. Those 5 disciples are the Alter Rebbe, was the founder of the Chabad movement,
as far as talent with the Jewish. Well, he also comes from
the Hasidic movement
Colbert was a hell of a sketcher.
So in other words, he is born
this
1 year after the strong movement of the world. By the time you get to his period of around the turn of the century, that's when the Hasidic movement was beginning stride and actually compared to Jimmy Fallon got high ratings of both. Yes,
he gets about 2 million. So his show gets about 2 million viewers, and in the coveted time slot,
not bad. It's really a question. Now we'll get the question. The question will reject Hasidism because of his own ideas or because of those of his teachers. So that's much too hard to put in this kind of public environment. I frankly don't know early teachings. What I can and his early influences was that he himself was a devotee of the Hasidic movement. He himself was, and he was very, and he fell away under the influence in particular of Moses Mendelssohn. It's important, masculine figure. So let's we'll come back to that.
Okay. Can I take some real quick?
Besides
Jimmy Fallon.
So let's look at the political context first. Okay, we're talking about his born in 17. This is an incredibly important period because it represents a dramatic upheaval, really a borderline historically between the medieval period primarily because of the activity of the woman, capturing the second, known as capturing the great. Fascinating biography of her in particular, the Russian emperors are difficulty producing heirs were physically and mentally competent to this massive empire. And so Tsarina went to find some small that she could bring over essentially, and she married him to her husband. This young didn't know anything about the world and had never left her beach when she was suddenly Tsarina of Russia. What she did was she had an affair with the captain of the guard. One of
so people like Adam Schiff was on, but they also had different that
and
were
she had her
coming on,
husband,
sort
and
of
she
giving a lot
named
of voice
herself
to
the Empress.
that was not conservative.
She turned the light
And part of it was after
warrior
October
Russian Empire
7, there was a lot of
and
anti-Israel,
she was an incredibly
anti-Jewish
competent administrator, expanding the territory of the Russian Empire
more
by
than I've
about
ever
a
seen in my lifetime.
third of the areas in Europe and
Sumner
in the
Redstone's
northern part of the
wife,
Black
I
Sea.
can't remember
A certain amount of a
is
sense
a
of her
fierce
personality from her regular
She is a
roles,
Jewish
but
woman
this was a
who
rather scandalous
owned
picture that she
Viacom. Remember,
preferred.
Sumner Redstone
She
owned
often went
Viacom
about with
with no
much more
debt.
male
One of the richest men in
clothing,
the world, and
riding
his
horses,
wife,
and so
after he
on.
died, inherited.
What did she do, and what does it have to do with the Jews?
She had
the
to
partition
see who
of Poland.
Sherry Redstone,
Beginning of the year
see who she sold.
1772 and 1795, right?
But listen,
Poland
it's very
was
possible that the
incredibly
person that bought
wealthy
it,
with
I don't
huge
like
Latvia, meaning these huge
I
farms,
don't
particularly
like it. I'm going to actually find the whole
some
network
very
and fucking
major and
take
important
it off
European
the air.
towns.
I
like
think
I'm just saying that, by the way,
and
everybody, I'm just saying
the,
that is
but they
not
had
my
a form
that
of
is not
government
my
that was
theory.
at one
It's a
that had
theory
a tremendous
from
level of
Jewish who are on a show called
incomparable when you look at
Commentary.
other countries in the region.
So I'm not.
And at the
I'm
same
just telling
time,
you.
military
the salary
underwear
of
spent
late
way
night
too
hosts.
much paying attention
Because
to the
too,
opinions of petty
you know,
nobles
those-
who were already
so
doing
$20
away
million.
with
The
them
thing about that is, I'm
so
sorry,
basically
but
what
the other
happened
thing
was
about his
capturing the
salary,
grain
he
in two other
okay.
neighboring states
was
of
not
Poland,
found
and
in
they
16,
simply divided up the
Colbert
country
scored
between
at
the three
15.
of them.
Jimmy's salary was 15.
Germany,
but that's a lot of money.
Three
And
successive
when you're as popular as you
which had
think,
become the
and then that much
dual
money,
monarchy of
there's also an economic consideration.
But I also say this,
Russia sections
he
over
got
here.
away from
Simply
originally
disappeared
supposed
from
to
the
be there
map
for
because it was
years,
not
and it was just
powerful enough
focused
to
on all this
defend itself
Trump syndrome
from
stuff across the
its
board.
neighbors.
The views are going down. They have high salaries,
Poland
but also no one's talking about it.
home with the largest
Also,
concentration of Jews
regular
in the
network
world at the
TV
time.
is dying.
Because
So
over the
really watching.
30s
So
through the
I
80s, they were
it's
migrating
about
from
time.
Eastern
B,
Europe, the
it's just
German,
Jimmy
they
Fallon
were for German,
and Jimmy
and
Kimmel.
Hebrew is
Don't
Ashkenaz. So
underestimate
the
the fact that
Ashkenazi Jews
massive
for various
corporations
economic
have a
reasons
political
because of
people on their
anti-Semitism
shows.
in Germany and
They're
France.
swaying
And
people
they
in a
have all
direction that
kinds
they
of
find harmful
particularly
to
in
their
southern Poland
interests,
here, but also in the
harmful
cities
to
as well,
themselves.
extending wild,
They go, you
which
know
is
what?
where
You can do because I have
Jews
so much
with
money. I can buy
Lithuania
this
was known
network
for Jews
and I can just
with the highest
cancel
levels
that.
of intelligence,
then
superior
also
fashion,
like
things like
agenda.
that.
But
Jews
then
were
also,
Lithuania.
if you took over the company,
There we
let's
go.
take
By
the
the way,
conspiracy out. You take over the company.
My family's from
How much you
Lithuania.
pay?
Coincidence. Right. So
15 a year?
anyway,
How many views is it getting?
now Russia was kind of like the wall
It doesn't add up. That's right. Let's nix that.
Since
And now with the
1479,
way
And it's on a
no
downward trend.
Jews
That's
were
what I'm saying,
allowed.
right? It's not like they're
business-wise, they go,
let's do it
This is
What
why
now.
happened was there was
Yeah.
sort of a
I don't agree with a lot of the stuff
where
they're having on here.
a
I
Judaism
don't
under
have
the
to have it
influence
on.
of a
I can
Jewish
just
doctor
take it
named
off.
Because she doesn't
some
even
of these
do the
elements
whole,
found
anti-Semitism, Jewish shit.
that's it.
It's not
No
just
more
anti-Semitism, it's
Russia,
anti-conservatism.
was upheld until Catherine the Great in 1772
Like we can put these
suddenly took
resources in
over
something else.
this massive
It's also
population of
conservative.
Jews.
It's also the
Conservative money coming in and
What she
going,
do
I don't want that guy
with
on.
all
It's
this
also the
black
death
Jews?
of late night
So on the
because
one
again,
hand,
the TV, I've been
the
watching. I used to love
many
it. I've
of
been watching
commercial
years.
classes in Russia was asked for this.
I
A
can
long time,
promise you,
the Jews
I can-
are business. They have international
they will
connections.
tell you.
This is going to be
I
fantastic.
guarantee that the
Some of the
conversation
religious
is
come out. We have to restrict them. This is terrible. Mother Russia. You know, this is the third
they
Rome.
also
We
want
are
you
the
to-
inheritors of Christianity in the world, and we can't
I believe
tolerate
in free
this.
speech. I love that
Ultimately,
people have
the
different points of
Germans decided on a compromise,
But also,
and
you
you
work
set
for
up
a
something
corporation.
called the
Like, you have to
and
push
this was
any political
originally
agenda. And
conceived
it's
of
all you guys did
in
for
a
the
very
last 5
positive
years.
sense of Jews. It essentially meant
Even
that
if he was super
although
pro-Trump
Jews
all
would
the
not be
time, I'd
awarded
like,
citizenship,
come on.
So let me
for
ask you a
that they
question.
would have to wait until
University of,
1917,
Chicago,
when the Russian
different
Empire fell.
universities,
The
Stanford.
very first
They've got
act of
professors
the
that are straight
provisional
up
government
socialists.
to give
Destruction
Jews
of the
equal
university.
citizenship.
They're actually
Were
how
nevertheless
to
granted
create
significant
destruction
region that
and
extended
ultimately
basically from the
go
Baltic
to
Sea
tear
down
down
to
people
Black Sea.
To me, I would be
Shape
like, hey,
it changed shape a few
get
times.
the fuck out of here with
Kiev,
your
for example, was an
bankrupt
island where Jews
but
were
they're
not allowed to live, so
talking
only
this way
60,000 lived
to
there
their students
illegally.
in public.
And you
I don't
where Jews were allowed to live in Russia
After a while,
and given a certain amount of rights, even the right to vote in municipal elections and even hold office in municipal principalities. Rather fascinating, and she had a kind of a forward-thinking view to it. So you have these big concentration of Jews in this newly reformed German-Russian Empire, and there's a lot of thoughts about, oh my gosh, it's the turn of a new century, the year 1800, we work the Jewish world. We can rework and Jews interact with non-Jews. The age of enlightenment, the spirit of John Ruskin, a lot of important thinkers are influencing thought all the way to Europe, and Jews are well. Now, doesn't come within the parameters. He came from Austria-Hungary, from this Galician Empire, the Galician region, which is just here in Eastern Europe. Galicia, most Russian of the Jewish terror by the Austrians, meaning they had the most commonalities with Jews on the other side of the border. They were the most backward, the least educated, the most likely to be involved in farming, which is something very unusual for Jews historically until the state of Israel, of course, in the biblical period. Mostly menial laborers, like working in, they had actually oil there, so you had Jews who were like blue-collar workers, as opposed to being involved in commerce, which is much more common elsewhere in Europe. This is one of the most backward parts of European Austria, called Ternopil in modern Ukrainian, or in so on this era where, like the Russian Empire under Catherine II, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is also thinking about how can we change Jewish existence, how can we normalize these people who speak a different language. Yiddish is closer to German than to Uzbekistan. They are not participating in our faith, they're not participating in our economic, to be highly segregated in certain activities, and the Austrian Empire was looking at ways to kind of bring the Jews into a more, make them fit within society. The Emperor Franz issued a so-called tolerance patent, which meant like a bill that essentially mimicked what Catherine would do later in Russia, a certain amount of rights of residence and rights of protection under law, not full rights like citizens over the Mediterranean. So putting all of the political context in one is just the political change in the region, and Jews are caught up in that change, and many people are saying, hey, this means something. It might mean the end of time, maybe Mashiach. Many Jews at the time felt that when Napoleon came through, which would happen just in a few years from now, that he was in fact Mashiach, or maybe he was Mashiach said Yosef, and then there's a lot of thinking about that, and also a lot of thinking about social engineering. Let's make the Jews enormous. Wow, that's a big mouthful. Anyway, we go on past the social. Yes, okay. Absolutely. Some question. So let me just repeat for you your observation. The term Galicianer, Galicianer in the Jewish cultural vocabulary, a Jew from Galicia means a country bumpkin, and very uneducated. They say that when Litvaks marry Galicianers, it's a mixed marriage. Right down in Litvak. By the way, my wife's family is from Tarnopol. But I should take that right out of the video, right? Onto the internet, right? Okay, sorry to use that. Your question was, where does the term Pale of Settlement come from? So it only exists in the English language. In the Russian language and in the Hebrew language, they use the term region. So region of settlement, which is perfectly normal. Pale may come from a uniquely British to the borderland with Scotland. That in times when England was having troubles with Scotland, for much of their history, but there was a time when there was a certain that Englishmen dared not go north of a particular region because the heads of English hailed on spikes along the borderland, and they called that the Pale. So you've heard the expression "beyond the pale," like beyond the boundary, beyond the. And since it is a borderland, right? This is the edge of Russia. They applied this in the English language to this borderland extreme land of Russia where Jews were allowed. It's a strange term. Okay, let's go further. So that's kind of the environment. Let's think about the intellectual and religious environment. And this is where Dr. Weiss's approach is very, very helpful. In Eastern Europe at this time, there were three principal intellectual movements that were all for the spiritual loyalty of the Jewish people. There were the so-called Hasidim, who were these new, really the first reform movement in Judaism in modern times, the Hasidic movement. There were their opponents, literally called mitnagdim, the word mitnaged, to oppose the Hasidim. And in fact, depending on who you talk to, the term misnaged, when you talk to Hasidim, it's like it's almost a profane term, because if you call a Litvak a misnaged, he says, yeah, what do you mean? I'm a misnaged, right? But if a Chassid were to say that, he'd say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear, because it's like a nasty word. I've heard tell that really don't like misnagdim, they call them today snags. So I think snag gives a bit of the feeling when something gets stuck on, So anyway, misnagdim are essentially traditionalists. They are the ones who wanted to hew to the old path of Talmudic Judaism, Hasidic innovation that we will discuss shortly. And then thirdly, and by the way, these figures, I'll focus in on them, they're basically, and these are kind of fictionalized. This is the Baal Shem Tov, the father of the Hasidic movement. The Vilna Gaon, the genius of Vilnius, which is he's considered kind of like the prime figure behind the Misnagdim movement, and Moses Mendel, third movement, Haskalah. And the people who adhere to the movement are called maskilim, singular maskil. The Haskalah is basically a Hebrew translation of the English term enlightenment, which is used to describe the intellectual class of the day, or the German term Aufklärung. It means, to bring more light. Haskalah is not a perfect translation, but okay. What are these three? What were the conflicts between them? So if we start with the Hasidic movement under the Baal Shem Tov, a lot of reasons why the Hasidic movement inception in the 18th century. There are factors. For example, in the traditional Jewish world, there are basically three ways to gain status. They want to guess at those three ways. An average Jew can get status in one or other of three ways. Is money, right? The first way is always money. If you have money, what else is there to say?
What's up, fam?
There are a lot of
beautiful
There's a joke actually about a guy who he's a Maggid, he's a traveling speaker, and he goes and they would have these people who come to town. They would give a speech, an inspirational religious speech with jokes and things like that. And with the profession,
am I right?
People like this. So he comes to it, and the rabbi says, "Okay, we'll have you speak on Shabbos, and we'll give you hundreds of zloty for it." And he says, "Okay, Rabbi, that's wonderful for something. I wonder if you would pay me in advance. I don't have to hold the money. You can keep it in the safe or whatever, but I'd like you to pay me in advance."
Your
says, pay in advance? Normally we pay you after you pay. Yeah, I know, but I think we better if you pay me in advance. So the rabbi says, all right, fine. Here's your 100 zloty. Give it back to me. I'll put it back in the safe. And that's what they do. He speaks all Shabbos. He says, okay, I'd like to collect my money. He says, of course, here's your money, but I have to ask you, why did you want to get paid in advance? You couldn't even use it on Shabbos. He says, you always speak better when you have money in your pocket. It just makes you feel. Anyways, money is one way to gain status. Someone said Yichud means lineage, right? Your family. If you can trace back your family, my grandfather was this rabbi, my grandmother was that rabbi. Back your family, that's also Yichud. If you have Yichud, you're doing great. My grandfather was Rothschild, is also very good stuff. And then the third learning, excellent. This is the most democratic of ways to gain status, illustrating your mental acuity. By being able to master the arcane and difficult language of the Talmud, to engage in complicated ethical pursuits as you develop the laws of calculating the moon, things like that. These are ways to get titles like to be an like an enlightened one, a God, of course. These are all great ways to achieve. So the Hasidic movement was born largely in the southern region of Eastern Europe. If we jump back over here to a map, so Hasidism really owes to this region here. The home of the Baal Shem Tov, actually right here, and you got Berditchev, where Lady Yitzchak was from. All these towns are really important, except for the Lithuanian region. They're distinct. In many ways, they're distinct. But anyway, Hasidism comes from here, and a lot of the people from this region, the Jews, felt that they were different because all of the learning establishments were concentrated in the Lithuania. Places like that. And they felt like, where's our rabbi? Who's coming down here to give us Torah? And they felt so mainstream of Jewish intellectual currents that they needed something to their Judaism. So, and emphasize the value of communal prayer, of communal song, drinking, dancing. A lot of ways to please choir you to have one of the other three forms of status. And this empowered the Jews of southern Eastern Europe to do much more. They're very charismatic leaders and to engage in more of these Hasidic practices. Now, there was at the same an economic element. And I don't want to go into great detail because we're already at it, but it's important to mention because money is almost everything. And one of the ways that was able to establish itself on a firm foundation was through the creation of alternative revenue streams to the tradition. In this part of the world, the Lord, the Polish non-Jewish Lord, literally owned the entire town. He would own the orchards, the mills, the villages, the ponds, anything. And whatever you wanted to do, you had to get the Lord's permission, or pay a tax or a toll, and things like that. The Lord also, after a certain amount of time, would lease out the right to be the town rabbi. So quite often, the rabbis in southern Poland were not chosen by the congregants. They were just the candidates who paid the Lord his investment. Right? So what was that expression?
Of course. It took that
I forgot it.
6-hour, 45-minute test.
Why do I start these things? So anyways, these rabbis were not necessarily so dedicated to the spiritual welfare of their congregants. There was a business for them. They had a certain job to do. They did it. They collected the taxes on the candle, taxes on the kosher meat. These things. It was a way to nice Jewish boy. But when these Hasidic rabbis came along, who were charismatic rabbis, who often had, no special, they had no, really, not qualifications. They had no credentials, honest love for the Jewish people that surrounded them, and they actually cared for their spiritual welfare and offered them, services and listened to their problems and wept with them and prayed with them. A lot of people were attracted to them. And controversies erupted, like, for example, how exactly are you to slaughter an animal to make it kosher? If the town rabbi said, you got to slaughter it this way, said, no, you have to slaughter it this way. And a lot of people were going to the butchers that were in favor of the Hasidic. Taxes on those meats often went to the Hasidic rabbi instead of going to the Misnagdic rabbi. Give you another example, time of prayer. So in traditional Jewish thought, there are fairly fixed times of prayer. As I open up my iPhone and I can see that the latest, I forgot to turn it off. The latest time to say morning is, let's say, 9:15, 9:20 in the morning, and I would know it's morning prayers. But the Hasidim said, what are you doing? Why are you spending so much time thinking about getting up early and you have to sleep and things like that? Better you should get a good sleep. If you start davening later, and you'll daven, you go out in the forest and chop down trees with a dull axe, sharpen your axe first. Then go out and chop trees much better. So the Hasidim would maintain later prayer times. And what that meant was, if the prayer times overlap, boy, you need another synagogue. You have to have a religious synagogue, and you have to have a Hasidic synagogue. And that means in the Hasidic synagogue, the Jews go to the Hasidic rabbi, only reinforce the Jewish track for many of these towns. Now, you'd not be surprised, there was tremendous opposition. But I'll pause now for questions. Yes? Well, I mean, they got a lot of it through what's called shimush. Shimush is apprenticeship, service. Like in the Talmud, there are different levels of learning, and get up to the highest level is by actually hanging out with a qualified rabbi, taking his laundry to the dry cleaners and shining his shoes. He behaves in actual real life circumstances. That's considered the highest level of learning. It's true in the Lithuanian world as well. When I went to yeshiva many years ago, boys in my year would fight over who got to and who got the less qualified job of putting away the books, things like that. The more menial, the more it was valued. So a lot of these early Hasidim received their training shimush. Later, as we get into the 19th century, and developed their own yeshivas and institutions of learning, then they get more traditional
specifically.
Yes.
And Brendan Shaw, Baba. So I'm gonna play this. Then I'm gonna give you mine because everyone's just turning on this guy. Alright, so let's see what Whitney Cummings had to say about Brendan.
That's not great. So here's what I'll say. Look, I'm not 25. I'm not one of these girls that's like, by the time you get older, you start going like, you know what? I've done every version of this. A guy that is like too hygienic and like obsessed with their appearance and like that. That's unattractive too. A guy that has like the exfoliants and like, I mean, I dated a guy that's probably more LA thing who had like concealer for, like shit that was like his name might rhyme with Brendan's love, but here's the thing, I just love a guy that's self-obsessed and like a malignant narcissist. That's gross too. You know, I started with on my podcast recently from last season. Katie Thurston's her name, and you know, those people they meet and they get engaged after like knowing each other months. You would walk down on him showering, and he was cleaning, he was squatting on the ground, like a picture position, clean.
I remember I was speaking with you when I was first, I think it was the first time I was there, no, second time I was there. 1990 was collapsing left and right. And I spent Shabbos with the yeshiva in Kiev. And we're in this ground floor of an apartment building. There's no air conditioning, so the windows are wide open. There's like tens of thousands of people all around us. And we're sitting there having a fight. Me and the yeshiva guy, and a Jew person, and they say to him, what happened? He says, I was walking to yeshiva, and I got accosted by them. They asked me for my money, and I said, I don't carry any money, it's Shabbos, and they roughed me up, and I proved to them I Miami, so they let me go. And all the boys in this Hasidic
I love trashing this guy and tearing him get trash. Like when she said that, the KO guy, they're like, yeah.
Volume. I am so fortunate. I was thinking to myself, everybody's listening. Here I am. I'm a Canadian. I'm terrible. I'm Jewish. Come get me. That's like the Hasidic spirit. Like all excited. Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. And then it goes into the
I've talked about Brendan Shaw being a Greek before. The other guy played this to give you my thoughts on it, but they dropped even more about just
the Lords were happy as long as they got their cut.
Brendan Shaw is.
They got their cut. What they're not. They didn't really want to get
It's weird
involved.
that one guy who cheats on his fucking girl all the time.
Many objections to the Hasidic movement. And don't forget, even though we have opponents, which implies that they come subsequently to the movement, their characters because they are, of course, this is the old style Judaism that had been practiced.
But it was just like, I felt like my face was like I've done nothing, I've only rejected this person's advances, I've never like seen him hook up with anyone else, I just know from the way he talks to me, that he talks to everyone else like this, and it was just so, I mean, I was just
See them had placed so much emphasis on this human aspect of camaraderie,
That's what I'm saying. It's like that secondhand, like embarrassment, or that secondhand guilt that you have, guilt that it's there because you just happen to be like the object of their, like, you know what I mean?
It's weird though, like I remember seeing this one guy and they're talking about this as
have a book.
They were in
And the
Vietnam
concept says, well,
together and sharing their horror stories.
Right? So it's like, there has to be a happy medium, so to speak, but it's not ignoring learning, and they're putting it all on their charismatic rabbits, expecting them to do the learning for them. There were also some kind of, like, for example, when people get so Rebbe, they're charismatic leaders, they would still invite.
Oh, she loves going to that century.
I have up to the whatever clip. I discussed this before. That God accepts my Rebbe's prayers on my behalf. I'll tell Rebbe what he should pray for.
Let me know.
And the aspect where you would go to the Rebbe, you would pay a pidyon, which is a charitable donation, and you give him a kvittel, give him a little note that expressed all of your desires, and the Rebbe would then include it in his prayer. But the
Job's assistant
you
or
cannot
producer or whatever she is.
your responsibility and privilege to pray. You can't like shut that off into somebody else.
Shocking.
That's even
So,
another religion.
Let's go ahead.
Directly to God without any intermediary. Theological aspects to it. There were like sociological. There was economic aspects to it.
I started being on camera. A lot of it was my boss had heard that.
And
People like the sound of me laughing,
so for the
and so they
first
put a mic so they can laugh. Basically, everything so much stuff, like it feels good. And I feel like being a all guy cast because it kind of broke up the monotony of like these dudes making raunchy jokes. And the more I was on camera, the more then the attention was on me, and people then like how did you target and find
that's what always happens.
Without fail, and I learned to deal with it better as I continue the job. But it's definitely something I didn't. It's gonna be like a huge part of working on social media.
Ground zero
Happen to all the time. Fans are pretty nice. You don't have to be their fucking mics.
Western Eastern Europe with some significant
That's all fire the kids.
was personified by the figure of Moses Mendelssohn. He had the opportunity. Mendelssohn was also a child prodigy.
I just present the way they did it. Podcast like audience, and you're trying to like do some take the shit back.
Samuel actually lost an essay contest to Moses Mendelssohn. Very popular figure. He was kind of like held up as a paradigm of what a Jew could become. Because he did non-Jewish intellectual circles and to hold his own in all of the aspects of 19th century, early 19th century thought. Was that Jews should into the general stream of European culture, not by their Judaism, although visitors who have increasingly adopt that approach. No Jewish grandchildren for they had all converted to Christianity throughout the 19th century. But Judaism was resilient and flexible enough to hang its core principles and yet be completely conversant with all the main strands of thought and activities in European culture. There's no reason not go to university, there's no reason Jews should not become great writers, poets, composers, and so on. And that is in fact what happened with most of the next century, although
and makes their employees
adherence to the Jewish faith.
And
Western tended to become very assimilationist over the next few decades.
and he makes her chin have burner accounts, so they can read
they should retain
like the fire
their went out the window, Shabbat went out the window, and eventually Judaism was out the window. But in Eastern Europe, the Haskalah took a different form. They tended to become much more Hebraic in nature, saying, we should get back to our core purposes, and we should learn to create a secular culture in the Hebrew culture. That did not exist. It also had a Yiddish form, which is the same thing with the Yiddish language, which was the vernacular. And it argued that Jews should typically retain their Orthodox attitudes and behaviors, but look over, in particular, the science. And so Joseph Pearl was heavily influenced, particularly by Moses and absorbed those teachings. Okay, I better get to Joseph Pearl. Oh my gosh, we talked about the background way too long. On the internet, it says in the title, Joseph Pearl. They got all these things. No, sorry. So what about Pearl's? He's
Jobs failed whiskey business is officially over.
And this is something
I think fairly obvious by if you go to the Facebook page, the last post was
research on
November 28th, 2021.
And I have not
apparently you can buy
all the things that are
so let's try and order some.
But it seems that as a very young man, he was attracted to the Hasidic movement, in particular the teachings of Rabbi Nachman of Breslau. Rabbi Nachman was one of these really amazingly unusual Hasidic who would tell these tremendously bizarre stories with capture your imagination without necessarily having a clear resolution. Were found to be a huge influence in others. A great
obvious failure. Sick voice. I do YouTube for a living. He's not making
early on
to be able to pay everybody decent.
For reasons
is not what he was making when he deals and stuff. And now, lo and behold, this darling interior decorativeness of his. She claims with her dad and her brother, but I mean, that failure, but he's just pulling daddy's money. Apparently, whiskey was terrible, according to that one reviewer, but I mean, whiskey business, Brendan Shaw is no longer in it, and that's probably why he's trying to sue to get some extra money. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
By any chassid up until that point, and in particular, things that maybe not were so foolish, but definitely taking them out of context. And he wanted to essentially destroy the Hasidic movement with this.
So Brendan has been claiming the Austrian festival with such acts as Tim Dillon. Well, the fighter did some investigating.
Felt that this was journalist work that scored Jewish period, again, don't forget, a period of social engineering where people are trying Jews into a larger orbit, and this was just going to like cause more friction on, and so it was not printed until 1816 when he was at the height of his
unsure which tickets I need to purchase.
Power. He also have, as I mentioned earlier, many written complaints that he had penned over the of the early 19th century, writing to officials saying that the Hasidim were they were trying to undermine government proposals to ameliorate the situation of the Jews, that they were anti-modern, that they were to the secular government, and he's trying in many ways to get them into trouble. I forgot to mention, by the way, that this is phenomenon between the Hasidim and Isnadiim. In the Russian Empire, the conflict between the Hasidim and Isadiim was so heated that on occasions the leaders of these movements were denounced and actually thrown in jail. For example, they have a whole slew of holidays which they always commemorate. This rabbi got out of jail on this day, time on this day, and so on, and another excuse for sitting down and for break.
If you just say they're sold out, and like this, you're saying you're headlining,
commemorate those days. The Messiah have quite a few of them as well, because the fight was really intense.
to see
So
you.
Pearl was on destroying that seat, obviously.
The
Then
ego
he published
on
in
this man
1819 the work which is considered by many to be the first. It was called which means basically the revelation of hidden things, and it was a spoof of Rabbi Nachman's work. Rabbi Nachman's works, which were circulated at the time, were written in fairly poor
Brendan
Hebrew,
Job,
and they were, like stories that were, they had this fantastic quality to them, and they had a deeply Kabbalistic element to them, which is something I had spoken earlier, but a mystical quality which in itself amount of critical thought, which he essentially spoofed this. And he wrote a novel, a epistolary novel, with 151 letters, in which Hasidim are, as it were, writing letters to each other about pretending to take things seriously, when in reality the reader is supposed to laugh at them. These jokes are not always very funny. For example, one of the doctrines I quoted is the Hasidim example shakling, movement during prayer, which is pretty much standard the entire Jewish spectrum right now. Traditional Lithuanian form of prayer, which is actually with both ankles together and with the left hand on the heart and the right hand clasped over it, head slightly bent, and the absolute moment during the Shemona Esrei. That's the way a Litva is supposed to pray. The Hasidim, they were like incredibly active. They were like the waist all the time. They were dancing and laughing, singing, and in some cases even dance, which was considered by the Mishnah to be just way off the stage. They argue that things like some Hasidic statements would say that a Jew has to be like a candle flame, constantly moving. Kol atzmo sa'ai kamana Hashem, all my bones cry out to you, God, the bones are moving. But the Galatians says the reason why they do it is intercourse. And so, that's just like, oh man, why are you bringing that in? It doesn't fit with the whole connection. But if you were to ask a Kabbalist, there's a lot of profound truth to this. They're all a laughable thing. So he doesn't always carry it across. But the idea is he's trying to find every scurrilous bit of information and twist it in such a way that when people read it, and they will contribute to it actually backfired completely. It was a hugely popular work. And it may have even thought through its trying to watch he later tried to Yiddish to make it more widely known, and
some asshole started a page that bashes you guys, basically saying Brendan is
character in this book, and also
gross.
in a
The
sequel
whole
that published a couple
hating thing
decades
is
later.
just want to give you guys a shout out. Love
Claims
the
in these letters
podcast and what you
one of
guys
his
do to
major
keep
tasks is he has a certain German language book, a certain
British
book
white
that
butts.
will completely destroy the Hasidic movement.
I'm
He
sure the
has to
person who
find
started
it
this
and
hate
destroy
page
it before it
is
can gain
super
circulation. Now, of
supper.
course, the book that he's referring to is the
Supper,
first year,
successful,
on the essence of the
handsome
Hasidic
slash
sect
pretty
and
rich and
finished on their own
ambitious.
text.
She
So it's a
nailed me
self-referential
perfectly.
thing where
So they had all the time in
was
the
actually trying
world
to get more
to
readers
go out of their
to his
way. Some
own
people they
in
probably
this unusual
wish that they were.
So
But
the sense of his activity on a but he is also quite public in his denunciations of things like, for example, the Mayor Baldwin's charity, which is very popular today. It's a charity in which money goes to in Israel. And also,
she tried to rip me off. And so
this is promoting
do that to me. And what's this? I
gold, hard-earned gold by the
was
things like that. So he's made it
not like particularly awesome.
At the same time, say that he did not make actual
contributions to
the community in which he lived. He was, for example, a dedicated educator, and he established a school early on and spent about 3 decades of his life till he
walked to the truck.
promoting the school. It was
And they all feel
our standards today. You might not think like, I'm sure it was appropriate, but it was modernized. It was a secular religious school. He himself, by the way, was a builder. He himself kept church.
She's in Vegas still
Like
partying.
he wouldn't change any of those things. He just felt that the Hasidim were completely compliant.
It's gonna be trying to
And he
slam
ran
some
this
shit.
school which integrated the
know.
study of languages
Great guy,
and
never
the
met him.
mathematics
Let me
and
know your
sciences
thoughts.
along with curriculum. He felt that it was appropriate for Jewish kids to get a balance. We don't know a lot about his family,
On the war
but apparently one of his daughters, Shandel in particular,
I would know something about
this
this,
kind of
but
expansive
Bobby Lee's
education and was
girlfriend and
correspondent
Eddie
with
Reardon
many major
have
literary
just
figures in the
revealed
19th century.
that he is threatening to sue them behind the scenes. And they're gonna- My thoughts on it.
He also published, by the way, some calendars
Alright,
where you
I
could
actually
look at
did
every
want to
day
come
of those
out. There's
months,
been a lot of
and you would see some scientific facts,
certain
and all in Hebrew, modern Hebrew, to try and elevate the awareness of Jews. So,
and I want to say
all
the
in all,
initials are
his
BS,
legacy
but
is
he
quite
did pass away
complicated.
recently in a
On the
hotel room.
one hand,
I don't want to
he
help
was a tremendously fervent and in many ways rather nasty critic of the Hasidic movement,
Yes, it was BS that wanted me to walk into his
and
truck. But he
certainly
has
a
passed.
no friend of the Islam, although closer to them. And in this way, you can understand why Hasidim might even have danced on his grave, if that is at all true. But at the same time, contributions to the flowering of modern literature, and although his legacy is fundamentally tainted by that lifelong
account and a couple, maybe about a month, posted something about
our
show.
Tonight, I guess,
And we know it was about our show because it had the word bloodbath in it, and it had like other, it had some other bloodbath show. And it was amazing. Yeah, I know, like fucking name. So we, this post on the gossip site said, like, this popular podcast, which we were like, hey girl, thanks for calling us popular. And it said that we had a lot of the scenes and tension. We were a part of a big scandal, and that the tension you were feeling was real amongst us.
Felt any tension.
But all that they were referring to had nothing to do with the three of us, and it was because potentially we were being threatened, a lawsuit. I'm like scared to even say that out loud.
We just won't say the name, right?
We won't. Someone was like behind the scenes threatening to sue. Like, we never want to address like certain like either rumors or things like that. But I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, if someone were to just point blank ask me even the craziest question, I have nothing to hide. Like, ask me. I'm not the threats.
Right.
Don't actually threaten.
Whatever the threat is that we don't want to talk about because we don't want to like add to, because even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote.
I'll say this to that person.
Yeah.
That person who threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I can dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of, that information's already out there, you little bitch. Can't confirm. Yeah. Can't confirm. Bobby can't confirm.
My currency, and where I see value power is in jokes. So I'm bitch. So come after me. You got no funny piece of shit. Come for me, I dare you.
So, damn. Well, just sounds everything. We're talking about Brendan Schaub, definitely. Trying to walk him to the truck. And this is the reason why Brendan Schaub has gotten so happy. And this is why I'm threatening to sue that. Brendan Schaub suing YouTubers for frivolous things like copyright. That's one thing that nobody really will ultimately care about, especially in the comedy community. However, threatening to sue another friend for just telling a story, confirming that it was you, knew who they were talking. But to be threatened behind the scenes, a lawsuit over that. What an embarrassment. And the most thing, by the way, now, it's not even Brendan Schaub. It's all the people behind it. It's the Brian Callens, the Sam Triplets, the Joe Rogans. Your boy is out here suing people in front of him and telling stories about him, and they didn't even confirm it. And this man is supposed to be a comedian. No, he's a rich trained comedian, and daddy's one of them. And these girls just tell a funny story. It's him. And Annie Lee was a while back. I won't reply to you. Welcome to my truck comment. When they first got threatened with a little lawsuit. So Brendan Schaub is a coward who likes to do things behind the scenes, sue people and threaten lawsuits. I wonder how that conversation went. Like his lawyer said, shut up or we'll sue you. What an awkward thing. If Brendan Schaub is in such an with his wife that everyone sued, it's fine. His wife doesn't care. Why all the lawsuits? I just find it hilarious that this dude behind the scenes is threatening to sue a wife or girlfriend. And another comedian. Annie Lederman is just a comedian. He's trying to sue another comedian for a where she never said it was him. Oh, in this video, she pretty much just did confirm the RPS. Because it's an easy thing to know. All the idiots videos I made when they were like, his name, how do you know what they're talking about? It's like, dude, do you know what 2 plus 2 is? What that equals? Can you see the forest through the trees? Can you out? But it's obviously we're talking about Brendan Schaub and behind the scenes trying to do I get but have the other comedians and stuff too? Wow. Wow, that is sensible there. I wonder if, like, now that this news has come out, will cause like a rift within the comedy. Like, if you're Bobby Lee and Brendan Schaub, you can't like mess with Brendan Schaub and like be cool with him. And like Bobby is comedian dudes like Santino and stuff. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
You're not the professor at home.
Bobby Lee's girlfriend has pretty much war on Brendan Schaub. She has not stopped, and this is evidenced by the latest Instagram post. So let's go ahead and check it out. That is them. Talking about Brendan Schaub and with the homeless cat gift and the I can't talk thing. They have declared castle war essentially, but Brendan daring him to sue them. As you know, Brendan Schaub, they exposed that Brendan Schaub has threatened behind the scenes to sue them, but seems to ring it. Will Brendan Schaub ring it? You know he does like people to make fun of him. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
All of a sudden, it would be a very rare manuscript. It's always all over the place. Changes things.
Just watched Brendan Schaub's new special that released on YouTube, The Gringo Pop. So I think we have to talk about Brendan Schaub. First special, you'd be surprised. And as atrocious as that special was, there was not as more in it. That was actually kind of fun. I think that why only the streets have out as just the YouTube.
The literary elements of our faith.
Now, by that metric, this next special is
much more democratic.
even worse. My God, this is terrible.
Rapid.
You know it's bad when you have to say, hey, Dallas, 20 times from less than half hour. This was. Let me
focus specifically on the two.
Sum up what the special was. Mexican food is spicy and big should go to the back. These were jokes George Lopez was telling a lot funnier when George Lopez was an open mic. This was terrible. This was shocking that
after the printing press
were from the crowd.
This is especially so where the reaction of the Oriental communities, where a lot of Jews had Turkey in particular, parts of North Africa as well, where the Arabic culture was really beautifully manuscript culture. Received the beautiful arabesques, decorative elements on the sides of mosques, or illuminated manuscripts. They really worship the Arabic alphabet and ways they express. And when they looked at the printing press, they said, "What is this word? It is poor quality stuff." They said, "What is this? This is terrible. It's like scratchy. Every single page is exactly the same."
I went down.
There's been so much growth from
you can't even have watched
Jews. Oh my gosh.
No matter either. That's the comment. I'm sorry,
but the tremendous value of it.
And like I said, technically, they both stick, but
on by a printing house existed in the Arab world.
Andrew Schultz said, prove by the special before Schaub went up to dinner. So Andrew Schultz, I'm gonna have to put something on you for this abominable trash. I wonder why I should tell them.
printing press
Friggin'
allowed
the
for
kid.
much more to
First of all,
articulate in countries like England,
the come down, the first special
whereas in the Arabic world,
Showtime,
the press was
theater.
a
This is a
implementation of real literature, essentially held them back another 150 years and made a big difference
Let me know your thoughts
multiplied geometrically and reverberate throughout society. So really, we're looking at the first few decades when Jews started printing right after the invention of the Gutenberg press.
Brendan Schaub released a special
Most important family
on YouTube. I believe only because YouTube hit the dislike button months ago. If it was visible, there's
modern
was named after. However, you can still
they published
see
those famous medieval Talmuds that were around
various web
for much of the 20th century. They were the highest quality Talmud translations available.
And remember, the public,
but that's not the
internally,
original,
crew knows
in commemoration.
This isn't just the haters.
Pioneered
This is just general opinion.
Their
So,
background
what the
is
special was at,
they first appear
265,000
in Speyer.
It had 17,000 likes
The Rhineland region.
and 33,000
Speyer
dislikes.
were traditionally
Now, I believe when I checked this morning, are now up to 8. So the dislikes are probably right up to. So he is being racial on his own video. Special.
School.
As many people are disliking that like. And
out of the
without
Rhine
anyone even being able
down
to see the
to
dislike
Bavaria,
button, that's how much they dislike.
we don't know
Like now
exactly
when I
when.
watch it,
We know that it happened in
I don't even bother
1453 because that's when the Jews were
dislike.
expelled.
Who cares? But
The Sino family was already fairly established in
special. I think he was
Bavaria.
the first one.
And then
I like how Joe
the family continued to be fairly
didn't talk
fairly
job.
well
It was
regarded.
special.
They have some record of
He didn't
engagement
want to
in
do that,
polemics
but
with anti-Semitic
a
priests.
massive failure.
Some of this
Brendan
period.
Schaub. Let me know
They,
your thoughts.
possibly as a result of some of the antagonism developed with the local population to
Brendan Schaub went out forward to promote his god-awful comedy special, The Gringo Pop, and they asked him to look at the lawsuit. So let's go ahead and check out his answer for the first time he's ever really. Let's go ahead and see what Brendan Schaub has to say.
Last Tuesday, Pete, what are we going to sell? It's settled as far as, did you try to walk any letter into your job? No, it doesn't make sense, no. Why does that not make sense? Why does that make sense? And I gotta, for it to get back to me, it has to get out of control. I have nothing but love. I have no idea, what her issue is. Her narrative, that's how she feels. Yeah, good, I get it. Yeah. As far as Kalila goes, me and her had a long conversation on the phone. We were good, man. Yeah, no one's suing anybody. Again, these narratives online, it's like a fucking soap show. They want this drama. There's no drama. Like Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Me and Bobby talk about. No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee did. Besides Lynn, nobody's been more supportive. So when it comes to Kalila, I didn't have her number, Bobby. I go, so I called her and we set a conversation for over an hour. Me and her are good, man. I know about the secret sauce. Kalila's of Tiger Belly, the Trash Tuesday. She's such a smart girl. No issues. As far as suing communication. Just see the clip that they put out? They were very angry. Yeah. But at some point, I had a saving. If you want to know, come to me. The person who had the name said, well, and they said that you had like some dirt on her or something like that. Like, no, I don't know. They're making us up. But when it comes to Kalila, it's like, I don't know. Again, I don't subscribe to social media. So if she's getting that news and she subscribes to it, I would be upset too. That's why I told her. See, I'm like, I get it. So me me and her straight up had a conversation.
But see, this is the problem with you being like so detached from anything that happens online. Is you don't get to correct narratives about you in real time.
Because if he was living in Vienna, everyone's called Vienna.
Like, this is probably the first time you've ever addressed what they said.
But who else is going to
You have 14 different platforms. You can just go on and yo, that's wild, that's not true, I'm not saying anything, there's no lawsuit, I called her up and squashed everything's good. Instead of they put it out there and then never address what is out there, and what is said by them is real.
You can do that, or I can just call Kalila direct like I did.
No, that's squashed between you two, but the people that have seen it haven't seen it get squashed. So they just believe that that thing that they just did is still real.
Sure, and the celebrity and all that shit. So it's like that, like, you know, some stuff you don't have to tell the public. You know, me and Kalila are cool, big buddies, friends, man. So it's like, with that, when I was coming to comedy, and again, I get all of it. When you have this,
do you drive a truck?
No.
Went into the bank.
I don't believe I word. This guy said during any of this. By the way, if you and Robbie and Kalila are cool, you're doing Tiger Belly. Why does that Stevie guy no longer work on King? I like, by the way, also, he didn't necessarily know why he went to the truck. He just said that's their perspective. But I mean, come on, we all know this is the truck. The lawsuit stuff,
heavy money lending because no one they had an effective
behind
monopoly.
That's what they
this
said.
change
Is
in the
suing
14th and 15th
YouTubers
century
for making
because the
fun of
Italians and dictators began to say, so profitable,
look how
and they
scary
started essentially ignoring canon law.
they
or
brought
finding
it up.
legal loopholes around it, and so Jews began to lose their edge. Exactly what happened with the family. When they started, they had a
joke.
private money lending business.
By the way, you're doing a promo run.
And one of the first
I know that you met half of them.
something else. Luckily, we
Other
the technology of they seized on it
more
early on.
dislikes than likes. Of course, because you get that still shows the dislikes. So, I mean, this is the promo run, and finally addresses stuff. And I wonder if Bobby Lee's girlfriend and Andy Peterman are now on this because it's all cool now and everything, and kind of challenge the story. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Because Jews have had an ambivalence with the graphic representation.
Chop's assistant is quitting the fighter in the Kingdom cast. He talked about it with Andrew Schultz. I'm going to play this, react to it, and my thoughts. We'll see if we believe what Richard John has to say here.
Is
it true that Cat really makes tons of money on OnlyFans?
Yeah, she's quitting to find a kid because she makes so much money. Yeah.
Everybody's in there.
Well, how much is she making on OnlyFans?
That would depend. What's a lot of money to you guys? I don't know anything. I thought you were crushing it.
I want OnlyFans right now.
No matter who you are, I'll tell you right now. She makes over $100,000 a month.
What?
Basically,
And she was still working? That crazy?
Her feet, her body, like she's a pretty girl.
Yeah. I thought the feet was the thing. Hard feet, right?
That's what they want.
She didn't show coochie.
No. I think just like lingerie. She has a band, but you know she does her thing. She came in. I get it.
Good for you, Kat.
Now, here's what I really here.
Sansino's jump on
He
the
can't afford to pay her
technology
anymore because he's fired shrimp. He's running out of money on that crap network. You have to remember, he no longer has any of them. Showtime. that partnership deals anymore. So he's just relying on. Is it true that? And if he was just a guy with a YouTube channel, he'd be making a lot of money. But he has managers. He has to pay Brian Cow and all this type of stuff. Really, I think is starting to run out of money. But he's got that age. He can ultimately use no problem with it. But it seems like she's getting out of there. But I wonder how that's going to work because the only reason why people follow her on OnlyFans is because they're fighting the kids are being extinct. Her numbers obviously going to drip so longer on those shows promoting. Although you can she never really promoted it on there. Anyway, I like how she got mad at Rogan, but it's really Brendan Job who keeps saying great up there. But I don't know your thoughts.
Involves a tremendous amount of concentration and spiritual energy as well. That is really a great thing to behold. Even the
it all and it to his defense when Shaw had a problem with even saying his name. And by the way, I neither confirm or deny that that's to this day.
What you guys said his initials was BS.
And then Annie said it was Bob Saget on the live stream.
Well, and then no,
Bob Saget BS.
That really gave it away.
Yeah.
Is that you guys said that he's not. And then you guys will start laughing. No, but I know that's like a meme. I know you think it's funny. Yeah. But there's like a meme that everyone's like, even George Carlin. He's not funny. He's not funny.
To this day,
you never said his name.
I never assumed. I didn't think that it would escalate the way that it did. I also didn't realize that Bob the brunt of the punishment. Because nothing, you know.
He didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Made the materials more available.
See, like I'm saying, there's a whole bunch of behind the scenes shit happening.
This is a copy of
Did Rogan start working and shit behind the scenes?
It is a couple of days back. You can see a lot of the conventions that become standard.
Anything.
Right.
Here's my problem with this.
Rashi are printed on the inside bindings.
What I'm saying to you is that I have nothing to do with any of it. I don't get that thing is wrong. You don't like being put right on. Put that up in the middle of it. I was being screamed at and pulled right.
Get your bitch in line.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was worse.
Oh! Shit!
That went into actually producing this page.
He called that nigga and said, get your bitch in line? After he tried to fuck you, your bitch? Wow.
And my point is, fear is
bits of type spacers.
There's no results because. No, there isn't. I call Shaw when he like all this squared away and everything is fine because we've already talked about it. The promise was that he would never talk about it again, and the next day he went on flagrant 2 and then talked about it, even though it was in a complimentary way. I don't feel like we've said anything bad about him either. The point is, was there a text alluding to possibly there was? Did it freak me out and did it make me think, oh shit, small thing to Zoomer, but was there a lot of misunderstanding from his team? Yeah, but we talked it through, but the truth is the truth. You know, it's all squared away.
so you guys.
By the way, after this, it's not squared away. You just restarted it. I think it was their plan.
So you guys were talking about this comedian that people said that was trying to pick up all you girls.
Damn right.
Sleeves, whatever, right? So he called Hubby.
They wanted to create a print.
Get your woman in line? I mean, what kind of fucking animal does that? That's fucked up. Why didn't he call you? He has your number, right? Yeah. Fucking podcast.
What the fuck is that shit?
It was not just all the text was correct.
There was a whole barrage.
It was I'm not going to introduction to how this
Calvin, that's what I'm saying. And this is why these niggas are so afraid of Brendan Schaub. It's not just Brendan Schaub. It's Joe Rogan.
Probably the most.
That's why Brendan Schaub gets to be the piece of shit. You're gonna get the Rogan.
Books. So that they would provide two well-known
hey, and then your boy
a large number to be made until the world would be full of knowledge.
Alan, Delia,
Their price will not be a price of coffee spread with pills. And those who lack the means
It was bullshit. They blocked me, bro. That blocked me. They threatened my career. They called me.
in other words, he had
You overlapping. I know that, and they said they would expose me. They said that all these things, shooting a shell, and I was at dinner. It was very traumatic for me.
Obviously,
it was based on
production of
whatever
literature
they did on the live.
that there will
Now
be
imagine now
more
what's
supply,
going to happen.
more demand for literacy.
by the way,
By the way, remember we're called the book only come along for us.
He called this nigga.
The text.
First of all, Bobby Lee has his own thing going. How can you question Bobby Lee's career? But the fact is,
he says this has got to be cheaper.
And like I said,
Not right.
His career was great. He was coming with his boys. Rogan ended that. Rogan was so involved in this shit. Wow.
Expensive documents.
Wow.
That's really what's going on, and there's tremendous
his career.
Let's look at some of the crazy things that happened, though, because there are losses as they're trying to figure out this.
You don't have to be on.
For granted that we have 5 centuries now
They're like
figuring out these
separate.
things.
But
But
they
let's
were
start with,
like,
for example,
we'll get your management.
who has owns. If you have someone who writes a book, and
I think it's good that you're saying that because you should have
He's never all the time.
But to be fair, when that happened, he called me like shell shocked and crying. At which point I
dramatically.
Hey, Bobby, you're the best man. The best.
No, it's true. It's also when he's like being spoken to.
He wants somebody that can't feel anything.
Say that again for people.
We love men that can cry.
So to be clear, start with them.
Nobody
The
else
height of the chaos was when that happened. At which point,
Yeah. Well, to both of you, also not having like the balls to talk to you. He has the balls to go and fight people, but like, why does he gotta go
You didn't know what's going on.
Go talk to his man.
What are you guys talking about?
he didn't know what it was happening.
I don't. No, number one, I don't. They were, first of all,
people were saying, listen, don't you try and put
they were
this
like,
book
we have
text
evidence.
yourself and put it in your local community because
So they
there's the ideas.
So they said 300.
whatever of evidence.
So that was one of the first
Can't even
things that
read,
you
bro.
had to work with
That
was
freaking 300 pages. I got literate. Are you kidding me?
This is where I think there's a disconnect.
So this is, you might recognize this page. This is the
There's a disconnect between the information he's being fed by his team. I don't think it's all him. Like, he's just like, I have 300 pages of proof that of an IP address that lets link Bobby's. Listen to this, David. Link to Bobby's computer. I was like, do you realize how stupid Bobby is? He can't focus on his iPad. You know what I mean? Saying that, and basically that we've launched an attack on him for the past 5-6 years. And I told Brendan, I was like, Brendan, with all due respect, like, you're not, like, why would we as a company dedicate 5-6 years to this on Reddit with my sweetheart? So yeah, he's trying to fight yes, and at a point where it's like, well,
Is this
These are very beautiful.
5 or 6 years? I've been on Reddit.
So why is it so?
After a while, we got blockbuster.
First of all, number one, I don't own a computer. I don't even know how to buy one. Right. Number two, I don't know how to get on with it. I asked them, how do you get on it? What is it? You know, right. I'm just not tech savvy. You know, right? You know, it's shameful. Shameful. You're not. What do you like? So, like, you love the video, but you are so youthful and you're still stop by. So he was like, you're doing this. Trace the URL back to your house, and you're the leader of this Reddit group. I'm like, bro. First of all, if you look at it from what I hear, they're just above me as well. They're destroying me, so I don't need it. I'll tell you something. Yeah. As someone who's been in technology my whole life, people that don't know fucking anything about technology say that shit. Yeah. It's impossible to get that.
Right.
When anybody says they have
but I think that I'll get scenario by saying I think his team is giving information. That's ultimately what him and I were able to find common ground. It's like, look, I think I'm receiving wrong information, and I'm like, I can understand that. I can forgive that.
I don't understand why Bobby Lee's
First of all, it's copyright.
They kind of are doing it in their own way by doing it. They are going English on this podcast. I'd be like, my friend, how do you look at the campus
on the opposite side?
Yeah, Rogan, you don't want to allow Rogan to
They just cut and then they check the air at the top.
Walking with the bag of shit.
So it was on the right side. And it didn't bother them to have the naked cherub decorated with copper. That's ridiculous form, but you know, this is the wild west there.
Finally, the Brendan Schaub lawsuit is officially over. Brendan Schaub filed this lawsuit 2 years ago, and we got a decision from yesterday. I'll read this decision. I'm not going to go through the entire thing. It's a long legalese. Let's just get involved in the point.
The church has been involved.
Since Mr. Swindell's videos are unlikely to function as substitutes for the copyright, the original potential derivative markets, the fourth fair use act included Mr. Swindell's videos, but use that has not derived the potential market or the value of the copyrighted work in order to protect the authors.
The church did get heavily involved, and there were
users would merely admit access to ideas.
But if you think about the means of one manuscript at a time,
weighing the factors and circumstances, weighing the factors together with the instant conclusion, Mr. Swindell's use of the copyrighted media. 3 of the 4 states as Mr. Swindell's favor, and Mr. Swindell's use of those terms of public benefit.
and all the benefit by
trash
materials
is now officially codified in law. They are all good, a greater good and a benefit for society by trashing that on
eternal Jewish man. It was definitely something.
They can't provide social benefit.
Jewish publishers were not only censored, more importantly, itself, because the printer said,
Mr. Swindell's use of the copyright
all the claims ready,
motion for summary judgment is denied, and the defendant's motion for summary judgment is granted.
On their
It's so ordered.
they would sense the passages past the censor himself. I have in my own home.
I took out those monster lawyers.
I have a copy of a non-show.
I went to, I seen those French dark places, and I looked at
Actually,
the places.
there is a restaurant in there for the
oh, we got so much to talk about this case. I'm not going to do it right exactly now, because right now, my number one focus is my original YouTube channel back. So, it would do me a great favor if you just took the, like, or is it now called and just, tweet at YouTube, please reinstate YouTube channel. I've already sent them all his documents and stuff. Hopefully I can get my channel back because they were only taken down because of this lawsuit. I have one. The judgment is in my favor. Much money these days. How much money? How much did it? He got ripped off by his rep. This guy that made
saying his name,
no shit.
Something like
man. And they should have known that. When
changed the name in such a way
I missed the deposition day,
that's one of the nicknames.
I was supposed to go show up to the deposition.
Debbie to explain to you, by the way, what this passage
I
is
missed it,
talking
and then we
about
did it another day, and they were like, oh, Mr. Swindell was going to show up for the deposition.
One of
So
the,
he owes us $1,300, and the judge is like, yeah.
Another was, Sonsino had no idea that they were going to
when
in fact, they
how I was doing so well against them in court, and they forcing the judge to like have me give them personal info. And at one point, the judge just says, to Brendan Schaub's lawyer, if you ask one more time, order that Mr. Swindell has to have a lawyer, look at the paperwork. They never brought it up ever again. Oh my God, the this lawsuit was so good. Deposition of me in a law office in Providence with Joey's lawyer on Zoom answering questions about the most hilarious thing the entire time. I don't even know Sean's name, and then you're at the end of the deposition. The stenographer was like, wrong name. Okay, I just pushed this and they asked. I didn't get my permission. I don't care about it. I mean,
in other words,
this whole thing was
every 2-3 years
to begin with.
or you can put all the money down on the table right now. You have the full shot.
Super Bowl video.
Big, massive
In which you got caught flipping and shit. His phone, by the way, it's not like I created that video. That video was on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit that had subscribers that I read it. And I would just comment, my God.
They were like really
Thing that screwed Schaub. By the way, with how much lying he in general. This guy on 2 separate on video. He said he was suing me for defamation. When he was suing, trust me, that was sent to the court, and that we heavily in the decision making here. They knew this was a scam for the entire time. Let's talk about the second part of this. This all came down to really like. That's what they did. Transitioning a manuscript to print. And then about what it means. They were like, after the deposition, his lawyer was like, we'll talk settlement. How just you agree
of information
to what's $1?
Ironically, that means value of
you're still losing. I'm not doing that in any way, shape, or actually going after my new channel and everything. They were like, you want to go after your new channel, you should not like bring it by. Tommy's got daddy's money, but they ain't got that much of daddy's money.
When I got my PhD,
but like I said, my main channel back, and then my last streaming channel back. Like I said, I've already been emailed.
I'm actually my very
There's a scholarly publication describing there's this great new invention out there called email. I think I love it. I was talking about it for like a couple of pages.
I'm assuming the channel is still out. And they can just bring it back easy.
So I don't know. If you wanted to read a document, physically in a library.
How much money do you think you spent on this? For 2 years.
And then once you found the card, you had to write the one.
I'm just sitting around. So you found out
that book didn't exist in your library. You had to go to the librarian and ask for interlibrary loan, and she would get it mailed to you. And if you couldn't do that, it was in a foreign country. They actually go over language. You had to learn that language. It was crazy amount of effort.
Me and everyone else keep trashing him.
Do all that.
Public.
It doesn't matter what you wrote as a result.
Yeah.
Put it.
Yeah, twice. In the comments. We got a lot. We can go to Twitter and get my channel right. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
PhD students today, you know, if you want to find a document, it's in Swahili. Oh man. There it is.
Now we got shot. His failed live show.
0 points to find it. Now the fun stage. Now
yes, we will use sauce on straight up with the same gone.
How is this something useful that people can actually benefit from? That's what I mean by the cost of information drops precipitously, but the value of wisdom is much higher. Let's see what they can do.
Do you know why? Because he was on the phone. I caused it because I knew really bad and you were excited, so you want to make it up this way.
There are some unusual kind of questions that you can ask later. They would provide
First of all, shot, what a dog. Never mind what publicly says. People are mean to me on the internet. What a loser. Yeah. By the way, I didn't even Reddit joke. Brendan Schaub is so funny. He tells like a decent line.
Yeah, what that document.
He still gets fun. He doesn't know how to deliver. I mean, he's complaining people on the internet. That is,
the Jewish world is changing.
What a pathetic public. That's the other sad thing.
So first of all,
people are mean to me. It hurts my feelings, God. It's like,
I mentioned earlier,
weren't you at a USC writer and you're looking for people being, and by the way, no one's ever really been Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub has not
some rabbis on what is the greater characteristic.
1/10 of the others have guys from their subreddit or any other subreddit. You know it's called to try and get his gigs canceled. No one's ever gone up to him. No one's harassed his family in real life. Go ask Joe Kuya how he the internet. That's someone who can tell you how mean the internet is, Joe Kuya, but you should face like a parrot that. But to go to the complete fucking internet. Shut up, stupid. Yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
And he can turn them on their heads, and he can combine them in such a way that you get a creative new result. So, which do you prefer? The proper question, you need to have seen that. You need that person with all the text.
That's told you when you text 231-231 into the key word golden text now Giants Turbo X. It is most powerful fat incinerator ever. We can't really tell you stuff.
I remember
Now play 3 text 231-231 and guys
larger library. The greatest libraries of Europe.
What was he going through his mind when, he has to listen to this dummy try to read an ad read in which he can't? He's got me thinking, I was going to be the guy. I was in movies, I had Netflix deals, I had Christeria. He was going to be like the guy. He would be like 4 movies in just him comedy movies and like in Hollywood movies right now. An idiot. Another idiot. And listen to him babble. And he's just gotta be like, what? Patrick Twilight. Why am I here next to Brendan Schaub and Eric? Mainly Schaub, too. He's probably like friends with Brendan or something. And this guy has gone through his mental handicap. If he wasn't such an egomaniac,
princess movie. And all of a sudden, the 4-year-old jumps excited and runs to the back of the TV and goes back there.
Shut up. Why am I here? I don't even know why there.
I'm looking for the
Schaub's not
by that
is paying him.
That movie, she wanted to click on it.
He makes a lot of just doing his job. I guess the extra income, I guess, but torture that this man must be going through having to sit. It's just hilarious to me. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Trying to make their internet friendly for our students. And every way, to visit this website, click here, and then put a little link on it, right? All you have to do
is people behind the scenes battles with that funny, self-aware piece of crap Brendan Schaub. He's still copyright takedowns. And if he loses in federal court, it just keeps doing it. So, your video has been taken down from YouTube. By the way, this is one of the old videos that stored after the lawsuit, right? Because this is not my main channel. That loser went back 2 years on that main channel to write that video and do a copyright takedown. How unique. We received a copyright video based on applicable copyright law. Your video from YouTube. Video title, Brendan Schaub. Removal request issued by coffee maker of Ben Pixels Community. Contacted Bo Clayton.
Jeffrey, greater or what? That's a
days, they're little tiny calculators.
Blah, 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 retracting. The loser. This is the federal court. So, I'm going to say this right now. If I get more little pixels or Brendan Child coming after one of my videos against Creed and informing Twitter that this man is falsely copyright taking down videos, which he lost in federal court, and all of his channels need to be removed. Which all of his channels should be removed anyway, and I think he kind of knows that. He's trying to avoid it with Movie Maker, a Ben Pixels community. Why not just say Ben Pixels took it down? And why not just say Thick Boy took it down? But I'm going to have to blitzkrieg this on Twitter. Ben Pixels is associated with taking down because they're copyright takedowns, and they lost in federal court. It's not like just an opinion. It's not like just something I think is in federal court. I mean, truly pathetic. He's still so obsessed. Still so obsessed. Who goes back on a video that's 2 years old now? Who does that? A loser. A loser does that. Who has time to do that? Who has time in the day to do that? Truly pathetic. I mean, the dude just can't stop taking L's, man. And he wonders why his career is dead. But your son's probably going to be a tard like you. What are you talking about? Look at this idiot. I did that video of him throwing that chicken's number. By the way, anyone else who uses this Ben Pixels company, my blitzkrieg them. I'm going to tell TV anything Ben Pixels does, false copyright takedowns. So anything they're associated with, take down all the YouTube channels associated with it. Because you're not allowed to continuously do downs for years now. The dude won't stop. The obsession won't stop. Oh, what an idiot.
Which are real. Obviously, we have a whole slew of new addictions as a result of it. The caustic effect it has on relationships and so on. We don't have to go into that. I'm
just trying to take you out and show you off. Looking like you're straight out of a movie. I know your other man, but you still have to listen to me. We on the top floor, sipping cappuccinos in a Saint Laurent store. We on a higher level. Looks like it's you at the college, guaranteed to have you busy. Call it diamonds and they dancing in the new girl, a rebel now. I said, fine, let's go side. First class, we rockin' around the party. It ain't not the city, I'm security behind. Watching the girls, I'm sick of being modest. She like the heart, yeah, 30,000 feet up in the sky. Cause you need
look at Jewish history, Glasgow, you see that we have technological advantage so much in our history. And we have
right there.
how much
All right,
more
now
so
I understand it's so bad. He's paying money and shit. So that was a Brendan Schaub producer, Chindy, who's almost 50. That was Little Brown. The point of this, how much money did that video cost? Like, they had to hire extras, all the CGI and shit. But, like, see, this is the problem with Brendan Schaub and his media empire, so to speak. Like, I mean, he gave up stand-up.
Thank you very much for your endurance and
podcast is what's going to be there. And, like, what, now he's into music. Like, by the way, they posted this video hours had 100 views or some shit. Who knows? But, like, even if this, like, this video or this take off, but, like, even if it did, like, I don't understand what the goal is here. What, now you're gonna get into music and do concert? What the fuck did I just watch right there? I watched fucking Asian Chucky's dad from Rugrats. Some special ed guy do a song called Black Edge.
Now, for tonight, this one comes from the audience. I have to thank our audience had some difficult times trying to make them work in context. This one was probably a lot funnier before we're common. And unfortunately, maybe I should say it a little differently.
What were they going for, like a weekend song?
No, I already started. I just have to say that the airplane hijack. But airplane hijacking. So, the rap
they got their hands on it.
Cousin and president of the shul are traveling by horseback in 19th century America. Let's make it like that, okay? The rabbi, the cousin, and the president of the shul are traveling on horseback somewhere out in Montana, and they are surrounded by brigands. And the brigands kill all of them, but as is the custom among these lawless, what do you call them? What's those varmints? These varmints say to them, okay, so we're going to give you one request before we shoot you dead. And so the guy says, well, you know, all my I think Fred already figured this out.
My name is Catstar. I love to cook and I love to make men cry.
Shabbos is the highlight of my week. I get to speak to my
a nice like steak after a long day of making it fry. Like a reward. Jesus Christ. I don't like to watch men suffer. I like to make them food, the tears, like that's the real secret. It's like collecting your tears.
You tell me I'd like to say more stuff one more time. I'd like to recite the prayers one more time. So they say, okay. Because the president says, I just like
leaving Brendan Schaub and doing her own thing. Now she left with Chuck.
Okay, well, you married him. So I'll see if I'm going to do that. I know it's a backup joke. Next topic is Aaron Lincoln. Fascinating thing. The primary sources that we have are British tax records, and they are remarkable because, of course, taxes deal with something that's very important for all of us, and so there's much more attention paid to life activities, specifically in the realm of money. Aaron Lincoln was quite a fierce man in 12th century. And that is including the kings of Scotland and the larger islands. It's a rather amazing thing that an individual Jew, a businessman, could accumulate so much wealth. It indicates a larger pattern of Jewish activity in the economic sphere. Shed light on to survive under such difficult circumstances in the diaspora over 2 millennia. We use tonight's talk not only as a man,
of which we have relatively little information beyond what in the tax records. But we will also use it to discuss more broadly the economic realities of most of the Middle Ages. Much of this material, for those of you watching the internet, is essential lecture on Jews and the medieval economy, much of the material. So you can just skip ahead to the parts about Andrew Lincoln in particular. So basically his dates are 1123 to 1186, that's circa 1123, and the primary source are the tax rolls. So let us preface our remarks by dealing with the very unfortunate reality that much of Jewish history is colored by the perception of Jews as usurious, exploitative, and many other negative, many other adjectives are ascribed to Jews as a result of this perceived association with money. There is a certain degree of historical basis for this specific. For example, Jews are not charged with basketball players of the 18th century and like that because, tend to be challenged. My wife, by the way, likes to say that Jews are known for their Jewish men in particular, and the reason for this is an evolutionary aspect. Compensate for things like I have no idea why my wife says things like that, but anyways, that's the thing. There are valid historical reasons for this, however. Obviously, there's no racial predilection for accumulating money, but there are historical factors persuaded Jews activity in the commercial realm, and without a doubt, Jews as a minority dominated much of medieval commercial life for church law, among other reasons. We're going to explore the reasons, structural reasons, religious reasons why Jews tended to exist. Something which obviously pertains to the present day. Look at any kind of indicators of comparisons of or just take industrialized nations and see how many of those countries have Jews as their ministers of finance. That definitely is noted to look at the reasons for that. The negative side, however, is incredibly dark, and Jews have suffered tremendously for that. The quintessential image of the avaricious, exploitative Jew is the character that figures in William Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Even though Shakespeare himself probably never met a Jew in real life, certainly the Western world's picture of a Jewish moneylender who, incensed with the fact that his daughter was going to marry a non-Jewish merchant, he provided a business loan to this. I think his name was Antonio, if I remember correctly. Antonio failed to repay the debt, then he would have to pay the penalty of a pound of flesh. And that's become proverbial in the English language to speak of a pound of flesh as like an extremely exorbitant price to pay for something. This is actually, believe it or not, one of Shakespeare's comedies, and in the end, Antonio survives the ordeal, and unfortunately his daughter ends up Antonio, because that's the way these comedies work out. But the negative image certainly Shakespeare does not invent Shakespeare. Borrowed a trope that had existed for about 3 years before he put it to pen. And in fact, to be fair to the bard, Shakespeare's portrayal of Shylock actually has very deep images as well. I think it's a very mixed record, even though sometimes Shylock is portrayed as a highly unlikable character. He certainly has elements of deep humanity that Shakespeare's genius really shines through. Famous passages where he says in a soliloquy, I not believe, I'm a human like all of you, and so on. Anyway, let's bottom of the historical reasons for this attribution to the Jews. I will look at Aaron of Lincoln in particular. First, place this geographical geographically and chronologically within the nature of Jews, of course, started out here. I want to back up one slide a little bit. Jews started, of course, down here in ancient Israel, and there was quite a bit of migration before the destruction of the Second Temple. Iran and Iraq, the region where the Talmud was written, activity happening over here. Jews are also making the coast of North Africa through the first millennium. They cross over into Spain. Before the Muslims invaded 711, there are Jews in Visigothic Spain already in the but there's a big movement of Jews into Europe sometime around the turn of the there is a theory among many historians that there was a great climactic change right around the turn of the first millennium, and suddenly much of the land in Europe are more arable. You know, this is centuries of lands that were very, very sparsely settled in the year, let's say 800. 700, all of a sudden they're producing quite a bit of produce, and as a result, there's a lot more settlement. We have thought of from the land comes more economic opportunities and those opportunities. So by the time you get to year one, settlements of Jews in England, you've got settlements of Jews in France, particularly Lower France, and you have especially Jews settled in the northern German territories of the Rhine River. The Rhineland is known as Ashkenaz. The term Ashkenaz actually occurs in the Bible, and in Jews, when they came to these places, they simply applied the foreign places from biblical passages. They said, Ashkenaz, which is northern Germany, and hence Ashkenaz took their name from that region. The three later, with the 16th century economic opportunity in Eastern Europe, so Ashkenazi Jews made their way over to the east, and that's why many Jews who come from Poland, Russia, call themselves Ashkenazi in German, because they are the Ashkenazi tradition. We're going to focus, of course, on one of the first places we have settled. There are a lot of Jewish history documents that emerge from England, in which they're writing sometimes even Old English in Hebrew characters. So they have a tremendous amount of at the time. Now, looking at the economic important thing to start with is the fact that the Jews are overwhelmingly an urban people. There are very, very few examples in Jewish history that are agrarian. For example, here is a sheet music from 1913, and it's called Jewish Farmer. Who ever heard of it? That's the most ridiculous thing to imagine. It's not totally ridiculous. Jews, of course, were farmers in the English world, and even in Babylon. And you do have pockets of places where Jews are farming, even to the modern period. In Galicia, for example, the region, Malamotas, places like that, where you do have a little bit larger population of Jewish farmers. But even when Jews are primarily engaged in ancillary agrarian activities like their dairying, right? Tevye, the same as Tevye Shalom, Tevye is their milk cook, Tevye is dairying. You can't do that. Actually put it back into the field. Very rare for Jews. What Jews do is they live in urban environments. A lot of reasons why Jews prefer urban environments. Why would Jews want to live in urban environments? Lots of reasons, but give me a few.
I said, what's the hardest
numbers right. You know, if you're in a far away, the next neighbor is like versus away, that's not a good way to promise. Right? You want to be able to live in a wall, right? Or something, so you can retreat. 25, you know, defend yourself.
15, 5. So much. You know how much? That's so crazy. And then I went back to 225, 22 times.
Anyway, my lecture though. Let's get to the livelihood before the Parnassa. Obviously, Parnassa comes first.
Why do you think you're so strong? Because genetics and all that, I know, but it's weird.
That is an amazingly popular, unfortunately untrue statement. I'll tell you where that thing was. Before we locked in audience, Jews weren't allowed to own land. There were times that Jews were restricted from owning land, but did not. It was a difficult income. Farming is a hard physical labor, and it's from one year to the next. It is not portable at all. What's going to happen is the Jews get kicked off the land as they got expelled from time to time. There goes all your wealth. So it was not considered an ideal choice for Jews. That's such a popular belief because in the late 90s, Jewish historians from Gretz onward really were heavily influenced by the emphasize the idea that to be a true nation, you have to be connected to your land physically. You have to farm the land. And so the Jews, cosmopolitan, they couldn't lay claim to that kind of honest nationality that peasants could. So they became Zionists. Really emphasized farming. That's also why Jewish culture, for example, said we're going to normalize ourselves by becoming farmers and things like that. So that particular sort of historiographic bias has colored much of the base reality. Please.
He stopped working out because he was doing stand-up and
absolutely. You want to study this. Have a shul. You have to have a background. The idea of the single kind of monkish existence, the ivory tower, one scholar just thinking on his own. It's not a Jewish ideal. You have to be with other people and argue your ideas out. Good.
Rogan's giving him a weekend spot at the conference every weekend. So Calvin was going to quit the podcast. And Shab is just following Calvin. Because there's really no for Shab to go to Texas. I mean, he doesn't do stand-up. He doesn't do stand-up. And even if he did, Joe Rogan would never let him before. But he just heard from his mouth, Mothership, I'm going to be at the Comedy Mothership. Like, he legitimately is just following Brian Callen to Texas.
Right? Like you are, speaking of shidduch, another really important thing, Jews have to live within and walking distance of
Texas and is not going
to the mikvah. If you don't have a mikvah within a ritual with that, which is essential to the laws of Jewish sexuality, immersion in particularly designed body of rainwater or flowing ocean. If you don't have those things, especially in the winter, think about it, then that's the cramp. You want to have a mikvah within some. Last one,
like you just said, with Calvin there, he's going to be there, and he's going to try and get on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Nobody said Chinese food.
That is the
you have to live close. Anyways, Jews are highly urbanized people. They're gregarious. There are social, economic, religious, and so on reasons why they live in cities. Ironically, that also puts them in very close proximity with another population that likes to live in cities, which is the Christian clergy. Because you can't put your cathedral in the middle of the farmland. You have to put it in a city where the villagers on Sundays and on holy days. So ironically, the people who really populate the larger villages and cities are Jews, and maybe some guilt, things like that. So they're coming out with such a healthy thing. But this is really perhaps the most important thing about Jewish demographics. You have to start with the urban aspect. You can take this, for example, if we look at the participation of Jews in socialist movements, communism, which is very prominent in the early 20th century. And a lot of anti-Semitic authors wanted to sort of ascribe that to Jewish, misanthropy and things like that. But the real to urban communism was a highly urban environment. Similarly, this doesn't look as good for Jews, but college education. People want to say, oh, look how smart the Jews are. Look at the rate of their college education. Well, compared to any similar urban population. Urban kids go to college. Rural kids go at a far lesser rate. So education really makes a huge difference what happens to the Jews. There are other factors, but if you want to pick one step, definitely urbanization. Okay. This is perhaps the most important takeaway message. So Joseph, hang in with me for another 5 minutes, and then you can relax. Okay. This is the foundation of the Jewish economy. Was very heavily dependent on the feudal nature of society. Feudalism, if you go back to your high school memories, is basically this very hierarchical structure of European society for people that are economic and vocational, and you can't really get out of those roles. Nobles, knights, vassals, peasants, and so on. All these groups. It's a chart here. You've got at the bottom of this triangle serfs and peasants. The distinction between these two terms is basically indentured servitude. Some are more like slaves, some more like free but poor people, but they're the largest demographic chunk, and they are at the bottom of the triangle. Then you have knights and vassals. We won't go into the details of what exactly things like that, but they're I get that it's very scam. They get certain privileges. They can also be married and so on. On top of that, you have nobles and high officials. You also have low church officials, which seem more like on top of the king. Now, where exactly in this structure do the Jews fit? They're not just worth the land. For sure, they're not nice vassals. To pretend to be an influencer, like money. To come up with projects, so first and foremost, you can get to have stand-up Jewish anymore. You know what he needs is that he's appointed by the queen. And all the other lords go up to the queen, and they bow before the queen, and then the queen taps them, and she says, "Rise, you are a lord." And finally, the Jewish guy comes in and says, "Listen, I'm sorry, according to Jewish law, I'm not allowed to kneel before you." And she turns to the person and says to the ministers, "Why is this night different from all the other nights?" I can't believe I got that far. I joke and someone figured it out. But anyway, Jews are not nice. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you another joke. It's not actually a joke. It's a true story. I had a PhD at the University of Toronto, which is based on an English model, the University of Oxford. Circumstance, a big 19th century round building with hundreds of people sitting in a convocation hall. And to get your, it's all the services in Latin and everything. How much of a terrible person she is. So what you have to do is, they explained this to us during the rehearsal. You hold your, I'm wearing my robe, and I have my hood on my left arm, and we all have to walk up, and one at a time we climb the steps, and there's this little kneeling thing, like in a church, and you have to kneel before the chancellor, and then the chancellor will take the hood, place it over your head, and you get your PhD. So I put up my hand and I said, "I'm sorry, Jewish law, a Jew is not allowed to kneel before anyone except God. I can't do that." And the MC guy said, "Oh, don't worry, we get guys like you everywhere. All you have to do is don't go up to the top step. Just stop a couple steps before, and then you'll be lower than chancellor. You don't have to kneel. It'll be fine." So I said, "Okay, I did that. I got up 3 steps. I didn't go all the way up." She puts the hood over my head and she whispers in my ear, "The Jews are certainly not the nobility or church officials, and they're not the king. So where are they?" They are Servi Kamera. That is the Latin term. The very common German term is Knechtskammer, which sounds great. Knechtskammer. Sounds like you're about to spill. I have some Knechtskammer in the back of my throat. But it means literally servants of the royal chamber. And this is the special deal that the Jews had in the medieval period. This is what you were talking about earlier. That was so important. Because the Jews were actively involved in commerce, they were actually accumulating cash money, which was primarily precious metals. Unlike the peasants, whose capital was primarily grain or pelts or wood, or game. They didn't have cash. The Jews, though, by small money lending and other economic activities, they were actually accumulating gold and silver. So this meant that they were a highly desirable tax base for the king. And the kings of Europe therefore said, the deal is that the Jews are exempt from the normal structure of the feudal society. They do not have to report up the chain of command through vassals and knights and nobles and stuff like that. They report directly to the king. They are servants, hence, of the royal chamber. And even though the king is in his palace, and the Jews are 500 miles away in some, Yehupitzville kind of place. Nevertheless, they are subjects of the king directly, not of the local nobleman. They're exempted from it. And why would they do that? Because they can be taxed directly by the king. Whatever money they earn, the king can tax it and get gold, mamish, literally gold, of the Jews that he can't get so easily out of the, siphoning out of the entire process. So this had a really interesting salutary effect on Jewish civilization because it meant that the Jews were protected by the most powerful figures in the land. They could not easily be pushed around by local nobles because they knew that the king himself would be defending the Jews. This was not universally the case, and there are two major exceptions to the rule. One is that the king quite often clashed with the church, particularly in the high Middle Ages, like let's say from the year 1000 to 1300, as the church grew more powerful.
Next carry-on travel stroller was game changer. Really did so well, and I can't tell you guys how many times I got stopped at the airport and asked, hey, what strollers? And of course I had to direct them to Targus because it is game changer, guys. Having 3 kids and traveling through the airport, it's no joke. But this literally made my life so easy, stress-free, and that's what you need when traveling with 3 children. Even Tiger, my oldest, was obsessed with Millie, wanted to push her around the airport, and it made it so easy when I told her I was having a holocaust. When I told you you're sleeping on it, you're sleeping on it. Go get your turn next, guys. I'm almost 3 last time. Taking my Turnex carry-on travel stroller.
So those are two very big sort of caveats to the value of the Serbi-Samurai relationship. But in general, it meant that the Jews had a level of political security because they were economically useful to the state. It sounds like basically the last 900 years of Jewish history revolve around one statement. Why were the Jews so economically valuable? Why were they giving in more cash than other populations? Ironically, it's related to the law of gratia, which is a church law. It comes out of the 9th century. It's the case on mine right now. But this is a canon law that is mirrored in Jewish law, ironically, that prohibits Christians from taking interest from one another. If you recall, the passage in Deuteronomy says very clearly, a person may, speaking to Jews, saying, you may not collect interest from your brother. From a stranger, you may collect interest, you may not collect interest from your brother. So the way Jews interpret that, as did Christians, ironically, Jews interpret that to mean that Ruvain, a Jew, may not charge Shimon, a Jew, interest. If Shimon wants to borrow money from Ruvain, Ruvain can only do so as a completely interest-free loan. Just a small aside, in the Talmudic period, there were some legal devices created to try and encourage money lending among Jews because
you're back,
no
pal.
interest
Guys, I want to thank you for
puts a damper
well, I hear that a lot.
economic activity.
I was in lots of different countries in Europe. A lot of tourism.
Going to expand at all.
And
so there are legal ways, according to the way the Talmud understands it, to make investments, things like that. But I'm not going to go into these obviously in this circumstance. But those Talmudic devices are essentially what allows the banks in Israel to survive. They also operate under these kinds of Talmudic regulations. But the general rule is Reuben can't